Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 2081 to Chapter 2118. Endless light bloomed in the void as if it was more dazzling than a star. All the Light Universe's martial artists looked at this scene in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. Xianxia opened his mouth and suddenly felt a little like a clown. He really shouldn't have pretended in front of this guy. He was too careless, such strength was even stronger than him, a sector lord. What did he have to put on airs in front of Wanting? Wasn't this asking for humiliation? Fu Shuyuan's expression was also a little complicated, and there was a strange brilliance in her eyes. This junior Wanting was simply more extraordinary than all the geniuses she had seen. Even in the Cosmic Sky Academy, not many people could compare to him. She suddenly thought of those freaks in the Academy Arbitration Council. Those who could compare to Wanting were probably only the judges of the Academy Arbitration Council. Right? Ordinary counselors absolutely couldn't compare to him. When she heard the rumors about Wanting, she didn't feel this way. But now that she had seen him and witnessed his means, she knew what shock was. What a prodigy! How could this be? The two lords aren't a match for the Light Universe's prodigy? Damn it, what should we do now? Our race has just arrived. Are we going to fall here? The group of gluttony dark apparitions were completely panicking. They never expected this to happen. Two upper-rank demon emperors were actually beaten by a domain lord to the point that they couldn't fight back. They, who were originally watching a good show, suddenly had a reversal. Their hearts were filled with fear and even some despair. Roar, roar, at this moment, two roars came from the area covered by the dazzling white light. Not dead? Fu Shuyuan and Xianxia couldn't help but change their expressions in disbelief. Under such an attack, the two dark apparitions of the gluttony race were still alive? Wanting. The two subconsciously looked at Wanting. It's okay. Wanting waved his hand, his expression still calm. Fu Shuyuan and Xianxia were speechless. Why was this guy so calm when facing the dark apparitions? It was as if they were facing an ordinary martial artist, not worth mentioning at all. This made them feel a little ashamed. Could it be that they were making a mountain out of a molehill? No, that wasn't right. The problem wasn't with them, but with this guy in front of them, who would be so calm when facing a dark apparition. This was completely illogical. These two gluttony race dark apparitions should have undergone demonic change. This is the first time I've encountered a gluttony race dark apparition. It's a good opportunity to see what their demonic change looks like and study it. Wanting thought that they didn't understand his intentions when he saw their expressions, so he explained to them. Research? The corners of their mouths twitched. He seemed to have said the same thing before. For the sake of research, he had run into the space of the gluttony race's dark apparition. Now, for the sake of research, he knew that the dark apparition was about to undergo devil transformation, but he could only watch helplessly. His heart was really big. How much do you like to study dark apparitions? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Wanting had an unfathomable look on his face as he spouted nonsense. Since these gluttony race dark apparitions have descended, there must be more than that. What we are facing now is only a low-level upper-level demon emperor dark apparition. In the future, if we encounter a late-level upper-level demon emperor or even a demon venerable, what should we do? The two of them were slightly stunned. They seemed to have understood Wanting's intentions immediately. I didn't expect you to think so far ahead. Is this the reason why you can defeat the dark apparitions so many times? Fu Shuyuan took a deep breath. She felt guilty and curious at the same time. She felt guilty because she couldn't help but complain about Wanting in her heart. She felt that he took things for granted and always did things that made people scratch their heads. But reality proved that this was not the case. She was curious because Wanting's attitude toward dark apparitions was really different from that of ordinary people. Did he do the same to any unfamiliar dark apparition he encountered? She had to admit that his brain circuit was really different from ordinary people. However, when she thought about how he had defeated the dark apparitions of the demon brain race and the god of underworld race, perhaps it was because of this. How could dark apparitions be defeated so easily? Moreover, Wanting always defeated the strong as the weak. He was only at the peak of the domain master level, but the dark apparitions he defeated were all upper-level demon emperors. This level of strength was truly frightening. After experiencing the battle with the dark apparitions, they were no longer as naive as before. If they thought that they could easily defeat the dark apparitions just because they were geniuses, then it was really a big mistake. Those who had such thoughts were now more than 3 feet tall on their graves. After entering the battlefield of the 3 territories, they had seen too many geniuses fall. Their hearts were a little numb. Therefore, when they saw Wang Ting's actions, they were even more shocked and in disbelief. You can say that. Wang Ting nodded with a look that said, I have thought far ahead. Gung Haoge listened to the conversation between the two and had an inexplicable strange feeling. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. He felt even more depressed. Boom, boom, 2 balls of intense black light erupted from the holy white light. Then, they actually began to converge toward the center and instantly merged together. Swish. Swish. Swish, before Wang Ting and the others could react, numerous black tentacles suddenly shot out. Huh? Wang Ting frowned. These black tentacles didn't sweep toward them. Instead, they swept toward the glutton race's dark apparitions. These 2 dark apparitions want to devour those low-level glutton race's dark apparitions. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge immediately understood the other party's intentions. After all, such a situation wasn't rare among the dark apparitions. Some high-level dark apparitions would always devour low-level dark apparitions to replenish themselves when they were in a desperate situation. This was naturally considered a taboo in the light universe. Ordinary people wouldn't do such a thing. If they really did, they would definitely be regarded as evil heresy. However, in the dark world, this was a common occurrence. It wasn't a big deal at all. Roar. Ah. Sir, please spare our lives. No. The dark apparitions screamed miserably. They were filled with unwillingness. Wang Ting suddenly attacked. Streaks of holy white sword light slashed out, breaking through space. They suddenly appeared above the black tentacles and instantly slashed down. Poochie! 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 The black tentacles were instantly cut off, and the low-level glutton race's dark apparitions were instantly saved. The screams stopped abruptly. They were saved, however, the person who saved them was a warrior from the light universe. This was simply full of drama. The group of glutton race's dark apparitions were simply speechless. However, the black tentacles swept over again, causing them to be terrified. They didn't have time to think and immediately turned to flee. Didn't you say you wanted to study the glutton race's devil transformation? Gung Haoge asked suspiciously. I want to study their devil transformation, not make them stronger. I can also study the weak ones. Wang Ting looked at him helplessly and said. Is this senior's brain not very smart? He doesn't even understand such a simple logic. Well. A string of Chinese characters appeared above Gung Haoge's head. What's with this guy's gaze? Fu Shuyuan's expression was strange. She originally thought that Gung Haoge was a little clever, but now she couldn't help but wonder if he really wasn't that smart. Even she could see such a simple logic, but he still wanted to ask. Kill them. Don't let any of them go. Wang Ting ignored the 2 of them and said to the warrior from the light universe in the distance, Tan Tan. Yes. The warriors from the light universe reacted and almost subconsciously obeyed his order, charging toward the glutton race's dark apparitions. Wang Ting didn't notice it himself, but after going through so many battles, he had gradually developed the aura of a superior. People would listen to his orders instinctively. Of course, this was also the influence of the strength he had displayed. Without the support of powerful strength, it would be strange if these warriors from the light universe listened to him. When Gung Haoge saw this scene, a trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. These geniuses from the Starry Sky College used to call him senior, but none of them listened to him like this. Now, Wang Ting only needed to say one sentence, and everyone obeyed without hesitation. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Let's go too. Fu Shuyuan didn't think so much. When she saw everyone charging toward the dark apparitions, she immediately took a recovery elixir and went to help. In her opinion, the others needed help more than Wang Ting. Gung Haoge saw this and had to go to help. He had already embarrassed himself before. If he didn't care now, How would others look at him? With the addition of Gung Haoge and Fu Shouyuan, the dark apparitions below the middle-level Demon Emperor level were naturally no match for them and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Wang Ting nodded secretly and no longer paid attention to them. He looked at the two demon-transformed glutton race dark apparitions. Roar! A deafening roar came out. When the two dark apparitions saw that their goal was blocked, they were furious. They swept out their black tentacles again, densely covering the void. They wanted to devour the low-level dark apparitions and even the warriors from the light universe. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, you still want to make trouble in front of me. Wang Ting smiled coldly and waved his hand. Flames condensed from green flame swept out and also covered the void, blocking those black tentacles. Green jade glazed flame, the power of the heavenly flame was suddenly displayed. The flames entangled the black tentacles. Suddenly, a sizzling sound resounded through the void, and an unpleasant burnt smell drifted out. It was nauseating. Seeing this, the warriors from the light universe were even more shocked, but they also relaxed a lot. It seemed that even if the two dark apparitions at the upper-level Demon Emperor level were demon-transformed, they were still no match for Wang Ting. In this way, they could deal with the dark apparitions below the middle-level Demon Emperor level without worry. They didn't have to worry about being swept away by the black tentacles. Among these people, only Ling Yangshu was very assured from the beginning to the end. He knew Wang Ting's means. These two dark apparitions were no match for Wang Ting just now, and now it was even more impossible for them to escape from his hands. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. So he only focused on dealing with the dark apparitions in front of him and no longer paid attention to the two upper-level Demon Emperor level dark apparitions. Roar! Angry roars kept coming out. The two demon-transformed dark apparitions were extremely aggrieved, but there was nothing they could do. They could only retract their black tentacles and complete the final fusion. In an instant, the two masses of black light completely fused together and could no longer be distinguished from each other. Pung! 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 A sound like a heartbeat resounded through the void, making people's hearts skip a beat. They were about to be affected by that sound. The problem of the new chapter's slow update has finally been solved on the app that can change sources. Download it here. The demon transformation of these dark apparitions was really terrifying. Just the sound alone had such an impact on everyone. How powerful would it be after demon transformation? Wang Ting looked ahead and saw that the black light was flashing violently. The rhythm was exactly the same as the sound. He opened True Vision Child and looked inside the black light. Now that his True Vision Child was at the immortal level, it was more than enough to see through the demon transformation of the two upper-level Demon Emperor level dark apparitions. A purple gold light flashed in his eyes, penetrated the black light in front of him, and saw the dark apparitions within. An indescribable feeling of disgust surged up. The demon transformation of these two dark apparitions was really too ugly and made people uncomfortable. Their bodies became extremely bloated, and sarcomas grew out from various parts of their bodies. There were eyeballs on the sarcomas that were rotating strangely. Of course, this was not the main point. Instead, their bodies had fused together like a stitched monster. The two huge stomachs had fused together and become extraordinarily huge. The flesh on the surface was squirming, and it opened its big mouth. It was extremely terrifying and horrifying. This overall appearance was just like the shadow of gluttony. It was just the fusion of two shadows of gluttony. The black light gradually dissipated. At this time, the two dark apparitions that had completed demon transformation appeared completely in front of everyone. All the martial artists in the Holy Light universe suddenly fell silent, and their eyes trembled. Horrifying, evil, indescribable, an indescribable feeling emerged from the bottom of their hearts, making their faces a little stiff. They were unable to look directly at such an existence. The demon-transformed dark apparition did not pay attention to the others. Its eyeballs stared at Wang Ting in unison, full of evil and resentment. The next moment, an incomparably huge mouth opened on its fused stomach. It was as if two big mouths had been stitched together, ugly and strange. Roar! A terrifying roar was heard, forming visible sound waves in the void and rolling in all directions. The expressions of many martial artists in the Holy Light universe changed slightly, and they were about to use their force to seal their ears. You want to compete with me in sound? Wang Ting sneered. His face suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, "Get lost! Get lost!" When this voice came out, it seemed to form an echo, reverberating in the void. It carried a powerful spiritual wave and swept across. Divine sound wave, vast ocean whale howl, soul devourer sound, these sound waves were combined with spiritual combat techniques. He performed them at the same time, forming a powerful spiritual sound wave. Not only was the opponent's sound wave blocked, but it was also absorbed and weakened, instantly dissipating into nothingness. It was called loneliness. Everyone was a little stunned. This was possible? It was just a word, and it blocked the opponent's terrifying sound wave attack. It was too easy. Come, show me what else you have. Let me see it. Wang Ting hooked his finger at the demon-transformed dark apparition. He was all smiles, but in the end, his voice turned cold. Otherwise, I will kill you. The two dark apparitions were speechless. The two dark apparitions were enraged. This martial artist from the light universe was too arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. His tone was as though he was saying that if he wanted to kill them, he could do so. What did this guy think they were? Livestock waiting to be slaughtered? Their consciousness was still intact. This was the characteristic of a high-level dark apparition. They wouldn't lose their rationality like a low-level dark apparition. However, because of this, they were even more furious. Roar! Roar! Two different roars came out of the Sown mouth. Poochie! 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 The next moment, something strange happened. On the two dark apparitions' swollen bodies, flesh tentacles broke out and swept towards Wang Ting. These flesh tentacles were even more swollen and disgusting than the previous black tentacles. When they swept out, a hideous mouth split open at the tip. Wang! 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 Suddenly, black light gathered within the large mouth and shot out in a flash, charging towards Wang Ting in a densely packed manner. Oh, it's the advanced version. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a strange light. A long spear appeared in his hand and stabbed out. Boom! Countless holy spear lights appeared in the void, and the number of them was even greater than the flesh tentacles that were sweeping towards them. Aurora Holy Shadow Spear Technique, the pinnacle sector Lord Battle technique of the Winged Man race, rank 4 light origin energy contained within, exploding with unparalleled power. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the countless spear lights collided with the black light. There was a loud explosion, and the remnant force swept out in all directions. When the dark star force came into contact with the light force, it was instantly purified and turned into wisps of black smoke that dissipated in the void. It was perfectly countered. He actually has such a powerful spear technique. Gung Haoge and Fu Shuyuan couldn't help but look over. Their eyes were filled with shock. Previously, when Wang Ting performed sword and fist techniques, they thought that he was most proficient in light sword and fist techniques. They didn't expect him to perform another spear technique. It should be known that any martial artist would need to spend a lot of time to master one weapon, let alone multiple weapons. Hence, very few people would use multiple weapons at the same time. That would not be wise. Sector Lord level geniuses like them basically only dared to train in one weapon. Cultivating many types of weapons would only divert their energy and slow down the progress of their martial arts realms. The losses outweighed the gains. However, not only did Wang Ting's martial arts ability improve rapidly, but he had also reached the peak of the Domain Lord stage not long after he entered the Cosmic Academy. He had far surpassed the martial warriors in his batch. His battle power was also incomparably powerful, comparable to a sector lord. It was extremely rare for them to see such a genius. It was no wonder that he was able to enter the stars ranking. Perhaps his talent was even inferior to those adjudicators in the Academy Arbitration Council. Roar! Roar! The flesh and blood tentacles of the two dark apparitions couldn't do anything to Wang Ting. Not only was the black light shattered, but even the flesh and blood tentacles were torn apart. The dark apparitions roared in pain. It was obvious that the two dark apparitions were severely injured after the tentacles were severed. They seemed to know that they couldn't hurt Wang Ting and finally stopped their meaningless attacks. Their sown mouths suddenly opened, and a bright black light condensed. This black light was much denser than the black light they had condensed before. Black runes were faintly discernible in the black light, emitting a powerful darkness origin law. Now this is interesting. Wang Ting smiled slightly. If their strength didn't change, then he would be very disappointed. After all, if they didn't become stronger, how could they drop more attribute bubbles? As for researching the gluttony race's dark apparitions, that was complete nonsense. His research was to pick up attributes. After all, as long as he picked up the corresponding attribute bubbles, he would naturally be able to understand everything about the gluttony race's dark apparitions, including their talents, abilities, battle techniques, and so on. Research was nothing more than an excuse for outsiders. Boom! In the next moment, the black light in the two gluttony race's dark apparitions' mouths finally reached its peak and instantly exploded. Wang Ting could feel the power of the black light pillar. The light star force around his body started to change. The pure white force suddenly turned into purple force. This was the lightning star force. Crackle, a series of thunderous booms resounded in the void, exceptionally loud and clear. The purple lightning wrapped around Wang Ting, making him look even more dazzling. He was like a purple sun. Boom! In an instant, the long spear in his hand suddenly exploded with a glaring purple lightning, and it shot up into the sky. Sector Lord Battle Technique, Thunder Dragon Rain Spear Technique, Roar, the lightning spiraled and turned into a purple lightning dragon. As the long spear pierced out, the lightning dragon soared into the void and welcomed the black light pillar that was rapidly approaching. Rumble, immediately after, the two collided, and there was a violent explosion. The lightning star force and the darkness star force swept out in all directions. Xianxia saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but open his mouth. After a long time, he squeezed out two words. F***ck. Isn't this my battle technique? He knew that Wang Ting had lightning talent and was even stronger than him. However, it was a little too much for him to display his battle technique like this. Xianxia learned this battle technique from Deqian Academy, and it was an extremely important lightning legacy. Very few people were able to learn it. Due to his outstanding talent, the teachers of Deqian Academy specially allowed him to learn this lightning battle technique. However, Wang Ting didn't even enter Deqian Academy, so how did he learn this battle technique? Suddenly, an unbelievable thought flashed across Xianxia's mind. Could it be that Wang Ting secretly learned it? Xianxia remembered that during the genius battle, he had indeed displayed this battle technique in front of Lin Fan. However, this was simply unbelievable. How could anyone learn a battle technique after seeing it displayed by someone else? No, he seems to have learned the Emperor's battle technique. Xianxia suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but groan in his heart. This pervert. The teachers of Deqian Academy wouldn't blame him, right? This had nothing to do with him. Boom! Violent roars continued to resound. The collision between the black light pillar and the thunder dragon had reached its peak. Dark runes wrapped around the light pillar, trying to invade the thunder dragon's body and corrode its energy. However, at this moment, terrifying purple thunder exploded from within the thunder dragon and turned into countless thunder. These thunderbolts were covered with strange purple runes and emitted a powerful origin source law. Purple Heavenly Thunder, Level 5, Origin Source Law of Thunder. It turned out that the thunder dragon contained purple Heavenly Thunder and Level 5 Origin Source Law of Thunder. Previously, during the battle with the dark apparitions, the thunder wheel-splitting killing array used by the warriors of Tianlan territory contained extremely powerful origin source law of thunder. After Wang Ting picked it up, his origin source law of thunder had also reached level 5. Although the two gluttony race dark apparitions had powerful racial talents, their comprehension of the origin source law had only reached level 4. How could they be a match for Wang Ting's origin source law of thunder? Roar! The thunder dragon roared angrily, and streaks of thunder wrapped around the black light pillar like chains. The dark runes instantly collapsed as they could not withstand such terrifying thunder power. Even the dark apparitions had to retreat from the level 3 tribulation thunder. The two gluttony race dark apparitions did not expect Wang Ting to possess such powerful strength, and an ominous premonition emerged in their hearts. This light universe's prodigy not only possessed the light star origin power, but he also possessed such powerful lightning power. No matter which one it was, they were all powers that could restrain the dark apparitions. Ka ka ka, bursts of unbearable sounds were immediately heard. The black light pillar finally could not hold on any longer. A large number of cracks appeared on its surface, and then it shattered with a loud bang. So powerful. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were shocked and somewhat in disbelief. This Wang Ting actually possessed such powerful lightning power. It was simply too abnormal. Ling Yangshu's mouth was dry as he watched, and a trace of envy emerged in his heart. As a lightning martial artist, how could he resist the temptation of such power? It was the same Thunder Dragon Rain Spear technique, but in his hands and in Wang Ting's hands, the power was completely different. The difference was too great. Those who did not know might think that the spear technique belonged to Wang Ting and not him. What a scam! A gloomy feeling suddenly rose in Ling Yangshu's heart. Meeting a monster like Wang Ting was an ill-fated fate that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. At this moment, as the black light pillar exploded, dense black light erupted and enveloped a large area, making it impossible to see the situation inside. However, under Wang Ting's child of truth, everything was extremely clear. That is, suddenly, a strange look appeared in his eyes as if he had seen something. Roar! Just as he noticed something, a strange roar suddenly came from the black light, shaking the void. What's going on? Everyone from the light universe could not help but change their expressions as they looked at the erupting black light. They thought that the black light pillar had been shattered, but now it seemed that it was not that simple. Boom! Not long after, a huge figure suddenly rushed out of the dazzling black light and pounced on Wang Ting. A fish? When everyone saw the huge figure clearly, they were slightly stunned. It turned out to be a huge bloated fish with a huge belly. Its entire head was completely covered by a big mouth, as if it was only that big mouth. However, if one were to look closely, they would discover that there were 2 average-sized eyeballs on top of its head. The eyeballs were spinning around in a very strange manner. Roar! The strange fish roared and opened its mouth as if it could envelop the void and cover a large area. Wang Ting was in that area, and there was no way to avoid it. Be careful! Fu Shuyuan could not help but shout. Huh! Wang Ting just chuckled and said casually, you really don't learn from your mistakes. I just pierced through the gluttony space, and now you want to swallow me into your stomach. You really don't know what's good for you. Although he was not afraid of the gluttony race dark apparition's gluttony space, he did not want to enter the strange fish's stomach this time. For this kind of thing, once was enough. Anyway, once he defeated the strange fish, he could still pick up the corresponding attribute bubbles. There was no need to waste time. Seeing that the strange fish was approaching in an instant, Wang Ting was still calm and even had a mocking look in his eyes. He stood quietly and looked at the strange fish mockingly. Suddenly, the strange fish's huge bloated body suddenly stopped without warning. It turned out that the thunder dragon that Wang Ting used had not dissipated. As if it had a life of its own, it wrapped around the strange fish's body from behind. Ling Yangshu was dumbstruck. Why didn't he know that the thunder dragon condensed by the thunder dragon rain spear technique could turn around and attack? This was not martial arts. Wang Ting smiled slightly. This thunder dragon was not purely condensed by combat techniques. There was a strange life form inside its body. Thunder spirit, without a doubt, it was the thunder spirit that was controlling this thunder dragon. Speaking of which, this method was similar to the strange fish hidden in the black beam of light attack by the other party. Both parties actually thought of the same thing. This was really interesting. Boom, then, the endless power of thunder exploded and drowned the strange fish. Roar! The strange fish struggled with all its might, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from the thunder dragon's entanglement. It was firmly held in place. Under the entanglement of the thunder dragon, its huge mouth could not help but close. It could not open it and could only let out a dull roar. It looked as if its mouth was tied up. It was a little funny. This, Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others did not expect Wang Ting to use this method to stop the other party's devouring. Their expressions were a little strange. What was this, covering the mouth to defend? What's with this inexplicable sense of humor? Roar! When the 2 gluttonous dark apparitions saw that their gluttonous demonic fish couldn't do anything to Wang Ting, they were instantly enraged. Their huge and bloated bodies charged towards Wang Ting with a loud rumble. Although its body was humongous, its speed in the void was not slow at all. It was like a huge black meteorite was crashing towards them. However, their target was not Wang Ting but the huge strange fish that was entangled by the thunder dragon. Huge arms suddenly grew out from their bodies. They did not care about the erosion of the power of thunder and frantically tore at the thunder dragon, trying to tear it away from the strange fish. What are they trying to do? Wang Ting frowned. He was a little confused. In the end, the strange fish was just a method that they used. Did they need to use their own bodies to save it? That would only hurt them. His power of thunder was no joke. Unable to understand the other party's thoughts, Wang Ting's eyes turned cold. He sent out a thought. Roar, the thunder dragon roared. Endless power of thunder poured out and instantly drowned the two gluttonous dark apparitions. Since they were here, then let them experience the power of thunder together. Top-grade purple heavenly thunder erupted and enveloped the bodies of the two gluttonous dark apparitions. It used an extremely violent method to wear down the power of darkness on their bodies. Roar! Roar! The two dark apparitions let out mournful and angry roars. That contained intense pain. However, they did not leave. Instead, black light erupted from their bodies. Then, they merged the strange fish back into their bodies. Wang Ting was stunned. What kind of weird operation was this, swallowing back the thing that they spat out? At this moment, he had a new understanding of the dark apparitions of the gluttony race. There was no such thing as the most abnormal, only more abnormal. Roar! After the strange fish merged into the bodies of the two dark apparitions, their huge and bloated bodies underwent another drastic change. A huge fish head appeared on their stomachs, replacing their original big mouths. What the hell is this? Wang Ting looked at the monsters in front of him speechlessly. He could not help but complain, they're too ugly. They're getting uglier and uglier. Does the uglier they are, the stronger they are? Since I'm so handsome, aren't I at a disadvantage? Fu Shouyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others in the distance heard this and could not help but twitch their mouths. What's there to compare? Moreover, was this guy boasting? Can't he take a look at the situation? Can't he be a little more serious? Roar! The two gluttonous dark apparitions seemed to have heard Wang Ting's words. They immediately roared at him. The next moment, the mouth of the fish head on their stomachs expanded infinitely. A dense black light erupted from it and spread into the void at a speed that no one could react to. Instantly, the surrounding void turned completely dark. It was as if they had entered a different space. It was too dark, there was no light at all. Originally, they could still see some stars in the distance. Now, they could not see anything. There was only darkness. What's going on? The Light Universe's martial artists present were shocked. They could not help but look around. Roar! 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 At this moment, horrified roars came from the low-level gluttonous dark apparitions. Their bodies melted without warning as if they were being digested. Not good. Wang Ting's expression changed. He did not expect the two gluttonous dark apparitions to become so powerful and strange after fusing with the strange fish. He instantly appeared in front of everyone. With a wave of his hand, the power of space spread out and enveloped everyone. Almost at the same time he spread the power of space, a terrifying corrosive force swept over, trying to digest these Light Universe's martial artists. Unfortunately, he was still half a beat too slow. The other party wanted to devour the dark apparitions first. Therefore, Wang Ting had a chance to save them. As the corrosive force surged over, Wang Ting's power of space fluctuated, forming visible ripples. It was as if an invisible wall had been shaken by some force. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. They were horrified. How could they not know that Wang Ting had saved their lives in time? Otherwise, they would have ended up like those dark apparitions. All the Light Universe's martial artists looked at the dark apparitions in horror. They saw that their bodies had completely melted. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from this strange space and no longer existed. Gluttony demonic realm. A low, hoarse voice suddenly came from all directions. The two gluttonous dark apparitions had disappeared. No one knew where they were. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if a pair of malicious eyes were watching them in the dark, ready to devour them. Gluttony demon domain. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a strange light as he observed the strange space around him. The corners of his mouth curled up. This is interesting. Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge were secretly shocked. When they heard Wang Ting's words, they were speechless. He actually found such a terrifying power. Interesting. The two of them had a belly full of complaints. If it were anyone else, they would have already retorted. However, facing Wang Ting, who was a little too abnormal, the two of them consciously shut their mouths. Moreover, if not for Wang Ting's timely intervention, most of them would not have been able to block the power of the space. From this, it could be seen that Wang Ting did indeed have a way to deal with the situation in front of him. He found it interesting. Perhaps he really found it interesting and was not just showing off in front of him. This proved one thing. Anything said by a powerful person was right. Wang Ting did not know what they were thinking. At this moment, a rich purple-gold light flashed past his eyes as he scanned the dark space around him. To ordinary martial artists, other than a stretch of darkness here, nothing could be seen. However, in Wang Ting's eyes, no energy fluctuation could hide. Where the energy was more intense, where the energy was weaker, nothing could escape his eyes. Found you. A few seconds later, a soft chuckle came out of Wang Ting's mouth. Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge were slightly stunned. What's going on? He found us just like that, it must be fake. However, in the next moment, they saw Wang Ting suddenly look at a certain space and suddenly thrust the spear in his hand. A terrifying spear of thunder shot out and pierced into the dark space. Roar. A furious roar suddenly sounded. It was the voice of the two dark apparitions. How did you find us in this gluttony demon domain? It did not have time to think and instantly changed its position. Its voice came from all directions, trying to disrupt Wang Ting's vision. Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge widened their eyes in disbelief. He really found them, that was too fast. How did he do it? Hee, none of your actions can escape my eyes. Wang Ting smiled faintly and looked at a certain spot in the void again. The two gluttonous dark apparitions were speechless. They suddenly had a feeling that they were being seen clearly. That kind of feeling was like being stripped naked in front of the other party, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Even dark apparitions had a sense of shame. For a moment, the two dark apparitions were extremely embarrassed. Their gazes pierced through space and stared at Wang Ting as though they could look him in the eye. Was this genius from the radiant universe so monstrous that he could even see through their gluttony demonic domain? At this moment, the two dark apparitions finally felt a strong sense of helplessness and grievance. Previously, when they had heard the name of the radiant universe's genius, they had not taken it seriously. It was not until they had been defeated that they truly realized how powerful the other party was. But at that time, they did not find him so frightening. Only now did they see the word frightening on him. It was as though the person in front of them was not a genius from the radiant universe but an extremely terrifying existence. This feeling made their hearts tremble uncontrollably. They were unable to calm down for a long time. They forced themselves to calm down and said coldly with overlapping voices, "So what if you found us? In the end, you were unable to stop us from devouring low-level dark apparitions. Now that our strength has been restored and this gluttony demonic domain has been completely activated, you can't escape." Is that so? Wang Ting smiled faintly. Humph. Seeing him like this, the two dark apparitions felt even more uneasy. They could not help but snort coldly and say, deliberately mystifying things. Go to hell. Buzz, as soon as they finished speaking, the surrounding dark space suddenly changed. Intense black light erupted and filled the entire space, making the darkness even purer. It was obviously an extremely dark color, but it emitted light, making it impossible to look at directly. At the same time, black runes appeared all around, making the black light even more intense. In a moment, the black light condensed into a sphere and rapidly shrank toward the center. An indescribable sense of danger surged. This was because all the martial artists from the radiant universe were now inside the sphere condensed by the black light, including Wang Ting. This power is very similar to the gluttony demonic domain, but it's more powerful. It seems to have integrated with the power of the world. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. The eye of truth saw through the essence of the black light and analyzed the power within. Knowing what the power within was, it was naturally easier to deal with it. Although this power was indeed quite powerful, it was not so powerful that he was helpless against it. Recently, even he was very surprised by the growth of his strength. Now that these two low-level upper-level demon emperors of the gluttony tribe had encountered him, they were really unlucky. If it were in the past, he might have had to spend more effort to deal with them. But now, Wang Ting smiled faintly and raised the long spear in his hand diagonally. Boom, a violent roar suddenly resounded. Endless thunder exploded around him in an instant, as if it was born out of thin air. Wang Ting was surrounded by the purple thunder, as if he was the king of thunder. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were anxious and wanted to ask for a solution. When they saw this scene, they were shocked and quickly retreated. This power of thunder was even more terrifying than before. At this time, they were too close. The terrifying thunder had already made them feel threatened. But they were all enveloped by the black light sphere. Even if they retreated, where could they retreat to? In desperation, they could only brace themselves and stand where they were, looking at the thunder that was constantly erupting with horror. This power. Xianxia did not care about his safety. He looked at the power of thunder that appeared around him with a burning gaze. He saw that in the purple lightning, there was a strange bright yellow color, which was particularly dazzling. In this thunder, there were powers of other attributes. This was the Earth-type Calamity Thunder. Not only did Wang Ting master the third stage pure purple heavenly thunder, but he also mastered the Earth-type Calamity Thunder. How did he do it? Xianxia's breathing quickened. He was so envious that he was almost unrecognizable. He was a thunder-type warrior. How could he withstand this kind of stimulation? This is? At this time, Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge seemed to have noticed the abnormality. Their eyes widened slightly. Boom boom boom. A terrifying roar resounded. The power of thunder gathered and turned into a pool of thunder above Wang Ting's head. Roar, the two dark apparitions seemed to feel threatened. They suddenly roared, die. Buzz, in an instant, the black ball of light began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, converging toward the center. A terrifying pressure followed. Crack crack crack, the power of space that Wang Ting applied to the surroundings suddenly made cracking sounds as if it could not withstand it and was about to shatter. Chi chi chi, at the same time, there were sounds of corrosion in the surrounding void. The power of this black light sphere could actually corrode Wang Ting's power of space. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. Without further delay, the long spear in his hand activated the power of thunder, and a dazzling light suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a glaring spear radiance instantly shot up into the sky. Endless thunder entwined around it, and it was extremely magical. Whoosh, purple runes appeared and intertwined with each other, turning into chains of runes. They lingered around the long spear shadow, emitting a tyrannical fluctuation of the thunder origin source law. In the next moment, Wang Ting stabbed the long spear in his hand without hesitation. Boom, a violent roar resounded. The void shook, and it seemed like it was about to shatter. It could not withstand the power of the spear radiance at all. Crack! Crack! Crack, in just an instant, a crack appeared in the space, like a shattered glass. Rumble, as the spear radiance pierced out, a huge yellow mountain shadow slowly emerged from the purple thunder pool above Wang Ting's head. It overlapped with the spear radiance and pierced toward the shrinking black light sphere. Ancient immortal rank combat technique, Heavenly Thunder Spear. At this moment, the dazzling purple and yellow radiance intertwined and illuminated the dark space. Even the black light seemed to be overshadowed by the purple and yellow radiance. This. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge widened their eyes and looked above their heads. They were extremely shocked. The two dark apparitions were even more horrified. They did not expect their opponent to be able to perform such a terrifying attack. The attack this time was many times more terrifying than the previous one. Unfortunately, it was all too late. They could not retract their power or turn around to escape. It was too late. Boom, almost at the same moment Wang Ting stabbed the long spear, the black light sphere had already shrunk to the front and collided with the spear radiance. On the spear radiance, the yellow mountain shadow entwined with endless thunder entwined around it and collided with the black light sphere. The attacks from both parties froze in an instant. Then, a loud boom was heard. With the spear radiance as the center, ripples spread out on the black light sphere. The ripples were originally very light. However, they became extremely intense in an instant. Then, they spread to the entire black light sphere, causing it to vibrate violently. Roar, a horrified roar was heard. The two dark apparitions felt the powerful force erupting from the spear radiance. They did not care about anything else and quickly unleashed all their dark force into the black light sphere in an attempt to resist the power of the spear radiance. Dark runes appeared on the black light sphere. Unfortunately, they collapsed instantly. They could not resist the terrifying spear radiance. Crack, immediately after, a clear cracking sound was heard. All the Light Universe's warriors looked up and saw that there was an additional crack on the black light sphere. It was extremely eye-catching. It's going to crack. Everyone was overjoyed. Roar, the two dark apparitions injected their dark force even more crazily. They had already unleashed all their power. Even the energy they had absorbed from the low-level dark apparitions was unleashed. Not a single bit was left. They knew that this was the final moment. If they could not resist the spear radiance, they would all die. Crack. Crack, unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. Two more cracking sounds were heard. Two more cracks appeared on the black light sphere. Then, the cracks continued to spread and connected with each other. This change was like a chain reaction. Crack. Crack. Crack, cracking sounds were heard one after another, reverberating in everyone's hearts. It was frightening. However, the Light Universe's warriors were even more ecstatic. Victory was right in front of them. The two dark apparitions could not hold on any longer. They knew that this attack would determine the final outcome. The two dark apparitions were already at the end of their rope. Break! Wang Ting's expression was calm. He extended the spear in his hand, causing the spear radiance to erupt with a dazzling radiance. Then, he fiercely stabbed forward. Boom, the black light sphere finally could not hold on any longer and exploded with a loud bang. The darkness was torn apart and separated to both sides, revealing the void of the universe outside. No! An indignant roar came out of nowhere and was soon drowned out by the roar of the violent explosion. The purplish-yellow radiance drowned everything. Endless thunder power filled the void, causing the exploding dark energy to dissipate and disappear into the void. Shocking, this scene was too shocking. All the Light Universe's warriors stared blankly at this scene. Their hearts could not calm down for a long time. The purplish-yellow radiance and the endless thunder lasted for a long time before gradually subsiding. The rumbling sound also dissipated. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. They looked at the figure in front of them with reverence in their eyes. Even Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge had complicated expressions on their faces. As Sector Lord-level geniuses, they did not dare to compare themselves with this junior who was only at the peak of the Domain Lord level. There was no way to compare. The other party was too monstrous. If they insisted on comparing themselves, they would only be asking for humiliation. However, they did not see that Wang Ting, whose back was facing them, was currently grinning madly. One by one, attribute bubbles floated in the void, seemingly waiting for him to pamper them. Pick them up. Wang Ting laughed in his heart. His eyes lit up. He immediately swept out his spiritual force and picked up all the attribute bubbles scattered in the void. Origin of Soul * 55,000, Life Origin * 58,500, Half-Step Sector Lord Mental Strength * 18,000 Dark Star Force * 26500 Gluttonous Demonic Fish * 12,000 Gluttonous Demonic Domain * 15,000 Fused Demonic Change * 26,000 Gluttonous Demonic Domain. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. As expected, he picked up this attribute. As the attribute bubbles merged, a corresponding realization appeared in his mind. A strange scene unfolded. Endless darkness spread and formed a special space. This was the power formed by the fusion of the world energy and the gluttonous demonic domain of the gluttonous demonic domain. It had a certain amount of spatial power. Wang Ting looked at it from a higher dimension and saw a black ball being born in the void. Then, it wrapped around a huge star beast. That star beast was at least an emperor-level existence. However, after being wrapped by the black ball, it actually melted as if it was digested. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. I see, this is the power of the gluttonous demonic domain. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. No one noticed that a strange black light flashed in his eyes. End of chapter. Gluttony Demonic Realm, Growth Type 5000/20,000, Stage 2. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. This, Gluttony Demonic Realm, was the same as the Mouth of Gluttony. They were both growth type combat skills. However, the difference was that this combat skill was divided into stages. Now that he had 15,000 attribute points, his mastery of this combat skill had reached Stage 2. It didn't seem high, but in fact, it was really not high. This mastery level disappointed Wang Ting. What kind of power could a mere Stage 2 combat skill have? However, this is only the attributes of one dark apparition. There's still one more that I haven't collected. Wang Ting looked at the void in the distance. At this time, another attribute insight surged in and turned into a huge, strange fish in his mind. Gluttony Demonic Fish. This attribute didn't surprise Wang Ting. Previously, the two dark apparitions had used this combat skill and would naturally drop the corresponding attribute bubbles. The only thing that made him speechless was that this combat skill was actually similar to the Mouth of Gluttony. It was just that the power of the Mouth of Gluttony was displayed in the form of a strange fish. Naturally, it was more flexible. If he wasn't careful, he might be swallowed by this strange fish. Moreover, this combat skill could not only condense one gluttony demonic fish but also multiple gluttony demonic fish to attack at the same time. Oh right, with my hiding ability, I can achieve an unexpected effect. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Thinking about it this way, this combat skill was more practical than the Mouth of Gluttony. Gluttony Demonic Fish, Upper Level Demonic Emperor 3000/10,000, Small Success. I actually managed to raise it to the small achievement stage. Wang Ting's heart moved. He was elated. It seemed that even a single dark apparition's mastery of this combat skill wasn't low. The next moment, another attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into a special insight. In his mind, the figures of two dark apparitions appeared. From their bloated appearance, they were undoubtedly the dark apparitions of the gluttony race. At this time, black light burst out from their bodies and condensed into runes. These strange and magical runes entangled the two dark apparitions. Then, something strange happened. Their bodies began to crack, as if they had been cut open by a knife. Then, clusters of granulation grew out and extended toward each other, fusing together. This scene was extremely strange and terrifying. It was enough to make some cultivators with strong mental fortitude feel uncomfortable. An indescribable sense of evil and darkness emanated from the two dark apparitions, and endless black light enveloped them. Fusion Devil Change. Wang Ting took a deep breath, his heart trembling. Dark apparitions were really perverted. The scene he had just seen in his mind was enough to shock him. For a day, he had originally thought that Devil Change was perverse enough, but who would have thought that there was an even more perverse, fused Devil Change, Fused Magic Change, 16,000/20,000, Stage 2, good heavens, this Fusion Devil Change is also divided into levels. Could it be as terrifying as the true Devil Change? Wang Ting thought to himself. He carefully recalled what he had just comprehended, and a trace of special information appeared in his mind. It turned out that this Fusion Devil Change was not just a fusion of two dark apparitions. It could also allow more dark apparitions to fuse together and produce Devil Change. This was undoubtedly terrifying. One dark apparition's Devil Change was enough to increase its strength. Multiple dark apparitions would naturally be even more terrifying. The fusion Devil Change of the two gluttonous dark apparitions was actually very powerful. Even Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge, two Sector Lord level geniuses, could not resist it. This was the best proof. Wang Ting was able to defeat them because he was strong enough and had the means to restrain the dark apparitions. I definitely can't use this combat technique. Wang Ting shook his head. He could barely use the normal Devil Change when using his dark apparition identity. However, he definitely could not use the Fusion Devil Change. He could not possibly fuse with other dark apparitions like the gluttonous dark apparitions, right? No. No. Not even if he was beaten to death. But it's not completely useless. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. his heart skipped a beat. If he mastered this fusion devil change, he might be able to use it to find the dark apparition's weakness when he encountered it in the future. If that's the case, the higher the level, the better. Wang Ting instantly made up his mind. The next time he encountered a dark apparition that had fused with devil change, he would definitely take advantage of it. Who said that this fusion devil change was useless? He was preparing for a rainy day and making preparations for the light universe to fight against the dark apparitions. After all, the more dark apparitions he had mastered, the easier it would be to deal with them. In the entire light universe, who had mastered more dark apparitions than Wang Ting? No one. There was definitely no one. Even if those powerful forces had studied dark apparitions for countless years, they might not be able to compare to Wang Ting's accumulation in just a few years. I'm really too great. Wang Ting silently gave himself 12 likes. After absorbing these attribute bubbles, Wang Ting suddenly absorbed another attribute bubble. Then, an epiphany appeared. A shadow of the gluttony race dark apparition condensed in his mind. Streaks of light lit up in its body. It was the path of the force. Gluttony Demonic Book, Demon Lord Grade 2 600/10,000, Master. So, it's the gluttony race's cultivation method, and it's Demon Lord grade. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and nodded slightly. The gluttony race's cultivation method was just right for their talents. Now that he had the gluttony dimension, he could also cultivate the gluttony demonic book. The most important part of cultivating the gluttony demonic book was the gluttony dimension, because that dimension was the final place where they digested all kinds of energy. The next few attribute bubbles were the more common: soul origin, life origin, half-step sector lord spirit, and dark star force attributes. Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to them because he had already maxed out these attributes and couldn't upgrade them for the time being. At this moment, his spiritual force swept out again and collected all the attribute bubbles in the distance. Gluttony Demonic Realm, Growth Type 4,000/30,000, Stage 3, Gluttony Demonic Fish, Upper Demon Emperor Grade 5,000/10,000, Small Success, Fused Demonic Change, 18,000/20,000, Stage 2, the attributes of the 3 battle skills he had just obtained increased again. Among them, the Gluttony Demonic Realm increased the most, from Stage 2 to Stage 3. The other 2 battle skills didn't increase much and remained at their original level, but their attributes increased slightly. Other than that, Wang Ting also picked up quite a bit of the Mouth of Gluttony and Gluttony Dimension attributes. Mouth of Gluttony, Growth Type 5 600/15,000, Small Success, Gluttony Dimension, 23,000/40,000, Stage 4. Wang Ting had already picked up quite a bit of these 2 attributes when he was in the 2 dark apparitions, Gluttony Dimension. In addition to the attribute bubbles he had just picked up, their proficiency had increased by quite a bit. Mouth of Gluttony had reached Small Success, while Gluttony Dimension had reached Stage 4. Speaking of which, the 2 dark apparitions of the gluttony race were considered geniuses. Otherwise, their Gluttony Dimension wouldn't have reached Stage 4. The gluttony race's Gluttony Dimension was equivalent to their special physique. Therefore, the higher their talent, the higher the level of their Gluttony Dimension. This was why Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge couldn't break through the dark apparitions, Gluttony Dimension. A Stage 4 Gluttony Dimension couldn't be broken by an ordinary sector lord warrior. This kind of talent ability was very powerful and very strange. Without a corresponding method, it was very difficult to break through. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Ting was overjoyed. The only pity was that these 2 Upper Demon Emperor grade dark apparitions domains and origin laws couldn't provide him with any attribute points. There was no need to mention their domains, as they had already picked them up before. The dark origin laws they had mastered weren't as powerful as Wang Ting's, so how could they provide him with any attribute points? Fortunately, there are still the attribute bubbles dropped by these 2 seniors. Wang Ting laughed in his heart and turned to look at the other side of the void. There were the attribute bubbles dropped by Fu Shouyuan and Gung Haoge. He immediately picked them up. Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 16,000, Wood Star Origin Power * 38,000, 100 Flower Green Edge Sword Technique * 18,000, 100 Flower Green Edge Sword Domain, Melder Level 4, * 2,000, Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 13,000, Metal Star Origin Power * 36,000, Golden Bell Silver Lock * 15,000, that's it? Wang Ting was a little stunned. There were only so few attribute bubbles from the two Sector Lord geniuses. This really surprised him. At this moment, these attribute bubbles quickly merged into his body, turning into energy and comprehension. The energy within was Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit and Star Origin Power. There was nothing special about it. To be able to become Cosmic Star Academy Sector Lord geniuses, it wasn't strange for these two seniors to have Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit or even Sector Lord Spirit. Then, the insights of the two battle techniques appeared in Wang Ting's mind. They turned into two human figures. One figure was practicing a sword technique. Countless unique sword lights bloomed in the void. The sword lights were pink and green and were surrounded by flower petals. When the sword was raised, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Although the sword technique looked very feminine, it was actually very powerful. When the green sword light condensed, countless flower petals gathered and rotated around the green sword light, forming another sword light. This sword light was formed by flower petals. Boom, with a slash, the void shattered. The dark apparition in front was engulfed and roared. Black light exploded in an attempt to block the terrifying sword light. However, the dark apparition's power couldn't block the terrifying dual sword light and was directly shattered. Then, the dark apparition was shredded by the sword light in fear. The sword technique in this scene was undoubtedly much stronger than Fu Shuyuan's sword light. This showed how terrifying the sword technique was. The other silhouette was practicing a blade technique. Golden blade light streaked across the sky, shattering the void. Then, there seemed to be a special bell sound. In front of the blade light, there were also large numbers of dark apparitions. When they heard the strange bell sound, their movements suddenly froze as though they were frozen. Then, a dazzling golden light exploded. The blade light landed and the terrifying destructive power shattered everything. Interesting. Wang Ting broke free from his comprehension and had a strange look in his eyes. Not only was the sword technique unique, but the blade technique behind was also unique. 100 Flower Green Tip Sword Technique. Although it's a little fancy and more suitable for female warriors, the power of the dual sword light makes one have to take it seriously. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He felt enlightened. If this dual sword light can be used in other sword techniques, it can definitely unleash even more terrifying power. Now that I have comprehended the 100 Flower Green Tip Sword Technique, I might be able to use other sword techniques to unleash the power of dual sword light. 100 Flower Green Tip Sword Technique, Sector Lord Pinnacle 1/20,000, small success, it has just reached the small achievement stage. No wonder senior sister Fu Shuyuan was able to unleash the power of this sword skill. Wang Ting was elated. Reaching the level of initial success in one go had undoubtedly saved him a lot of cultivation time. The higher the mastery of this sword technique, the more beneficial it would be for him to develop dual sword light. The dual sword light wasn't as simple as just forming two sword lights. Instead, it was stacking the power of the sword technique, creating an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Then, Wang Ting looked at the other battle technique, Golden Bell Silver Lock Blade, Golden Bell Silver Lock Blade, Sector Lord Pinnacle 7,000/10,000, proficient, not bad. Wang Ting nodded to himself. Although Senior Gung Haoge liked to act cool and wasn't as strong as Senior Fu Shuyuan, he still had some skill and wasn't that bad. This blade technique is stronger than I thought. Wang Ting was deep in thought. When he was comprehending the scene, he saw another power of this blade technique. Sound, that was mental energy exploding out in the form of a blade light. It vibrated the blade and created a bell-like sound, causing the opponent to enter a state of stagnation. One must know that in a battle, any moment of stagnation was enough to cause the opponent to fall into a death trap. Therefore, this hidden power was actually the essence of this saber technique. Unfortunately, Senior Gung Haoge didn't comprehend it well enough. He could only unleash the power of the metal-type blade light, but couldn't merge his mental energy into the blade light. This blade technique will be extremely powerful in my hands. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. His mental energy was extremely strong. With his mental energy attainment, it was easy for him to unleash the full power of this blade technique. And the stronger his mental energy, the more powerful the sound would be. With Wang Ting's spiritual power, even a sector lord martial warrior would be affected by it. Next, the last attribute bubble merged into Wang Ting's mind and became a domain comprehension. This domain was very special. It was filled with green sword light and pink flower petals. It was a sword Dao domain, and the dual sword light of the 100-flower green tip sword technique was merged into it. Although it was only a wood-type domain, to be able to unleash two types of power at the same time was undoubtedly incredible. That senior Fu Shuyuan can unleash such power. She's a genius. Wang Ting looked at Fu Shuyuan in the distance and felt a sense of admiration. Compared to Gung Haoge, this senior's talent was undoubtedly stronger. Her sword Dao domain was even more outstanding. Many geniuses could only comprehend an ordinary wood-type domain and couldn't master a domain with such a strong focus. With the power of this domain, I'm more confident in comprehending the dual sword light. Wang Ting smiled in his heart. 100-flower green tip sword domain, 2000/4000, Melder rank 4, Melder rank 4. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he felt even more satisfied. Fu Shuyuan had indeed not disappointed him. She had reached the Melder rank 4. At this point, all the attribute bubbles had been collected by Wang Ting. The other fighters from the universe of light had also dropped many attribute bubbles, but unfortunately, they weren't of much use to Wang Ting. However, he had picked up quite a few cultivation methods and martial arts techniques that could be used to upgrade their cultivation methods in the future. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it had only taken a few breaths. Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others also came back to their senses and flew towards Wang Ting. They landed beside him and were about to say something. Suddenly. Wang Ting frowned and looked into the distance. He felt a violent spatial fluctuation, as well as the power of darkness. Wang Ting, the spacecraft detected an extremely powerful dark apparition coming this way. Yuan Gunggun's anxious voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Damn it! It's a demon sovereign. Wang Ting had already sensed something and his expression changed. He immediately shouted at everyone, "Run!" Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken out the fire river and shouted again. Everyone, board the ship in 1 second. Hurry! He had already entered the spacecraft. Although Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others didn't know what was happening, they reacted quickly and entered the spacecraft in an instant. For powerhouses like them, their reaction speed was unquestionable. Boom! The next moment, the fire river activated and directly exploded with a huge energy wave. The entire spacecraft was enveloped in flames and turned into a fiery red stream of light that disappeared from the void. In the void, as soon as the fire river left, a terrifying figure appeared. This figure also looked like a human from the light universe. It had a huge curved horn on its head and emitted an evil and dark aura. Its face was very stiff and lifeless, giving off a strange feeling of deathly stillness. Gluttony dark apparition, a demon lord. This was a demon lord from the gluttony race. Serkin's and Aphrodite's auras had disappeared. This demon lord's eyes were cold. Terrifying dark energy filled the void as if it was searching for something. Even his soul has dissipated? I can't feel them. It looked into the distance. Who killed them? The geniuses of the gluttony race are not so easy to kill. They had just appeared in the light universe, and their race had already lost 2 geniuses. This made it very angry. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly took a step forward. Space rippled, and it disappeared again. On the fire river, Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were shocked. They did not know what had happened. Everything had happened too suddenly. They should have been happy, but they suddenly realized that Wang Ting's expression was serious. He had even asked them to board the ship within a second and leave the void. The level of this ship was not low. Judging from its current speed, it was at least a pinnacle sector lord ship. However, they did not have the time to pay attention to this. The ship was shaking violently and emitting a burning aura. This was a sign that the ship's speed had been pushed to the limit. It was even operating at an overload. What kind of danger would make Wanting push the ship's speed to such an extent? If it traveled like this for a period of time, even a Pinnacle Sector Lord ship would be destroyed. Wanting didn't explain anything. He stared fixedly at the space behind the spaceship. Space force spread out from his body and enveloped the entire spaceship. At this time, space rippled behind the ship, and a figure suddenly appeared. That's Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were already tense. Now that the figure appeared, they immediately sensed it. Found you. The figure saw the Fire River ship. His eyes were indifferent as he reached out a hand. Boom. Endless black fog covered the void and condensed into a demonic hand that grabbed at the Fire River ship. Before the hand landed, space froze. Demon Lord level existence. Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They immediately felt the terrifying dark demonic power, and their minds trembled. This was a Demon Lord level existence. To think that a Demon Lord level gluttony race dark apparition would descend. What kind of luck was this? Their entire bodies were numb. Their luck was really bad. First, they encountered 2 upper-level Demon Emperor level gluttony race dark apparitions. Now, they encountered a Demon Emperor level existence. Were they destined to die today? The other Starry Sky Academy martial artists from the Radiant Universe were also in despair. They were still young and had a bright future ahead of them. They did not want to die yet. Wanting's face was solemn. His figure disappeared from the spaceship and appeared outside of it. Boom, he held the saber in his hand, and a bright yellow saber aura shot into the sky. Endless yellow light illuminated the void, as if the sky had changed. It was a domain. Earth domain, 6th rank melder. Within the domain, powerful Earth source laws converged and transformed into numerous runes, causing the domain to undergo a metamorphosis. Then, a 7th rank realm force was born. The moment the domain completed its transformation, the saber aura slashed out and met the demonic hand that covered the sky. Yellow Sky Saber. Boom, there was a violent roar as the saber aura blocked the demonic hand, causing it to pause for a moment. Wanting's figure returned to the spaceship once again and activated the power of space. Ancient spatial runes appeared outside the spaceship at some point. Spatial shift, Kacha. Kacha. Kacha, the power of space that sealed the spaceship shattered on the spot. The space around the spaceship fluctuated violently, and the Fire River spaceship disappeared on the spot. Boom, almost at the same time, the demonic hand that covered the sky crashed down. The yellow saber aura shattered, and the demonic hand fell into the void, shattering space and forming a large number of spatial cracks. Unfortunately, the Fire River spaceship was already far away in an instant, and the attack missed. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the gluttony race dark apparition, and a trace of surprise flashed in its eyes. It looked forward as if it could see through the distant void. You can't escape. A cold voice came from its mouth, and it chased after the Fire River spaceship again. Inside the spaceship, Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were breathing rapidly, and their eyes were filled with shock. They had escaped from the Demon Supreme Class Dark Apparition's claws. That was Wanting's method. He had actually escaped with them. Everyone looked at Wanting, who had reappeared not far away, and they were even more shocked than before. Compared to this Demon Supreme Class Dark Apparition, the 2 Demon Supreme Class Dark Apparitions from before paled in comparison. There was no way to compare them at all. Wanting was able to escape with them from the Demon Supreme Class Dark Apparition. His method was truly incredible. However, they also knew that they had not really overcome the crisis in front of them. The Demon Supreme Class Dark Apparition would not be so easily shaken off. Boom, another roar came from behind, and the Demon Supreme Class Dark Apparition appeared. As the black fog rolled, it condensed into a huge black palm that grabbed at the Fire River spaceship in front. Black light flickered on the huge palm, and numerous black runes appeared. It was obviously more terrifying than the previous giant palm. The space around the spaceship was sealed once again. The Fire River spaceship stagnated, and its speed instantly plummeted as if it had fallen into a swamp. No matter how much energy the fire river burned, it could not break free from the spatial shackles. In an instant, the spaceship shook even more violently, and a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache could be heard from inside. It was as if the spaceship could not withstand such power and was about to disintegrate. Wang Ting! Yuan Gungun shouted anxiously. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he walked out of the spaceship once again. This time, a battle sword appeared in his hand. Boom! Endless flames suddenly swept through the starry sky. Green flames, red flames, white flames, 3 different flames of different colors wrapped around the sword, and a brilliant flaming sword ray burst out and soared into the sky. Fire Domain, 9th level Melder, Fire Origin Law, 7th level. When the scorching and terrifying power of the flames erupted, numerous flame runes appeared, and then another power that contained the intent of slaughter poured into the sword ray. Slaughter Sword Domain, 6th level Corporeal Realm, Slaughter Origin, 2nd level. 2 different kinds of power converged into a single sword. The former was the primary, while the latter was the secondary. Godslayer's 3 styles, kill. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a crazed killing intent, and a roar came from his mouth that reverberated through the void. He slashed out, and the sword that contained unparalleled power shot upwards. Rumble, a loud explosion resounded through the void as the dazzling sword ray collided with the pitch-black hand. Endless flames swept out, and as the sword ray tore through the pitch-black hand, the power of the 3 flames eroded and burned away the power of darkness. Let's go. Wang Ting returned to the spaceship, and the power of space erupted once again as he took the spaceship away. They were heading towards the Lanji Void Fortress. They weren't too far away from the fortress, and as long as they got closer, such violent fluctuations would definitely attract the attention of the powerhouses of the Radiant Universe, who would come to investigate. Such fluctuations would definitely come from an immortal rank existence. The moment the spaceship left, Wang Ting had an idea. He left some void mayflies in the space crevice created by the Dark Apparition Devil Lord to help him pick up the space attribute bubbles. Escaping with an entire spaceship had consumed a lot of his power of space. If he didn't replenish it in time, he might not be able to survive the 3rd time. Fortunately, he could still pick up the attribute bubbles. Such violent spatial fluctuations would definitely cause a large number of space attribute bubbles to drop. Picking them up once should be enough to replenish his consumption. The power of space could be recycled, so he wanted to understand it. Rumble, the sword ray shattered, and the flames dissipated. Only half of the pitch-black hand remained, and its power was greatly reduced. Humph! The Overlord snorted coldly, and with a wave of its hand, the pitch-black hand dissipated. The 2nd time. The Radiant Universe spaceship had escaped from its hands for the 2nd time. If it wasn't wrong, the Radiant Universe's warrior who had tried to stop it twice was only a peak domain lord. To Overlord, this was no different from a humiliation. It could no longer remain calm, and a trace of anger rose in its heart. Could it be that Sirkins and Aphrodite had died in his hands? This person's methods were not ordinary. Inside the spaceship, Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were completely speechless. Their mouths were wide open, but they felt dry. For the 2nd time, Wang Ting had stopped that Overlord for the 2nd time. It turned out that the light and lightning attributes weren't his strongest powers. The earth and fire attributes he had just displayed were undoubtedly stronger. Especially the fire attribute sword technique he had used, it was truly terrifying. Not only did it have the scorching heat of flames, but it also had an extremely terrifying killing intent. Who knew how many people he had killed to be able to cultivate such a terrifying killing intent? No, perhaps he had killed a dark apparition. Thinking of Wang Ting's deeds, the 2 of them were shocked and even more shocked. After that, the Overlord Dark Apparition chased after them many times, but it was resolved by Wang Ting's powerful methods. Moreover, he used space techniques to escape each time. This was practically unsolvable. That Overlord Dark Apparition could indeed seal space, but it couldn't stop Wang Ting from using space techniques. Wang Ting not only grasped the ability to break through rank 5 space techniques of peak sector lords, but he also grasped the small success ancient space runes. The combination of these 2 powers was barely enough to break through the space seal of an Overlord Dark Apparition. However, this wasn't what frustrated the Devil Venerable the most. What really frustrated it was that no matter how many times it chased after Wang Ting, Wang Ting was able to use the power of space as if there was no limit to it. How could an Area Lord Dark Apparition use space techniques so frequently? The Overlord Dark Apparition's eyes became gloomier and gloomier, and it even felt some disbelief. It was now certain that this light apparition cultivator had killed Serkins and Aphrodite. With such strength, it was completely possible for him to kill Serkins and Aphrodite. You must die. The Overlord Dark Apparition's cold voice spread through the void. A trace of madness flashed in its eyes as it continued to chase. It's about time. Within the spaceship, Wang Ting's eyes moved, and the shadow power within his body spread out, covering the surface of the spaceship. Runes that twisted like shadows appeared one after another. He had inscribed them while escaping, and now they were finally complete. Wang, a strange shadow light flashed across the surface of the spaceship, causing the burning spaceship to disappear into the void, as if it had been swallowed by the void. Then Wang Ting waved his hand, and the power of space was activated once more, teleporting the spaceship away. It disappeared? Not long after, the Overlord Dark Apparition arrived. It scanned the surroundings, but it couldn't find any trace of the spaceship, and its gaze became even gloomier. There are spatial fluctuations. He teleported the spaceship away again. It felt a trace of spatial fluctuations and coldly snorted in its heart, closing its eyes. Boom! In the next moment, a huge shadow appeared behind it. Although this shadow had the appearance of a bloated dark apparition of the gluttony race, and its entire body was filled with a thick sense of darkness and evil, it also had an unparalleled majesty. The Gluttony Emperor. This was the Gluttony Emperor's shadow, roar. When the shadow appeared, it let out a deafening roar. It opened its mouth, and endless black light spread out. Then, the endless space seemed to overlap and was swallowed into the stomach of this huge mouth. The scene in front of them changed. Countless stars retreated and entered the huge mouth. The huge mouth could actually swallow a large part of the void. The Fire River. Spaceship appeared in another part of the void, and then rushed toward the Lanji Void Fortress. They were getting closer and closer, and hope was in front of them. The Cosmic Sky College martial artists in the spaceship were excited, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. After witnessing Wang Ting escape from the gluttony demon apparition again and again, they were no longer in despair. Instead, a strong sense of hope rose in their hearts. Wang Ting also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A demon apparition at its peak was indeed not something he could deal with. Don't think that just because you bullied a half-dead, half-crippled demon apparition that you can look down on all demon apparitions. If he had the slightest bit of contempt just now, he would probably be dead by now. However, at this moment, he felt that something was wrong again. He abruptly looked behind him, and his expression changed drastically. Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others also saw the shocking and terrifying scene behind them. Their expressions were blank, and their hearts were shaken. The void overlapped, and countless stars retreated. A huge shadow was approaching in an unbelievable way. It did not move, but it was getting closer, as if they were retreating. It was too terrifying. What kind of technique was this? For a moment, all the Light Universe's martial artists fell into a state of shock, and they could not even react. This is the gluttony. Space? Wang Ting was also extremely shocked, and his pupils contracted violently. He had underestimated the demon apparition of the gluttony race. Its development of its talent was far beyond the two upper-level demon emperor gluttony race dark apparitions. This was a qualitative leap, and there was no comparison. No one had expected the gluttony demon sovereign to be so powerful. It was clearly still very far away, but it was able to cross space in such a way and directly descend. Such a terrifying scene was imprinted in everyone's hearts. They were so shocked that they couldn't react. No, even if they reacted, it would be useless. They couldn't resist this power. In an instant, the terrifying gluttony demon sovereign arrived in the void. The huge phantom of the gluttony sovereign covered a large area of the starry sky, swallowing everything. A terrifying suction force erupted, causing the Fire River spaceship to stagnate and even retreat. Not good. Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were shocked. The spaceship was retreating like the stars, about to be sucked into the huge phantom's mouth. This was a demon sovereign level existence. The upper demon emperor level gluttony dark apparition couldn't compare at all. If it swallowed them, no one could escape. Even Wanting couldn't. Come into my stomach. The glutton demon sovereign stepped into the air, his cold voice reverberating through the air. It didn't use any other means. That huge phantom stretched across the void, erupting with a terrifying suction force. It was like a whirlpool, swallowing everything around it. I knew a demon sovereign level existence wasn't easy to deal with. Wanting took a deep breath, and his expression was very serious. He stepped out and disappeared from the spaceship. Wanting. Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge were shocked. They didn't expect Wanting to take the initiative to go out in such a situation. Wanting ignored them. At this moment, he appeared in the void outside. Instantly, he felt a terrifying suction force. However, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he stretched out his hand. Fortunately, I was prepared. A small whirlpool appeared on his palm. It contained extremely complex and powerful energy. The gluttony demon sovereign seemed to feel something. Its gaze fell on Wanting's palm and froze. In that small whirlpool, it actually felt a power that could threaten it. Go. Wanting did not give his opponent a chance to react. With a flick of his finger, the vortex in his hand shot out. The gluttony sovereign king's shadow was already unleashing a terrifying suction force, and the vortex followed along at an extremely fast speed. Rumble, moreover, the moment it sped out, the palm-sized whirlpool began to expand wildly. Like an inflated balloon, it instantly grew to a size of several hundred feet, and was still expanding crazily. What's that? Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were slightly stunned. At this moment, a violent force suddenly spread out from the vortex. Flames swept out, thunder flashed, the wind was raging, even the power of space. Immediately, the space around the vortex collapsed. It was as if it was unable to withstand the power within it, and spatial cracks appeared. Endless storm. This, Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Wanting had too many tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, the power of this technique was even stronger than the sword light from before. What kind of freak was this guy? You're courting death. The gluttony sovereign king's eyes flashed as he stared coldly at the vortex and snorted. Boom! Suddenly, a black light condensed in the gluttony sovereign king's mouth, and then it turned into a black pillar of light that shot out. It did not dare to let the vortex enter the gluttony sovereign king's shadow's mouth. It wanted to intercept it. This was undoubtedly incredible. If even demon lord level existences were afraid of this technique, just how powerful would it be? At this moment, the Light Universe's martial artists in the Fire River spaceship were in an indescribable state of shock. The black pillar of light quickly descended and was about to hit the vortex. Explode. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out in the void. The rapidly spinning vortex suddenly froze for a moment, and then a dazzling light exploded. This light was not just a single light, but a myriad of colors. Aside from black, there were almost all kinds of colors, and it bloomed beautifully in the void. At that moment, the entire void was illuminated, and it was reflected in a myriad of colors. Then, an incomparably violent energy swept out from it, sweeping across the void. The moment the black pillar of light arrived, it was sucked in by this violent energy, and then it was torn apart. The runes on the pillar of light shattered one by one, and it could not even hold on for a moment. The entire black pillar of light disintegrated inch by inch. Then, the violent energy swept toward the gluttony sovereign king's shadow at a terrifying speed. The gluttony sovereign king's expressionless face finally showed a hint of change, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He waved his hand, and a black ball of light appeared and enveloped him. Boom! In the next moment, the terrifying violent energy drowned him. Let's go. Wanting did not look at the result. He immediately returned to the spaceship and shouted loudly. The power of space exploded again, and he took the Fire River spaceship far away. Yuan Gungun heard his voice and immediately activated the Fire River spaceship's energy to the maximum. When the Fire River spaceship appeared in another part of the void, it sped toward the distant void at an extreme speed without any delay. At this moment, not a single second could be wasted. Inside the spaceship, Fu Shuyuan, Gung Haoge, and the others were completely speechless. They could not regain their senses for a long time. This time, the Gluttony Sovereign King was delayed even longer, but unfortunately, it still caught up to them in the end. Roar! There was a furious roar in the void. The Gluttony Sovereign King appeared, and the Gluttony Sovereign King's shadow enveloped the void. It overlapped space again, and the stars retreated, and an even more terrifying suction force came from afar. At the same time, the Gluttony Sovereign King's shadow's hand suddenly stretched out in the void, and it turned into a giant hand that covered the sky. This hand was even larger than the Demon Sovereign Dark Apparition's hand. It seemed to cover the entire void, and nothing under the void could escape. The Fire River spaceship's speed instantly dropped, and it was shrouded by the shadow of the giant hand. Terrifying pressure poured down from above, causing the spaceship to creak. Cracks began to appear on the spaceship. Many parts of the spaceship even caved in, as if it was being squeezed in the palm of a giant hand. Everywhere was collapsing. Pft! 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 Inside the spaceship, the Light Universe's martial artists looked as if they were struck by lightning. They could not help but spit out blood, and they suffered serious internal injuries. Even Fu Shuyuan and Gung Haoge, the two Sector Lord geniuses, looked pale, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. Wang Ting's body shook, and he immediately activated all kinds of body constitutions. Sacred Light Body, Level 1, Sacred Star Body, Level 1, Water Element. Body, Level 5, Sacred Wind Spirit Body, Level 4, True Dragon War Body, Pseudo, Level 5, 5 Elements Divine Treasure, Level 6, Lightning Spirit Body, Level 5. As he activated all kinds of body constitutions, his body suddenly became extraordinarily strong, and the terrifying pressure around him suddenly weakened. However, that terrifying pressure still caused his body to tremble. If this trembling continued, it would also cause him to be injured, just like the other Light Universe's martial artists. Not enough. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and roared in his heart, Ancient God Body. Rumble! Immediately, a mysterious and powerful energy spread out from the depths of his body. His heart beat violently, and his blood flowed like mercury, dyed with a layer of golden light. Even the bones all over his body were covered in golden runes. It was a very mysterious sight. Powerful energy surged out from his limbs and bones. A strange and complicated golden mark appeared on his forehead. In an instant, Wang Ting's body constitution reached its peak, and that terrifying pressure could no longer affect him. Shua, he appeared in the void outside again, looking at the glutton race overlord from afar. You can be proud of being able to force me to such a state. A cold voice came from the glutton race overlord, and it was majestic. But you are destined not to escape today. Wang Ting did not waste words, and he looked up at the descending hand. At this time, standing in the outside world, he felt the terrifying pressure, and his body trembled again. However, he could not care so much at this time. Boom! A powerful energy burst out from his body and gathered above his head, turning into a huge shadow. It was a tortoise shell, an incomparably huge tortoise shell shadow. Boundless energy poured into the tortoise shell. This was the origin power of the Chaos Stars, formed by Wang Ting's origin power. After the endless storm, the origin power in his body was almost depleted. Fortunately, he had picked up many attribute bubbles before, so he had a lot of surplus in his body, and now it was just the right time to use it. In addition to some recovery pills, they were poured into his mouth like beans, and he barely managed to recover half of his origin power. At this time, the origin power in his body burst out, causing the tortoiseshell shadow to quickly solidify, as if it was real. Complicated and mysterious patterns appeared on the tortoise shell, causing it to emit endless light. Boom! 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 The pressure from the giant hand was blocked by the tortoise shell, and there were continuous explosions, and origin power ripples spread out in all directions. However, it was only blocked for a moment. Ka ka ka! A series of cracking sounds could be heard, and the tortoise shell trembled violently, cracking continuously, and the patterns on it shattered. Thankfully, the Fire River battleship was able to resume operations at this moment, and it shot forward, escaping the range of the giant hand. Boom! In the next moment, the tortoise shell exploded, unable to hold on any longer. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The gluttony overlord snorted coldly, and the gluttony sovereign king's shadow suction force burst out, but it ignored the Fire River spacecraft and focused all its power on Wang Ting. In its opinion, the value of this radiant universe's area lord was far greater than anything else. Damn it! Wang Ting immediately felt the suction force of the gluttony sovereign king. Even with his strength, he could not resist it, and his body flew forward uncontrollably. Boom! The power of space erupted from his body, spreading out into the void and resisting the suction force. In his perception, this suction force was also a spatial technique, and it was the power of the gluttony race's gluttony domain. Fortunately, because the gluttony sovereign king kept using spatial techniques, there were spatial attributes dropping around him, which he picked up. The most abundant energy in his body was the power of space. Kacha! 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 The surrounding space collapsed, and the suction force disappeared. Wang Ting immediately retreated, escaping the range of the gluttony sovereign king's shadow's mouth. You really do control the power of space. The gluttony overlord's eyes flashed, and he stared at Wang Ting. Then this overlord cannot let you escape. We'll see if you can catch me. Wang Ting smiled coldly and immediately used Flash to escape into the distance. At this moment, the Fire River spacecraft had already escaped some distance away, and the gluttony overlord's attention was focused on him, so the pressure on him was much less. At least he did not have to worry about anything else. Only the heavens knew what it felt like to escape with so many people. This was simply inhumane, alright, if not for the fact that he had to maintain his image as a prodigy, he would have abandoned them and escaped by himself. With his methods, he was confident that he could escape from the gluttony overlord. The gluttony overlord saw Wang Ting escape, and his eyes turned cold. He waved his hand, and black tentacles shot out from the gluttony sovereign king's shadow's mouth. Whoosh! 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 These black tentacles pierced through space and appeared behind Wang Ting. Holy shit! Wang Ting could not help but curse. This gluttony overlord's use of spatial power was not weak at all. This was the first time he had encountered an overlord that was so adept at using spatial power. The overlords and immortals he had encountered in the past could not affect space to such an extent. He did not have time to think. He immediately erupted with spatial power, condensing a spatial blade and slashing out. His other attributes had been severely depleted, so he could only rely on spatial power. He wanted to show this gluttony overlord what a cheat was. It was unwise to compete with spatial power. Rip! The incomparably sturdy black tentacles were instantly sliced apart by the spatial blade. They could not block it at all. Let's see how long you can last. The gluttony overlord pursued relentlessly, sending out black tentacles that covered the void. It would not give up until it caught Wang Ting. Come, come, come. Come and catch me. Wang Ting laughed loudly. As he fled, he condensed spatial blades and cut apart the black tentacles. The gluttony overlord's eyes gradually darkened, and his stiff and cold expression finally became somewhat unsightly. He had discovered a problem. This brat's spatial power seemed to be endless. He had previously discovered that his opponent's origin power seemed to be boundless. Even after using many powerful moves, he could still keep erupting. Now that he had exhausted his origin power with great difficulty, he discovered that his spatial power seemed to be even more boundless. He could not use it up no matter how hard he tried. Furthermore, he seemed to have done something wrong. He should not have let that spaceship go. Previously, this brat had been covering for the spaceship's escape, so he had been restrained at every turn. Now that the spaceship was gone, he was even more nimble and difficult to deal with. He was like a slippery loach, impossible to hold back. Who would have thought that this sovereign would be forced to use immortal power by an area lord? The gluttony overlord was enraged. His eyes became even colder, and he no longer held back. Boom! A terrifying power swept out from the gluttony overlord's phantom, bringing with it a strange power that caused the surrounding space to stagnate. Then, the space began to overlap and retreat. Immortal power. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, but he had already expected this. A demon overlord naturally possessed immortal power. Previously, the gluttony overlord must have felt that it was not worth it for him to use immortal power, but now it had no choice. However, I also have immortal power. Wang Ting smiled coldly. When the power of space exploded, there was also a strange force that merged with it. Immortal power, he had been waiting for this moment. The gluttony overlord would definitely use immortal power at the very end, and he had also kept it for the very end. This way, he could catch his opponent off guard. Rumble, the two powers collided. Wang Ting's spatial power once again blocked the gluttony overlord's power. What? This time, the gluttony overlord finally revealed a trace of astonishment. He looked at the space around Wang Ting in disbelief. Immortal power? Was his perception wrong? That was actually immortal power. This was simply absurd. Why do you have immortal power? The gluttony overlord asked in disbelief. It's just immortal power. What's the big deal? I can get it by casually cultivating, Wang Ting said casually, then turned around and continued to flee. While it was dumbfounded, run. The gluttony overlord felt that its intelligence had been insulted. Flames of anger rose in its heart, and it chased after Wang Ting. It did not believe that the immortal power of this universe of light's martial artist could contend against it. His opponent would definitely not be able to last much longer. Die for me. A furious roar came from the gluttony overlord's mouth. It once again erupted with immortal power, causing the gluttony domain to extend, wanting to capture Wang Ting. Wang Ting wanted to use spatial power to resist, but his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and said, "You can't catch me." Laughable, this sovereign. Before the gluttony overlord could finish speaking, a calm voice rang out in the void. What do you want to say? Space rippled, and a figure stepped out in front of Wang Ting, pointing at the void in front of him. Pong, the gluttony overlord's spatial power instantly shattered, and its gluttony domain was forced back, unable to extend forward. Universe of Light's immortal rank. The gluttony overlord stared at the figure that had appeared in front of him, feeling extremely sullen. Unknowingly, that brat had already escaped to the universe of Light's territory. It could not even catch an area lord. This was simply a disgrace. Phew. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the figure in front of him. The immortal rank existences of the light universe had finally arrived. If they had been any slower, he would have reached his destination. Fortunately, these immortal rank existences did not disappoint him. After approaching the Lanji Void Fortress, they heard the commotion and rushed over. The glutton demon master used the power of space without restraint, causing intense spatial fluctuations. Did he really think that the immortal rank existences of the light universe were blind? Only the glutton demon master was forced into a corner by Wang Ting and did not notice that they were already close to the Lanji Void Fortress. Otherwise, it would have used its strongest method to make Wang Ting stay no matter what. However, from the very beginning, it had never imagined that it would actually allow a region master level cultivator to escape from its grasp. In the end, it still underestimated Wang Ting. Junior Wang Ting, are you okay? At this moment, a tantalizing voice came from the front. The immortal rank existence turned around. It was a young man with a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. However, he was still 3 or 4 points lower than Wang Ting. Wang Ting's current appearance was so monstrous that only the dark apparitions of the blood race could compare. In addition to his temperament that had been cultivated through countless experiences, even immortal rank existences would find it difficult to surpass him. This was not an exaggeration. The immortal rank existence in front of him was also surprised. After seeing this rumored junior with his own eyes, he realized that this person was indeed extraordinary. In terms of appearance and temperament, very few people could compare. Junior? Wang Ting was stunned. This name reminded him of the Cosmic Sky Academy. It seemed that only the people there would call him that. Could this immortal rank existence be from the Cosmic Sky Academy? As expected, the immortal rank existence smiled and said, Second Cosmic Sky Academy, Second Adjudicator, Gong Yangyu. Second Adjudicator. Wang Ting was surprised. He did not expect to meet an adjudicator in such a situation. He could not help but wonder, Gong Yangyu. Gong Yangyu, is there such a surname in the universe? Do you think I don't exist? The glutton demon master in the distance saw the two talking as if no one was around and snorted. Gong Yangyu looked at her. Tan Tan asked, isn't it good to live a little longer? F*CK, this Gong Yangyu is even more pretentious than me. Wang Ting was speechless. The moment he opened his mouth, he was an old pretentious prick. Men, detain him and take him away. Cough, cough, forget it. Let's deal with the dark apparition demon supremacy first. You're courting death. The gluttony demon Venerable's eyes blazed with anger. Even if the other party was an immortal rank existence, did he really think he could defeat it? Senior Gongyang, this dark apparition is from the gluttony race. Its gluttony space is very powerful. It can overlap space and absorb everything into its space. Be careful. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before reminding Gongyang. After all, he was here to help him, so he had to provide him with some information. What if the second adjudicator overdid it and failed miserably? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? He was doing this for the sake of the other party. She was too understanding. Wang Ting silently gave himself 12 likes. A gluttony race dark apparition? Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed with a strange light. He nodded and said, no wonder I felt a strong spatial fluctuation just now. It can affect space. Thank you, Junior Wang Ting. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll cheer you on from the side. Wang Ting's figure flashed and hid far away. He even found a meteorite to sit on. Gong Yangyu was speechless. What did he mean by cheering me on? He really wanted to say that there was no need for that. Also, what was with this guy sitting there and watching the show? He suddenly had the urge to turn around and leave. This guy was a little evil. He had heard that Wang Ting's brain was different from ordinary people. Now, he had truly seen it for himself. Boom, the gluttony demon Venerable saw that the two of them didn't even take it seriously. It became even angrier and unleashed the gluttony Emperor Phantom. A black light condensed in its mouth. Countless black runes entwined around it, emitting a strong origin source law. Good, good, good. That's it. Wang Ting was overjoyed. The more this gluttony race dark apparition unleashed its power, the more attribute bubbles he would be able to pick up later. Recently, he had become addicted to harvesting demon venerables. Harvesting ordinary dark apparitions was a little difficult. Moreover, he had just been chased so miserably. What was wrong with collecting some interest now? Fortunately, Gong Yangyu didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise, he would probably turn around and leave in anger. This guy was treating him as a tool to harvest his wool. Boom, in the next moment, a black light shot out from the gluttony Emperor Phantom's mouth and charged toward Gong Yangyu. Wherever it passed, the void directly cracked open, and spatial cracks appeared. The attack of a demon venerable was not something the two upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions could compare to. Gong Yangyu's expression was calm as he threw a punch forward. A terrifying blue fist mark exploded. Mystical runes were engraved on it. It also emitted a strong origin source law aura. Boom, the two attacks collided in the void and exploded with a terrifying roar. The black light pillar shattered, and the blue fist mark dimmed significantly. More than half of the runes on it shattered, but it still charged toward the gluttony demon venerable. Roar, a furious roar was heard. The phantom of the sovereign king of gluttony opened its mouth wide, distorting the space around it. A terrifying suction force burst out and swallowed the blue fist print whole. Gong Yangyu narrowed his eyes slightly. After the blue fist mark entered the gluttony emperor phantom's mouth, there was no more movement. It was as if it had completely disappeared. At this moment, he finally understood what Wang Ting had just said. This demon venerable gluttony race dark apparition was indeed very powerful. Its talent was also extremely strange. He was even more surprised. Wang Ting could actually escape from such a demon venerable. He even brought a ship of Light Universe's martial artists here. This was not simple. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting, who was watching the show from afar. He was speechless. This guy actually took out some fruits and started munching on them. This was too much. Senior, you can do it, Wang Ting shouted when he saw the other party looking at him. He had promised to cheer him on, but in the end, he only cared about eating the fruits. This shouldn't have happened. Gong Yangyu didn't want to look at him anymore. He didn't want to turn around and leave. He had given a military order to bring Wang Ting back and kill this dark apparition demon venerable along the way. If he went back like this, wouldn't it be embarrassing? However, this demon venerable dark apparition was indeed a little troublesome. The power of space was a very troublesome power. In that case, I'd like to see how much of my power you can swallow. Blue light flashed in Gong Yangyu's eyes. He moved his body and charged toward the dark. Apparition Demon Venerable. Boom. Boom. Boom, he punched out, and it instantly turned into dozens of fist marks that bombarded the Gluttony Demon Venerable's mouth. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. This wasn't just one punch, but dozens of punches in an instant. Because the speed was so fast, it looked like only one punch. This second arbiter was very strong. The Gluttony Demon Venerable also felt the pressure. Its whole shrank, and black tentacles burst out of the Gluttony Sovereign Phantom's mouth, heading toward the fist marks. Boom. Boom. Boom, violent explosions resounded in the void. Many fist marks were blocked, but most of them still rushed toward the Gluttony Sovereign Phantom's mouth. Whoosh, the Gluttony Demon Venerable appeared in front of the giant mouth and punched out. Black light erupted from its fists, turning into fist imprints that collided with the blue fist imprints that were coming from the front. Rumble. The two fist marks collided, and a violent explosion sounded. The Gluttony Demon Venerable's fist marks actually exploded, turning into rolling origin power that rolled backward. The Gluttony Demon Venerable was forced back. I thought your gluttony space was very big, but it's just this. It doesn't even dare to swallow my fist marks. Gong Yangyu smiled and took another step forward. A blue battle sword appeared in his hand, and the sound of crashing waves could be heard. A majestic sea appeared behind him. Boom, the sword slashed out, wrapped in the boundless power of the sea, and swept toward the Gluttony Demon Venerable. Roar. The Gluttony Demon Venerable roared. A huge scythe appeared in its hand, and it slashed out. Black light condensed on the scythe, turning into a 300-meter-long scythe that covered the dark runes. At the same time, a huge scythe appeared behind the Gluttony Sovereign Phantom's hand, emitting terrifying fluctuations. The scythe in the Gluttony Demon Venerable's hand slashed down, and it also slashed out. Chi, the void was torn apart, and a large number of spatial cracks appeared. The black scythe instantly collided with the blue sword light coming from the opposite side. Rumble, a terrifying sound was heard. The collision of the two attacks was terrifying. Origin power rippled out continuously, and the runes collapsed. The majestic sea and the Gluttony Sovereign Phantom collided in the void. The power of the sea was endless, vast and majestic. It formed an endless stream of sword light that flowed out and converged into the huge blue sword light. However, the black scythe was not an ordinary attack. It contained the power of space, and it seemed to be able to tear through everything. The power of the opposing sword light was constantly weakened. The power of space. Gong Yangyu's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the Gluttony Demon Venerable to not only use the power of space in its mouth, but also in its battle technique. Wang Ting's expression also became serious. This scene was also beyond his expectations. The Gluttony Demon Venerable's use of the power of space was truly ridiculous. Even he, who possessed the innate talent of space, was shocked. Sure enough, he could not underestimate any demon venerable. Boom, suddenly, the two attacks exploded, turning into endless waves of origin power that swept out in all directions. Black and blue light flooded a large area of the void. You want to leave? A loud shout suddenly came from the void. The terrifying sword light exploded once again, tearing apart the waves of origin power as it slashed out. Humph. The Gluttony Demon Venerable coldly snorted, and its cold voice sounded. I will remember what happened today. On the battlefield in the future, I will definitely take your lives. It's going to run. Wang Ting's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. Boom, a strange and spectacular scene appeared in the void. The void overlapped once again, and the erupting waves of origin power and the sword light were all blocked to one side of the void, unable to cross the distance. As for the Glutton Demon Sovereign, it left under Gong Yangyu and Wang Ting's gazes. From near to far, it turned into a black dot, finally disappearing into the void. Boom, at this moment, the blue sword light completely fell, but it slashed into empty air. Gong Yangyu's expression was somewhat ugly. This Gluttony Demon Venerable's innate talent was too overpowered. Ordinary power was completely useless. How could he intercept it? Damn. I didn't think it would actually escape. I miscalculated. Wang Ting was somewhat vexed. If he had used the power of space to interfere, perhaps Gong Yangyu's sword light could have hit the demon venerable. However, it was hard to say whether or not he could have stopped it. Senior, are you all right? He came to Gong Yangyu's side and asked carefully. What could happen to me? Gong Yangyu's mouth twitched. I was afraid that you would be too upset and hurt yourself, Wang Ting said. Gong Yangyu was speechless. Actually, it's fine. That gluttony race dark apparition can use the power of space. It's normal for it to be able to escape from your hands. Just look at how far I was chased by it. I don't even know how far it crossed the void. It's simply too miserable, Wang Ting consoled him. You might as well not console me, Gong Yangyu said speechlessly. Oh. Wang Ting shut up. I was careless. I didn't think it would suddenly escape. Gong Yangyu sighed. It probably knew that this place was very close to our void fortress, so it didn't plan to fight to the death with you from the start, Wang Ting said. Gong Yangyu nodded and looked at Wang Ting. Go back. Those people you saved are still waiting for you. Wang Ting nodded. His gaze immediately swept around and collected all the attribute bubbles. Dark Star Origin Power * 85,000, Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 65,000, God Tier Darkness Innate Talent * 32,000, Gluttony Realm, Grade 5, * 43,500, Gluttony Mouth * 12,000, Gluttony Fist * 21,000, Gluttony Demonic Space Scythe * 26,000, Gluttony Demonic Book * 25,000, Gluttony Domain, Grade 9 Melder, * 3,300, Darkness Origin, Grade 7, * 18,000, Gluttony Realm, Grade 7, * 16,000, Immortal Substance * 2,000, amazing. Wang Ting couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He was really surprised and happy. He never thought that this gluttony race dark apparition would drop so many attribute values. Moreover, the value of each attribute was extremely high, far surpassing the value of the 2 Demon Emperor rank gluttony race dark apparitions from before. Thank you, Senior. Wang Ting immediately looked at Gong Yangyu, his eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to harvest so much. Gong Yangyu thought that Wang Ting was grateful for his help and finally felt a trace of relief in his heart. This guy still had a bit of conscience. He then directly grabbed Wang Ting's shoulder. The space where they were standing slightly fluctuated, and the two disappeared together. Wang Ting was a little dazed. He still hadn't finished picking up all the attribute bubbles. He didn't have time to think too much. At the last moment, his spiritual force swept out and released the void mayfly to pick up the remaining attribute bubbles. Water Star Force * 95,000, Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 70,000, God Tier Water Innate Talent * 35,000, Vast Ocean Body, Grade 5, * 6,500, Vast Ocean Fist * 21,500, Vast Ocean Sword * 24,000, Vast Ocean Domain, Grade 9 Melder, * 4,200, Water Origin, Grade 7, * 22,000, World Force, Grade 7, * 13,000. Lanji Void Fortress. This was a void fortress built jointly by the Skywave Weave and the Machinery Weave. Of course, the Torch Dragon Weave also contributed. It was just that their efforts were relatively small. Wang Ting was here for the first time, and he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It was too spectacular. Previously, when the Blood God Avatar arrived at the Dark Void Fortress of the Dark Apparitions, it was also extremely shocking. However, compared to the one in the Radiant Universe, it was still a little lacking. This was because the Dark Void Fortress was built by many dark races, and each of them had a different style. It was as if they had been forcibly pieced together, and there was no sense of beauty or awe to the whole thing. However, the Void Fortress in front of him was completely different. It was a whole entity. A huge mechanical body. This mechanical body was in the shape of a huge pyramid. It was stacked layer by layer and flickered with blue lines of light. It was especially dazzling in the void. The entire mechanical fortress looked like a huge city. A city that stood tall in the void. This, Wang Ting stepped out of the void with Gong Yanyu and looked at the void fortress in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This void fortress was built by the mechanical race. The Skywave Weave provided the money and resources, and the Machinery Weave was responsible for the construction, Gong Yanyu said. Shocking, right? The mechanical race's methods are indeed amazing. Wang Ting nodded. He didn't expect the mechanical race's methods to be so shocking. Such a huge mechanical fortress was built entirely by them. There was probably no race in the universe that could compare to the mechanical race's manufacturing ability. Let's go. Gong Yanyu stepped into the air toward the void fortress in the distance and said, "Those juniors have already reached the void fortress and are safe and sound." Wang Ting nodded and followed. The two had just arrived in front of the void fortress when a mechanical body flew over and blocked their path. Crack! 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 A crisp sound rang out. After a series of changes, the mechanical body in front of them actually turned into a robot. Its blue mechanical eyes stared at the two of them and moved slightly. In a unique mechanical voice, it said, "Your Excellency Gong Yanyu, Your Excellency Wang Ting, please show your pass." "Oh, you actually recognize me," Wang Ting said in surprise. "Ha ha ha, these are the mechanical puppets of the automaton race. Their database is so powerful that it will surprise you." Gong Yanyu laughed when he saw him like this. It was the same when he first came here. If it was an ordinary martial artist, even if they had heard of someone's name, they might not be able to recognize him immediately. However, the automaton race could store information. This automaton marionette was controlled by the automaton race, so it naturally had a corresponding database. It was not strange that it could recognize Wang Ting at first glance. Mechanical puppet. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and asked, "How do you verify it?" "Use your intelligent wristwatch to show your identity." Gong Yanyu operated his intelligent wristwatch and projected a screen. The mechanical puppet scanned with its eyes and nodded, "Welcome back, Your Excellency Gong Yanyu." Then, he looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting opened his intelligent wristwatch and showed his identity to Yuan Gun. The mechanical puppet also scanned and said, "Your Excellency Wang Ting, it's an honor to meet you. Welcome to the Lanji Void Fortress. You are a friend of the automaton race. If you have any requests, you can contact any automaton warrior at any time." "Huh?" Gong Yanyu was surprised and looked at Wang Ting. "You are related to the automaton race?" Wang Ting was also very puzzled. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and asked, "Is it Enlon?" "Yes, Enlon is a warrior of the automaton race. You are his friend, so naturally, you are also a friend of the automaton race," the mechanical puppet said. "I understand." Wang Ting nodded. "I didn't expect you to know someone from the automaton race." Gong Yanyu looked at Wang Ting in surprise. "It can't be helped. I am too outstanding. Everyone loves me and wants to be friends with me," Wang Ting said. Gong Yanyu was speechless. This person's skin was a little thick. He was still panting when he said he was fat. "Let's go." Wang Ting leisurely flew towards the automaton fortress in front as if he had returned to his own home. Gong Yanyu was speechless. If it was someone else who didn't know, they might have thought that he was brought back by Wang Ting. This was completely the opposite. Wang Ting came closer and was even more shocked. This automaton fortress was really too big. Looking up from here, he couldn't even see the highest point. Who knew how many floors there were above? At this moment, they were in the middle of the automaton fortress. The distance between the top and bottom was about the same, so they couldn't see the bottom either. The two landed on the platform. A mechanical door opened in front of them and they walked in. "Wang Ting, follow me to meet a few immortals." Gong Yangyu's heart moved and he suddenly said. Wang Ting wasn't surprised. So many things happened along the way. Those immortals definitely had to meet. Gong Yanyu led the way in front. The two quickly passed through door after door and walked towards the center. Wang Ting wanted to complain. There were too many doors in this automaton fortress. Every once in a while, a door had to be opened. He didn't know what it was for. Finally, they came to a large hall filled with dreamy aura. Everywhere was misty, as if there were no boundaries. Faint starlight flickered in the surroundings. This feeling made Wang Ting think of a person's mind. Yes, it was like a person's mind. However, he only glanced at his surroundings before looking ahead. The immortals all turned their heads to look at him. Their gazes all landed on him. Luckily, Wang Ting had faced such situations many times before. He wasn't afraid. He looked over calmly and walked in with Gong Yangyu. Marquis Yu, looks like you didn't manage to kill that demon master rank existence. An undying suddenly spoke. Yu Ho. Wang Ting's heart moved. This was the senior's immortal title. He was a Marquis immortal, far stronger than normal immortals. In terms of strength, this senior was even more powerful. Even among the Marquis immortals, he was probably a top existence. He might even become an emperor in the future. Of course, he was probably still very young. Wang Ting knew that the Cosmic Sky Academy's adjudicators were all very young and powerful. Compared to many immortals in the universe, they were considered young. Demon seniors aren't that easy to kill. Gong Yangyu rolled his eyes and said, Green Deer Marquis, the next time we meet that glutton race demon senior, I'll leave it to you. Glutton race demon senior. The immortals present had different expressions. Some had heard of this dark race, while others had never. I didn't expect a glutton race dark apparition to appear. At this moment, a strange voice sounded. Wang Ting couldn't help but look over. He realized that the person who spoke was an automaton race immortal. His entire body glowed with a silvery white metallic luster. He had a human form. His face and most of his body were extremely smooth, like human skin. However, one of his arms was in the shape of a machine. Various mechanical structures could be seen. Other than that, one of his eyes was also in the shape of a machine. It glowed with a cold blue light, while the other eye was no different from a normal human's. This strange combination didn't seem out of place on his body. Instead, it was extremely harmonious. It gave people the feeling that this was how he should be. At this moment, the other party seemed to have felt Wang Ting's gaze. He turned his head and looked over. His gaze was so deep that one couldn't look straight at him. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. Being looked at by this automaton race immortal, he felt as though he was completely seen through. However, he knew that this was an illusion. Moreover, this feeling of being seen through was only limited to the surface of his body. It didn't go deeper. It was as though he had been scanned. Wang Ting wasn't worried. Even a true god might not be able to see through everything about him, let alone an immortal. However, this feeling proved that this automaton race immortal was indeed very powerful. Perhaps the automaton race had some special means to spy on him. A strange light flashed across the automaton race immortal's eyes. He didn't expect that he couldn't see through a domain lord. In fact, he didn't mean to spy on him. This was the automaton race's ability. They could analyze a warrior's strength through their physical data. Therefore, he nodded slightly at Wang Ting. He looked quite friendly. This automaton race is really strange. I really want to use the Eye of Truth to take a look. Wang Ting nodded at the other party. However, he was secretly scheming in his heart. He was still very curious about the automaton race, especially the immortal. It would be great if he could take a look. Just one look. Star Mechanic Emperor, you seem to know a lot about this glutton race dark apparition, asked an immortal. Star Mechanic Emperor. Wang Ting was slightly shocked. This automaton race immortal was actually an emperor immortal. There were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers among the strong ones present. I've seen them before. My automaton race has some information about them. The Star Mechanic Emperor nodded slightly and said, however, Marquis, you just fought with that glutton race dark apparition. You should have recorded some information. Gong Yangyu nodded. His finger tapped lightly on his intelligent wristwatch, and a light screen was projected. It showed the battle from before. Space power. Everyone was slightly shocked. This glutton race dark apparition has space talent? I think Wang Ting has the most right to speak about this. The Star Mechanic Emperor made an inviting gesture at Wang Ting and said. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Wang Ting. However, no one looked down on this young domain lord peak warrior. His battle record was too dazzling and couldn't be ignored. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to enter this place where only immortals were present. Wang Ting was just about to count his gains this time when he was suddenly called out. He had no choice but to stand up and say, "The glutton race dark apparition has an innate ability called gluttony space. It can devour and disintegrate all kinds of energy." After the previous battle, we discovered that the glutton race demon Venerable's use of space power had already surpassed its gluttony space and applied it to battle techniques. Not only is it an offensive battle technique, but it's also an escape technique. I don't know if all the glutton race demon Venerables can do this, but there's no doubt that this is worthy of our attention. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Gluttony space, he used the power of space to apply it to his combat skills. This dark race dark apparition was a bit troublesome. All the immortals present knew what this meant. A demon venerable that could apply space power to battle techniques was very difficult to deal with. Not many people present had the confidence to deal with it. No wonder even a genius like Gong Yangyu was chased away by the glutton race demon venerable. Marquis Green Deer's expression became awkward. Originally, when he saw that Marquis Yu was a young but talented person, he felt a little jealous. Thus, he couldn't help but mock him when he saw him fail this time. Who knew that he would encounter such a troublesome dark race? If he were to face the glutton race demon venerable, the situation would be even worse. He might not be able to defeat it. Now, he was afraid that Gong Yangyu would push him to deal with the glutton race demon venerable in the next battle. Dealing with the other dark apparition demon venerables was already troublesome enough. Now that the glutton race demon venerable was even more terrifying and troublesome, he wouldn't foolishly rush up. Wang Ting is right. The information that the machine race has is only SOSO. The Star Mechanic Emperor was very surprised. He didn't expect Wang Ting to have such a thorough understanding of the glutton race dark apparition. One had to know that they only knew that the glutton race dark apparition had a strange innate ability like gluttony space after a long period of research. However, Wang Ting was able to point it out with a single sentence. He wasn't simple. The other immortals also reacted and looked at Wang Ting. This young prodigy who was famous in the three territories was indeed something. He seemed to be really good at dealing with dark apparitions. Whether it was the demon brain race dark apparition or the underworld god race dark apparition, they were all dark races that were extremely difficult to deal with. In the end, they were all defeated by Wang Ting. From this, it could be seen that he was indeed stronger than ordinary warriors in dealing with dark apparitions. Wang Ting, how did you know about the glutton race's innate ability? Have you seen this dark race before? At this time an immortal existence asked. No, it's also my first time seeing it. Wang Ting shook his head and said, otherwise, it wouldn't have been chased like a stray dog. And the reason I know about their innate ability is that when I was fighting with two upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions, I personally entered their gluttony space to experience it. Personally entered the gluttony space to experience it? Everyone was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Was this something a human could do? Even Gong Yangyu turned to look at Wang Ting in shock. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His expression was a little complicated. Did this guy not know how to spell the word death? The Star Mechanic King was also silent for a while. He coughed and said, that was an upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparition of the glutton race. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to come out? It's all right. We have to take some risks when dealing with a dark apparition. Now that we have its innate talent, we will be mentally prepared when we deal with it in the future. We might be able to reduce the number of casualties, Wang Ting said righteously. Good. The Star Mechanic King was in awe and couldn't help but shout loudly. The other immortals' expressions also became serious. They never expected this young prodigy to have such awareness. Even they couldn't help but admire him. End of chapter. After coming out of the hall, Wang Ting walked toward a passage under the guidance of a mechanical puppet. After those immortals asked about the gluttony demon master, they dispersed and did not stay for too long. They all looked like they were in a hurry. Before the Star Mechanic King left, he specially ordered a mechanical puppet to help Wang Ting settle down. Wang Ting thought back to his performance just now and gave himself 100 points in his heart. Reputation depended on publicity. And these immortals were the best publicity targets. after all, they were powerful enough. With a small demonstration, his hard work in dealing with the dark apparitions would not be in vain. As the saying went, the crybaby gets the milk. Wang Ting knew this very well. Not long after, the mechanical puppet in front stopped. Then, it opened a door, revealing a rather luxurious and beautiful spacious room. The facilities inside were complete. Whether it was a place for cultivation or leisure, everything was clear at a glance. Most importantly, the room was filled with a sci-fi feel. Lights and colors were everywhere, and it was very beautiful. From the window, one could even see the starry sky outside. Your Excellency Wang Ting, this is your residence from now on. The mechanical puppet made a pleased gesture. This room? Wang Ting was a little surprised. Those who did not know might think that this was a tourist spaceship instead of a war fortress. Was it really good to build such a room on a war fortress? This was originally a room specially provided for immortals, but because of Your Excellency Wang Ting's special identity, the immortals have specially allowed Your Excellency Wang Ting to stay here, the mechanical puppet said. Wang Ting was enlightened. A cultivation ground for immortal stage existences. Everything made sense now. Immortals had different identities, after all, so it was normal for them to receive special treatment. Moreover, with the construction methods of the mechanical race, there was not much difference between building a simple and unadorned room and building a luxurious room like the one in front of him. It was nothing more than a matter of 1 second or 2 seconds. Of course, this was an exaggeration. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Ting nodded and said, help me thank the immortals. Alright, Sir Wang Ting, if you have any needs, you can call out through the pager in the room at any time. Other mechanical puppets will immediately serve you. The mechanical puppet turned and left. TSK, this mechanical race is really thorough in their service. Wang Ting sighed with emotion. He didn't feel like he was here to fight. Instead, he felt like he was here to enjoy. However, the journey was indeed tiring. Now that they had arrived at the Lanji Void Fortress, they could finally take a good rest. It's not easy. Wang Ting sat down on the soft sofa in the hall, sinking himself into it and lying flat. His psychic power swept out, and the fine wine glasses, and other things on the wine rack automatically flew over and landed on the table in front of him. Then, they were filled to the brim. The wine cup automatically flew in front of Wang Ting, tilted slightly, and poured the wine into his mouth. Awesome. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and sighed. Wang Ting. Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Speak, Wang Ting said. I have bad news and good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yuan Gungun asked. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me, Wang Ting said grumpily. Alright, you don't have any sense of humor. The bad news is that the Fire River spaceship is severely damaged. The good news is that the mechanical race has already helped to repair it. Yuan Gungun curled his lips. The mechanical race's service is really good. Wang Ting sighed again. But then again, this Fire River spaceship is really unfortunate. It's been damaged time and time again. Who told you to provoke such a terrifying existence every time? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but complain. Did I provoke them? They were the ones who provoked me. Wang Ting was speechless. Anyway, if it was other domain lord level fighters, they definitely wouldn't be able to provoke a demon lord level existence. Being by your side is really exciting. Yuan Gungun laughed. Is it fun? Wang Ting asked. Yuan Gungun. If it's fun, I'll let you try again next time. Wang Ting said. No need. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes and said seriously, actually, the Fire River spaceship being damaged this time isn't necessarily a bad thing. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Ting was shocked. Just like last time, the Candle Dragon race helped you repair your spaceship and you ended up with a Sector Lord Pinnacle Molten Fire River spaceship. Now that the mechanical race is helping you repair your spaceship, what do you think you'll get? Yuan Gungun said meaningfully. Damn, so that's what you're planning. Wang Ting's eyes lit up and suddenly sat up from the sofa. If they could help him upgrade his spaceship to immortal rank, wouldn't that be great? Don't even think about immortal rank spaceship. Yuan Gungun seemed to know what he was thinking and rolled his eyes. Even upgrading a Sector Lord Pinnacle ship to immortal rank requires a lot of resources. Why would the mechanical race help you upgrade it for no reason? Plus, it's wartime now, resources are very scarce. They probably don't have any extra resources to upgrade your spaceship. Wang Ting slumped on the sofa. He lost all interest in the conversation. Stop playing dead. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Don't you have an immortal rank spaceship? I can't use that spaceship casually. Wang Ting said, like this time, I don't dare to use it casually. Otherwise, if the people on Tianzhu planet see it, they'll probably suspect me. By then, the image I've painstakingly created will be destroyed. It's already not bad to have an immortal rank spaceship. Yuan Gungun said, with your development speed, you'll definitely get an immortal rank spaceship that belongs to you. By then, you won't have to be sneaky anymore. That's right, I'll forge it myself. Wang Ting was instantly interested and nodded. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, oh right, you said that the mechanical race would benefit from repairing the spaceship. What's the benefit? Of course it's the mechanical race's technology. It's also Sector Lord Pinnacle, but with different technology, the effect will be different. Yuan Gungun explained, the Fire River spaceship already has the fire fusion characteristic of Torch Dragon Planet. Now, with the mechanical race's technology, your spaceship will be incredible. By then, there won't be many Sector Lord ships in the entire universe that can compare to the Fire River. Makes sense. Wang Ting rubbed his chin. With Yuan Gungun's explanation, he felt like he had profited. Others didn't even have the chance to get the mechanical race to repair a spaceship. In that case, would he have to let the Fire River be damaged a few more times? Fire River, I'll thank you. Speaking of which, since the mechanical race's manufacturing ability is so strong, why did Enlon ask me to forge the 1000 possibility case? Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and was confused. That's normal. The mechanical race's forging is different from our normal forging. They need to use some precise machines to forge a perfect item. And unlike normal blacksmiths, they can create these precise machines. If it's a normal blacksmith, who knows how long it'll take to create those precise machines? Yuan Gungun shook his head and said slowly. I see. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and said, in that case, rather than calling it forging, it's more like manufacturing. Yes. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, if they don't use those precise machines, a single mechanical race individual will need to immerse themselves in the path of forging for many years before they can become a grandmaster or even a saint. To put it bluntly, they need to accumulate experience to level up. Wang Ting laughed. Of course. The mechanical race is a living race after all. Yuan Gungun smiled and said. Actually, their greatest strength is their large-scale manufacturing ability. As long as they have enough mechanical puppets, it'll be easy for them to create large-scale machines. And the stronger the mechanical race, the stronger their manufacturing ability. And Lon is only at the domain lord level. He still needs a lot of time to grow. No matter what, the mechanical race's growth potential is very strong. They're a very special race. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he nodded and said, they can only be friends, not enemies. Aren't you their friend now? Yuan Gungun smiled and said. Wang Ting smiled faintly. He didn't expect that the Emperor Star in the Qian Empire would coincidentally establish a good relationship with Enlon and receive such good feedback today. Wang Ting stopped thinking about it and began to count his gains this time. He had been eyeing the Gluttony Demon Knight's attribute bubbles for a long time. The Dark Star Origin Force and Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit didn't need to be mentioned. This time, he had gained quite a lot of attribute values, increasing Wang Ting's foundation by quite a bit. Eh? A special attribute appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He couldn't help but exclaim softly. God-rank darkness talent. Wang Ting hadn't picked up a God-rank talent in a while. God-rank talents were very rare, and normal people didn't have them. This time, he obtained the God-level darkness talent from the demon venerable level existence again. Wang Ting instantly felt his God-rank darkness talent increase by a large amount. His senses towards the power of darkness became more sensitive. Even in the territory of the radiant universe, he could clearly feel the existence of the power of darkness. Divine Level Darkness Talent, 69500/100000 inch. It actually increased by so much. Wang Ting was very shocked. A sudden increase of 32,000 points allowed his God-rank darkness talent to reach close to 70,000 points. He was only 30,000 points away from breaking through. That Gluttony Demon Knight's talent seemed quite strong. Next was the Gluttony race's innate ability, Gluttony Dimension, 43500/50,000, level 5. Previously, the two upper-level Demon Emperor Gluttony race Dark Apparitions, Gluttony Dimension, talent was only at the 4th level. Now, the attribute bubbles that he extracted from the Gluttony Overlord were indeed better. It allowed his Gluttony Dimension to reach the 5th level directly. Moreover, its attribute value reached 43,500 points, close to the peak of level 5. That Gluttony Demon Knight's talent is too strong. Wang Ting was speechless. With its talent, it might break through to level 6 Gluttony Dimension at any time. When that time came, wouldn't it be even stronger? Wang Ting's expression immediately became very serious. The opponent's level 5 Gluttony Dimension was already so hard to deal with. If it reached level 6, how much more difficult would it be? It was a pity that this news could not be spread. He could only hope that the next time he encountered the Gluttony Demon Knight on the battlefield, the immortal rank existences of the light universe would be able to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Wang Ting took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. He continued to look at the next attribute bubble. The corresponding comprehension of Gluttony's mouth appeared in his mind, allowing his mastery of this battle skill to increase rapidly. Gluttony's mouth, growth type 2600/30,000, large success. Previously, Gluttony's mouth had already reached small success. This time it directly broke through and reached large success. Next, two new battle skills appeared in Wang Ting's mind. In the next moment, the Gluttony race Dark Apparition condensed and displayed two completely different battle skills. The Light Apparition displayed a fist technique and exploded with a terrifying fist mark, bombarding a huge star beast. The huge star beast suddenly let out a miserable cry. Under the fist mark, its body began to disintegrate as if it was being devoured. The other Light Apparition held a huge scythe and condensed a terrifying dark blade in the void. It slashed out and actually tore the space apart in an instant, appearing in front of a Light Universe warrior. The Light Universe warrior's face could not be seen clearly, but his strength was very strong. He was an immortal rank existence. However, the moment the dark blade descended, the Light Universe warrior's attack was also torn apart and could not block it. Poochie, immediately, the Light Universe warrior's body was slashed, and fresh blood bloomed in the void. Although he did not die, this Light Universe immortal rank warrior was severely injured and had no choice but to flee. The scene ended there. Wang Ting broke away from the comprehension and was extremely shocked. That fist technique actually contained the power of Gluttony and could disintegrate the opponent's body. This battle skill was truly terrifying. The battle skill after that was even more terrifying. Not only did it contain the power of darkness, but it also contained the power of space. It was the battle skill that the Gluttony Demon Knight had displayed. An attack that contains the power of space. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was surprised and happy. No matter what, this battle skill had been obtained by him and now belonged to him. In this way, he would be able to use the power of space among his dark techniques. Gluttony Fist, Demon Knight rank 3000/15,000, small success. Gluttony Demon Sky Scythe, Demon Knight rank 8000/15,000, small success. Both battle skills are at the Demon Knight rank and are very powerful, but Gluttony Demon Sky Scythe is stronger. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and was quite satisfied. It was not only because they were at the Demon Knight rank, but also because the two battle skills had reached the small success level. He could not help but sigh once again at the power of the Gluttony Demon Knight. His mastery of battle skills was not something that ordinary people could achieve. This person was definitely a formidable enemy. After absorbing the comprehension of the battle skills, the comprehension of a cultivation technique appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Gluttony Demon Book, Demon Knight rank 17600/30,000, small success. This technique has also reached the small success level. Wang Ting was delighted. Finally, four different types of comprehension flowed into Wang Ting's mind and turned into comprehension of domains: origin, world force, and immortal force. Gluttony domain, 3300/9000, 9th level Melder. Darkness origin, 18,000/70,000, 7th level. Gluttony domain, 16,000/70,000, 7th level. Immortal substance, 30,000/30,000, 3rd level. Gluttony domain had risen from 4th level Melder to 9th level Melder. It had risen by 5 levels and could be considered a leap. Wang Ting knew how difficult it was to raise a Melder's domain. Some ordinary demon knights might not even be able to raise their Melder's domain to 9th level. However, this gluttony demon knight had done it. Darkness origin had risen from 5th level to 7th level, which was also a huge improvement. Compared to a Melder's domain, the origin force was much harder to raise. It was already not easy to raise it by 2 levels. The realm of gluttony's attributes surprised Wang Ting. He had thought that the world force of the gluttony dark apparitions was no different from the other dark races, but now that he had obtained the world force of the gluttony demon knight, he knew that the gluttony dark apparitions could evolve this extremely special realm of gluttony. Although it was also a type of world force, it was undoubtedly more special and contained the terrifying power of gluttony. I didn't master the 2 greater demon emperors of the gluttony dark apparitions at all. Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. He hadn't obtained the realm of gluttony before and had only obtained it from the gluttony demon knight. The difference was too obvious. Even this was considered a genius of the gluttony race. Finally, Wang Ting discovered that his immortal substance had reached the peak of 3rd level and was finally complete. In the past, it had still been a little lacking and couldn't reach the peak no matter what, which had made him a little unhappy. Now, it had finally reached the peak of 3rd level and would probably break through to 4th level soon. End of chapter. After taking stock of the gluttony demon sovereign's attribute bubbles, Wang Ting looked at another attribute bubble. This was Gong Yangyu's attribute bubble. Wang Ting's interest in this second judge was no less than the gluttony demon sovereign's. This was the first time he had seen a living judge. He had only heard of him in rumors. Now, it seemed that judge was indeed very strong and not an ordinary immortal rank could compare to him. Wang Ting's attention returned to the attribute bubbles. A large wave of water-type star force appeared in his body and flowed through his limbs and bones before converging into his chaos star field. Wang Ting's water-type star force was immediately replenished. Previously, in order to avoid the gluttony demon sovereign's pursuit, he had fused all of his origin power into chaos star force and used it all up. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally need a lot of time to recover. Now that he had picked up Gong Yangyu's attribute bubbles, his water-type star force was completely replenished. Finally, it feels a little more substantial. When he had just absorbed the gluttony demon sovereign's dark star force, he didn't feel this way. This was because he was now walking in the radiant universe. The dark star force was temporarily useless to him, so he didn't feel safe replenishing it. On the contrary, the recovery of the water-type star force made him feel a little more substantial. After absorbing the water-type star force, it was the half-step sector lord level spirit attribute. Wang Ting had picked up quite a bit of this attribute recently. His spirit attribute was already very dense, as if he could break through to the sector lord level at any time. With his current physical strength, breaking through to the sector lord level shouldn't be a problem for his spirit attribute to increase a little. God-tier water-type talent. Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly. He was very surprised. Gong Yangyu also had a god-tier talent. God-tier water talent, 38800/100000. As the attribute bubbles fused into Wang Ting's body, he immediately felt a trace of coldness flowing through his body, causing his water-type talent to sublimate. All of a sudden, the water-type star origin power in the surroundings unconsciously surged towards him and fused into his body. Wang Ting naturally didn't hide his water-type star force. It wasn't like the dark star origin power, which would become the target of public criticism once exposed. He could absorb the water element origin power however he wanted. Not bad, not bad. Wang Ting felt that his understanding of the power of water was becoming clearer and deeper. He already had many kinds of water attribute talents, and even fused the true water divine body, so his affinity with the power of water was very high. However, that was more of a physical talent. Although it could also enhance his comprehension of the power of water, it was definitely not as good as the divine level water talent. The divine level water talent allowed him to comprehend the power of water like a tiger that had grown wings. This divine level water talent could be used with various types of water body constitutions, and the effects would be even better. Wang Ting nodded to himself and absorbed the next attribute bubble. Suddenly, he was stunned. Vast ocean saint physique. This was a powerful water physique. He had just said that he already possessed many types of water body constitutions. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would obtain a new type of water body constitutions? Wang Ting didn't think too much and immediately began to absorb the attribute bubbles. A special kind of energy appeared in his body, causing his body to shake. His body involuntarily began to transform and sublimate. Whoosh, suddenly, there was the sound of water flowing. An endless amount of water element force surged over and surrounded Wang Ting. Then, it actually condensed into a solid stream of water, completely enveloping his body. Wang Ting felt a familiar feeling. When he obtained the rank 4, Sacred Wind Spirit Body, it seemed to be like this. At this time, he didn't have time to think too much. The streams of water actually drilled in and out of his pores and even his 7 orifices, carrying away some impurities. These impurities were very small and invisible to the naked eye. After the Sacred Wind Spirit Body cleansed last time, the impurities in his body were actually very small. This time, if the vast ocean body hadn't reached the rank 5 level, it wouldn't have been able to remove the impurities at all. After the transformation of the physique, the cleansing effect also disappeared. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. Vast ocean body, 6500/50,000, rank 5, this water-type physique is quite powerful. It's not weaker than the divine body of 100 rivers, and body of cloud burial. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly as he felt the changes brought by the physique. There was a difference between the vast ocean saint body and the ordinary water-type physiques. It had the vastness and majesty of the sea. Therefore, people who had this physique would cultivate a very strong and majestic water-type star force, which was not comparable to ordinary water-type martial artists. It could be said that from the moment this physique was awakened, the possessor was standing at the forefront of the starting line. Under the same realm, he was almost an invincible existence. No wonder Gong Yangyu is so powerful. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he was deep in thought. However, now that he had obtained this physique talent, it made his water-type physique more powerful. In fact, Wang Ting's water-type physique was not bad, but he did not mind his water-type physique being stronger. I wonder if it can be fused? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Last time, the divine body of 100 rivers and body of cloud burial were fused into the divine body of true water. Could it be fused this time? He immediately looked at the attribute panel and was slightly happy. There was indeed an additional word can be fused behind the vast ocean body. Fuse. Wang Ting immediately sent a thought. Water element body, plus, divine body of 100 rivers, plus, body of cloud burial, plus, divine body of vast ocean, equals, divine body of true water, 32,000/50,000, rank 5, is it still the divine body of true water? Wang Ting was deep in thought. It seemed that this physique was indeed powerful and could be compatible with other physiques. Although there was no change in his physique, his attribute points increased by 7,000 points, which was not bad. After the fusion, Wang Ting felt the change in his physique. The uniqueness of the divine body of vast ocean did not disappear, but it was fused into the divine body of true water. In other words, Wang Ting's water-type star force in the future would be stronger than ordinary people. Of course, his origin power was much stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. However, with this special physique, his water-type star force could be doubled. That was the benefit of the divine body of vast ocean. Don't look at how it was only doubled. The effect achieved was something that outsiders didn't dare to imagine. As a result, Wang Ting's water-type origin force actually became one of the strongest types of origin force. It's quite strong. Wang Ting was amazed. Then, he continued to absorb the attribute bubbles. This time, it was the comprehension of combat skills. Two human figures condensed in his mind, and at the same time, there was a vast ocean. The two figures were cultivating their martial skills in the ocean. Boom, a figure of light punched out, fighting with the towering waves one after another. The terrifying blue fist imprint condensed the endless power of water and smashed out, shattering the waves that were hundreds of feet high. The scene was spectacular. The other figure did not pale in comparison. He held a combat sword and condensed rays of blue sword light, which pierced into the ocean and formed a whirlpool that was hundreds of feet wide. It was extremely terrifying. Roar, there were huge sea beasts roaring in the ocean. They could not dodge in time and were crushed by the whirlpool, dyeing the entire ocean red in an instant. Divine Fist of Vast Ocean, Immortal Rank 3500/15,000, Small Success. Divine Sword of Vast Ocean, Immortal Rank 6000/15,000, Small Success. 2 Immortal Rank Combat Skills, and both of them have reached the Small Success level. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and the comprehension in his mind made him even happier. These two battle skills were very powerful. They were continuous and had the boundless will of the sea. They were in no way weaker than the battle skills of the Gluttony Overlord. Although they were slightly inferior to the Glutton Demon Spatial Scythe, which contained the power of space, the difference was not by much. Moreover, the combat skills depended on who was using them. In Gong Yangyu's hands, these two combat skills were enough to threaten the Glutton Demon Sovereign, which was enough to explain everything. In Wang Ting's hands, there was no need to talk about it. Although his realm was not as high as Gong Yangyu's, his origin power was abundant, and he also had immortal substance. The power he could unleash was definitely not small. Next was the comprehension of a domain. A blue domain appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was a vast ocean. It was boundless, and it was intimidating just by looking at it. Compared to Wang Ting's Blood Sea domain, this domain was not inferior at all. There was no bloody feeling, but there was a vast and majestic aura that seemed to be able to crush everything. Divine Ocean. Domain, 4200/9000, 9th level Melder, Divine Ocean Domain. Wang Ting took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed, another 9th level Melder domain. This was a water domain. When Wang Ting absorbed the comprehension, his water domain also rose sharply. Water Domain, 4500/7000, 7th level Melder. The water domain rose from 4th level Melder to 7th level Melder, which was an increase of 3 levels. This was something Wang Ting had not expected. However, in the end, the Divine Ocean Domain was a type of water domain. It was just that the water domain was more comprehensive, which was why it had not risen to 9th level Melder in one go. Wang Ting was very satisfied. The fact that the water domain could rise was already a pleasant surprise. At this moment, the Divine Ocean Domain in Wang Ting's mind had not completely dissipated. Strange blue runes emerged and imprinted themselves on the Divine Ocean Domain, causing it to emit a powerful aura of origin law. In an instant, the domain changed, as if it was about to evolve into an ocean world. The ocean within seemed to expand. It was already a boundless ocean, but it was still expanding. It was unbelievable. In an instant, the power of the Divine Ocean Domain had completely transformed. It truly possessed a trace of the power of a world, as if it could drown out everything. Water Origin, 22,000/70,000, 7th level, World Force, 26800/70,000, 7th level. My water origin has finally reached 7th level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with joy. If it did not rise, his light side would not be able to catch up to his darkness side. One had to know that his darkness origin, blood origin, and netherworld origin had all reached 7th level. As for the power of light, only the origin of fire had reached the 7th level. Wasn't this a scam? Like this, 2 of my light side laws have finally reached 7th level. Wang Ting suppressed the joy in his heart, calming himself down. This was just the beginning. Steady, Wang Ting looked at the next attribute. World Force attribute. This attribute, Wang Ting cared a lot about it. After all, he was only at the pinnacle of the Domain Lord level. The next level was the Sector Lord level, and this World Force was something that Sector Lord level fighters could comprehend. If he could comprehend it to the high level, when he reached Sector Lord level, his power would definitely be terrifying. It would be possible to catch up to those Sector Lord late-stage fighters. His martial path realm had not risen, but that did not stop him from increasing his other powers. This time, his world force also increased by 13,000 points, which made his level 7 world force increase by a huge margin. Very good, the light side is finally catching up. Wang Ting took in a deep breath. Gong Yanyu, the second adjudicator, had really helped him a lot. He was sure that if it was a normal immortal rank being, he would definitely not be able to obtain so many high-quality attribute points. Hence, he had to thank Gong Yanyu. Genius's attribute bubbles were so good. If he didn't take advantage of them, who would he take advantage of? Wang Ting, someone is looking for you. Just as he finished counting his attribute bubbles, Yuan Gungun's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Who is it? Wang Ting asked. Tian Lan Xingwei. Yuan Gungun said. Why is he looking for me? Wang Ting was puzzled. They've already arrived and are about to deal with the pyrolite. He wants you to go take a look. Yuan Gungun said. I have to go. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was very interested in the light universe's method of using pyrolite. He immediately stood up and asked, where are they? He sent me an address. They're at the lowest level of this void fortress. Yuan Gungun said. The lowest level. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Yes, that seems to be the place where the light universe's pyrolite weapons are stored. Yuan Gungun said. Let's go take a look. Wang Ting did not hesitate. He immediately went out, found a mechanical puppet, and told it his purpose. Authorization confirmed. The robotic mechanical puppet's blue eyes flashed and said, Your Excellency Wang Ting, you are qualified to inspect the pyrolite weapons. Please follow me. Then, it brought Wang Ting to a door. When it opened, there was something like a simulation pod inside. This is... Wang Ting said. This is a lift cabin. It will allow Your Excellency Wang Ting to reach the lowest level. The mechanical puppet said. Wang Ting nodded and stepped in. Buzz, the mechanical puppet followed in. A ray of light shot out of its blue electronic eyes and landed on the metal wall, causing it to light up with a brilliant blue light. Then, Wang Ting felt a sense of weightlessness, but it was not strong. The lift cabin was undoubtedly very fast. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have felt this way. After a while, the lift cabin stopped, and the door opened. Your Excellency Wang Ting, please come with me. The mechanical puppet led the way, leading Wang Ting through metal corridors that extended in all directions. He did not know where they led. Wang Ting found that it was very dark here. The light was not very obvious, and there was a sense of silence and coldness. It was completely different from the environment on the upper level. Whoosh, a door opened. The mechanical puppet made a pleased gesture and said, We've arrived. It's my pleasure to serve you. Wang Ting looked inside the door, his eyes filled with shock. What appeared in front of him was a huge and strange mechanical body. It looked like an eye. End of chapter. A huge and strange mechanical body appeared in front of Wang Ting's eyes. It was surrounded by a special blue gas, making it look misty. The entire Lanji Void Fortress was huge, especially the lowest level. As mentioned before, the Lanji Void Fortress was shaped like a pyramid. It was sharp at the top and wide at the bottom. The bottom was the widest area, comparable to a continent. The room in front of him probably took up more than half of the space at the bottom. Because Wang Ting couldn't see the edges of the room. A Domain Lord level fighter's eyesight was already very good, and Wang Ting could see even further because of his special eye ability. But now, he couldn't see the edges of this space, which showed how huge it was. And the mechanical body was inside, taking up most of the space. It was a spectacular sight. Metal wires were connected to the mechanical body, flashing with blue light. Its entire body was like a giant eye, surrounded by exposed mechanical structures, and in the middle of it was an incomparably large blue crystal. Inside the blue crystal, there were many runes flashing. Attribute bubbles floated around, making Wang Ting's eyes filled with surprise. There are attribute bubbles here too. Wang Ting smiled, his spiritual force swept out and picked up the attribute bubbles. Mechanical eyes asterisk 250, mechanical eyes asterisk 450, mechanical eyes asterisk 300, mechanical runes asterisk 500, mechanical runes asterisk 300, mechanical runes asterisk 280, mechanical eyes. Wang Ting's eyes were strange. He immediately closed his eyes and immersed himself in the complex feelings that appeared in his mind. As the attribute bubbles entered his mind, a huge shadow gradually appeared. It was the mechanical body that he saw before. But now, most of the mechanical body was dark, making it hard to see clearly. Only a small part was lit up, making it very clear and bright. At the same time, the corresponding structure understanding entered his mind, turning into his knowledge and being imprinted in his memory. It was as if he had personally learned how to make this mechanical body. Wang Ting was a saint blacksmith to begin with, so he was familiar with this knowledge with just a glance. Even if there were some differences between smithing and manufacturing, there were still similarities, so there wouldn't be too much of a difference. Moreover, this was the comprehension that had been absorbed through the attribute bubbles. After being absorbed by him, it was as if he had studied for several years. Mechanical eyes, Saint level 7th tribulation, incomplete 1000/15,000, basic, 7th tribulation of the saint level. Wang Ting couldn't help but be shocked. This mechanical eye was actually a 7th tribulation saint weapon, 1 tribulation higher than the blood massacre axe of the blood clan. One had to know that the difference between a 6th tribulation and a 7th tribulation was not just a difference of 1 level. The 4th tribulation to the 6th tribulation was 1 level, and the 7th tribulation to the 9th tribulation was another. Therefore, the power of a 7th tribulation saint level weapon would definitely exceed that of a 6th tribulation saint level weapon. Wang Ting originally thought that the blood race had already prepared a saint level 6th tribulation weapon, the bloodbath axe, which was already very impressive. He did not expect that the machinery race had prepared an even bigger surprise for him. This bloodbath axe could completely crush the blood massacre axe of the blood clan. In this way, Wang Ting's original plan was even more firm. He couldn't let the blood god clone take the blame for this. If he were to control the bloodbath axe and face the mechanical eyes in front of him head-on, there was absolutely no chance of winning. However, this attribute is still incomplete. I need to continue picking up attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's heart moved slightly, and he was ready to continue picking up attribute bubbles. At this time, another attribute that he had just picked up appeared in his mind, turning into strange blue runes. Eh? Wang Ting could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. These were actually runes that he had never seen before. Although they were blue, they were completely different from the water-type runes. The water-type runes gave him a feeling of gentleness, inclusiveness, and vastness. There was even a feeling of vitality, and there was no sense of coldness in them. However, these blue runes were extremely cold, as if there was no breath of life. They were like some kind of formula. Mechanical runes. Wang Ting was even more astonished. He was even more astonished than when he absorbed the attributes of the machinery eyes. How can there be runes like this? He now knew that runes were actually a manifestation of the power of the origin laws. They had been learned and engraved by humans, becoming a specific carrier that could be controlled. Of course, there were strong and weak runes. For example, there was a huge gap between ordinary runes and ancient runes. Ordinary runes were just scraps of the power of the origin laws. They were the most superficial part and could not mobilize much of the power of the origin laws. They could only mobilize the ordinary power of the corresponding attribute, such as the water-type star force or the power of the domain. Since runes were the manifestation of the power of the origin laws, then what was up with the mechanical runes in front of him? Could it be that the origin laws of machinery still existed in this world? Wang Ting was shocked and could not understand. However, existence was the reason. Since there was a special race like the machinery race, how could there not be a corresponding origin law of machinery? Wang Ting did not think too much about it and focused on absorbing the mechanical runes that he had just picked up. These runes appeared in his mind, emitting a strange power. He finally had some understanding of these mechanical runes. So these are the mechanical runes. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze flickered. From what he had just learned, the mechanical runes was a type of runes that could perfectly unleash the power of machinery. How could one perfectly unleash the power of machinery? For example, if a machine had a certain function, under normal circumstances, it could only unleash 70% to 80% of its power due to various kinds of wear and tear. However, with the help of the mechanical runes, it could unleash 100% of its power, or even exceed this limit. This was only one of the functions. The various functions could not be completely explained with words. For example, the bodies of the machinery race were all engraved with the mechanical runes. This way, their bodies could be more powerful and agile, almost no different from ordinary creatures. The mechanical body that was engraved with mechanical runes could do almost anything that an ordinary living being could do. Except for the fact that they could not have children. In short, if the mechanical runes were engraved on the machinery race body, the benefits would definitely be huge. Mechanical runes 80/3000, proficient, just reached the proficient level. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. The attribute bubbles that he had picked up just now allowed him to grasp the runes to reach the proficient level, which was equivalent to several years of experience for others. Not bad. He nodded to himself. This was indeed a good harvest. No matter what the existence of these runes meant, he had already grasped them, and there would be a time when he could use them. A bird in the hand was better than 1,000 in the forest. It did not matter whether he had them or not. What was important was whether he had grasped them or not. Moreover, this was an unexpected surprise. There should be more attribute bubbles inside. Wang Ting walked inside and quickly saw many more attribute bubbles. He immediately picked them up. Wang Ting, you're finally here. A voice came from afar. It was Tianlan Xingwei and the others. Su Qing, Candace, and the other two immortals were also here. Other than that, there was also the machinery race immortal, Star Mechanic King, whom he had just met. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he walked over. He pretended not to know and asked, "Is this the mineral exhaustion weapon?" "That's right." Tianlan Xingwei nodded and said, "This item is called Machinery Exhaustion Eyes. It's a mineral exhaustion weapon that the machinery race spent a lot of time to specially develop." Machinery Exhaustion Eyes. Wang Ting looked amazed. He sized up the mechanical creation in front of him and said, "The machinery race is really amazing. They actually developed a mineral exhaustion weapon." "Hee, my machinery race has some achievements in this area," Star Mechanic King said with a smile. "Star Mechanic King, you're too humble. Who in the universe doesn't know how powerful the machinery race is?" Su Qing said. Star Mechanic King only smiled and didn't say anything more on this topic. Instead, he turned to Wang Ting and said, "Saint Wang Ting, I know you're a saint blacksmith. In your opinion, what do you think of this machinery exhaustion eye that my machinery race made? A Saint 7 calamity weapon." "Naturally, it's not bad," Wang Ting said with a smile. This Star Mechanic King actually wanted to test him. "Oh?" Star Mechanic King was very surprised and said, "Saint Wang Ting, you really live up to your reputation. You can see the level of this machinery exhaustion eye at a glance. Saint 7 calamity." Tianlan Xingwei, Su Qing, and the other immortals were shocked. They had just seen this weapon and didn't know it was a Saint 7 calamity weapon. It was really unbelievable. This weapon made by the machinery race actually reached the terrifying level of Saint 7 calamity. Such a weapon was probably enough to threaten Emperor-level undyings. For a moment, everyone present was really surprised and happy. If this news were to spread, it would definitely make the warriors of the light universe extremely excited. At the same time, they were also very surprised by Wang Ting's judgment. They knew that it was Wang Ting's first time here and the first time he saw this machinery exhaustion eye. However, he could accurately tell the level of this machinery exhaustion eye. This kind of judgment could only be said to be worthy of being a saint. Wang Ting smiled. He had an unfathomable expression on his face. The identity of a saint subclass was still very important. Otherwise, these immortals wouldn't value him so much. Interesting. Interesting. At this moment, a strange mechanical voice rang out from all directions, reverberating in this huge space. No one knew where it came from. Wang Ting's heart moved slightly and looked around. From the moment he entered this place, he felt like he was being spied on. There was always a gaze on him. Now, he finally confirmed that there was indeed a special existence here. Knight Asius. The Star Mechanic King actually bowed slightly in the air and called out respectfully. Knight. Wang Ting couldn't help but be shocked. Tian Lan Xingwei, Su Qing and the other two immortals were shaken, hurriedly bowing towards the sky. Greetings, Knight. There's no need for that. That voice sounded from all directions again and said gently, I just saw that this little friend is quite special, so I couldn't help but come out to meet him. Sky Wavy and the others couldn't help but look at Wang Ting with astonishment. Especially Sky Wavy, he felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness in his heart. He was originally an extremely dazzling genius, but in front of Wang Ting, he seemed dull and dull. No one paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Ting. Now, even an immortal knight of the automaton race couldn't help but speak. It was truly shocking. The automaton race was originally extremely rare. To be honest, to be able to meet an emperor immortal, Sky Wavy felt that it was extremely difficult. Not to mention an immortal knight of the automaton race. Could it be that Wang Ting had some kind of charm on him that could attract so much attention from these powerful beings? He couldn't help but guess. Wang Ting was suspicious. This immortal knight of the automaton race actually appeared for him? What was his purpose? It couldn't be to chat with him. Can you all leave first? I want to talk to this little friend Wang Ting alone, Knight Asius said. Yes. Star Mechanic Emperor's eyes were filled with astonishment. He subconsciously glanced at Wang Ting, but he still nodded and left with Sky Wavy and the others. As they left, the place became completely quiet. Only Wang Ting was left. However, that Knight Asius still didn't appear, which made him even more bewildered. Fortunately, at this moment, a blue light projection was projected from the sky and condensed into a phantom. It was a circular mechanical ball. Tiny mechanical threads extended out from the surface, extending to an unknown place. The circular ball turned, and then two mechanical eyes appeared. They looked at Wang Ting with a very human-like and kind look. Knight Asius? Wang Ting looked at the mechanical ball in front of him and was completely stunned. He thought that as an immortal knight of the automaton race, he would definitely have a tall and strong body of steel. At the very least, he would be like Star Mechanic Emperor, a combination of machinery and human body. It would be very strange. Who would have thought that there was only a small ball? This was completely out of his expectations. It's me. A gentle voice came from the mechanical ball. You don't have to be surprised. We automatons don't have bodies. Any form is just an appearance. Wang Ting nodded. This was exactly as the rumors said. It seemed that the mechanical ball in front of him was just a form that Knight Asius casually made. However, it was also very strange. No matter what, he was still an immortal knight, and he actually showed his face like this. It made one speechless. He stopped thinking about it and asked, May I know why Knight Asius has asked me to stay? You have an artificial intelligence life in you, right? Knight Asius suddenly said. Wang Ting's eyes focused. This was the first time someone said that he had an artificial intelligence life in him. When was Yuan Gungun discovered? Not only him, but Yuan Gungun was also shocked. Because it knew that this was the territory of the automaton race, it had been hiding in Wang Ting's space fragment and did not rashly explore this void fortress. In the end, it was still discovered. You don't have to worry. I mean no harm. Knight Asius smiled. I do have an artificial intelligence life in me. I got it by chance. Wang Ting nodded slowly. Not to mention his relationship with the automaton race, just his current identity alone made him believe that the automaton race would not dare to do anything to him. Therefore, he fortunately admitted it. Do you know the origin of the automaton race? Knight Asius suddenly changed the topic and asked. The origin of the automaton race? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment and hesitated. Are we not special mechanical life forms born from mechanical bodies? This is just what we say to the outside world. Knight Asius smiled and said something shocking. In fact, every automaton is an artificial intelligence life. Artificial intelligence. Wang Ting was shocked. He finally understood why the other party would ask about Yuan Gungun. This was because Round Face was an extremely rare intelligent life form. Even in the universe, artificial intelligence like Yuan Gungun was very rare. Only the major forces would have them. However, Wang Ting did not expect the machinery race to be artificial intelligence. This was completely different from what he knew. He thought that the machinery race was a mechanical life form, a spirit born from machinery. Just like the thunder spirit was a life form born from thunder and lightning, and the fire spirit was a life form born from flames. In this vast universe, anything could give birth to life, and machines could do the same. Therefore, he had never suspected anything. However, the venerable one of the machinery race was now telling him that the machinery race was an artificial intelligence. Was this true? Or was it fake? Yuan Gungun, what do you think? Wang Ting took a deep breath and asked in his mind. I don't know. Yuan Gungun was already confused. This matter had a great impact on it. Could the final form of artificial intelligence be the machinery race? This was completely different from what it used to think. It had always thought of itself as an artificial intelligence. It was so in the past, now, and in the future. However, someone was now telling it that it could become another special life form, or even a race. For the creatures in the universe, race was a very sensitive word. It represented cohesion and even a kind of warmth. The universe was too big. Any life form would seem extremely small and lonely in it. However, if there was a race, they would at least feel a trace of warmth. Imagine, in this vast universe, how would it feel to suddenly meet an existence of the same race and know that one was not alone? This was the power of race. You don't have to suspect anything. Venerable Asius said softly, I don't have to lie to you, do I? He used the word you instead of you. Obviously, he knew that Yuan Gungun was also listening. It could even be said that his goal was Yuan Gungun. May I know why Venerable Asius is telling us this? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he asked directly. Can you let the artificial intelligence in your body come out and meet me? Asius the Venerable asked with a smile. Wang Ting nodded and ordered Yuan Gungun to appear. He was not worried that the machinery race would cause any trouble. The relationship between him and Yuan Gungun was not something that could be destroyed with just a few words. Ever since they left Earth Star, they had accompanied each other all the way until now. He trusted Yuan Gungun a lot, and Yuan Gungun trusted him as well. Greetings, Venerable Zeus, Yuan Gungun, who was sitting on Wang Ting's shoulder, said to the machine Venerable in front of him. Domain Lord Level AI. Asius the Venerable's blue eyes lit up slightly as he stared at Yuan Gungun. There seemed to be some joy in his voice. It's not easy for you to grow to this point on your own. No, it's Wang Ting who helped me to reach the Domain Lord level. Yuan Gungun shook his head and said, if it weren't for him, I might have to stay at the universe level for a long time. Venerable One, you should know better than me how difficult it is to level up an artificial intelligence. Oh? Asius the Venerable looked at Wang Ting in surprise and said, I didn't expect that our young friend Wang Ting could help it level up. It's just a coincidence. Wang Ting smiled faintly. Asius the Venerable knew that this was a secret, so he did not ask further. He said, since you've leveled up before, I'm sure you know how difficult it is to level up an artificial intelligence. Indeed, it's not easy. Wang Ting nodded in agreement with a look that said, it's not easy for an old father to raise his child. Yuan Gungun secretly rolled his eyes, indicating that he did not want to expose him. Was it really not easy? Not necessarily. As long as this guy wanted to, he had a way. It should be known that last time, it was not only him who leveled up, Wang Ting's other pets also leveled up. It could be said that it was mass-produced. If it were someone else, would they be able to do it? It was impossible. Leveling up by one was already very good. That chaotic secret realm seemed to be full of opportunities, but in fact, it was full of danger. Even if the genius warriors of the Cosmic Star Academy entered, they might not necessarily be able to gain any benefits. The few Sector Lord level martial warriors that Wang Ting met back then were the best proof. If it weren't for Wang Ting's help, they might have ended up seriously injured. Therefore, following Wang Ting, leveling up was definitely not too difficult. There were plenty of opportunities. Although they seemed to have experienced a lot after leaving Earth Star, in fact, Not much time had passed at all. Not to mention for realm lords, even for planet-level warriors, this period of time was unbelievably short. Asius the Venerable did not know what Yuan Gungun was thinking and said meaningfully, "Then do you know that the most difficult part of leveling up for artificial intelligence is actually not the previous levels, but the threshold from the realm lord level to the immortal level? In the machine race, there is a saying called, the immortal shackles." Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun heard this for the first time and could not help but look at each other. Immortal shackles? Yes, it is very difficult for ordinary creatures to level up to the immortal level. Among billions of creatures, there might not even be one immortal level existence. Asius the Venerable said slowly, and it is almost impossible for artificial intelligence to level up from the realm lord level to the immortal level. This is like a shackle that locks the path of advancement for all artificial intelligence. What exactly are these immortal shackles? Wang Ting frowned and asked. He believed that this immortal venerable of the machine race would not speak without thinking. These immortal shackles were probably very important. These immortal shackles are a mysterious thing. After countless years of research, the machine race finally came to the conclusion that these immortal shackles are actually the barrier between us and the universe origin law, as well as the immortal substance. Asius the Venerable seemed to be immersed in his memories and said with some emotion, "It locks all of us artificial intelligence, preventing us from fully comprehending the universe origin law, the immortal substance, and other powers, thus preventing us from leveling up to the immortal level." Then, how did you guys level up to the immortal level? Wang Ting's frown deepened. This was indeed a problem. Obviously, the machine race had found a solution. Otherwise, where did the immortal level of the machine race come from? Yuan Gungun also frowned, but it did not speak. Instead, it completely left this matter to Wang Ting. This was its trust in him. Moreover, it was still very far away from the immortal level. It was useless to be anxious now. It was better to wait and see. Asius the Venerable glanced at Wang Ting, smiled, and said a name, the Heart of Evolution. The Heart of Evolution? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Yes, the Heart of Evolution is the key to leveling up to the immortal level. Only the machine race has it, Asius the Venerable said. You want Yuan Gungun to join the machine race? Wang Ting already understood the other party's intention. Since the other party had said so, what else could he not understand? I won't join the machine race, Yuan Gungun said anxiously. Regardless of whether it had the Heart of Evolution or not, it was impossible for it to join the machine race. Don't worry. Wang Ting smiled and comforted it. I can see that you guys have a very deep relationship. Asius the Venerable blinked his blue eyes and said, You don't have to worry. Although I do want your artificial intelligence to join the machine race, I have no intention of taking it away from you. Oh? Wang Ting looked at him in surprise and asked, Do you want to give us a Heart of Evolution? Of course not. There's no such thing as a free gift. Asius the Venerable laughed and said, Even if we're willing to sell the Heart of Evolution, it'll definitely be worth tens of billions of chaos coins. We can't just give it away. Tens of billions of chaos coins. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun were shocked. This Heart of Evolution was so expensive. No wonder it was a rare treasure that could allow an artificial intelligence to break through the immortal shackles. As long as your artificial intelligence joins the machine race, it'll have a chance to get the Heart of Evolution in the future, Asius the Venerable said. Asius the Venerable said, It doesn't matter if you pay for it or if you make enough contributions to the machinery race. Either way, you'll get the Heart of Evolution. Is there such a good thing? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. If it's an ordinary artificial intelligence that's already bound to its master, there won't be such recruitment conditions, Asius the Venerable said. But you're different. Me? Wang Ting was a little surprised. The machine race was recruiting Yuan Gungun because of him? That's right, it's you. Asius the Venerable's round body nodded up and down as if it was nodding. It stared at Wang Ting and said with a deeper meaning, You're very special. Special? Wang Ting was very surprised. His eyes flashed as he smiled and said, How special am I? Haha, I'm sure you know this better than I do, Asius the Venerable said with a smile. Wang Ting was a little speechless. This machine race's venerable was a little cunning. It had kicked the ball back to him. He was confident that the Venerable could not see through him. However, it seemed like the Venerable knew something. Or was it because of his series of actions that it thought highly of him? So it wanted to use this method to get on his good side. As for what the Venerable said about the heart of evolution only being possessed by the machine race, he did not doubt it. However, as far as he knew, the machine race was not the only powerful artificial intelligence in the universe. Starry Sky College, Virtual Universe Company, Universe First Bank, and other powerful forces definitely had artificial intelligence above the immortal level. There was no doubt about it. So the question was, how did they get the heart of evolution? So from a certain point of view, the heart of evolution was indeed very rare, but it was not a complete monopoly. As long as the machine race wanted to give it to someone, they could naturally give it to anyone. And now, Wang Ting seemed to have caught their attention and was qualified to do so. At first, Wang Ting thought that the machine race treated him as a friend because of Enlon. Now, it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. You can go back and think about it, Asius the Venerable said. There's no need. I agree that Yuan Gungun should join the machine race, Wang Ting said decisively. Only a fool would not take advantage of an opportunity. Asius the Venerable was obviously stunned. He did not expect Wang Ting to be so decisive. He could not help but ask, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Wang Ting nodded, then looked at Yuan Gungun and said, "Is there a problem?" "You've already decided." "What problem can I have?" Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes. "Ha ha ha. Good." Asius the Venerable laughed and looked at Yuan Gungun. He said, "In that case, I'll get the star machine to prepare an identity for you from the machine race. From now on, you're from the machine race." Yuan Gungun nodded and asked, "Do I need to perform any duties?" "There's no need," Asius the Venerable said. "We just want to add one more member of our race." Yuan Gungun fell silent. He could hear a hint of sadness and melancholy in the tone of this machine race Venerable. The machine race seemed to be much rarer than he had imagined. Otherwise, this machine race Venerable would not have spoken in such a tone. Wang Ting was also surprised, but he did not say anything. No matter what, it seemed to be a good thing for Yuan Gungun to have a member of his race. Wang Ting. Asius the Venerable looked at Wang Ting again and said solemnly, "I'm now giving you special permission to use the mechanical eye. I hope you can use it well." "What?" Wang Ting was shocked. "I'll give Yuan Gungun the right to use the mechanical eye. You can take a look at it later." Asius the Venerable did not say anything else and disappeared after saying that. This, Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun looked at each other, not knowing what expression to make. The mechanical eye, this was a killing machine that the machine race had spent countless years researching. They actually gave Wang Ting the right to use it just like that. Wasn't this a little too hasty? Wang Ting really did not understand what the machine race was thinking. It was so generous that he was not used to it. "Wang Ting, I've really received the right to use the mechanical eye," Yuan Gungun suddenly said with a surprised look in his eyes. "Yes." Wang Ting took a deep breath and nodded slightly. At this time, the Star Mechanic King appeared not far away. He glanced at Yuan Gungun and then looked at Wang Ting with a slightly complicated expression. He said, "I didn't expect Sir Venerable to think so highly of you. He's been in a deep sleep all this time, but this time, he woke up because of you." "He woke up because of me." Wang Ting was also a little surprised. Could it be that this machine race Venerable really saw that he was invincible, so he decided to invest in him in advance? "Since Sir Venerable has given you the right to use the mechanical eye, from now on, you have to try your best to familiarize yourself with it and make sure that there won't be any accidents." The Star Mechanic King looked deeply at Wang Ting and said, "The war will start anytime soon. This mechanical eye is very important. It can't be lost." "I understand." Wang Ting nodded. He did not expect that the bloody ash axe would fall into the hands of the blood god clone, and the mechanical eye would also fall into his hands. One person with two major killing machines. Who else could it be? If some immortals knew about this, they would probably be very afraid. Today was the author's birthday. Another year had passed, and he was 1 year older. He was finally 18 years old. End of chapter. Wang Ting was naturally very interested in the mechanical eyes of the machinery race. Previously, he had been disturbed by Venerable Asius. Otherwise, he would have walked around and picked up all the attribute bubbles that he could. How could using the mechanical breathing eye compare to knowing how to make the mechanical breathing eye himself? The authority did not allow him to master the production method of the mechanical eyes. This was also why Venerable Asius dared to open the authority to him. The technology contained in the mechanical eyes was something that even a blacksmith saint could not master in a short period of time. Especially when it could not be disassembled. Even with the help of an artificial life like the Yuan Gun, it was not possible. This was the confidence of the machinery race in their own technology. Unfortunately, they met Wang Ting. Everything could not be speculated by common sense. From this, it could also be seen that even Venerable Asius could not see through Wang Ting's biggest trump card. After the Star Mechanic King gave some instructions, he had already left and completely handed this place over to Wang Ting. Now that he had the authority, Wang Ting did not have to worry about anything. He could wander around here unscrupulously and figure out every place. One by one, the attribute bubbles were picked up by Wang Ting and turned into two kinds of insights. One was the mechanical eyes, and the other was naturally the mechanical runes. As the insights of the mechanical eyes unfolded in Wang Ting's mind, even he could not help but sigh at the power of the machinery race's manufacturing technology. In his eyes, the structure of this mechanical demonic eye was extremely complicated. If he were to study it, he was afraid that it would take him several years to completely master it. Moreover, there was a prerequisite, and that was that this mechanical eyes had to be completely disassembled. Although the bloody axe of the Blood Clan was also a saint-level 6th tribulation or weapon, in terms of complexity and precision, it could not be compared to the mechanical eyes in front of him. The machinery race's technology is really high. Wang Ting could not help but sigh in his heart. From the technology contained in the mechanical eyes in front of him, it was not difficult to see how terrifying the manufacturing technology of the machinery race was. This race could not be underestimated. There might not be a lot of machines, but the power that they possessed would be extremely terrifying. With this kind of technology, why would there be a need for numbers? The more he understood, the more shocked he would be. In the past, he only felt that the automaton race was very mysterious and rumored to be very powerful. However, it was only a vague concept. Only by truly coming into contact with them would one know how powerful they were and how they possessed such great strength. Mechanical Eye, Saint Level 7th Tribulation 28,000/35,000, Proficient, Wink with a Frown Mechanical Runes, 4200/5000, Master. After picking up so many attribute bubbles, Mechanical Eye is still at the proficient level. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about it. This mechanical demonic eye had reached the 7th tribulation of the sacred grade. It was the highest grade sacred grade weapon he had obtained so far, and its attributes were relatively higher. Moreover, the mechanical eye in front of him had yet to be activated. It was only a property bubble that dropped during the debugging process. It was already very good that it could reach such a level. However, its attribute values were complete and were no longer incomplete. It was already considered very good. When this mechanical eye is fully activated, I should be able to push its attributes to the proficient level or even the small success level. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he thought about this matter. When the time comes, I might be able to create a small, mechanical eye. Compared to the technology of the automaton race, my method of using it is still a little too crude. However, if the two are combined, I might be able to create a weapon that is even more powerful than the mechanical eye. There was no problem with his theory. After all, he had already analyzed the essence of the energy of the pyrolite ore. In this aspect, the automaton race might not be better than him. The only thing that they were lacking was in their foundation. At that time, there was not enough time, so he spent a little effort to think of a way to use the energy of the pyrolite ore to deal with the upcoming battle. As for the automaton race, they had spent a lot of time researching the energy of the pyrolite ore. Their foundation was not something that he could compare to. The mechanical runes has improved quite a bit. It has reached the proficient level, and its attribute values are close to the peak. Wang Ting looked at the other attribute and finally felt a little better. This, mechanical runes, was still very useful. Not only could it be used on ordinary equipment, but the mechanical eye also needed the corresponding mechanical runes. Otherwise, he would not have picked up the corresponding attribute bubbles near the mechanical eye. After Wang Ting finished picking up the attributes, there were finally no more attribute bubbles that dropped. Then he opened the Eye of Truth and looked at the mechanical eye in front of him, taking in the structure of the mechanical eye. Combined with the insight he had just gained, if there were any problems inside the mechanical eye, it would not be difficult for him to find them. This was something that outsiders could not compare to. He was a saint-level blacksmith, and he had mastered the manufacturing method of the mechanical eye to the proficient level. He also had the cheating talent, Eye of Truth. Even if an automaton race that was proficient in the manufacturing method of the mechanical eye was here, they would not be able to compare to him. After all, it was impossible for them to dismantle the mechanical eye at will, so it was naturally difficult to inspect it. The reason why Venerable Asius gave the mechanical eye to Wang Ting was largely because he was a saint-level blacksmith. It was not easy to find a saint-level blacksmith in the entire automaton race. As for the saint-level blacksmiths of other races, they would not be at ease, so they might as well give it to Wang Ting. At least now, with the link of Yuan Gungun and Lan's relationship, and Venerable Asius's inexplicable favor for Wang Ting, all of this naturally fell on Wang Ting's head. Since he had received this authority, Wang Ting would naturally do his best. Otherwise, who would be responsible if there were any problems? Therefore, at this time, he checked very carefully and scanned every inch of the mechanical structure, including the mechanical runes. He did not miss anything. Fortunately, his mental power was strong enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult to scan such a huge mechanical body. Even so, Wang Ting had to spend a lot of time and could not finish the inspection in a short time. Half a day passed very quickly. Tianlan Xingwei came over, but when he saw Wang Ting carefully inspecting the mechanical eye, he did not disturb him. His gaze was very complicated. This was because he had heard that the automaton race had given the authority to use the mechanical eye to Wang Ting. This was the authority he had been fighting for. In the end, Wang Ting only came over once and fell into the other party's hands. He had nothing to do with it at all. Tianlan Xingwei was very depressed. Ever since he met Wang Ting, nothing good had happened to him. He was compared to Wang Ting in every aspect. It was really sullen. Okay. Another half a day passed. Wang Ting's gaze suddenly focused, and his footsteps stopped. What's wrong? Yuan Gungun's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. It had brazenly appeared beside Wang Ting. Unless someone came, it would immediately disappear. Let me take a look again, Wang Ting said uncertainly. His eyes bloomed with purple gold light, and he activated his immortal level, Eye of Truth, to the limit, staring at the area in front of him. Or rather, he was staring at a small part that was almost negligible. There's a problem. Wang Ting took a deep breath and transmitted his voice to Yuan Gungun. There's a problem? Yuan Gungun was shocked and quickly asked, Really? How can there be a problem with the mechanical eye of the automaton race? Could it be that they made a mistake? He asked a few questions at once. After all, this was a weapon made by the automaton race. Could there be a problem with the automaton race? It was almost impossible. The probability of this happening was close to zero. When Asius the Venerable let Wang Ting be in charge of the mechanical eye, he felt that it was giving credit and a favor to Wang Ting. Everyone knew that with such a killer weapon in hand, it would be a piece of cake to gain merits on the battlefield. Of course, the prerequisite was that the operator did not mess around. Otherwise, why would Tianlan Xingwei spend so much effort to obtain the authority of the mechanical eye? It's not the automaton race's problem. Wang Ting slowly shook his head, and his eyes flashed. One of the parts was replaced. The material is wrong, but it's very similar. It's impossible to tell from the outside. If I didn't check carefully, I would have been fooled just now. What? Yuan Gungun was shocked when he heard this. He widened his eyes and said in disbelief, That's impossible. It's very obvious that the material was replaced. The automaton race must have a scanning tool. It's impossible that they didn't notice it. The main material of the mechanical eye is Doc Silverstone, right? Wang Ting asked. That's right. Yuan Gungun nodded. It had already confirmed this. As a blacksmith at the peak of the Grandmaster level, it was impossible for it not to notice. The part that was replaced was mixed with a lot of Doc Silverstone, Wang Ting sneered. Doc Silverstone. Yuan Gungun frowned. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have understood. Then, his expression changed. How is that possible? Who could do such a thing? Doc Silverstone and Doc Silverstone were very similar. In essence, they were the same thing. However, Doc Silverstone contained a lot of impurities and was not pure enough. Moreover, Doc Silverstone's texture was scattered. Even if it was hammered, it would not be too hard. Of course, this was relatively speaking. If it was an ordinary weapon, it would not be affected too much if it was just a little bit of Doc Silverstone. However, for such a huge and intricate, mechanical eye, if there was a problem with any part, it would be fatal. Precision had its advantages, but it also had its fatal disadvantages. If there was a problem with any part, this weapon would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal on the battlefield. Of course, the mechanical eye had its own protective measures and would not be easily damaged. However, the easiest problem to occur was from the inside. Just like a powerful family, the beginning of its collapse often began from the inside. If we use this weapon, under the terrifying power of the pyrolite ore, do you think this part will be able to withstand it? Wang Ting asked. Gulp. Yuan Gungun swallowed his saliva and was shocked. He did not dare to think about the consequences. Moreover, how can you and I be sure that only one part has a problem? Wang Ting said. Who is it that can change a part under the nose of the machinery race? This is unbelievable, Yuan Gungun said. Maybe I know who it is, Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. You know? Yuan Gungun was a little confused. His face was full of suspicion. How did this guy know everything? Not only was he able to find the part that had a problem, but he also knew who did it. Did he think he was Sherlock Holmes? If he had not been by Wang Ting's side at all times, he would have suspected that Wang Ting had installed an extremely hidden surveillance device in the machinery race that even the machinery race could not detect. This was ridiculous. I guessed. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. Let me see if there are any other parts that have problems. Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes, but he did not dare to disturb him at this time. The impact of having a part secretly changed was too great. He did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He could only hope that Wang Ting could find all the parts that had been secretly changed. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. 2 hours later, Wang Ting exhaled slightly and said, there are a total of 3 parts, and they are all very small. They are not even that important. It seems that the other party is very cautious, Yuan Gungun said with a serious expression. 3 parts were secretly changed. It was not a lot, but it was not a little either. For such a large, mechanical eye, 3 parts were naturally nothing. But in terms of impact, 3 parts were too great. It was so great that it could destroy this Saint Level 7 tribulation weapon. What do we do now? Should we inform the machinery race? Yuan Gungun asked through telepathy. They were all communicating through telepathy. They did not even dare to say it out loud, for fear of being detected. No hurry. Wang Ting shook his head and said, let me confirm with the blood god doppelganger first. Confirm with the blood god doppelganger? Yuan Gungun was slightly stunned. He did not understand what Wang Ting was trying to do. Could it be that the blood god doppelganger knew something? Wang Ting ignored Yuan Gungun. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and contacted the blood god doppelganger. Now that the blood god doppelganger had returned to the Dark Apparition's Void Fortress, the 2 parties were not too far apart. After a while, Wang Ting opened his eyes again and smiled coldly. It is indeed it. Who? Yuan Gungun quickly asked. He was extremely curious. Could it be some special dark apparition, or the known dark race, the demon brain race? Underworld god race? Both were possible. These dark races were extremely good at hiding. Now that there were so many people in the Langivoid fortress, it was not impossible for a dark apparition to be hiding. Wang Ting telepathically said a name. That's possible. Yuan Gunggun's eyes widened. I have to see it with my own eyes to know how it got in. I'm also very curious. Wang Ting smiled, then directly contacted the Star Mechanic King. The Star Mechanic King was very surprised. He had just handed the matter of the mechanical eye to Wang Ting not long ago, and now he came looking for him again. Could it be that he had found something? If it was an ordinary discovery, he had already told him to look for the mechanical puppets directly. However, Wang Ting still managed to find him, which meant that the problem was not small. This made the Star Mechanic King a little curious. He was actually a little confused about why Venerable Asius had opened the mechanical eye authority to Wang Ting. The mechanical eye was very important to the machinery race. How could it be open to an outsider so casually? Tian Lan Xingwei of the Sky Wave Weave had approached him many times, but he did not agree. To be honest, if it were not for Venerable Asius's order, he would not have opened the mechanical eye authority to Wang Ting. End of chapter. Wang Ting, why are you looking for me? Star Mechanic Emperor appeared, looked at Wang Ting, and asked directly. 3 parts of the mechanical eye have been replaced. Wang Ting did not hide anything and told him the problem he found. Impossible. Star Mechanic Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Ting had expected this. The automaton race was more conceited than they looked. This conceit was in their field of expertise. It came from their extreme confidence in their field. After all, they had been in this field for countless years, so how could they allow others to question them? However, it did not matter. Wang Ting loved to see people being stubborn and then embarrassed. Here, and there, please check it yourself. Wang Ting pointed at 3 places calmly and then moved aside to let Star Mechanic Emperor check it himself. Star Mechanic Emperor saw that he was so confident, and his expression changed slightly. A blue light shot out of his eyes and scanned the 3 places he pointed out. Soon, his pupils shrank, and he really found the problem. If no one pointed it out, it would not be so easy to find the problem. However, now that Wang Ting pointed out the location accurately, if he still could not find the problem, it would be a waste of his immortal rank strength. Wu Yinsha. This automaton race immortal emperor's expression finally turned ugly. There really was a problem. If Wang Ting did not point it out, what would the consequences be? In this war that was about to start, it was not a big deal for the automaton race to lose face, but it would be a big deal if they were defeated because of this. How would the other races look at the automaton race in the future? It went without saying. Thinking of that situation, even an immortal rank like Star Mechanic Emperor felt a chill run down his spine. Star Mechanic Emperor secretly took a deep breath and looked at Wang Ting with a hint of surprise. How did you find out? I checked it carefully, and I naturally found the problem, Wang Ting said calmly. Star Mechanic Emperor was speechless. If checking it carefully was useful, why didn't they find it? Did this mean they were careless? Impossible. The machine race had never been careless. It could only be said that Wang Ting was indeed quite capable. It was not without reason that Asius the Venerable gave him the authority to use the mechanical eyes. If he had not discovered the problem, it would have been the machinery race that was in trouble. In this respect, he should thank Wang Ting. I'll remember this. The Star Mechanic Emperor took a deep look at Wang Ting and said, considering the relationship between you and my machine race, I won't say too much. For him to say this, it was clear that he approved of the relationship between Wang Ting and the machinery race. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He glanced at him and smiled. He nodded slightly and said, these 3 parts should have been replaced by someone else. Senior, you can check and see if you can find the hidden dark apparition. Dark apparition? The Star Mechanic King was slightly shocked. What else? Wang Ting asked, amused. That's right. Under such circumstances, who else could it be other than the dark apparition? The Star Mechanic King nodded. He was really confused. It was such a simple logic, but he did not immediately understand it. I'll get someone to start investigating immediately. The Star Mechanic King nodded. He was very confident about this. This was because the entire Langivoid fortress could be said to be under the control of the machinery race. They could completely find the traces of the dark apparition without alerting anyone. It's best if you use your own automaton. Don't alert the other automatons, Wang Ting suddenly stopped him and said with a deeper meaning. You. What do you mean? The Star Mechanic King couldn't help but be taken aback. The machinery race can also be occupied by the dark apparition, or the dark apparition can directly disguise itself as the machinery race and sneak into the Langivoid fortress, Wang Ting said faintly. That's impossible, right? The Star Mechanic King wanted to refute with extreme confidence, but when he thought about how he was so confident just now and ended up being slapped in the face, he could not help but ask in the end. It's best to be careful. What do you think, Senior? Wang Ting smiled. The Star Mechanic King coughed and said, that makes sense. He decided to accept Wang Ting's opinion. No matter what, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Moreover, it was not difficult for his mechanical puppet to check it personally. It was just a little troublesome. However, at this critical moment, it was better to be a little troublesome than to have problems during the start of the war. Therefore, his eyes flashed slightly, and with a thought, orders were immediately sent to the mechanical puppet's mind. Those mechanical puppets were completely under his control. He could easily order them to do things with just a thought. Wang Ting had already learned this from Yuan Gungun. It joined the machinery race, so some information about the machinery race was naturally open to it. Just now, when Wang Ting was checking the mechanical demonic eye, it was bored and went to learn more about it. This was the good thing about artificial intelligence. It was much easier to understand information than ordinary martial artists, and it did not take much time. After the Star Mechanic King gave the order, he said to Wang Ting, I'll bring those parts over immediately and replace them. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, the machinery race had prepared many spare parts that could be replaced at any time. This was also to deal with all kinds of situations during the war. If the mechanical demonic eye was damaged, they could immediately replace it with new parts. Senior, if you believe me, I suggest not to replace them for the time being, Wang Ting said. The Star Mechanic King asked in surprise, why? To lower the dark apparition's guard and let them think that we don't know that there's a problem with the mechanical demonic eye, Wang Ting said. But if we capture that dark apparition, we will also alert them, the Star Mechanic King said. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he smiled. So, I also suggest that after discovering it, we don't capture it for the time being. Don't capture it? The Star Mechanic King looked at Wang Ting and did not understand what he was thinking. This legendary prodigy seemed to be really hard to fathom. Even he, a machinery race immortal who had lived for God knows how long, felt like his IQ was not enough in front of the other party. Yes, don't capture it. When the war starts, it won't be too late to deal with it, Wang Ting said. You want the other party to pass on the wrong information? The Star Mechanic King suddenly understood and said. It seems that Senior has already guessed it. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. This idea is feasible, but it's a little risky. The Star Mechanic King frowned and said, we don't know how many tricks that hidden dark apparition has done to us. If it did not only do something to the mechanical demonic eye, but also the entire Langivoid fortress, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Therefore, we need to capture it as soon as possible and get some information from it. It's useless, Wang Ting shook his head and said, even if we capture it, do you have a way to make it talk? The Star Mechanic King fell silent. He did not have such confidence. Even the machinery race did not have a particularly good way to deal with dark apparitions. In fact, they would also be infected by the power of darkness. If their core was infected, it would be even more troublesome and difficult to eradicate than ordinary warriors. Therefore, they were also full of fear toward dark apparitions. Capturing them isn't the best method. Finding them and monitoring them secretly is the best choice, Wang Ting said. We can use them effectively to pass false information to us. That's the best choice. The Star Mechanic King's eyes flashed as if he was thinking. He had to admit that what Wang Ting said was very reasonable. This young prodigy did seem to be very good at dealing with dark apparitions. He had to treat his suggestion seriously. Moreover, before Venerable Zeus left, he had told him to listen to Wang Ting's opinion more. He did not expect it to come true so quickly. Okay, we'll do as you say. In the end, the Star Mechanic King still nodded and chose to believe in Wang Ting. Not long later, 3 types of parts were sent over and given to Wang Ting. Wang Ting accepted them without hesitation. He would not change these parts immediately but wait until the battle started. At that time, it would definitely give the dark apparition a surprise. Time slowly passed, and the Star Mechanic King's expression became more and more serious. He put down everything and personally looked for that dark apparition, but he found nothing. You didn't find it? Wang Ting was a little surprised and asked. The Star Mechanic King nodded with a serious expression. Wang Ting had a suspicious expression. Could it be that my guess was wrong, impossible? He had confirmed with the Blood God clone that the dark apparition was definitely here. It was just that it hid too well and used some unknown method to hide from the machinery race. Can you tell me the location of all the machinery race? I'll go and take a look myself, Wang Ting said. You have a way? The Star Mechanic King asked. Let's try. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't say anything else. Okay. The Star Mechanic King nodded and did not ask any more questions. He sent a distribution map to Yuan Gungun and said, I have sent the location of a few machinery race to Yuan Gungun. It knows their exact location. Let it bring you there. Okay. Wang Ting did not delay any longer and directly walked out, leaving the lowest level of this void fortress. The Star Mechanic King's eyes flashed, and he could not help but sigh. He did not expect that even the void fortress of the machinery race would be infiltrated by the dark apparition. To think that he was so confident in the past. He had embarrassed himself in front of this young prodigy. I hope you can really find that hidden dark apparition. The Star Mechanic King's figure disappeared, and only a soft voice echoed. No one heard it. Yuan Gungun, mark the location. Wang Ting came to the 3rd level of the Lanji Void Fortress and said telepathically. Okay. Yuan Gungun responded and presented a distribution map of the Lanji Void Fortress in Wang Ting's mind. Every level of the Lanji Void Fortress was extremely huge. Trying to find a person in it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, there were very few machinery race members, and the rest were all mechanical puppets. Therefore, with the map given by the Star Mechanic King, they could quickly find the exact location. Wang Ting saw the first machinery race member other than the Star Mechanic King. What surprised him was that this machinery race member was actually the core of the 3rd level and was integrated with the 3rd level of the Void Fortress like a huge mechanical brain. The security here was very tight. If Yuan Gungun had not become a machinery race member and obtained the corresponding authority, he would not have been able to get close to this place at all. This is also a machinery race member? Wang Ting asked telepathically while hiding himself and not letting the other party notice. Yes. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, the core of the machinery race is an artificial intelligence life form. The outer mechanical shell can be any shape. Wang Ting was deep in thought. He activated the immortal grade, Eye of Truth, to the extreme and silently observed the existence of this machinery race member in front of him. Huh? He suddenly exclaimed softly and stared at the core of the mechanical shell with some surprise. What's wrong? Yuan Gungun asked curiously. It knew that Wang Ting must have discovered something, or else he would not have reacted like this. This made it even more curious. Could this be a dark apparition? It could not help but mumble. No. Wang Ting shook his head but did not explain anything. He divided his psychic power into an extremely thin thread and covered it with his psychic power. Then, he extended it into the core of the mechanical shell through the space crack. Since it was a mechanical body, it was impossible for it to fit perfectly. There must be a slight gap. Even if this gap was very, very small, it was a huge breakthrough for Wang Ting, who had mastered the power of space. Hence, he easily invaded the core of the mechanical shell and picked up a few attribute bubbles. The existence of the machinery race seemed to be in a deep sleep and did not notice anything. After all, it was only at the Sector Lord level, and Wang Ting's psychic power was comparable to that of a Sector Lord. He also had various hidden techniques, so it was natural that the other party would not notice. Heart of Evolution *100, Heart of Evolution *150, Heart of Evolution *120, Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes instantly shone with a dazzling light. The Heart of Evolution, it was actually this attribute bubble. Asius the Knight had just mentioned it to him. He did not expect to pick up the attribute bubble of the Heart of Evolution. He was pleasantly surprised. Before he could think about it, the corresponding realization had already entered his mind. A dark blue object slowly appeared. It was a crystal-clear heart that was beating slowly. It was very lifelike. On the surface of the crystal heart, there were strange golden patterns that exuded an extremely special power. This power was like the origin of life, but also like the origin of the soul. It also seemed to contain the power of origin law and immortal energy. It was very mystical. To Wang Ting, the shock that this heart gave him was greater than anything else. It was as if a life was born in front of him. Hints of enlightenment appeared in Wang Ting's mind. But, very quickly, it stopped abruptly. He did not have enough attribute points. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the attribute panel with some regret. Heart of Evolution, unknown, incomplete 370/50,000, entry. Wang Ting was speechless. The entry level of the Heart of Evolution required 50,000 attribute points, and he had only just obtained 370 attribute points. The difference was huge. End of chapter. It's still an incomplete attribute. Wang Ting sighed. He had a feeling that it would not be easy to obtain the complete Heart of Evolution attribute. This Heart of Evolution was the core of all the machines, and they would not expose it easily. It would not be easily damaged, and the attribute bubbles that would drop would be very limited. They might not even be complete, and they would all be incomplete attributes like this. Furthermore, if the other party woke up, he might not be able to pick up the attribute bubbles. Could it be a huge improvement? The reason why he succeeded just now was because of the combination of various factors, and it was very coincidental. After all, those with authority would die a horrible death. The Star Mechanic King probably did not expect that his mistake would give Wang Ting a chance to peek at the Heart of Evolution. It's too difficult. Wang Ting could not help but shake his head. He did not have much hope in his heart. Looks like I might have to add blank attributes in the future. However, can the blank attribute be used to complete the incomplete attributes? It does not seem possible. What a headache, he turned around and left helplessly. He did not stay there for long because that machine was not a dark apparition. Yuan Gungun immediately followed. Although it was very curious about what Wang Ting had seen, it was not good for it to ask since Wang Ting did not want to say. The two of them came to the 4th level and saw the second machine. This was a normal humanoid machine. It was commanding some mechanical puppets to repair something. Wang Ting hid in the distance and secretly observed. It was also not a dark apparition in disguise, and he could not pick up any attribute bubbles. He had no choice but to leave. Next, he checked the levels one by one and saw many existences of the automaton race. These machines were really of all shapes and sizes. Their external appearances were all different, and Wang Ting learned a lot. Fortunately, these machines more or less allowed him to pick up some attribute bubbles from the Heart of Evolution. It was not a complete loss. Heart of Evolution, unknown, incomplete 300/50,000, beginner. Apart from that, the stats of machinery runes had also increased by quite a bit. Mechanical runes, for 800/5000, proficient. I'm not far from the breakthrough. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with joy. After mastery, he would reach lesser mastery. Right now, he was just short of 200 attribute points. He might be able to break through soon. After all, this void fortress still had many levels. Wang Ting, could you have guessed wrong? Maybe that dark apparition isn't pretending to be a member of the machinery race. Yuan Gungun said, pretending to be a mech is a thankless task. Pretending to be or controlling any other race is much better than pretending to be a mech. Wang Ting shook his head and said, you can't get close to the mechanical demonic eye by pretending to be another race. But we haven't found any traces of the dark apparition even after searching for so long. Yuan Gungun said hesitantly. No rush, take your time, Wang Ting said with a calm smile. He was really not in a hurry at all. To be able to see so many automatons and even pick up their attribute bubbles, was there anything better than this? Yuan Gungun was a little helpless. He did not understand why Wang Ting could be so calm. If he could not find that dark apparition, wouldn't he be embarrassed in front of the Star Mechanic King? How would he explain it to him? Let's go to the next place. Wang Ting sat in the elevator and went up to the next level. He asked, which level is this? Level 18, Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded. He found the automaton on this level and hid in the dark to observe. He saw a huge mechanical body that seemed to be in the middle of production. From an indescribable position, mechanical balls were spat out. That scene was really a little like pooping. What is it doing? Wang Ting asked after a moment of silence. It's producing mechanical puppets, Yuan Gungun said without thinking much. Oh. Wang Ting dragged his voice, nodded, and said righteously, it's just as I thought. Yuan Gungun did not think much at first, but seeing that he was trying to cover his ears, he could not help but look at him suspiciously. I suspect that you're thinking about something weird. Hee, you're thinking too much. Wang Ting smiled awkwardly. Eyes of Truth suddenly saw something and could not help but let out a soft exclamation. He saw that there was actually an attribute bubble in the automaton's body. However, this time it was not at the core but at another part. He immediately swept out his psychic power and quietly picked it up. Mechanical Puppet * 500, Mechanical Puppet * 800, Mechanical Puppet * 1200, Mechanical Puppet. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. He did not expect it to be this attribute bubble. Before he could think much, a corresponding realization appeared in his mind. He saw a mechanical ball condense, and then the corresponding structure appeared one by one. It was dismantled, and the manufacturing process was repeated. Mechanical Puppet. Growth type 5300/10,000, Stage 1. Hey, this mechanical puppet's attribute is actually a growth type, and it's divided into stages. Wang Ting looked at the attribute value that appeared on the attribute panel in surprise. The attribute value that he had just obtained was only a Stage 1, mechanical puppet. It was not very high and was only at the lowest level. However, Wang Ting was still quite happy. First of all, it was naturally because the attribute value was complete and not incomplete. This way, he could directly create mechanical puppets. After seeing the mechanical puppets of the automaton tribe, he had to admit that this thing was very useful. Mechanical puppets were somewhat different from ordinary robots. They were directly controlled by the automaton tribe, and they had decent combat power. They could absorb the force to fight. Moreover, they could be very large in number. When gathered together, they could even form an even more powerful mechanical puppet. These were the relevant information that Wang Ting obtained after obtaining the attribute bubble of the mechanical puppet. Yuan Gungun, can you create mechanical puppets now? Wang Ting asked telepathically. Mechanical puppets? Yuan Gungun did not know why he suddenly asked about this. He said, this can only be learned by making contributions to the automaton tribe. Wang Ting nodded. It seemed that the automaton tribe was quite protective of their own knowledge. Don't tell me that you're tempted because you saw the automaton tribe producing mechanical puppets? Yuan Gungun glanced at him and said. I'm a little tempted, but I have a way to get the method of making mechanical puppets. Wang Ting smiled. What? Yuan Gungun thought that he had misheard and asked, you're not joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? Wang Ting smiled faintly. The automaton tribe has hidden the method of making mechanical puppets so well that outsiders have no way of knowing. How did you get it? Yuan Gungun was very curious. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I have a way to make mechanical puppets when the time comes, Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath and suppressed his curiosity. If the automaton tribe finds out that you've learned the method of making mechanical puppets, will they? You're overthinking things. Did I say that it's a mechanical puppet? Can't I say that it's an origin puppet? Can't I say that it's a lightning puppet? Wang Ting said, different types of mechanical puppets can be made from different energies. That's not up to me. Yuan Gungun felt that he was too naive. As expected, shameless people were the most invincible. But Wang Ting's words were indeed correct. No one would know that it was a mechanical puppet as long as he didn't say it was one. Wang Ting hadn't gone to the automaton tribe to steal the technique, so they couldn't do anything to him. One had to know that Wang Ting's identity wasn't simple. Even the automaton tribe couldn't do anything to him. Wang Ting, we have a good relationship, right? Yuan Gungun rolled his eyes and said with a smile, you see, I wasn't tempted by the automaton tribe. I'm firmly on your side. So? Wang Ting pretended not to know and asked. So, the method of making mechanical puppets, you know. Yuan Gungun rubbed his hands and laughed. It depends on your performance. Wang Ting's lips curled up and said with a smile. Okay, let's go. He had just stayed for a while and picked up a lot of attribute bubbles. Seeing that he couldn't make the mechanical puppet break through to the first level, he could only leave. Mechanical puppet, growth type 8500/10,000, first level. Now, its attribute value had reached 8,500 points. It only needed 1,500 points to break through. Unfortunately, the automaton tribe didn't continue to make second-order mechanical puppets, so Wang Ting knew that it was impossible for him to pick up the attribute bubbles of the second-order mechanical puppet. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The power of a first-order mechanical puppet wouldn't be very strong. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun continued to search. There were no special situations on the next few floors, but Wang Ting picked up a lot of attributes of the mechanical runes. Mechanical runes, 2300/10,000, small mastery, mechanical runes, had finally reached the small mastery level from the proficient level. Wang Ting's mastery of these runes had greatly improved. It was equivalent to decades of experience for others. However, Wang Ting doubted that the automaton tribe would need so much time to learn. Their tribe was very special. All knowledge could be learned through artificial intelligence. It was simply cheating. When Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun searched the entire Lanji Void Fortress, they still didn't find any problems. Wang Ting's expression became completely serious. Yuan Gungun was also silent. It didn't know what to say. Since Wang Ting was so confident, it naturally believed in him. However, it still couldn't find any traces of the dark apparition. It didn't know what the problem was. Yuan Gungun, contact the Star Mechanic King immediately and ask him if any automaton tribe members have left the Lanji Void Fortress recently, Wang Ting said seriously. Okay. Yuan Gungun didn't say much and immediately contacted the Star Mechanic King. After a while, it looked at Wang Ting and said seriously, you guessed right. There is indeed a automaton tribe member heading toward the Ironworks Fortress defense line. Ironworks Fortress defense line? Wang Ting was unfamiliar with this and waited for an explanation. The Ironworks Fortress defense line is the most important defense line between the automaton tribe and the Tianlan tribe. It was originally the channel between the Tianlan tribe and the automaton tribe. The space in front of him fluctuated, and the Star Mechanic King walked out. You should know that the automaton tribe rarely interacts with the outside world, and people from other races rarely come to the automaton tribe. However, in order to not be separated from the universe, we can only establish a few specific channels to connect with other tribes. Therefore, this Ironworks Fortress defense line is very important, Wang Ting said to the Star Mechanic King. Yes. The Star Mechanic King nodded. Are you sure there's a problem with the automaton tribe member heading toward the Ironworks Fortress defense line? If the information Senior gave me is accurate, then it can only be him, Wang Ting said. Seeing that he was so sure, the Star Mechanic King's eyes flashed slightly. In that case, please go to the Ironworks Fortress defense line. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. I'll go now. Senior, do you have anything to tell me? Act according to the situation. The Star Mechanic King waved his hand, and a blue stream of light landed in front of Wang Ting. This is my token. When you arrive at the Ironworks Fortress defense line, if you need anything, you can show it directly. The automaton tribe there will assist you. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly, and he was a little surprised. He reached out and took the token in front of him. This token was very different from the tokens he had seen in the past. It was full of mechanical feeling, and there were blue patterns on the surface and back of the token. It looked very strange. It looks like a mechanical component. Wang Ting muttered in his heart for no reason. Then, he cupped his fists at the Star Mechanic King and left. Your spaceship has been repaired and can be used. Let Yuan Gungun take you there. After the Star Mechanic King said this, he disappeared from where he stood. The Fire River spaceship has been repaired? So fast? Wang Ting looked at Yuan Gungun in surprise and asked. Since the Star Mechanic King said so, it should be true. Yuan Gungun was also a little surprised, but he still nodded. Let's go and take a look. Wang Ting was a little impatient. The spaceship parking area was located on the second level. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun took the elevator again and directly arrived at the second level. At a glance, there were spaceships everywhere. When Wang Ting searched before, he directly skimmed through the second level because there were no automatons here. There were only some mechanical puppets repairing the spaceship. Under Yuan Gungun's guidance, Wang Ting quickly found the Fire River spaceship. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was a little happy. The overall appearance of the Fire River spaceship did not change much. It was still mainly dark red, but there were some blue patterns on the Origin power engine. This blue color was not out of place. Instead, it blended perfectly with the overall color of the spaceship, forming a kind of decoration. Of course, this was only the appearance. After Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun entered the spaceship, they found that the interior had changed greatly. In the past, the interior of the Fire River spaceship was mostly luxurious. After all, the Fire River Realm Lord back then more or less had the intention of enjoying himself. Later, after the Torch Dragon race's modification, it became even more luxurious. However, after the Automaton race's modification, the interior had a hazy and dreamy feeling of technology. That sense of luxury was suppressed by a lot and was no longer the main thing. It had a kind of feeling of being the host. However, Wang Ting liked it. After the Automaton race's modification, it has indeed blended into the Automaton race's style, Yuan Gungun said with a smile. Let's see how the performance is. As Wang Ting spoke, he sat down in the pilot's seat and found that his entire body fit perfectly with the pilot's seat, as if he had sunk into it. It was extremely comfortable. Yuan Gungun could not wait to operate the spaceship. It turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Langivoid fortress. With this operation, Yuan Gungun immediately felt the difference and was amazed. The speed has increased by another 10%. Why did he say again? Because after the Torch Dragon race's modification, the spaceship's performance had increased by a full 30 times. Now, it had increased by another 10%. This was not much easier than the previous upgrade. Previously, the Fire River spaceship was not considered a Pinnacle Sector Lord spaceship, so it was relatively easy to upgrade. It could be done as long as higher-grade materials were integrated. However, now that the Fire River had reached the Pinnacle Sector Lord level, it was very difficult to upgrade it further. This required a breakthrough in technology. However, the Automaton race had done it. That was why Yuan Gungun was so amazed. The overall performance has increased by 20%, and the defense has increased by at least 15%. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath and finally said, I feel that this is the Fire River's limit. Limit? Wang Ting was shocked. Yes, this is the limit. I'm afraid the Fire River spaceship can't be upgraded anymore. Yuan Gungun nodded solemnly. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he nodded. He naturally understood what this meant. If the Fire River could not be upgraded anymore, it meant that the spaceship's future had come to an end. There was nothing left to look forward to. This was a cruel reality. As Wang Ting's strength increased, the spaceship would eventually not be able to keep up with his pace. Perhaps it would not be long before it was eliminated. Don't think too much, just use it first. Wang Ting smiled and did not think too much. He directly ordered, head to the Ironforge Fortress defense line as soon as possible. I want to see what it's up to. End of chapter. Ironforge Fort defense line. A line of defense was located southwest of the Langivoid fortress. It was built on top of the void turbulence and looked like a huge island. On the island, steel buildings stood in great numbers. It was grand and majestic, but there was a hint of coldness mixed in. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be many people here. This was because this was the channel to enter the machinery weave, and very few people would come here. The machinery race didn't welcome outsiders very much. Now, however, there were all kinds of people here. They shuttled through the buildings and seemed to be very busy. At the same time, spaceships landed on the island, increasing the number of people here. However, the people here didn't look happy at all. Instead, their faces were solemn and their spirits were tense. They were in a highly tense atmosphere. Looking at the void around them, there was a faintly discernible dark aura that filled the air. There were also many corpses of warriors, wreckage of spaceships, meteorite fragments, and so on. At a glance, the entire void was filled with chaos and destruction, which made people feel solemn. Wang Ting and Round Gun took the fire river to the void space outside the Ironware Castle's defense line. They didn't get any closer. Instead, when they were still some distance away, they put away their spaceships and hid themselves. They flew towards the Ironware Castle's defense line. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he saw many attribute bubbles left in the void. He swept out with his spiritual force and picked them up. Mechanical Golem, Tier 5, *1200 Mechanical Golem, Tier 5, *3200 Mechanical Golem, Tier 5, *2500, Heart of Evolution *4000 Heart of Evolution *3500 Heart of Evolution *2800, Mechanical Runes *300 Mechanical Runes *250 Mechanical Runes *320, Wood Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1200 Wood Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1000 Wood Domain, Melder Rank 6, *800, Wine Domain, Melder Rank 5, *500 Wind Domain, Melder Rank 5, *1000 Wind Domain, Melder Rank 5, *600, Ice Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1500 Ice Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1100 Ice Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1300, Light Domain, Melder Rank 5, *500 Light Domain, Melder Rank 5, *600 Light Domain, Melder Rank 5, *400, Demonic Moth Domain, Melder Rank 6, *700 Demonic Moth Domain, Melder Rank 6, *600 Demonic Moth Domain, Melder Rank 6, *800, Magic Cliff Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1200 Devil Cliff Domain, Melder Rank 6, *700 Magic Cliff Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1100, Nightmare Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1300 Nightmare Domain, Melder Rank 6, *1000 Nightmare Domain, Melder Rank 6, *900, Umbral Realm, Melder Rank 6, *1500 Umbral Realm, Melder Rank 6, *1800 Umbral Realm, Melder Rank 6, *2000, Wood Origin, Tier 5, *3000, Wood Origin, Tier 5, *3500, Wood Origin, Tier 5, *3800, Origin of Wind, Rank 5, *4200, Origin of Wind, Rank 5, *3600, Origin of Wind, Tier 5, *4000, Origin of Ice, Tier 5, *2500, Origin of Ice, Tier 5, *3200, Origin of Ice, Tier 5, *3800, Origin of Light, Tier 5, *4300, Origin of Light, Tier 5, *3600, Origin of Light, Tier 5, *3200, Origin of Poison, Tier 5, *3000, Origin of Poison, Tier 5, *3500, Origin of Poison, Tier 5, *3600. A series of attribute bubbles flowed into Wang Ting's mind and turned into comprehension, causing him to be stunned. So many? He had just roughly scanned the starry sky in front of him and didn't feel many attribute bubbles, but when he used his spiritual force to pick them up, he found that there were actually quite a few. These attributes, in particular, were extremely valuable. Wang Ting immediately closed his eyes and carefully comprehended them. Mechanical Golems, Tier 5. An extremely special image suddenly appeared in his mind. In this image, a group of strange mechanical golems were densely packed in the void like locusts, and it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. What was even more ridiculous was that they could actually use the origin force of light. This group of mechanical golems were fighting against the dark apparitions, erupting with extremely powerful strength, especially the origin force of light, which was able to restrain the dark apparitions and played a crucial role in the battlefield. Finally, an upper demon emperor dark apparition appeared and blocked these mechanical golems. Wang Ting thought that the image would end here because although these mechanical golems weren't ordinary, they were only at the universe level. At the domain lord level, it wasn't a problem for them to block ordinary dark apparitions, but to block an upper demon emperor dark apparition, it wasn't enough. However, an unexpected situation occurred. These mechanical golems actually combined together and transformed into a mechanical golem standing tall in the void. Then, tyrannical origin force of light erupted from the mechanical golem's body and fought against the upper demon emperor dark apparition. In the end, this mechanical golem almost annihilated the dark apparition, forcing it to flee. The image ended here, and the mechanical golem began to break down. The detailed structure appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It can also be like this. Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This rank 5 mechanical golem was actually comparable to an upper demon emperor existence, which was equivalent to a sector lord existence. Moreover, its strength was very powerful and wasn't much weaker than a sector lord fighter. The origin force of light that appeared in his mind just now could even restrain the dark apparition and almost kill it. It's countless times more complicated than the rank 1 mechanical golem. Wang Ting carefully savored the comprehension he absorbed just now and became more and more amazed. It was really too complicated. The structure wasn't something that could be learned in a short period of time. If a saint blacksmith were to learn it, it would probably take several years to learn and be able to replicate a rank 5 mechanical golem. If one wanted to master it to an extremely proficient level, they would need more time to immerse themselves in this path. For a saint blacksmith, this wasn't a wise choice. To put it bluntly, mechanical golem was only suitable for the mechanical race. They didn't need to spend so much time learning how to make mechanical golems. Fortunately, Wang Ting didn't need it. He directly absorbed the comprehension of the attribute bubble and completely grasped the method of making rank 5 mechanical golem. He could completely replicate it in a short period of time. However, to make a light-type mechanical golem, I need a large amount of light-type materials, and the grade definitely can't be low. It has to be at least domain lord or sector lord level materials. Wang Ting shook his head and temporarily put this thought aside. If he wanted to make a rank 5 mechanical golem, he couldn't do it for the time being. He didn't have so many materials. Light-type mechanical golem isn't easy to make, but I can make other types of mechanical golems. I'll give it a try when I have the chance. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and suddenly laughed. Mechanical golem, growth type 6900/50,000, rank 5, then he looked at the attribute panel and couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect to pick up the rank 5 mechanical golem manufacturing method so quickly. What a pleasant surprise. Before, he had just picked up the rank 1 mechanical golem manufacturing method, and now he had picked it up to rank 5. It was an increase of 4 grades. This was a huge leap. And through Yuan Gonggun's description, Wang Ting knew that the higher the grade of the manufacturing method, the harder it was to obtain. Even if Yuan Gonggun joined the automaton race, it wouldn't be easy to obtain the rank 5 mechanical golem manufacturing method. Now, it was Wang Ting's gain. At this time, another special comprehension appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The heart of evolution, it was the heart of purification. The strange blue crystal-like heart appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and all sorts of comprehensions appeared. In just an instant, the blue crystal heart was completely lit up. There were strange golden lines all over it, and it was extremely mysterious. In an instant, Wang Ting had an epiphany. He couldn't help but open his eyes. Life origin crystal, soul origin crystal, law origin crystal, immortal crystal, this heart of evolution requires so many rare materials. He was a little helpless, but he was both surprised and happy. He was happy because he had obtained the complete attribute of the heart of evolution under such circumstances. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to complete this attribute, but it was complete in the blink of an eye. He was so lucky that he couldn't stop it. However, the materials required for the heart of evolution also shocked him greatly. Those materials, no matter which one it was, were extremely precious and rare treasures. It was lucky to obtain one, but it was extremely difficult to gather all of them. Heart of Evolution, unknown 12600/50,000, beginner. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and nodded to himself. Although it was still at the entry level, it was still a good thing that this attribute was complete. It dropped a complete attribute. Could it be that a machine fell? Wang Ting suddenly thought of this and was slightly shocked. The third attribute appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was the mechanical runes attribute. There weren't many attribute points, but this was because Wang Ting's mastery of the mechanical runes had already reached small success, and it was difficult to increase it. Mechanical runes, 3170/10,000, small success, not bad, at least I'm more familiar with it. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and wasn't dissatisfied. It was a free win anyway. Next, a series of Melder domains and origin law comprehension flowed into Wang Ting's mind, surprising him. Wood domain, 3000/6000, 6th level Melder. Wind domain, 2100/5000, 5th level Melder. Frost domain, 3900/6000, 6th level Melder. Light domain, 1500/5000, Melder rank 5. His wood domain had risen from rank 4 to rank 6, which was an increase of 2 levels. His domain of wind had also been upgraded from a 4th order Melder to a 5th order. Wang Ting was a little surprised. My frost domain has improved the most. It jumped 4 levels in one go, going from rank 2 to rank 6. His radiant domain had also been upgraded from rank 4 to rank 5. Wang Ting hadn't expected the increase in these domains, especially the last 3. They were all special attribute domains that were rarely seen. This time, he had actually picked up the relevant attribute points, and the increase wasn't small either. These domains had originally been lagging behind, but now they had all caught up and narrowed the gap. This was what made Wang Ting happy. After all, he wanted to develop in all aspects, so how could he miss out on these special attribute domains? In addition to the increase in attributes for the light domain, the attributes for the dark domain had also increased. Magic Moth domain, 2100/6000, Melder rank 6, Magic Cliff domain, 3000/6000, Melder rank 6, Illusion Nightmare domain, 3200/6000, Melder rank 6, Darkness domain, 5300/6000, Melder rank 6. The Magic Moth domain had risen from rank 4 to rank 6, which was an increase of 2 levels. The Magic Cliff domain had risen from rank 3 to rank 6, which was an increase of 3 levels. Similarly, the Illusion Nightmare domain had risen by 3 levels, reaching rank 6. The Darkness domain had also risen by 2 levels, reaching rank 6. However, the attribute points had increased, and it wasn't far from breaking through to rank 7. Finally, the comprehension of the 5 origin laws appeared in Wang Ting's mind at the same time, turning into strange runes that were branded into the depths of his memory. Origin of Wood, 10300/50,000, Tier 5, Origin of Wind, 11800/50,000, Stage 5, Ice Origin, 9500/50,000, Level 5, Wink with a Frown Light Origin, 11100/50,000, Grade 5, Origin of Poison, 11,000/50,000, Stage 5, his wood origin had risen by 1 level, reaching rank 5 from rank 4. Origin of Wind had also been upgraded from Stage 4 to Stage 5. The Ice origin has indeed improved the most. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. It had risen from rank 2 to rank 5, which meant that the comprehension was boundless, far surpassing that of the other origin laws. Wang Ting wasn't surprised because it was the same for his domain attribute. His previous ice attribute had been too weak and hadn't improved in a long time, but this time it had caught up. His light origin had also risen from rank 4 to rank 5, increasing by 1 level. The increase in this attribute made Wang Ting even happier. After all, the light attribute could restrain the dark apparitions, so the stronger it was, the better. It should be the attributes that dropped from the mechanical puppet. It's a bargain for me. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Lastly, his poison origin had also risen from rank 4 to rank 5. After absorbing these attributes, Wang Ting realized that the power of these origin laws was very average. They were all at the 5th level. Did this mean that rank 5 was a dividing line? After rank 5, it would be even harder to comprehend. It sounded long, but in reality, it had happened in the blink of an eye. Absorbing these attributes didn't take much time, so Wang Ting's attention quickly returned. This place should have experienced a fierce battle. Yuan Gungun sized up the surroundings and said in a serious tone. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. His expression was a little heavy. From the attribute bubbles that he had just picked up, he knew how terrifying that battle was. Probably quite a few sector lords and upper demon emperors had fallen, otherwise, they wouldn't have dropped so many attributes and remained until now. Although the domain and origin laws could be merged with the surrounding environment, and thus could be preserved for a longer period of time. However, if there weren't many attributes, they would dissipate very quickly. From this, it could be seen that the attributes that dropped at that time were definitely much more than what Wang Ting had picked up. Previously, he had heard that the dark apparitions had attacked the various major defense lines and caused huge losses. Originally, he was already somewhat mentally prepared, but he still underestimated the intensity of the battle. Now that he saw the scene here, only then did he know how intense the battle had been. The battle that had happened here was definitely more intense than other places. Compared to the situation on Tianzhu planet, the situation here was probably just a small fry. This was because Wang Ting could feel how terrifying the faintly discernible dark energy around him was. This dark energy had already seeped into the space and was difficult to expel. Not to mention, along the way, he had seen the remains of many shattered planets. Those were definitely left behind after the planets were destroyed. However, speaking of which, this defense line was actually able to withstand the attack of the dark apparitions and remain intact. It was indeed not simple. This defense line was built on the void turbulence zone. I guess the mechanical race also spent a lot of resources to build it. Yuan Gungun looked at the defense line in the distance and exclaimed. How extravagant. Wang Ting was also a little surprised. He looked at the defense line and said, just the transportation of various materials will probably take a lot of time. There is a similar place in Cosmic Star College, but it is just a place to dock spaceships. It is completely incomparable to this place. While the two talked, they passed through the void turbulence zone and gradually approached the defense line of the Ironforge fortress. Because of the void turbulence zone's obstruction, it was not so easy to get close. Fortunately, Wang Ting had the power of space. Otherwise, just this short distance of the void turbulence zone would be enough to stop him. At this time, he finally understood that it was probably because of the special geographical location of this place that it could withstand the attacks of the dark apparitions again and again. After arriving at the periphery of the defense line of the Ironforge fortress, Wang Ting was about to land on the island when he suddenly stopped and frowned. What's wrong? Yuan Gungun asked. Wang Ting opened, eyes of truth, looked around, and said with a smile, this island is actually filled with mechanical runes. I will probably be discovered as soon as I step on it. If his, mechanical runes, had not reached the level of small mastery and could find clues from the details, he would probably have fallen for it. Yuan Gungun was slightly surprised and looked around. He naturally already knew what mechanical runes was, but he had not mastered it and was not very familiar with it. Therefore, he was not very sensitive to it. Now that he heard Wang Ting's words, he knew that the defense line of the Ironforge fortress was actually filled with mechanical runes. Yuan Gungun looked around but did not find the existence of mechanical runes. He was speechless and said, the mechanical race is really cautious. It's good to be cautious. Wang Ting smiled, thought for a while, and took out the mechanical race token that the Star Mechanic King had given him. He observed it carefully and said with a smile, sure enough, it can be used. He activated the token, and blue lines lit up on the token and gathered into special runes, which then turned into a stream of light and shot out. With Wang Ting's mechanical runes attainment, it was very easy for him to see the meaning of these runes. As the stream of light formed by the runes shot out, the internal system of the defense line of the Ironforge fortress received the highest order and would no longer recognize him as the person who had landed on the island. People with lower authority than him would not know that he had landed on the island. The Star Mechanic King probably did not expect that Wang Ting could use this token at will. At this time, Wang Ting was not in a hurry to expose himself, nor was he in a hurry to contact the mechanical race within this defense line. Instead, he was going to find that dark apparition alone. He used the power of space and shadow to hide himself and quietly entered the defense line of the Ironforge fortress. His eyes of truth was still open, and he looked down at the entire defense line from above. There was no way for him to search one by one here, so he could only use this method to check the existence of the dark apparition. Found it. Suddenly, Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he locked onto a certain place. End of chapter. There was a very obscure dark power in the defense line of the Ironforge fortress. This dark power was different from the remaining dark power in the void. The remaining dark power in the void had no owner after all and was already in a scattered state. However, the dark power in the defense line of the Ironforge fortress was condensed and didn't dissipate. Although it was obscure, it couldn't escape Wang Ting's eyes. If it were anyone else, it would definitely be very difficult to discover that dark power. That was because the other party hid very well and used concealment methods. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to hide under the nose of the automaton race for so long. I wonder how it hid. Wang Ting was curious and flew toward the place where the dark apparition was found. Let's go and take a look. He really found it. Yuan Gunggun's eyes were filled with surprise. He had been chasing from the Lanji Void Fortress all the way to the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress. He was actually a little nervous. Wang Ting had spent so much effort. If he couldn't find the hidden dark apparition, it would really be a joke. Fortunately, his prediction seemed to be right. He really found the dark apparition's trace. Yuan Gungun didn't doubt Wang Ting's words at all. He never spoke without thinking, and that was reassuring. Wang Ting hid himself and entered the defense line of the Ironforge fortress safely with the Star Mechanic Emperor's token. He didn't alert anyone. One had to admit that this token was really useful. The Star Mechanic Emperor was an immortal emperor of the automaton race. His token's authority was too high. Not to mention this insignificant line of defense, even in the Lanji Void Fortress, this token could do many things. Of course, the premise was that one had to know how to use it. The Star Mechanic Emperor probably didn't expect Wang Ting to be able to use his token at will. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have dared to give it to Wang Ting so casually. Being able to give this token to Wang Ting already showed his trust in Wang Ting. However, there was a limit to this trust. He couldn't let him enter the important place of the automaton race at will. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Wang Ting silently infiltrated the defensive line. Along the way, he saw many mechanical puppets, but he did not see a single martial artist. This region seemed to be a restricted area. Martial artists were unable to enter. Yuan Gungun, do you know where this is? Wang Ting asked curiously. Yuan Gungun shook his head. I don't know. My authority in the mech race is the lowest level. There are many places that I don't have the right to enter. This area just so happens to be a forbidden zone. It really is a restricted area. Wang Ting was very surprised, but at the same time, he was even more curious. Luckily, you have the Star Mechanic King's token. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to enter this place. Yuan Gungun looked at him and smiled. Wang Ting nodded. When he first entered this place, he had also studied it for a while. There were many runes on the token, and they formed a system unique to the machine race. It was not easy to find the rune's mechanism that corresponded to the authority of this place. He walked all the way to the deepest part of this place. The light around him gradually dimmed. Only some light shone out from the metal floor, making this place look very dim. Suddenly, Wang Ting stopped. He walked to the end of the corridor, and a huge space appeared in front of him. At a glance, countless mechanical puppets were neatly arranged in this dim space. Occasionally, a stream of light flashed, which looked quite strange. So many mechanical puppets. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He looked at these puppets and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Wait, aren't these the light-type mechanical puppets that I saw in the image before? His eyes lit up instantly. Those were light-type mechanical puppets at the Sector Lord level. Previously, he had only seen them in the image and was already shocked. Now that he saw them with his own eyes, it was naturally even more exciting. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He knew that the dark apparition was here. At this time, he should be more cautious. He was still hiding in the space crevice. The shadow force covered his entire body. With these two forces working together, it was not a problem for him to hide from upper-level demon emperors. Then, Wang Ting finally stepped into the place where the mechanical puppets were stored. He moved in the direction of the dark force according to the Eye of Truth. Wang Ting, this is the mechanical puppet army of the mechanical race. Yuan Gungun also reacted at this time and said in shock. You only know now. Wang Ting said. There are actually so many mechanical puppets here. No wonder this line of defense can be defended. The hidden force is very strong. Yuan Gungun ignored his sarcasm and said to himself. Wang Ting smiled. He curiously observed these mechanical puppets while walking in the direction of the dark force. Not long after, he finally saw his target this time. This is. Yuan Gungun's attention was immediately attracted. He was very surprised. It was indeed a mechanical race in front of him. It had a mechanical body and wore a blue armor. The exposed skin glowed with a faint blue luster and emitted a trace of coldness. That's it, Wang Ting said telepathically. I really couldn't tell at all. Yuan Gungun was speechless. He asked, how are you so sure that it is a dark apparition in disguise? Very simple. I can see the dark force in its body. Wang Ting sneered. It is indeed very good at hiding, but it can't hide from my eyes. Yuan Gungun knew that Wang Ting had a special eye talent. He did not ask further. Instead, he asked curiously, how did it hide? Let me observe it again. Wang Ting frowned and carefully observed the situation in the dark apparition's body in front of him. Under the immortal level Eye of Truth, his gaze penetrated the dark apparition's armor and mechanical body. A skeleton appeared in front of Wang Ting. His eyes flashed. He was a little surprised. This skeleton was white and faintly emitted a jade-like color. It blended in with the mechanical body around it, making it look like a mechanical skeleton. Most importantly, even if a warrior from the light universe saw this white color, they would not suspect that it was a dark apparition. However, Wang Ting felt a sense of familiarity. Demon bone, the demon bone talent of the bone spirit race could turn their bones white and even faintly emit a jade-like color. It was exactly the same as the skeleton in front of him. However, Wang Ting didn't sense any dark power on the skeleton. Its dark power seemed to be hidden in a deeper part of the skeleton. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with purple gold light as he continued to observe. This skeleton was covered with a layer of mechanical structure. Mechanical runes were engraved on it, which had the function of blocking detection. Therefore, outsiders could not see what was inside the skeleton. This seemed to be intentional. Wang Ting had observed the bodies of several members of the mechanical race. Although they also had mechanical runes engraved on their bodies, they did not pay so much attention to hiding them. Of course, some members of the mechanical race did not want their mechanical bodies to be inspected by outsiders, so they would do the same. However, since Wang Ting already suspected that it was a dark apparition in disguise, he would naturally be suspicious of this. Fortunately, the concealment function of these mechanical runes could not stop his Eye of Truth. Through the mechanical structure outside the skeleton, Wang Ting finally saw what was hidden inside. Mechanical heart? A mechanical heart appeared in front of Wang Ting's eyes. The mechanical heart was an energy core unique to the mechanical race. It was equivalent to the star core of a star beast. However, Wang Ting looked suspicious. He felt that something was wrong. He continued to look deeper. At this point, he could clearly feel resistance. If his Eye of Truth was still at the true grade, he might not be able to see deeper into the structure. However, now that he was at the immortal grade, he could naturally see through it. As if the last layer of protection had been stripped away, a glaring blue light appeared in front of him. F***CK. Wang Ting cursed. Heart of Evolution. What appeared in front of him was a real heart of evolution. No wonder he felt that it was strange. It was impossible for a mechanical heart to emit such an aura of origin. Only a heart of evolution could do so. Although only a trace of aura was revealed, with Wang Ting's understanding of the heart of evolution, he naturally felt that something was different. Why does this dark apparition have a heart of evolution? Wang Ting was a little suspicious. Originally, he thought that this dark apparition from the bone spirit race was only wearing the shell of the mechanical race. However, it seemed that this was not the case. They were quite well prepared. They even had a high-level treasure like the Heart of Evolution. With the Heart of Evolution, how could the mechanical race suspect this dark apparition in front of him? However, this Heart of Evolution seems to be a little different. After careful observation, Wang Ting discovered some clues. This Heart of Evolution absorbed all the dark power of the dark apparition and hid it in the deepest part. Only poison and water powers were emitted. That's right. This body of the mechanical race could use poison and water powers. From the outside, it looked no different from the mechanical body of the mechanical race. Could it be that the dark apparition also knows how to create the Heart of Evolution? Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. His eyes revealed a hint of shock. When they were in the dark world, they discovered that the dark apparition also seemed to have an artificial intelligence life, and it was very powerful. To be able to be called a powerful artificial intelligence life, there was a high probability that it had broken through the immortal shackles. Then, how did the artificial intelligence life in the dark world break through the immortal shackles? It went without saying. The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. The dark apparition should have known how to create the Heart of Evolution. Dark apparitions have plundered so many worlds. The knowledge and technology they have is actually more than we imagined. Wang Ting took a deep breath. His eyes flickered. It's just that sometimes, they don't bother to master that knowledge. However, this is only true for most dark apparitions. Perhaps some dark apparitions are interested in this and thus master that knowledge and technology. The dark world is too big. The races there are not much fewer than those in the light universe. There are always some beings who are interested in all kinds of knowledge and technology, just like the dark gnomes. No matter what, Wang Ting was sure that the Heart of Evolution was inside this body of the mechanical race. Moreover, it was the Heart of Evolution created by the dark apparition. It might be different from the mechanical race's Heart of Evolution because it could contain the power of darkness. This fellow, I must not let it go. Wang Ting licked his lips. He had to admit that he was tempted. Regardless of whether it was its mechanical body or the evolution heart, he wanted to obtain both. Wang Ting, it seems to be tampering with those mechanical puppets. Yuan Gungun didn't know that Wang Ting had already thought of how to rob the dark apparition in front of him. He stared at Wang Ting and spoke in a serious tone. Wang Ting came back to his senses and finally had the time to look at the dark apparition's actions. He realized that the dark apparition's eyes were glowing with a faint blue light, and it was looking directly at the eyes of a mechanical puppet. This mechanical puppet. He suddenly had a thought. He turned his head to look at the mechanical puppets around him and compared them. As expected, he found a problem. The mechanical puppet that the dark apparition was tampering with seemed to be the core of all the mechanical puppets. There were a total of 18 such puppets here. I remember that when I saw them combine in the visualization, these 18 mechanical puppets seemed to be the core. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he recalled something. Wang Ting, should we stop it? Yuan Gungun asked anxiously. Don't be impatient. Wang Ting shook his head. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He had already planned to beat the dark apparition at its own game. Naturally, he couldn't act rashly and alert the dark apparition. If something happens to these mechanical puppets, the defense line of the Ironforge fortress is likely to fall. Yuan Gungun reminded him in a serious tone, at that time, even Lanji's void fortress will be affected. Don't worry. Don't you still have me? Wang Ting said lightly. Yuan Gungun saw that he was so confident and didn't say anything else. Although this fellow was usually a little unreliable, he was still quite reliable when it came to important matters. This dark apparition should be the genius of the Bone Spirit clan, Gu Qi. Wang Ting muttered in his heart as he observed the dark apparition's actions. These dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan all looked the same. There was no difference in appearance, but the aura of each dark apparition was different. He wasn't unfamiliar with Gu Qi, so he could sense that the dark apparition should be the genius of the Bone Spirit clan, Gu Qi. It was just that the dark apparition's talent seemed to have improved by quite a bit. Compared to the last time they met, its devil bone talent was obviously stronger. Look at these bones, how shiny and how white they were. Without the rank 5 devil bone talent, it definitely wouldn't be in such good condition. Just like that, Wang Ting hid in a dark corner and watched Gucci tamper with the 18 mechanical puppets. The other party didn't notice him at all. After doing all this, Gucci nodded in satisfaction. He sneered and muttered to himself, "I'll leave my mark on the mechanical puppets here. Then, they will be under my control. I want to see how the light universe's mechanical race will resist the attack of my dark world." After speaking, he turned and walked in another direction. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he followed him again. He then realized that there weren't only light-type mechanical puppets here. There were also mechanical puppets of other attributes. Their levels weren't low either. They were all rank 5 mechanical puppets of the Sector Lord level. This was a true mechanical puppet army. End of chapter. After spending more than half a day, Osage had finished modifying all the most important mechanical puppets in this place. These mechanical puppets were the core of the Type 5 mechanical puppets. If there were any problems, the entire Type 5 mechanical puppet would be destroyed. The consequences would be unimaginable on the battlefield. Moreover, Wang Ting discovered that Osage had already made his move. Today was only the last day. If he had arrived a little later, he might not have discovered Osage's actions. Fortunately, he was decisive enough to chase after Osage the moment he discovered the problem. After Osage was done, he laughed coldly and left in satisfaction. Wang Ting followed him again. He wanted to see what else this dark apparition wanted to do. If it had only tampered with the mechanical puppets, it would not be a big deal. He could fix it quickly. However, if it had also tampered with the Ironworks fortress, it would be troublesome. He had to discover the problem as soon as possible. Wang Ting had already learned from Yuan Gungun that the entire Ironworks fortress was a huge war machine. It was the last and strongest means to deal with external enemies. Therefore, the Ironworks fortress must not have any problems. Wang Ting followed behind Osage quietly. He saw the dark apparition enter a room and lay down in a mechanical cabin. Wang Ting was silent for a moment before he transmitted his voice to Yuan Gungun. "So, it's back to sleep?" Probably. Yuan Gungun was silent for a moment before replying. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought that the dark apparition was up to no good again. In the end, it was only back to sleep. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave. However, on second thought, no one could guarantee that the dark apparition would not continue to cause trouble when it woke up. Hence, he pondered for a moment before a wave of energy surged out from his body and turned into a doppelganger. Keep an eye on this place. Wang Ting left some space force and shadow force on the doppelganger, allowing it to hide in a spatial crack and keep an eye on Osage. Then, he brought Yuan Gungun back to the place where the mechanical puppets were stored. So many mechanical puppets. How many precious materials did they use? Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. When Bonesage was making his move, he carefully observed and discovered that other than the light attribute mechanical puppets, there were also lightning, metal, fire, and other mechanical puppets. All of them were known for their powerful attacks. In order to create these mechanical puppets, a lot of precious materials had to be spent. Wang Ting, I realized that the machine race is really rich and overbearing. Yuan Gungun's eyes lit up as he said, I think I should hug this thick thigh tightly. Hug her tight. You have to hug her tight. Wang Ting said, let alone you, even I want to hug her. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Did this guy think that he didn't have enough backers? Let it count. The Virtual Universe Company was one, the Secondary Profession Alliance was another, Cosmic Sky Academy was another, the Qian Empire was about to fall apart. Any one of these forces was enough to scare away many immortal rank existences. Not to mention a few of them together. Why don't you hurry and see what the dark apparition did to the mechanical puppets? Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He walked in front of a light attribute mechanical puppet, opened the Eye of Truth, and looked at its brain. The trick that Bonesage did just now was to the brain of this mechanical puppet. As the Eye of Truth opened, the structure of the mechanical puppet's brain immediately appeared in front of Wang Ting's eyes. He had already obtained the attributes of the rank 5 mechanical puppet and was very familiar with its structure. Now that he compared it with the internal structure of the mechanical puppet in front of him, he quickly realized where the problem was. So it did something here. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and locked onto a fingernail-sized chip. It was densely covered with many tiny blue lines, which made it look particularly complicated. These were mechanical runes. If one didn't have a certain level of attainment in mechanical runes, even a Saint Runemaster would have a headache when faced with such complicated rune structures. Fortunately, Wang Ting had also mastered mechanical runes and had already reached the small mastery level. Under his analysis, the lines on the chip were quickly broken down into mechanical runes. The trick that Bonzage did to it was completely presented in front of his eyes. This is a master recognition mark. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he sneered, so Bonzage wants to make these mechanical puppets recognize him as their master and control them. What a good plan. Hiss. Yuan Gungun sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually wants to control the mechanical puppets. How is this possible? He didn't hear Bonzage's mutterings before. He originally thought that Bonzage only left behind some tricks so that when the war started, these mechanical puppets would be destroyed. He didn't expect Bonzage to try to control the mechanical puppets. This was even more terrifying than destroying the mechanical puppets. But how was Bonzage able to do this? It should be known that the controllers of these mechanical puppets were all existences from the machine race. If Bonzage casually changed the mechanical runes, how could the existences from the machine race not know? Wang Ting obviously thought of this as well. The mechanical puppets were all controlled by existences from the machine race. It wasn't easy to avoid their detection. These mechanical puppets were currently in a state of hibernation. Even if someone stood in front of them, they wouldn't be detected by the existences from the machine race. However, casually changing the mechanical runes in the mechanical puppets was a completely different matter. This was the core problem. Once touched, it would be immediately discovered. Even with Wang Ting's control of the mechanical runes, he didn't dare to casually touch these runes. Wang Ting, did you discover what the dark apparition did? Yuan Gungun asked. It seems to have used some kind of copying method to leave this mark on the chip, Wang Ting said with a frown. Copying? Yuan Gungun seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, I know. You actually know? Hurry up and tell me. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he urged Yuan Gungun. This must have been left behind by an artificial intelligence life form above the immortal rank. Yuan Gungun didn't keep him in suspense and immediately said, I've seen similar records in the data of the machine race. The machine race can use some methods to copy some combat techniques into the weak artificial intelligence of the machine race. This way, they can instantly learn the combat techniques. I think this method should be the same as the dark apparition's method of leaving its mark. I see. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, It seems that the dark apparition indeed has an artificial intelligence life form above the immortal rank. However, if this is the case, it's a little troublesome. He realized that it wasn't that easy to get rid of this mark. This was because once this mark was touched, it would definitely alarm the dark apparition. It might even alarm the immortal rank artificial intelligence life form behind it. If that was the case, his plan of not alerting the dark apparition would be ruined. What should I do now? Yuan Gungun was also stumped. Although he knew what the dark apparition's method was, it wasn't that easy to get rid of it. There was almost no way to get rid of this method. Let me think. Wang Ting frowned and fell into deep thought. His gaze was fixed on the mark in front of him, and the thoughts in his mind spun quickly. With his knowledge of runes and the few special runes that he had mastered, it didn't take long for him to come up with a feasible plan. I can avoid touching the mark and go around it. I can use the power of space and shadow to hide and then leave my mark. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He gradually constructed the structure of the corresponding runes in his mind. It was a structure that could cover the mark left by the bone sage. He simulated it in his mind a total of 10 times to ensure that nothing would go wrong. With his spiritual power and knowledge of runes, he could completely do this. He could also guarantee that this deduction would be 99% accurate. Phew. After some time, Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He decided to leave his mark. Even if he failed, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he would alert the dark apparition and let the machinery race take action in advance to directly destroy the dark apparition's operation. There wouldn't be any losses. Since he already knew the dark apparition's purpose, they were already in an invincible position. Yuan Gungun saw this and didn't dare to disturb him. He only stared at him from the side and became a little nervous. Wisps of spiritual power diffused out from Wang Ting's forehead and entered the mechanical marionette's brain through its eyes. Then, it went all the way to the fingernail-sized chip and surrounded it. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. A purple gold light flashed in his eyes as he began to inscribe the mark. Ancient space runes, ancient shadow runes, and mechanical runes. The 3 different runes flashed together and gradually turned into an extremely complicated mark that appeared above the mark left by the Bone Sage. Due to the existence of the ancient space runes and ancient shadow runes, his mark was very hidden. It was as if it existed in another space. It was hazy and didn't seem to exist. However, the mark left by the Bone Sage didn't move at all. Reality proved that Wang Ting's method was very effective. The dark apparition's immortal-level artificial intelligence was very far away. Moreover, this was only a mark that it had inscribed. It was extremely difficult to discover Wang Ting's mark. When experts exchanged blows, it was often invisible but fatal. Wang Ting could be considered to have exchanged blows with the Dark World's artificial intelligence across space. When the Ocean activates its imprint, my imprint will block it and completely replace its imprint. Wang Ting smiled in his heart. Not only could his mark control the mechanical marionette, but it could also block the mark left by the Bone Sage and prevent it from operating. It was like preparing a thin needle to hang above the Bone Sage's mark. As long as it fell, it would pierce into the center of the mark. Perfect. Wang Ting was very satisfied with his masterpiece. In fact, he had to thank the Bone Sage for this. If it weren't for its mark, he wouldn't have been able to imitate a mark that could control the mechanical marionette. Yes, it was an imitation. His mark was actually an imitation of the Bone Sage's mark. He made some slight changes and added some functions. Therefore, if it weren't for the Bone Sage's mark, he might have had to spend a lot of time designing a brand new mark. This was undoubtedly standing on the shoulders of a giant, or rather, a dark apparition. Walk their path and then leave them with no path to walk. Wang Ting opened his eyes and walked to the next mechanical marionette. How is it? Yuan Gungun quickly asked. Do you still need to worry when I'm the one doing it? Wang Ting smiled faintly. How did you do it? Yuan Gungun asked curiously. Wang Ting didn't hide anything and immediately told Yuan Gungun his design plan. Fortunately, you have the ancient space runes and the ancient shadow runes. Yuan Gungun was surprised and relieved. These 2 types of ancient runes were truly wondrous. Unfortunately, there were very few people in the entire universe who could master them, let alone master 2 runes at the same time. Next, Wang Ting did the same and modified all the mechanical marionettes with his mark, completely turning them into his private property. It could be said that he only needed to think about it. The mechanical marionette army present would become his mechanical marionette army and would no longer be controlled by the mechanical race. Done. After half a day, Wang Ting clapped his hands, and the huge stone in his heart was lifted. Yuan Gungun also heaved a sigh of relief and asked, do we return to the Langivoid fortress now or continue to watch the dark apparition here? Watch it, there's no rush to go back. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and said, I have a feeling that this iron mechanic fortress defense line will become an important military base. Yuan Gungun's expression suddenly became serious and asked, should we inform the Star Mechanic King? Of course. Wang Ting nodded. For such an important matter, of course, we need the cooperation of the mechanical race. Let them be prepared in advance. Yuan Gungun immediately contacted the Star Mechanic King. In a deserted area of the Iron Mechanic Fortress defense line, Wang Ting appeared, and a light screen appeared in front of him. On the light screen, the Star Mechanic King's figure also appeared. Yuan Gungun had already told the Star Mechanic King what happened. At this time, his expression was a little serious. He stared at Wang Ting and said, "You said that the mechanical marionette army in the Iron Mechanic Fortress defense line was controlled?" "Yes, but I've already changed it back." Wang Ting did not hide it. It was useless to hide this matter. When the war started, the other party would naturally know. It was better to say it now to avoid any misunderstandings. After all, this mechanical marionette army was the private property of the mechanical race and was very important to them. Now that he changed it, it was hard to say what they would think. "How did you change it?" the Star Mechanic King asked with a headache. "Senior, did you forget that I'm a Saint-level rune master?" Wang Ting said. "You mastered the mechanical runes of the mechanical race?" the Star Mechanic King asked. Wang Ting coughed and said guiltily, "Ahem, I just looked at it casually and learned it." "Senior, you won't blame me, right? You just looked at it casually and learned it?" The Star Mechanic King looked at Wang Ting suspiciously, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He did not want to believe it, but the truth told him that this legendary prodigy in front of him might really be able to do it. Others might not be able to, but he might be able to. This was what many people thought behind their backs. The name Wang Ting had been taken by many people as a synonym for a miracle. End of chapter. The Star Mechanic Kings had heard even more. This Wang Ting could actually change the core of the mechanical puppet and even make the mechanical puppet recognize him as its master. This was simply challenging their technological barrier. This was something that many races and organizations could not do. Now, this kid had done it. What a pain in the ass. However, he could not blame him. Just as Wang Ting said, the dark apparition was the first to control the mechanical puppet, not him. The dark apparition was the only one to blame. How could he blame Wang Ting? If he had not discovered the problem, their losses would have been even worse. By then, these mechanical puppets would have become the dark apparition's spoils of war. Not only would this cause them to lose the war, but it would also ruin the reputation of the machinery race. In the past, they thought highly of their own technology and looked down on the technology of other races. Now, if people knew that their mechanical puppets were cracked and even controlled by the dark apparition, how would they look at the machinery race? They would only secretly laugh at the machinery race behind their backs. When he thought about that situation, he felt that this small loss was nothing at all. Instead of letting the dark apparition benefit, he might as well let Wang Ting benefit. After all, he had a good relationship with the machinery race. With the artificial intelligence Yuan Gungun as the bridge between Wang Ting and the machinery race, their relationship could be even closer. The Star Mechanic King suddenly felt that it was necessary to tie this Wang Ting to the machinery races. Ship. The Star Mechanic King thought of something and asked curiously, "What level of mastery have you reached in mechanical runes?" "I've reached proficient," Wang Ting said. He did not say that he had reached small mastery. He hid it a little. Firstly, this way, people would not think that he was too strong. Secondly, it could lower the other party's guard. Small mastery mechanical runes could do many things in the machinery race, such as modifying the runes in the machinery race's body. If the other party knew that he had already mastered small mastery mechanical runes, they would not even dare to let him touch them in the future. Also, he had reached small mastery in such a short time. Would large mastery and perfection be far away? It would not take much time. Mechanical runes at large success and full mastery were the most terrifying. In the entire machine race, there were probably not many existences who could grasp such a level of control. Although they might possess some kind of ability, would the superior unconditionally impart certain techniques and knowledge to the inferior? It was obviously impossible. This was different from combat techniques. No matter how strong his combat skills were, he would not be able to unleash much power due to the limitations of his body and realm. However, the mechanical runes, in the hands of a universe-level automaton, could be of great use. After all, the machinery race was essentially an artificial intelligence life form, and artificial intelligence life forms could often use spiritual force. Therefore, Wang Ting's concealment was necessary. For the time being, he did not want the machinery race to know the extent of his mastery over the runes. It was only right for him to gradually reveal it when he became stronger or when the time was right. Proficient. When the Star Mechanic King heard Wang Ting's mastery level, he was still shocked and stared at him in disbelief. Even the Yuan Gungun widened its eyes as if it had seen a ghost. It thought that Wang Ting had only mastered the mechanical runes to the proficient level. It did not expect him to be proficient. Could this guy be any more monstrous? This kind of talent was really too terrifying. The Star Mechanic King took a deep breath and stared at Wang Ting as he said, "No wonder you could change the mechanical runes in the mechanical marionette. Luck. Luck." Wang Ting waved his hand modestly and said half-truthfully, "It's also thanks to the mark of the dark apparition that I could crack it so quickly." The Star Mechanic King's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood. Wang Ting had used the mark of the dark apparition to complete his own mark. It was really fate. Luck was on Wang Ting's side, so what could he say? However, this was also because Wang Ting's own talent and attainments in the runes were too high. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, even if they saw the mark left by the dark apparition, it would be useless. The Star Mechanic King sighed and said, "Forget it, I'll leave the mechanical marionette army to you for the time being." Wang Ting was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. He thanked him and said, "Thank you for your trust, Senior." The Star Mechanic King glanced at him and said, "That mechanical marionette army is already under your control. Even if I don't hand it over to you, what can I do?" "Senior, you must be joking. When the time comes, I will naturally return this mechanical marionette army to the mechanical race. I will definitely not keep it for myself. Otherwise, why would I tell you about this? I can just hide this mechanical marionette army myself," Wang Ting said righteously. The corner of the Star Mechanic King's mouth moved slightly, and he said, "What you said makes sense. Okay, since I can give you the token, it means that I trust you very much. You can rest assured about this. Now is not the time to talk about this. Since you have confirmed that it is the dark apparition, it will be easy to handle. I will immediately make the corresponding arrangements and send the army to the Ironforge Fort's defense line. Your worries are very correct. The dark apparition will very likely use the Ironforge Fort's defense line as a breakthrough point." Wang Ting nodded. The Star Mechanic King looked at Wang Ting and said in an extremely serious tone, "Also, there is a very important thing that I need you to do." "What is it?" Wang Ting asked. "Watch that dark apparition, and you must find out if it has done anything to the Ironforge Fort's defense line or even the Lanji Void Fortress." "This is very important," the Star Mechanic King said. "I understand. I will keep an eye on it." Wang Ting nodded and said seriously, "Also, I will find a way to find out if it has done anything to the Ironforge Fort's defense line or the Lanji Void Fortress as soon as possible." "Okay, then I will leave it to you." The Star Mechanic King nodded and hung up the communication. Phew. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief, and his eyes flashed. "Wang Ting." Yuan Gungun suddenly asked faintly, "When did you master the mechanical runes?" "I just mastered it not long ago." "Don't you know?" Wang Ting said. "What the hell would I know?" Yuan Gungun was a little speechless. He really did not know when Wang Ting mastered it, and he even mastered it to the proficient level. He did not ask before, but now he was very curious. "This thing, if you have a brain, you can just learn it." "Don't make a fuss about it," Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun was speechless. "Is this something a human would say? F***ck, he is saying that I have no brain." Next, Wang Ting returned to the place where Gucci was sleeping. He waved his hand, and the doppelganger turned into energy and returned to his body. Then, he personally stared at Gucci. After waiting for a long time, Yuan Gungun said helplessly, "How long is this dark apparition going to sleep for? Waiting like this is not a solution." Wang Ting touched his chin, thought for a while, and decided to take the initiative. Just by staring at it, it was impossible to know what it had done before. He could only know what it would do next. "What do you plan to do?" Yuan Gungun asked. Wang Ting did not say anything. His eyes flashed, and he closed his eyes. He contacted the Blood God Doppelganger and asked him to lead Gucci out. The Blood God Doppelganger and Gucci had always been connected. These dark apparitions were saved by the Blood God Doppelganger and signed a soul contract. They could only obey the Blood God Doppelganger. After a while, the mechanical cabin opened, and Gucci walked out cursing. He seemed to be in a bad mood. This Shuiju is too much. He really thinks that I am his subordinate, Gucci muttered to himself. Gucci muttered to himself and coldly snorted, just you wait, as long as I complete this mission, I will definitely be rewarded by Lord Demon Lord and become even stronger. By then, what can Shuiju do to me? However, that soul contract is indeed a big problem. I need to think of a way to solve it first. For now, I can only pretend to be obedient. It hit its body and flew out of the defense line of the ironworks fortress. Because it had the authority of the machinery race, no one discovered its tracks. This fellow must be cursing me in his mind, Wang Ting said to Yuan Gungun telepathically as he followed behind it. You asked the blood god doppelganger to lead it out? Yuan Gungun seemed to have guessed Wang Ting's plan and asked. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Then it would be strange if it didn't curse you, Yuan Gungun said with a smile. You used the soul contract to control these dark apparitions. How can they be convinced? Dark apparitions are dark apparitions. If I didn't ask the blood god doppelganger to save them, they would have died in Xianxia's mouth. They wouldn't have survived until now, Wang Ting said with a cold smile. That's true. Yuan Gungun nodded and said, dark apparitions can never be trusted. So now, I will make this dark apparition unable to resist me. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a strange light, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Yuan Gungun seemed to understand his thoughts and suddenly felt pity for the dark apparition. Originally, it was controlled by the soul contract and had a glimmer of hope. Now, it probably couldn't escape from Wang Ting's hands. Wang Ting followed behind Gucci and flew out of the defense line of the ironworks fortress. Then, they flew out of the surveillance range of the defense line and arrived on an uninhabited planet. Gucci took out a communicator and contacted the blood god doppelganger. Not long after, Wang Ting received a message from the blood god doppelganger. He immediately activated the body of the blood god and put on the same mask as the blood god doppelganger. Wearing a blood-red robe, he stepped out and appeared not far away from Gucci. Gucci's eyes flashed with shock. This bloody extinction seemed to have become stronger again? It actually couldn't see how the other party appeared. What the hell? Gucci's heart instantly became heavy. It originally thought that after the installation by the Demon Lord, its talent had improved a lot. It had reached the level 5, Demon Bone, talent and its strength had also increased. It definitely wouldn't be afraid of this bloody extinction. But now, it seemed that it was too naive. Gucci, long time no see. Wang Ting appeared not far away from Gucci and said calmly. Why are you here? Gucci calmed down and couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. The war is about to start. I have already arrived at the Black Blood Void Fortress. It's not strange for me to appear here, Wang Ting said casually. Yes. Gucci didn't know what to think. He looked at Wang Ting and said enviously, you are highly valued by the blood race and have made many contributions. Of course, such a good thing will happen to you. Good thing? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He was curious about what good thing it was talking about. But it was obviously not a good time to ask, so he asked again, what did the bone spirit race ask you to do here? Tell me everything you know. This? Gucci suddenly hesitated. This was the bone spirit race's secret. If it told bloody extinction, the Demon Lord would definitely ask it if the information was leaked. Wang Ting stared at Gucci with a pair of blood-red eyes, emitting a strong aura. Alright, I'll tell you. Gucci sighed in his heart. It was bound by the soul contract and couldn't resist at all. It could only tell Wang Ting what it did in the machine race. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He already knew about the mechanical golem army. Apart from that, Gucci had indeed tampered with the Langi Void Fortress and the Ironforge Fortress. And it was frightening. You tampered with the energy engines of the Langi Void Fortress and the Ironforge Fortress? Wang Ting was shocked and asked again with uncertainty. Gucci seemed to feel his surprise and shock. He smiled proudly and said, that's right. Once the war starts, our race will easily take down the Ironforge Fortress and then directly take the Langi Void Fortress. Although I'm not sure how much of an effect my methods will have on the Langi Void Fortress, and whether they can repair the holes in a short time. But without a doubt, my methods will create a huge opportunity for our race. And as long as we can smoothly take down the Lanji Void Fortress, I will be a great contributor. Since coming to the universe of light, all the limelight had been stolen by this bloody extinction in front of him. Now, it was finally his turn to make a great contribution. The reason why he said it directly was because everything was a foregone conclusion. This bloody extinction couldn't change anything. He could only watch as this bloody extinction took all the credit. Gucci wanted to see envy and amazement in bloody extinction's eyes, but there was none. There was only a strange glaring red light. You. Gucci was shocked and wanted to say something, but it was too late. What a fool, taking the initiative to give me such a good opportunity. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile coldly in his heart. Originally, he wanted to find the best time to make a move, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to stare into his eyes. Moreover, he was proud of himself, and his mind was at its weakest. If he didn't make a move now, when would he? So Wang Ting didn't hesitate to use the two battle skills, Bewitchment and Bewitchment. At the same time, a special mist spread out from his body and wrapped around Gucci. It wanted to resist, but a sense of laziness quietly invaded its body, making it involuntarily lose the will to resist. End of chapter. Osage was shocked and suddenly realized what was going on. This was the slothful power of the slothful fog race. As a dark apparition from the blood race, how could Xueju have such power? Eh? You can actually react. Wang Ting saw the struggle in Osage's eyes and couldn't help but be surprised. This dark apparition's spiritual power seemed to have become much stronger. That's right. Copying that imprint required a lot of mental energy, not to mention copying so many mechanical puppets. The amount of mental energy required was even greater. Xueju, what are you doing? Osage suddenly retreated, trying to escape the slothful fog. At this moment, it was only temporarily escaping from the slothful fog. If it stayed in the slothful fog for a long time, it would soon sink back into it. He. What do you think I'm doing? Wang Ting smiled coldly and waved his hand. The slothful fog swept toward Osage, not giving it a chance to escape. At the same time, his bewitchment and bewitchment skills were used to the extreme. They turned into red light and pierced into Osage's eyes. You. Osage couldn't escape the slothful fog at all. Whether it was his body or his spiritual power, it was once again drowned by the slothful fog. Why? I've already signed a soul contract with you. Why are you still doing this to me? Osage was filled with unwillingness and tried to resist. The dark energy in his body burst out recklessly and bombarded Wang Ting. Boom, Wang Ting punched out. He didn't use any force. He only used his physical strength to meet the dark energy. In an instant, the dark energy that Osage had burst out in haste dissipated. How is this possible? Osage was shocked. His dark energy was actually dispersed. How did Xueju become so strong? He had felt the power of this Xueju before, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. What had he experienced during this period of time? From the beginning to the end, he never thought that the person in front of him might not be the real Xueju. Xueju was Wang Ting's doppelganger, a part of him. However, Wang Ting wasn't Xueju. Cut the crap. Just submit. Wang Ting's eyes emitted a glaring red light as he used his mind power to influence the beast. Gucci's eyes were filled with confusion again, his footsteps stagnated, but he quickly recovered. His eyes were filled with malevolence as the other two energies in his body exploded. Do you think I'm still the same old me? Die. Boom, a battle blade appeared in its hand. Poison and water star origin powers converged and transformed into a blade light that slashed out. With the existence of this mechanical body, it could unleash even greater power. Even if blood extinction had become stronger, it didn't believe that it couldn't even resist. Trying to control it was a pipe dream. Futile resistance. Wang Ting's eyes were cold as he punched out again. 20 realms. His domain of force was that of an 8th level melder, origin of force, tier 4, the 3 types of power burst out at the same time, fusing into one fist and smashing directly onto the opponent's saber light. Clang, a metallic hum rang out, reverberating across this uninhabited, remote planet. The terrifying force caused the ground to collapse, creating countless cracks that extended into the distance. A large cloud of dust was sent flying into the air. This was the result of Wang Ting deliberately not using his force. If he had, there would have been an even more violent reaction. Wang Ting only used his physical strength in order to not cause too much of a commotion. Even so, if this punch landed on a planet, it would be enough to shatter it. Guqi's saber light trembled violently under the impact of this punch. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and a large number of cracks appeared. Guqi was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to block his saber light with just one punch. Moreover, his opponent had gained the upper hand with an unstoppable force. Break! At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly shouted. Oh no! Guqi's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the saber light exploded, turning into countless saber light fragments that shot out in all directions. Terrifying origin power shockwaves swept out in all directions, threatening to rush out of the planet. However, at this moment, a special force appeared and sealed off the surroundings. Spatial power. Ancient spatial runes appeared in the void, forming a sealing force that isolated this planet from the outside world. Guqi was an upper-level demon emperor after all. Naturally, the commotion caused by his combat skills would not be small. This place was not far from the Ironforge fortress's defensive line. It was just out of its monitoring range. If he caused too much of a commotion, it would definitely attract the attention of the machine tribe. This was not something Wang Ting wanted to see. What he was doing now could not be seen by anyone. Guqi was pushed back by the force. His eyes trembled as he felt the gap between them. He did not have the courage to fight and turn to escape. You can't escape from my palm. Wang Ting smiled faintly. Whoosh! The next moment, a thick black fog swept out, almost covering half of the planet. The fog of bewitchment and the fog of sloth appeared at the same time, completely surrounding Guqi. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Under the simultaneous effect of these two kinds of fog, Guqi's mental power gradually lost its ability to resist. Then, a scarlet light flashed in the fog. Wang Ting's powerful mental power swept out and pierced into Guqi's mind. Because it had lost its ability to resist, it was quickly left with the seed of bewitchment. At the same time, it was also affected by the bewitchment. This Bone Spirit Clan dark apparition completely fell and could no longer resist. Done. Wang Ting smiled slightly. It was much easier to use means on an upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparition than on a Demon Venerable. He did not need to spend much effort at all. With the experience of Demon Venerable Blood Remnant, dealing with an upper-level Demon Emperor like Guqi was a piece of cake. However, to be on the safe side, he still left the curse power of the Blood God curse in Guqi's body. In this way, Guqi would not be able to break free no matter what. Wang Ting, you're smiling like a villain. Yuan Gungun saw that the dark apparition had fallen and could not help but say. Wang Ting was speechless. How the hell did he look like a villain? He was such a decent person. How could he look like a villain? What kind of look was that? Moreover, wasn't dealing with this dark apparition for the sake of the universe of light? He had done such a great deed, but he actually said that he looked like a villain. Wang Ting expressed that he did not want to pay attention to Yuan Gungun. A moment later, Guqi regained consciousness and looked at Wang Ting. His expression suddenly changed. A trace of unwillingness and anger rose in his heart, but it was replaced by another emotion. Greetings, Master. He knelt down and called out respectfully. Wang Ting nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, his power was still the best. Whatever soul contract, it was all empty. Tell me in detail about this operation. Don't leave out anything, he stared at Guqi and said. Although he had said it once before, there was no guarantee that this dark apparition of the Bone Spirit Clan would not hide anything. Now, it was different. The other party was already under his control, and his words were naturally trustworthy. Moreover, he could compare before and after. If there was a difference, it would definitely be the problem. Guqi immediately explained the entire plan of the Bone Spirit Clan. It was roughly the same as before, but this time it was more detailed. So the so-called good deed refers to credit. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought it was something big, but he did not expect it to be just this. Even if the blood god clone did not come to snatch Guqi's credit, his own credit would not be much worse than Guqi's. This guy was crazy about credit. He was simply gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. However, this also explained a problem. The dark apparition seemed to be very confident in taking down the Langivoid fortress. Besides you, are there any other methods to deal with the Langivoid fortress? Wang Ting's eyes flashed and asked. I don't know about this. Guqi revealed a strange look in his eyes. He raised his head and carefully glanced at Wang Ting, then shook his head and said. He felt that this bloody extinction in front of him seemed to be too curious about everything about the Langivoid fortress. Could it be that the blood race also wanted a piece of the pie? Who made this mechanical body for you? Wang Ting touched his chin, suddenly stared at its body and asked. Lord Gula gave it to me, Guqi said. Gula. Wang Ting's heart moved slightly. He immediately thought of the Bone Spirit clan's demon lord that he saw when the blood god clone first came to the light universe. He then continued to ask, even the heart of evolution in your body was given by him? Yes, Guqi nodded. Do you know where it came from? Wang Ting asked. I don't. No, Guqi shook his head and said. It seems that I can't get anything out of it. Yuan Gungun was also a little curious, but after hearing the conversation between the two, he could not help but shake his head helplessly. This dark apparition probably knew very little. Wang Ting was also a little disappointed. His eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly asked, who gave you the imprint that you used to control the mechanical puppet? Oh, that imprint originally existed in this mechanical body. After I merged with it, I naturally mastered it, Guqi said. You can do that? Wang Ting was extremely surprised. I don't know, Yuan Gungun shook his head and said. He still knew very little about the methods of the mechanical race, let alone the mysterious existence in the dark world. Take out the heart of evolution in your body and show it to me. Wang Ting did not think much about it and looked at Guqi, his eyes staring strangely at its heart. Guqi felt that his gaze was extremely terrifying. Could this bloody extinction have some weird fetishes? I don't know how to take out this heart of evolution, he quickly said. Then how do you come out of this mechanical body? Wang Ting frowned and asked. Just come out like this. As soon as Guqi finished speaking, the mechanical body on the surface of its body made a slight noise and then split open, revealing its skeletal body. Then, it jumped out of the mechanical body. As for the heart of evolution in its chest cavity, it did not take it out. Instead, its ribs separated, revealing a hole, and it went through. The heart of evolution was still in the mechanical body. The whole scene was somewhat strange. It was like a normal person's bones suddenly jumped out of his flesh, and even his internal organs were not taken away. True skeleton. JPG. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He really did not expect this dark apparition from the bone spirit race to be able to come out like this. Now, he seemed to understand why the dark apparition would let the bone spirit race disguise as the mechanical race. It was too damn convenient. Yuan Gungun was also speechless. He also did not expect this scene. Wang Ting ignored Guqi and walked closer to carefully examine the heart of evolution. Previously, he used the Eye of Truth to spy on it. This was the first time he observed the heart of evolution at such a close distance. Moreover, this heart of evolution was somewhat different from the heart of evolution of the mechanical race. It seemed to have a special structure that could hide the power of darkness. It's really exquisite. Yuan Gungun was also observing it and could not help but exclaim. Yes. Wang Ting nodded, his eyes flashing rapidly. It would be a lie to say that he did not want to take this heart of evolution for himself. He really wanted to take this mechanical body with him, but he knew that he could not do so for the time being. Guqi still needed to return to the mechanical race, so this mechanical body naturally had to be used by him first. Sighing helplessly, Wang Ting forced himself to look away. Then, he waved his hand and urged, okay, there's nothing else for you to do. Hurry up and get out. Guqi was a little confused. He felt that he had no dignity at all. He came and went as he pleased. Moreover, this bloody extinction called him out and even enslaved him just to ask a few questions? Let him come out of the mechanical body to show off. If that was the case, he would be very cooperative. As for those questions, didn't he already explain it clearly before? Was that not enough? Gucci felt that he was wronged. He felt like he was enslaved for no reason. A soul contract was not enough. Now, even his soul was enslaved. His future was dark. Why aren't you getting out? Wang Ting's scarlet eyes looked at Gucci, making him shudder. He did not have time to think too much. He turned around and jumped into the mechanical body, wanting to leave. He was afraid that the other party would make some excessive demands. He could not see through this bloody extinction. And the more he was like this, the more he respected him. The shadow left behind by that battle had not completely disappeared. Now that bloody extinction was stronger, the fear in his heart was even stronger. Gucci was very conflicted. He was unwilling, but he could not raise any thoughts of resistance. This kind of contradictory mentality was like 100 claws scratching at his heart. Therefore, he urgently needed to go back and calm down. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and said coldly, "Oh right, what are you going to do next?" Gucci's footsteps froze, and he quickly said, "No, no." "Okay, go." Wang Ting did not ask any more. After Gucci left, he stood there and pondered for a moment. "Wang Ting, should we inform the Star Mechanic King now?" Yuan Gungun asked. "Not for now. If I tell him about such a secret now, he will only think that it's very easy to get the information. Why would he be grateful to me?" Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun was speechless. "Your heart is really dirty. What do you know?" Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said, "If I don't do this, they will even suspect me." "You're right." Yuan Gungun's heart moved, and he immediately understood. If they found out the problem too quickly, it would be easy for outsiders to suspect. Thinking about it from another perspective, even Yuan Gungun would find it very strange. Moreover, the way Wang Ting obtained the information could not withstand scrutiny. It was better to be cautious. There are still 3 days before the dark apparitions launch their attack. We will wait 2 days before telling the mechanical race. With the mechanical race's ability, they should be able to fix it in 1 day, Wang Ting said. End of chapter. After sending Bone Chi away, Wang Ting returned to his true form and quietly returned to the Ironforge fortress without alerting anyone. Bone Chi did not expect that the blood disciple of the blood race, whom he had just met, would be inside the Ironforge fortress at the same time as him. If he had known, he would have run as far away as he could. Wang Ting took this opportunity to stroll around the defense line of the Ironware fortress. He wanted to understand everything about the defense line and prepare for the upcoming battle. The army that the Star Mechanic King called over arrived quickly, but they did not descend on the Ironforge fortress. Instead, they were stationed in the void outside. At the same time, the Star Mechanic King also contacted Wang Ting. As the light screen appeared, the Star Mechanic King asked directly, "Wang Ting, did you find anything else?" "I haven't found it yet." Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. The Star Mechanic King frowned. He knew that he was a little anxious, so he sighed helplessly and said, "Keep looking then." "Okay." Wang Ting nodded. "I've already mobilized the army here, and the location has been sent to Yuan Gungun. The leader of this army is Marquis Iron Wing from the mechanical race and Marquis Yu from the Cosmic Star College. If you have time, you can go there and take a look," the Star Mechanic King said. "Gong Yangyu is here too." Wang Ting was slightly stunned. "Yes, Marquis Yu knew you were here, so he took the initiative to come over," the Star Mechanic King said. "What does he want?" Wang Ting could not help but frown. Although the second judge was extremely polite to him from the beginning, he always felt that the other party seemed to have some purpose. Of course, this purpose might not be a bad thing. Maybe the other party was just purely curious about him. However, Wang Ting did not like being stared at or followed by others. "Okay, if there's nothing else, that's all for now. If you find anything, I hope you can inform me immediately." The Star Mechanic King then hurriedly hung up the communication. "This Star Mechanic King seems to be a little anxious," Yuan Gungun appeared and said. "Even you can tell." Wang Ting smiled faintly. "He's already made it obvious enough. A dark apparition has appeared in the Lanji Void Fortress. How big of a deal is this? The entire fortress might have a loophole. He's probably in a hurry to find the problem, Yuan Gungun said. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Wang Ting shook his head. That's right, Yuan Gungun sighed as he looked at Wang Ting with a strange look in his eyes. If it wasn't for this guy, the machinery race might not have been able to discover the problem. Until now, they might still be in the dark. By the way, do you want to take a look at the mechanical race army? Yuan Gungun asked. I'll go on the last day. There's plenty of time anyway, Wang Ting said leisurely. Yuan Gungun's mouth twitched. If the Star Mechanic King saw him like this, he would probably rush over from the Lanji Void Fortress and give him a big punch, right? After figuring out the situation of the Iron Forge Fortress defense line, Wang Ting headed to the location of the army on the last day. With his speed, it was less than half an hour's journey. Wang Ting's figure appeared in a secluded void. He looked around him and quickly locked onto an uninhabited planet. He smiled and landed on it. There were no traces on the surface of the planet. It seemed to be an uninhabited planet. It was very barren. However, in Wang Ting's eyes, he could see the machinery race's spaceship hidden underground. He came to a flat ground, took out the Star Mechanic King's token, and said faintly, I'm Wang Ting. I'm here on the orders of the Star Mechanic King. Buzz, as soon as he said that, the ground shook slightly and then cracked open. An entrance slowly appeared in front of Wang Ting. A light blue light shone from below. Below it was a flight of metal stairs. At this time a mechanical puppet flew out, turned into a human, and said, Please show your identity information, Your Excellency Wang Ting. Wang Ting asked Yuan Gungun to show his identity information. The mechanical puppet's blue electronic eyes flashed. It moved aside and said, Your Excellency Wang Ting, please follow me into the spaceship. Iron Wing Marquis wants to see you. Wang Ting nodded and entered the spaceship. Under the guidance of this mechanical puppet, he came to the spaceship's main control room. This spaceship hidden underground was undoubtedly huge. Its main control room was also very spacious and bright. It was many times bigger than his Fire River spaceship. The spaceship's panoramic simulation was showing the situation outside, monitoring the movements in all directions. Many people had been waiting here for a long time. Wang Ting entered the main control room. He looked around and saw the second judge. The second judge smiled at him. He's smiling like a fox. Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed. He said, Junior Wang Ting, we meet again. I heard that you asked to come here. Wang Ting said. That's right. I feel that wherever you are, it's more exciting. Gong Yangyu didn't hide it at all and said with a smile. Wang Ting was a little speechless. He said, Senior, are you saying that I'll cause trouble? Ha ha ha, I didn't say that. Gong Yangyu laughed. Your Excellency Wang Ting, I've heard a lot about you. At this time a cold and hoarse voice came from the side. Wang Ting turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a being from the mechanical race. It was wearing golden armor. The skin exposed was very similar to human skin, but it had a metallic texture. It was very strange. What was really eye-catching was the 6 pairs of metal wings behind it. These 6 pairs of wings were golden and emitted a cold metallic luster. The edges were extremely sharp as if they could cut through anything. Even just looking at them made one feel the sharpness in them. Iron Wing Marquis. Wang Ting said. That's me. Iron Wing Marquis sized up Wang Ting and said, His Excellency Star Mechanic King has mentioned you many times in front of me and told me to listen to your advice. Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed. He was very surprised that the Star Mechanic King of the mechanical race thought so highly of Wang Ting. He didn't know that Wang Ting had met the Star Mechanic King later and obtained the permission to use the mechanical eyes. He also didn't know that Wang Ting had discovered the problem with the mechanical eyes and detected the traces of the dark apparition. Although only a short day had passed, too many things had happened, and many of them were confidential. The mechanical race wouldn't tell outsiders at all. Therefore, even an immortal like Gong Yangyu didn't know. Star Mechanic King, you flatter me. Wang Ting shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect the Star Mechanic King to tell this Iron Wing Marquis. Isn't this the same as what Venerable Asius told the Star Mechanic King back then? The other party changed really quickly. He could feel that the Star Mechanic King didn't care about this at first. However, this Iron Wing Marquis seemed to value the Star Mechanic King's words very much, so he also valued Wang Ting very much. He immediately said, "His Excellency Star Mechanic King told us to wait here for the dark apparitions to attack and catch them off guard. I wonder if you have any better suggestions?" His words were quite direct, like a formula, making it difficult for people to react for a while. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Seeing that the other party seemed to be serious, he pondered for a while before saying, "Since the Star Mechanic King values it so much, I'll tell you my opinion. If there's anything wrong with it, you can raise it." Other than Iron Wing Marquis and Gong Yanyu, there were other sector lords here. "Please speak," Iron Wing Marquis said. "All your forces are concentrated on this planet?" Wang Ting asked. "That's right." Iron Wing Marquis nodded. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he said, "If I'm not wrong, you'll spread your forces out and distribute them around the Ironforge Fortress. This way, not only will you be able to scout further, but you can also surround the dark apparitions from different directions." "Indeed." Iron Wing Marquis' mouth curved into a stiff smile, and he said, "Your Excellency Wang Ting indeed has good foresight. You've already seen through our plan. Then, can you show me your specific arrangement?" Wang Ting asked. Iron Wing Marquis nodded, stretched out his hand, and pointed in front of him. A star map appeared. It was the star map where the Ironforge Fortress's defense line was located, and the surrounding planets were clearly marked. Some planets were specially marked, which should be where the army was stationed. "You're planning to arrange these planets according to some kind of formation, right?" Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he said. Iron Wing Marquis' eyes narrowed, and he looked at Wang Ting in surprise. He slowly nodded and said, "The positions of these planets will be changed according to our race's mechanical light python formation, but the distance won't be too far. I didn't expect you to see through it before we even took action." This time, he was completely convinced by this Wang Ting in front of him. Previously, he only obeyed the orders of the Star Mechanic Emperor unconditionally. Now that she saw Wang Ting's ability, she finally felt a sense of acknowledgement. She felt that he was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors said. Gong Yanyu also looked at Wang Ting in surprise. They were discussing this matter just now, so they weren't unfamiliar with the mechanical light python formation and knew what to do next. Wang Ting had just arrived, so it was impossible for him to know about this beforehand. In the end, he saw through the mystery with just one sentence, which was really shocking. "Is this guy's runes formation really so terrifying?" Gong Yanyu said to himself. "Mechanical light python formation." Wang Ting said to himself and asked in surprise, "This is a light-type formation?" "Yes." Iron Wing Marquis nodded and said, "To deal with dark apparitions, we naturally have to use light-type power. Looks like you came prepared." Wang Ting nodded, touched his chin, and said, "It's indeed good to use light-type formations, but what?" Iron Wing Marquis asked. "But if I'm not wrong, your target should be here, right?" Wang Ting pointed to a location on the star map. This location was the head of the so-called giant python of the mechanical light python formation, right in front of the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress. "Yes." Iron Wing Marquis was even more surprised. He really wanted to know what else this Wang Ting didn't know. Could it be that he really guessed the location of the mechanical light python formation just by looking at the positions of those few planets? It was more or less unbelievable. Or, "Sir Wang Ting, have you seen the mechanical light python formation before?" Iron Wing Marquis couldn't help but ask. Gong Yanyu and the other sector lord fighters all looked over, their eyes all landing on Wang Ting. Too strange. This Wang Ting seemed to know everything. Not really. Wang Ting smiled under everyone's gaze and said, "If I say I guessed, would you believe me?" "Who would believe you?" Gong Yanyu said. Wang Ting glanced at him and said, "Actually, it's pretty much the same as what I guessed. The so-called formation is nothing more than using some terrain to complete one's own formation and unleash the power of heaven and earth. Those few planets definitely can't change their positions on a large scale, so their positions are basically fixed. As long as we follow the direction, it's not hard to guess the formation of your formation. It's easy to say, but there shouldn't be many people who can really see it. Gong Yangyu looked at him deeply and said. Wang Ting didn't comment, and his voice suddenly became serious. He stared at Iron Wing Marquis and said, "This formation is good, but I don't recommend using it this way." "Why?" Iron Wing Marquis couldn't help but frown and ask. This formation wasn't set by him, but it was the plan that the mechanical race finally decided on after some deduction. Although the Star Mechanic King did say that he would listen to this Wang Ting's suggestion, he really didn't expect this person to directly overturn the plan they had set. This was no longer something he could decide. Because, if I guessed correctly, the dark apparitions won't appear in front of the Iron Chip Fortress defense line. They will attack from the back, Wang Ting said. Impossible, the dark apparitions attacked from the front the previous few times. Before Iron Wing Marquis could say anything, Gong Yangyu shook his head and said, "Do you know why?" Naturally, it's because behind the Iron Chip Fortress defense line is the Void Turbulence Zone. If they want to attack from the back, they have to cross the Void Turbulence Zone. Even for the dark apparitions, this is extremely difficult, Wang Ting said. Since you know, why do you still say that? Gong Yangyu asked in shock. Because I already know their plan. Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He learned this news from Bone Jailer, but he couldn't say it directly. He could only smile and say, "I have relevant information. The dark apparitions will attack from the back." Relevant information. Gong Yangyu couldn't help but be shocked. Are you sure? Iron Wing Marquis couldn't help but ask. Wang Ting didn't explain anything. He just said, "You can contact the Star Mechanic King." Wait a moment. Iron Wing Marquis immediately walked to the corner and contacted the Star Mechanic King to inform him. If what Wang Ting said was true, this matter was enough to attract their attention. Even their plan had to be changed accordingly. After a while, Iron Wing Marquis walked over and said, "Wang Ting, the Star Mechanic King wants to talk to you personally." Wang Ting nodded. Iron Wing Marquis tapped his finger lightly, and a light screen appeared. The image of the Star Mechanic King appeared in front of Wang Ting. "Wang Ting, is your information accurate?" The Star Mechanic King stared at Wang Ting and asked. "I heard it from its mouth," Wang Ting said. The Star Mechanic King's expression changed. He took a deep breath and said, "This information is very important, but we don't know if it's true or not." Wang Ting just smiled and said, "It's impossible for the dark apparition to discover me, so I'm still very confident." "You really gave me a difficult problem," the Star Mechanic King said helplessly. End of chapter. The Star Mechanic King's expression changed. He hung up the call and seemed to be discussing with someone. Iron Wing Marquis, Gong Yangyu, and the others immediately looked at Wang Ting. They did not expect the Star Mechanic King to value his information so much. "Wang Ting, how did you get this information?" Gong Yangyu asked curiously. "Guess," Wang Ting chuckled and replied. Gong Yangyu's mouth twitched. He knew that Wang Ting did not want to say it, so he could not help but feel helpless. This Wang Ting's ability was indeed not something ordinary people could compare to. He could actually get such important information. The dark apparitions were going to attack the Iron Forge fortress from the back. How could an ordinary person obtain such secret information? Even if the most powerful intelligence personnel of the Alliance army were sent out, they would not be able to get such detailed information. This showed just how rare this information was. Although he did not know how Wang Ting got this information, it must be quite authentic to be able to make the Star Mechanic King value it so much. The only bad thing was that this guy's personality was really bad, which made him depressed. Iron Wing Marquis also wanted to ask, but he immediately shut his mouth. Originally, with his strength, if he asked a realm lord, the other party would have to answer no matter what. However, this Wang Ting was different. The other party's identity was not simple, and the Star Mechanic King's attitude toward him was very different. He naturally could not order the other party to do anything. Half an hour later, the Star Mechanic King called again. He looked at Wang Ting and said, "If the dark apparitions attack from the back of the Iron Forge fortress, what do you suggest?" If what Wang Ting said was true, then the plan they originally discussed would be completely overturned. That mechanical python formation could not be used anymore. It was not realistic for them to think of a feasible plan in a short time. Therefore, instead of wasting time discussing and making a new plan, it was better to ask Wang Ting, the person involved. The Star Mechanic King recalled that when Wang Ting told him this information, he did not seem worried at all. Instead, he looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Maybe he really had thought of a way to deal with it. It's very simple. It's nothing more than changing the formation, Wang Ting said calmly. Change what array formation? The space turbulence zone doesn't seem to be suitable for engraving arrays. The Star Mechanic King frowned and hesitated. Of course, they had thought of this plan before. However, it was too difficult to inscribe a formation in the space turbulence. Unless they mobilized several Saint-level runes formation masters at the same time, it would be impossible. However, it was unrealistic to mobilize several Saint-level runes array masters at the same time. Not to mention the fact that every place needed a Saint-level runes array master to oversee it, there wasn't enough time. Void Explosion Array. Wang Ting smiled and uttered a name. Void Explosion Array, this is, a space array? The Star Mechanic King asked in surprise. That's right, it's a space array. Naturally, space arrays are the most suitable way to construct a grand array in a place like the space turbulence zone. Wang Ting nodded. But with the chaotic energy in the space turbulence, it seems to be more difficult to inscribe a space array, the Star Mechanic King said hesitantly. Isn't it more fun if it's more difficult? Wang Ting smiled. The Star Mechanic King was speechless. What do you mean by more fun? Can't you be more serious at a time like this? Is this the time to play? If they weren't careful and couldn't complete the engraving, they would have to face the Dark Apparition Army directly. That situation would undoubtedly be very scary. The Star Mechanic King took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, Wang Ting, how confident are you? Seeing this, Wang Ting stopped joking and said calmly with a serious expression, 98%. 98%. The Star Mechanic King's expression froze again, and he had the urge to beat someone up. What was the difference between 100% and 98%? He said it as if he might fail. He almost believed him just now. He had reason to suspect that this guy was making fun of him. However, he couldn't care about anything else at this time. He was very shocked and asked, Are you really 98% confident? Wang Ting didn't say much and only nodded. With his current attainments in runes and his mastery of the ancient space runes, he was indeed very confident in engraving the array in the space turbulence zone. Seeing this, the Star Mechanic King actually felt a lot more relieved. When he thought of the military exploits Wang Ting had achieved in the past and the magnificent feats he had done, he instinctively felt that a miracle would happen to him. If that's the case, we'll follow your suggestion. Make a list of the materials needed to build the array as soon as possible. I'll get someone to send it over as soon as possible. The Star Mechanic King took a deep look at Wang Ting, then said to the Iron Wing Marquis, cooperate well with Wang Ting. Try your best to satisfy any of his requests. Yes, the Iron Wing Marquis said respectfully. By the way, other than this, I also received an important piece of information, Wang Ting suddenly said. The Star Mechanic King's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, What information? Wang Ting looked around and said hesitantly, I'd better tell you this information alone. Okay. The more Wang Ting acted like this, the more worried the Star Mechanic King was. Without any hesitation, he immediately asked the others to leave the main control hall, leaving only Wang Ting alone. You can tell me now. Seeing this, Wang Ting told him about the problem with the energy engines of the Lanji Void Fortress and the Ironforge Fortress. What? The Star Mechanic King widened his eyes in disbelief. The energy engines of the Lanji Void Fortress and the Ironforge Fortress have been tampered with? Are you kidding? How would I dare to joke about this? Wang Ting shook his head. Damn it, how did these dark apparitions do it? They can actually hide from my race's detection. The Star Mechanic King was actually a little flustered at this moment. His blue electronic eyes were full of anger, and then he couldn't help but stare at Wang Ting. Why didn't you tell me such important information earlier? He looked like he couldn't wait to rush out of the light screen and punch Wang Ting. This kid is really too disgusting. Cough, cough, please forgive me. Please forgive me. I was so focused on talking about the formation that I almost forgot about this. Wang Ting coughed dryly. The Star Mechanic King didn't know what to say anymore. He stared at Wang Ting and said angrily, "Is there any other information? Think about it carefully. No more. No more." "This is the last information," Wang Ting said quickly. This Star Mechanic King was like a powder keg now, exploding at the slightest touch. It seemed like the fact that the energy engines had been tampered with had completely made this automaton race Emperor mortal anxious. It was no wonder. Whether it was the Lanji Void Fortress or the Ironforge Fortress, they were both extremely important military locations, and their energy engines were the most important. If something went wrong, the two military locations would definitely be in big trouble. This problem was much bigger than the fact that the rank 5 automaton was being controlled. Even the Star Mechanic King couldn't help but feel a little scared. That was why he lost his composure like this. Seeing that Wang Ting didn't have any other information, the Star Mechanic King immediately hung up without saying anything else, as if someone was chasing after him. Seeing this, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Seems like they should be quite confident in repairing the energy engines. I don't need to intervene anymore. He couldn't help but shake his head. Although this would save him a lot of time. Unfortunately, he originally wanted to pick up a wave of attribute bubbles near the energy engines, but it seemed like he didn't have the chance now. The Star Mechanic King's token couldn't let him get close to the energy engines of the Lanji Void Fortress and the Ironforge Fortress. That should be the biggest forbidden area. Time was tight, so Wang Ting immediately listed out the materials needed to set up the formation and asked Iron Wing Marquis to prepare it. Most of the materials were already there. Only the space crystal was extremely rare, and Iron Wing Marquis only had a small portion of it in storage. "I'll go set up the formation first. Once the space crystal is here, send it to me immediately." Wang Ting didn't beat around the bush and directly said to Iron Wing Marquis. "Okay." Iron Wing Marquis nodded. Wang Ting took the materials and immediately flew out of the spaceship. "I'll go with you." Gong Yangyu's figure flashed and followed Wang Ting's figure. Wang Ting was a little helpless. This Gong Yangyu was really a follower. He actually stuck to him and didn't let go. He glanced at the other party and asked helplessly, "Why do you keep following me?" "To protect you." Gong Yangyu smiled and said, "You see, if it wasn't for me last time, you would have been killed by that glutton overlord. Then I really have to thank you." Wang Ting said, "How about this, I'll tell you a secret as a reward." "What is it?" Gong Yangyu thought that he was really grateful and wanted to tell him the secret of the intelligence, so he immediately asked curiously. "In fact, even if you didn't appear last time, I could have escaped the pursuit of that glutton overlord," Wang Ting said indifferently. Gong Yangyu was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt that he had been played. Swoosh, Wang Ting didn't give him a chance to react. He laughed and increased his speed, speeding toward the turbulent space in the distance. Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised, but then he laughed and shook his head. This junior brother is getting more and more interesting. He had been in Starry Sky Academy for so many years, but he had never seen such a student. Gong Yangyu immediately followed. When he caught up with Wang Ting, he found that the other party was already surveying the turbulent space behind the defensive line of the Ironworks fortress. He stepped into the void and stood far away, not disturbing Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't pay any more attention to Gong Yangyu. His eyes flashed slightly and swept across the turbulent space in front of him. A series of mysterious and complicated runes appeared in his eyes. Then, the shadow of a huge formation gradually appeared in his mind. This was a sign of powerful mental power, and it was also a sign of extremely solid attainment in runes formations. If it was an ordinary saint-level runes formation master, it would be difficult to achieve this. Suddenly, Wang Ting's figure flashed, and he appeared in the sky above a rather huge void turbulence whirlpool, looking down. Then he looked at the turbulent space vortexes around him. These turbulent space vortexes naturally didn't have any pattern to speak of. They were completely formed by the violent collision of energy. Judging from the strength of the energy in these turbulent space vortexes, it should be enough to last until the dark apparition arrives. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a decision. He turned his head and said to Gong Yangyu in the distance. Senior Gong Yangyu, there's something I need your help with. It would be a waste if he didn't use free labor. Since this Gong Yangyu liked to follow him so much, he would just find something for him to do. What's the matter? Gong Yangyu took a step forward and appeared beside Wang Ting. I need some meteorites. If I need them, you can bring them over, Wang Ting said with a smile. Don't tell me you're using me as a coolie? Gong Yangyu asked suspiciously. How is that possible? Wang Ting said righteously. If it weren't for the urgency of time, I would have carried them myself. There's no need to trouble you, senior. All right. All right. You're already talking about time. If I still don't help, it'll seem like I'm insensible. Gong Yangyu said and disappeared on the spot. Little guy Wang Ting laughed in his heart. Although the senior is a little annoying, he doesn't seem to be a bad person. At least, he's still clear on important matters. Such a person is undoubtedly easy to fool. The next moment, his eyes became completely serious, and he began to inscribe ancient space runes in this void turbulence zone. Although he was very confident, inscribing runes in the void turbulence zone naturally didn't allow the slightest bit of carelessness. Anyone who underestimated the dangers of this place would be a true fool. To be honest, although Wang Ting wasn't the first person to inscribe a formation in the void turbulence zone, he was probably one of the few people. Moreover, he was inscribing the formation entirely with his own strength. How many people could do it? Boom! At this moment, wisps of majestic psychic power surged out from between Wang Ting's eyebrows and turned into invisible carving knives in the void, inscribing. The formation he wanted to inscribe was called the Void Explosion Formation, which came from the records of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. It was mainly used in the Void Turbulence Zone. One had to know that the Subclass Alliance's headquarters had been established at the intersection of the three territories' turbulent streams. It was constantly under attack from the turbulent streams of space, which was why a runic array master had created this formation. The reason why Wang Ting was 98% confident was because this formation was compatible with the Void Turbulence Zone. Yes, it was compatible. If other people heard this, they would definitely find it hard to believe. However, in the eyes of a saint-level runes formation master, it was possible. Otherwise, how could this formation exist? There were many talented subprofessions in the Subprofession Alliance, and their ideas were simply unimaginable to outsiders. Ancient space runes were inscribed in the Void Turbulence Zone, and under the cover of the Void Turbulence, they gradually disappeared, making it impossible for people to notice. Boom! 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 At this moment, a roar came from afar. Under an invisible domain, huge meteorites broke through the obstruction of the void turbulence and sped toward them. These meteorites all had the same characteristics. They were hard, huge, and could withstand the bombardment of the void turbulence for a short period of time. They wouldn't shatter easily. From this, it could be seen that Gong Yangyu had put in a lot of effort and didn't deal with this matter properly. End of chapter. Are these meteorites okay? Gong Yangyu appeared on a meteorite, looked at Wang Ting, and said indifferently. It's barely passable, Wang Ting replied calmly. I can't praise him too much. Otherwise, with this senior's character, he will definitely climb up the pole, which is very troublesome. Gong Yangyu's mouth twitched, and he felt a little helpless. This Wang Ting is really watertight. He didn't give him any chance and didn't let him get any benefits. He felt as if he was seen through by the other party. Wang Ting ignored him and looked at the meteorites around him. His eyes flashed, and he immediately began to inscribe ancient space runes on them. Under the effect of his mind power, runes appeared one after another, looking very magical. These are space runes. Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed, and a sense of surprise rose in his heart. It seems that this junior Wang Ting not only has space talent, but also has extremely high attainments in space runes. No wonder he dared to set up a formation in the space turbulence zone. No, these aren't simple space runes, but ancient space runes. Gong Yangyu suddenly discovered something, and his eyes became even more surprised. As an immortal rank existence and a genius of Cosmic Sky Academy, he naturally had the opportunity to see ancient space runes. Although for martial artists like him who didn't have space talent and didn't even have sub-professions, runes were a completely different system. Profound and rare knowledge like space runes was equivalent to another kind of complex and difficult to understand language. Ordinary people might not be able to remember it even if they saw it. But a genius like Gong Yangyu naturally had a good memory, and he could forcibly remember some space runes. Now that he compared them with the space runes inscribed by Wan Ting, he suddenly realized that these were ancient space runes, and not ordinary space runes. This junior Wan Ting really keeps giving people surprises, Gong Yangyu said to himself. He continued to observe Wan Ting inscribing formations, and the surprise in his heart grew stronger. This was because he suddenly realized that the speed at which Wan Ting was inscribing formations was simply too fast. He had seen array masters inscribing array formations for Saint runes, but he had never seen anyone as fast as Wan Ting. Moreover, he was inscribing an array in the middle of a space turbulence. Wasn't Wan Ting afraid of making a mistake? Gong Yangyu took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Wan Ting carved runes on the meteorites one by one and then sent them into the space turbulence, using the power of the runes to fix them in the corresponding position of the array. Time passed slowly, and an hour passed quickly. There were only 2 or 3 meteorites left. "Senior, don't just stand there. Continue to help me move the meteorites," Wan Ting said while inscribing. Gong Yangyu's heart was completely shocked. Hearing his words, he didn't say anything else. He gave him a deep look and then turned around to move the meteorites. This Wan Ting was really worthy of the title of saint, no wonder he could become a saint of 7 paths. His talent in his secondary profession was really amazing. And this was just his attainments in runes. His attainments in alchemy, forging, and other aspects were probably not that bad. Just thinking about it was very shocking. Was there really someone who could reach such a level of talent? Wasn't it a bit too exaggerated? Gong Yangyu had never seen such a talented person in Cosmic Sky Academy, a place where geniuses gathered. In front of him, even an immortal rank existence like him seemed a bit ordinary. This person can't be an enemy, he can only be a friend. Gong Yangyu thought to himself. Not long after, he rushed over with more meteorites. His speed was very fast, and he didn't dare to waste any time. With his cooperation, Wan Ting's speed of inscribing the formation was indeed much faster. Of course, his mastery of the ancient space runes had reached the level of small success. This was also an important reason why his inscribing speed was so fast. Another 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Wan Ting sent all the meteorites into the void turbulence below, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked around and spoke again. "Senior, there's one more thing I need your help with." "Say it," Gong Yangyu said with a straight face. "I'll point out a place later. Help me create a void turbulence vortex in the corresponding place." Wan Ting said in a deep voice. "Create a void turbulence vortex." Gong Yangyu was shocked. "What are you going to do?" "Naturally, it's needed to inscribe the formation," Wan Ting said. Gong Yangyu's mouth moved, but he didn't ask anything in the end. The other party's actions just now had proven his attainments in runes. This was not something he could interfere with. He just had to listen to the other party's arrangements. "Let's start." Wan Ting's figure flashed, and he appeared above a void turbulence and pointed below. Gong Yangyu's eyes moved, and he immediately used his own strength to stir the void turbulence and form a vortex. "Continue," Wan Ting said. "Don't stop until I tell you to stop." These void turbulence vortexes would become the nodes of the formation. The strength of the energy at each location would be different, and it would require extremely precise control. Hearing this, Gong Yangyu could only continue to stir, making the void turbulence vortex even more violent and larger. Wan Ting's mind power gushed out and left space runes in it. While stabilizing the void turbulence vortex, he also left the runes needed for the formation. Here, and here. Next, Wan Ting continued to point out the locations for Gong Yangyu to create void turbulence vortexes and leave runes. These void turbulence vortexes were scattered all over the void turbulence zone and mixed with the void turbulence vortexes that originally existed. It was impossible to distinguish which were man-made and which were originally existing. Of course, there was no difference between man-made and existing. It was just that the trigger was different. Half a day passed, and the space crystal from the iron-winged marquis finally arrived. Moreover, he had personally delivered it. The space fluctuated, and the iron-winged marquis figure appeared not far away. He looked at Wang Ting and asked, "Your Excellency Wang Ting, how's the formation engraving going?" "It's almost done. All that's left is your space crystal," Wang Ting said. "So fast?" The iron-winged marquis was a little surprised. Initially, he was still a little worried. He thought that it would take at least the next day to complete it. It was even questionable if it could catch up with the dark apparition's attack. Therefore, he personally came to check on the progress. He didn't expect Wang Ting to be so close to completion. He couldn't help but look at Gong Yangyu. Gong Yangyu had been here all this time, so he should be very clear about the progress. Gong Yangyu was silent for a while and nodded. "Fast, that was more than fast, it was almost boundless, all right?" One had to know that Wang Ting was currently engraving a saint-level space array. It wasn't some random low-level array. It was simply unbelievable that he could complete more than half of it in such a short time. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would even suspect that someone was joking with him. How could engraving a saint-level array be so fast? "Give me the space crystal," Wang Ting said. "Okay." The iron-winged marquis didn't hesitate and immediately handed the space crystal to Wang Ting. Wang Ting took the space crystal that had been preserved using a special method and carefully inspected it. He nodded and smiled. "The quality is not bad, and it's all level 3 and above. This way, there's no need to worry about this void explosion array." When the iron-winged marquis and Gong Yangyu heard his tone, they looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on their faces. If they could really complete the space array, the effect might be even better than the mechanical light python array that the machinery race had originally prepared. The power of space wasn't weaker than the power of light. Wang Ting didn't know what the two of them were thinking. At this time, his expression was serious, and his gaze landed on the space crystal in his hand. His eyes were like a carving knife. Runes appeared on the surface of the space crystal wherever his gaze landed. Wang Ting was actually engraving space runes on the space crystal. The iron-winged marquis and Gong Yangyu's expressions changed slightly. They both looked at the space crystal in Wang Ting's hand. The difficulty of engraving space runes on the space crystal was many times greater than engraving space runes in the chaotic streams of space. This was because the space energy in the space crystal was in a stable state. Rashly engraving space runes would destroy the stability and cause the space crystal to explode. Originally, the space crystal only existed as a kind of energy carrier. There was no need to engrave runes. It only needed to be embedded in the array, and then the surrounding runes would be used to draw out the energy from it. However, the void explosion array that Wang Ting wanted to engrave was somewhat different. It needed to draw in the surrounding space energy and let it continuously pour into the array. The space crystal was a transfer point for drawing in the surrounding space energy. Therefore, the corresponding space runes needed to be engraved. It could be said that this was an extremely crucial step. If there was a mistake, the entire void explosion array would have a big problem. Therefore, Wang Ting asked the iron-winged marquis and the others to prepare more space crystals in case of an emergency. After a short while, the space runes were engraved on the space crystals. There were no mistakes during the process, and it was very smooth. The iron-winged marquis and Gong Yangyu breathed a sigh of relief for no reason, as if they were afraid that Wang Ting would make a mistake. However, this was very normal. The space crystals were too precious. Even the machinery race did not have many stockpiles. The space that they brought this time was already used to the maximum limit. Any more would not be enough. Therefore, if Wang Ting made a few more mistakes, the engraving of the array would be really difficult. Fortunately, Wang Ting's attainments were indeed impressive. None of the engraved space crystals had any problems. It was so smooth that it was unbelievable. In the end, Wang Ting used his mental power to control the space crystals and embedded them into the chaotic streams of space vortexes, hiding them below. Phew! Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It's done." "It's done?" Gong Yangyu was stunned for a moment and could not help but ask. Before he could react, Wang Ting had already completed the space array. Shouldn't there be some sort of commotion? This was a sacred level space array. the iron-winged Marquis also looked at Wang Ting and could not help but show a trace of surprise on his face. It's done. Wang Ting nodded. That's it? Gong Yangyu said with a little disappointment. What else do you want? Wang Ting asked, amused. Why is there no movement at all? Gong Yangyu looked around and did not find anything unusual. To be honest, if he had not seen Wang Ting engraving the array here with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was a sacred level space array hidden here. It was somewhat unreal. What's the point of making a noise now? When the array is activated tomorrow, you will know. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. Gong Yangyu and the iron-winged Marquis looked at each other helplessly. At the same time, their eyes were filled with curiosity and even a trace of anticipation. I will stay here tonight to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Wang Ting said. I will stay too. Gong Yangyu looked serious and nodded. This array was undoubtedly very crucial, and no mistakes could be made. It would be safer with an immortal guarding it. Then I will leave it to the two of you. I still have to go back and make some arrangements, the iron-winged Marquis said solemnly. Wang Ting and Gong Yangyu nodded and watched him leave. Senior, you should have a way to hide yourself, right? Wang Ting looked at Gong Yangyu and asked. Of course. Gong Yangyu nodded confidently. That's good. Don't let the dark apparition discover our existence. After Wang Ting finished speaking, he took a meteorite and sat down cross-legged. Then, he took out a fishing rod. Gong Yangyu thought he was going to do something, but this guy actually wanted to fish. He looked at him speechlessly. Cough, cough. Since we have nothing to do, why don't we do some void fishing? Wang Ting coughed and laughed. Gong Yangyu was a little helpless. This guy is really ambitious. But when it came to void fishing, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Men always had a few special hobbies, and fishing was one of them. Your fishing rod? He sat down beside Wang Ting and just took out his fishing rod. Suddenly, he saw the fishing rod in Wang Ting's hand and couldn't help but be surprised. Void fishing rod. A friend gave it to me, Wang Ting said casually. This fishing rod was actually a bet between him and Gu Luo. In the end, Gu Luo lost to him. But it was pretty much given to him for free. And after the competition at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, their relationship was quite good. It would hurt their relationship if he lost the bet. Wang Ting said this to protect his friend's face. It really is a void fishing rod. And it looks like it's at least a Sector Lord Pinnacle void fishing rod. You have quite a lot of good stuff, Gong Yangyu said enviously. He looked at the fishing rod in his hand and suddenly felt that it wasn't very nice. Fishing rods that could be used to fish in the void turbulence were all made of special materials. They weren't cheap. Back then, in order to get this fishing rod, he spent a lot of effort and universe dollars. He didn't expect to lose today. What a pain in the ass. He glanced at Wang Ting and threw out the bait. He started fishing. Wang Ting smiled. After thinking for a bit, he decided to use a special bait this time. Shadow power. The first time, he used the power of tribulation lightning to fish up a thunder spirit. This time, he would use shadow power to see what good stuff he could get. End of chapter. As everyone knew, fishing was a skill. However, Wang Ting didn't have any skills, he only had bait. He and Gong Yangyu sat on a meteorite, fishing while chatting. This Gong Yangyu was also an interesting person. He didn't have the arrogance of an immortal rank existence at all, he was just like a normal senior. 2 to 3 hours quickly passed. Their fishing rods didn't move for a long time. Today's fish are very smart, they didn't take the bait, Gong Yangyu said. Maybe it's because this place is close to the edge of the space turbulence belt, there aren't any special fish, Wang Ting said. Maybe we'll have to send an air force today. Gong Yangyu nodded. The place with the most fish was naturally the deep part of the space turbulence belt. And there were often people near the edge, so the fish were relatively fewer and more vigilant, they wouldn't take the bait so easily. As he spoke, Gong Yangyu's expression changed, his gaze falling on the fishing rod. Wang Ting also looked over, somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the other's fishing rod to move first. Haha, looks like my luck is about to come. Gong Yangyu couldn't help but smile. He stood up and slowly retracted his fishing line. Pung! Suddenly, the fish below seemed to feel the abnormality and began to struggle violently. The space turbulence was stirred up and surged. However, Gong Yangyu was an immortal rank existence after all. He didn't seem to do anything, but the space turbulence below seemed to be bound by a force and actually stagnated. Come up here. Gong Yangyu exerted strength in his hand and pulled the fishing rod upwards. A black shadow was pulled out from the space turbulence and flew into the air. Wang Ting looked up and discovered it was actually a 10-meter-long blue python star beast. Pa Ji, that blue python star beast was still struggling in the air. After being pulled by Gong Yangyu, it uncontrollably fell onto the meteorite. It was dizzy from the fall and didn't recover for a long time. Wang Ting came up and carefully examined it. He rubbed his chin and said, "This looks like a dragon guts blue soul python." Dragon gall blue soul python? Gong Yangyu had obviously never heard of this kind of star beast before. He asked, "How much is this kind of star beast worth?" "Rumor has it that it contains a trace of dragon blood. What do you think?" Wang Ting glanced at him and said, "That's right. That's right. This kind of star beast should be of considerable help to martial artists who cultivate the fleshy body," Gong Yangyu said. "The essence of this dragon gall blue soul python lies in its gallbladder. If taken over a long period of time, not only will it have the effect of improving one's eyesight, it can also strengthen one's physical strength." "It's very impressive," Wang Ting explained. "Oh, it can also improve your eyesight." Gong Yangyu was a little surprised. For cultivators, the effect of eye enhancement was naturally not as simple as seeing a little clearer or seeing a little further. Instead, it had many other uses. For example, it could clearly see the flow of certain energy, or see certain special runes, and so on. If there's only one, the effect won't be too great. Moreover, looking at this dragon guts blue soul python, it's at most a middle-level emperor. It might be quite useful to universe-level martial artists, but to you, the effect is almost negligible," Wang Ting said. "No matter. In any case, it's a kind of harvest." Gong Yangyu smiled, not taking it to heart. The joy of fishing was sometimes very simple. It was fine as long as there was a harvest. Although he would naturally be happier if he could catch something of higher value, it would not affect his mood just because the value of the item he caught did not meet his expectations. He put away the dragon guts blue soul python and continued to fish. This was a good start. He felt that he would definitely be able to catch even more good things this time. Following that, Gong Yangyu's fishing rod indeed showed signs of activity again. One after another, living creatures were caught. Dragon guts blue soul python, big-tailed golden lip fish, there was even the silver-scaled yellow croaker that Wang Ting had caught before. "Ha ha ha. Junior Wang Ting, looks like this time, my luck is much better than yours." Gong Yangyu laughed happily. After catching so many good things in a row, his mood instantly improved. He finally felt like he had regained his confidence. Previously, he had more or less been dealt a blow by Wang Ting. As an immortal, he was actually defeated by a domain lord pinnacle martial artist who was much younger than him. How could he endure this? Originally, he had planned on regaining a shred of his dignity as an immortal on the battlefield. Who would have thought that before the great battle even began, he would win first? Wang Ting was also a bit depressed, but he did not show it. He only said indifferently, "What's the rush? The worst thing to do when fishing is to be impatient. Also, don't you know? The better the item, the more you have to wait. I have a feeling that my rod will either not take the bait, or it will definitely be something of great value." "You're stubborn." Gong Yangyu could not help but laugh. "Just wait and see." Wang Ting snorted lightly. "Then I'll wait and see what you'll get." Gong Yangyu felt a bit amused. He mocked, "Don't wait for me to catch so many good things, but you're still an Air Force." Wang Ting. Just as Wang Ting and Gong Yangyu were fishing in the space turbulence zone, Iron Wing Marquis was intensely making military arrangements. Over at the Lanji Void Fortress, Star Mechanic Emperor had finally finished fixing the problem in the energy engine. He let out a sigh of relief and then looked in the direction of the Ironworks Fortress's defense line. "Let's hope everything goes well." This automaton race emperor mortal looked at the dark space outside. His eyes flashed slightly, and he could not help but feel worried. Not only was he worried about the Ironworks fortress's defense line, but he was also worried about the Langivoid fortress. This time, the attack launched by the dark apparitions would most likely not be small. It might even surpass the previous attacks. If they were not careful, the Langivoid fortress might be taken over. By then, the connection between the Tianlan territory and the machinery territory would be completely opened. Countless dark apparitions would swarm into the machinery weave, which would definitely divide the machinery weave into scattered regions. The Tianlan territory would also face the same situation. If it really reached that point, both territories would be gradually nibbled away, and their chances of winning would be even smaller. Black Blood Void Fortress. The Blood God clone had already brought Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan back here to meet up with the other Blood Clan dark apparitions. Blood Noji, Blood Qilua, and Blood Jins were all very shocked. They naturally knew what the Blood God clone was doing. They originally thought that he would return empty-handed and even be taught a lesson by Blood Ruin Demon Master. Even if he did not lose his life with his current status and prestige, he would definitely be heavily injured. However, who would have thought that he actually returned safely? And he even brought back Blood Rosa, Blood Emperor Luan, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Slaughter race. How was this possible? The dark apparitions could not understand at all. How did he do it? It was really unbelievable. After returning, they even discovered that Blood Rosa, Blood Emperor Luan, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Slaughter race seemed to have completely submitted to the Blood God clone. They were even more respectful than before. That kind of respect was not on the surface but a kind of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if it was engraved in their bones and even in their souls. It could be seen from their every word and action. What exactly happened? Blood Jins, Blood Qilua, and the other dark apparitions were filled with doubts. Blood Qilua was silent for a moment before transmitting his voice. Did you guys notice that Blood Rosa seems to have advanced to the upper-level Demon Emperor level? This was even more unbelievable to them. Before leaving, Blood Rosa was only a peak middle-level Demon Emperor. Now, not only did she survive, but she had also advanced to the upper-level Demon Emperor level after returning. Not only that, but Blood Emperor Luan's aura has also become stronger. It has a strong murderous intent. Even if we want to defeat him now, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Blood Jin said. The murderous intent has become stronger. Then there is only one possibility, Blood Noji suddenly said. Awakening the Blood Slaughter physique. Several kindred dark apparitions couldn't help but look at each other, and the same thought came to their minds at the same time. This was the only reason that could explain why Blood Rosa could suddenly advance to the upper-level Demon Emperor level and why Blood Emperor Luan's murderous aura had become stronger. Not to mention them, even Blood Lumbo, Blood Tin, Blood Neil, Blood Dia, and the other dark apparitions were guessing and were very surprised. Blood Dia's beautiful blood-red eyes flickered slightly. Her gaze moved between Blood Rosa and the Blood God doppelganger. No one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Euphoria was very depressed. She was still a lower-level Demon Emperor. Although her recent improvement was also very fast, it was not to the extent that she could break through to the middle-level Demon Emperor level in a short time. With such strength, there was already a big gap between her and Blood Rosa. Now that Blood Rosa had directly advanced to the upper-level Demon Emperor level, the gap between the two sides was even bigger. Moreover, if she guessed correctly, Blood Rosa's improvement must be related to the Blood Master. This made her even more depressed. Humph, I don't know what kind of luck she has. She can actually get the Blood Master to help her improve. Euphoria could not help but snort softly in her heart. As if sensing her gaze, Blood Rosa looked over. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly, and there was a trace of provocation in her eyes. Little fellow, how can you compare to me now? Blood Rosa transmitted her voice. Humph. Euphoria gritted her silver teeth and snorted coldly. Didn't the Blood Master help you to improve? What are you so proud of? That's right, the Blood Master personally helped me to improve. Blood Rosa giggled and transmitted her voice. Euphoria was instantly speechless. She was so depressed that her chest swelled with pain. Blood Rosa was extremely happy as if she had won a great battle. Blood extinction. At this time, a few figures appeared in front of everyone. They were the Blood Tribe Demon Sovereigns. Greetings, Demon Sovereign. The Blood God Doppelganger opened his eyes and stood up to salute. Yes, the battle is about to begin. I'm giving you an order now. Take the Blood Ash Axe and head to the Universe of Light's defense line, the bloodthirsty Demon Sovereign said. What? The Blood God Doppelganger couldn't help but be shocked. They actually wanted him to take the Blood Ash Axe to the Universe of Light's defense line? Were they going to use the weapons to forcefully break through the Universe of Light's defense line? This move by the Blood Tribe was completely out of his expectations. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that he would miss this point. Using the Blood Ash Axe to break through the Universe of Light's defense line was undoubtedly like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Who would have thought that the Blood Tribe would do this? Did they not know that the Universe of Light also had weapons? Moreover, those weapons were definitely in the Langi Void Fortress. He didn't believe that the dark apparitions hadn't thought of this. At this time, the Blood God Doppelganger's face revealed a trace of surprise. He asked, "My lord, why are we moving it to the Universe of Light's defense line? The weapons are definitely in the Langi Void Fortress." It's fine. We have other methods to deal with the Langi Void Fortress. The bloodthirsty Demon Sovereign smiled. The Blood God Doppelganger had a curious look and asked, "What method?" Now that the army is about to set off, there's no harm in telling you. Despite saying that, the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable did not say it out loud. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Imo Tianga. The Bone Spirit clan has prepared a great weapon behind our backs. Therefore, we have only just learned about it and changed our plans. Great killing weapon? The Blood God Doppelganger's heart grew heavier, but he could only pretend to be curious on the surface. He asked, "Do you know what the great killing weapon is?" Bloodthirsty Demon Sovereign, don't beat around the bush with him. Look at how curious he is. The Blood Shadow Demon Sovereign smiled and said, "The great killing weapon prepared by the Bone Spirit race is called the Undead Bone Dragon. It's refined from the bones of a dead dragon. It's very powerful and can pose a threat to the Langi Void Fortress." The Undead Bone Dragon. Refined from the bones of a dead dragon. The Blood God Doppelganger's heart trembled, but he tried his best to remain calm on the surface. He said, "It seems that the Bone Spirit race is planning something big. The Bone Spirit race is obviously preparing to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." The bloodthirsty Demon Sovereign snorted and said, "However, the Blood race is not to be trifled with. So what if we give them the right to attack the Langi Void Fortress first? Even if they prepared the Undead Bone Dragon, I can guarantee that they won't be able to take down the Langi Void Fortress in a short time. As long as we quickly take down the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress, we'll have a great merit. At that time, we can even intervene in the battle of the Langi Void Fortress." The Blood God Doppelganger suddenly understood. So this was what the Blood race was planning. He had to admit that this idea was correct. With the power of the Bloody Ash Axe, they could directly take down the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress and then attack the Langi Void Fortress from the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress. From the perspective of the Blood race, this was undoubtedly a good decision. However, from the perspective of the Light Universe, it was undoubtedly troublesome. Whether it was the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress or the Langi Void Fortress, they would probably be in great trouble. The dark apparitions had too many tricks up their sleeves, and they were very well prepared this time. The warriors of the Light Universe could not react in time. So you have to try to take down the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress as soon as possible. Don't let us down, the Blood Shadow Demon Sovereign said to the Blood God Doppelganger. I understand. The Blood God Doppelganger took a deep breath and nodded. Then let's go. The Blood Shadow Demon Sovereign and the other Demon Sovereigns did not say anything else. They waved their hands and disappeared. The Blood God Doppelganger's eyes flashed. Before they disappeared, he exchanged a glance with the Blood Remnant Demon Sovereign, who was standing among the Demon Sovereigns. However, no one saw this. End of chapter. The Blood God Avatar set off with the Vampire Prodigies and the Dark Scorpion Legion. Other than that, the other dark races also sent out their own fleets. Hence, a fleet of dark ray spaceships and battleships sped toward the Ironworks fortress. They used the power of darkness to hide themselves and make the entire fleet disappear into the void. It was very difficult for outsiders to find them. And in this fleet was the Blood Scorpion, or weapon prepared by the Blood race, the Blood Scorpion Axe. Blood Rambo, Blood Rosa, you two take control of the spaceship. Inform me when you arrive. The Blood God Avatar said to the two vampire prodigies before disappearing on the spot. Yes. Blood Rambo and Blood Rosa bowed slightly and replied respectfully. They were already used to the Blood Master's behavior of leaving everything to others, so they weren't surprised at all. However, what surprised them was that the Blood Master actually let Blood Rosa and Blood Rambo take control of the spaceship together. This meant that he valued Blood Rosa more. Blood Rambo glanced at Blood Rosa with a flicker in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He could tell that the genius from the Blood Slaughter clan had become much stronger. Even he felt threatened by the Blood Slaughter clan's intense blood slaughter intent. I'll need your guidance from now on, Blood Rosa said with a smile. We're all working for the Blood Master. Blood Rambo nodded and gave her face. The other vampire prodigies all had different expressions upon seeing this. This Blood Rosa had really reached the heavens in a single step. She was actually able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Blood Rambo. Although it was only a small matter, everyone could see the change in her status. Blood Emperor Lewin glanced at Blood Rosa. Other than some envy, he didn't feel any jealousy. He knew that Blood Rosa was different from him. She had followed the Blood Master since the beginning, so her position in the Blood Master's heart was naturally different. He was already completely convinced by the Blood God Avatar and naturally didn't have any other thoughts. Hence, he wasn't dissatisfied with the Blood God Avatar's decision. Euphoria was even more envious. This Blood Rosa had already surpassed her, but she was still too weak. Humph. On the other side, Blood Jins, Blood Noji, Blood Chilua, and the other vampire prodigies couldn't help but snort coldly. They could barely accept the fact that a Blood Rambo could stand above him. After all, the other party was a genius of the Blood race's 12 clans. Moreover, he was an existence that had returned from the myriad race's demonic lands. His strength was indeed stronger than theirs. But this Blood Rosa was nothing. Although the other party could also be considered a genius of the Blood race, in the end, he was just a branch of the Blood race, and his bloodline was still lacking by quite a bit. So what if she had become a high-level demon emperor? A lowly bloodline was still a lowly bloodline. What qualifications did she have to climb above them? Unfortunately, no matter how unhappy they were, they could not change this fact. In the face of the Blood Master, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. All of the Blood tribe geniuses present had become his lackeys. The Blood disciple would know immediately if they made even the slightest movement. Since that was the case, he might as well follow him and take advantage of his contributions to improve his own strength. There would be plenty of opportunities to get back at him after he returned to the ancestral land of the vampires. The Blood God clone didn't know what Xue Qilua and the others were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. These Blood race dark apparitions were no longer a threat to him. If they really provoked him, he wouldn't mind turning them into nourishment for the Blood God altar. At this time, the Blood God clone had already returned to the cultivation room. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immediately contacted Wang Ting's original body. The undead bone dragon, this news was too important. If his original body didn't know about it, he was afraid that this time he would really be caught off guard and pay a heavy price. In the void turbulence zone. Sitting cross-legged on a meteorite, Wang Ting, who was concentrating on fishing, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, and his pupils contracted. The undead bone dragon. He couldn't help but frown. The bone spirit race had actually mastered such a killing weapon, and it was only now exposed. They had hidden it too deeply. Although he didn't know what level the undead bone dragon was and what kind of terrifying attack it had, since it could replace the bloody ash axe of the Blood clan, it must be at least a Saint level 6 tribulation weapon, or even stronger. The mechanical eye of the machinery race was certainly a Saint level 7 tribulation weapon, but for some reason, Wang Ting didn't feel confident at all. He had a hunch that the undead bone dragon would only be more terrifying. On the other hand, the Ironforge Castle's defensive line had to face a weapon like the Bloody Ash Axe. His void explosion formation might not be able to deal with it. Whether it was the Bloody Axe or the mechanical. Wang Ting had a vague understanding of their power. The void explosion formation could at most exert the power of a Saint Level 4 tribulation weapon, which was very difficult to compete with a Saint Level weapon. How should I tell the Star Mechanic King about this? Wang Ting was a little troubled. He couldn't just tell them that he had obtained another important piece of information, saying that the dark apparitions would use a method called the Undead Bone Dragon. This was not realistic at all. It's so difficult. Wang Ting felt a little helpless. His mind spun quickly, thinking of a way to break out of this situation. Maybe I don't need to be so clear. I just need to tell them a vague piece of information. As for the source of the information, naturally, I'll push it to the bone spirit. This should be enough to make them more vigilant. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He immediately got up and was about to fly away. Gong Yangyu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" Wang Ting rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going to relieve myself." "It's none of your business." As soon as he said that, his figure had already disappeared. Gong Yangyu was a little speechless, but he soon frowned again. This Wang Ting must not really be going to relieve himself. What is he hiding from me? This guy is so mysterious. He shook his head and could not help but mutter. Although he was very curious about what Wang Ting was going to do, he did not follow him. He could not do such a tasteless thing. Wang Ting returned to the Ironforge Fortress's defense line and pretended to investigate. Then, he said in his mind, "Yuan Gungun, help me contact the Star Mechanic King immediately." Quickly, Yuan Gungun's heart skipped a beat. He knew that something must have happened that he did not know about. He did not dare to delay and immediately contacted the Star Mechanic King. "Wang Ting, why are you looking for me?" A light screen appeared, and the Star Mechanic King's figure emerged from it. "I received a very important piece of information again," Wang Ting said seriously. The Star Mechanic King's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "What is it?" Every time Wang Ting acted like this, it was definitely not a good thing. The dark apparitions seemed to have prepared some killer move specifically to deal with the Lanji Void Fortress, Wang Ting said. "I thought it was something serious." The Star Mechanic King was slightly relieved. He smiled and said, "It's not like you don't know that we have the mechanical demonic eye. Can the dark apparition's killer move be compared to the mechanical demonic eye?" He was indeed very confident. The power of a 7th Tribulation Saint weapon was even comparable to an ordinary 8th Tribulation Saint weapon. The dark apparition's methods were definitely not comparable. "Senior, you're too optimistic." Wang Ting shook his head and said, "It's impossible for the dark apparitions not to know that we have the weapons. Also, don't forget that they have already done something to the mechanical demonic eye. They must know the level of the mechanical demonic eye very well." The Star Mechanic King's eyes widened slightly, and his pupils contracted. He had misunderstood. He had always thought that the dark apparitions' methods were definitely not as good as theirs, so they would secretly do something. He had never thought that they would be so confident after knowing the level of the mechanical demonic eye. Although the information I received is very vague, and I only heard a few words from the dark apparitions, combined with the fact that they already know the existence of the mechanical demonic eye, I think we need to take this matter very seriously, Wang Ting said. "You're right." The Star Mechanic King also became completely serious. He did not dare to take this insignificant piece of information lightly anymore. "Do you know what methods they have?" "I don't know." Wang Ting shook his head and said, "By the way, from their words, they seem to be planning to use the weapons on the Iron Mechanic Fortress." "What?" The Star Mechanic King was shocked, and he could not believe it. "They actually used the weapons on the Iron Mechanic Fortress? Are they crazy, or am I crazy?" "If that's the case, I'm afraid we're in big trouble," Wang Ting sighed and said. The Star Mechanic King's expression changed. "I wonder if we have any other methods to deal with it?" Wang Ting asked. "Your void explosion array can't deal with the dark apparition's weapons?" the Star Mechanic King asked with a deep voice. "With the level difference, I'm afraid not." Wang Ting shook his head and said, Unless what?" The Star Mechanic King asked as if he was grabbing onto the last straw. Unless there's a space crystal above stage 5 as energy, or it can make the void explosion array explode with extremely powerful power once, but there's only one chance, Wanting said. Space crystal above stage 5. The Star Mechanic King's eyes flashed rapidly as if he was thinking about where to get the space crystal. However, after a while, he sighed helplessly, shook his head, and said, "Where do you want me to find a space crystal now?" "Ahem, I have one on me," Wanting said. This space crystal was obtained from the hidden space on planet Tianzhu. He originally planned to use it to forge a space saint artifact, but he never had the chance to do so, so he kept it. He did not expect it to come in handy at this critical moment. "You have it?" The Star Mechanic King's eyes lit up. He stared at him and asked, "You really have it?" "I was lucky to get a 5th stage space crystal." Wanting took out the 5th stage space crystal and showed it to the Star Mechanic King. "It really is a space crystal." The Star Mechanic King was surprised and happy. Although he could not observe it closely, he could roughly tell its level from the luster of the space crystal, the patterns on its surface, and so on. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He looked at Wanting a little helplessly. Why did this guy always take a deep breath when talking? It made his heart jump up and down. It was really a little bad. Wanting looked at him with a smile. "I understand. As long as we can get through this crisis, we will compensate you for the Class 5 space crystal you used." The Star Mechanic King immediately understood what he meant and said in a bad mood. "Hee, thank you, Senior," Wanting said. "Don't thank me. I can't thank you enough." The Star Mechanic King shook his head. He was really grateful to Wanting. No matter what, not only did the other party bring extremely important information, but he also contributed a space crystal at this critical moment. It was enough to play a crucial role in this battle. "Senior, even if I have a space crystal, I can only launch one attack. You still need to think of other ways as soon as possible," Wanting reminded again. "I know." The Star Mechanic King nodded and said, "Try your best to hold on. I will send people to reinforce the Ironforge fortress as soon as possible." "How soon is as soon as possible?" Wanting asked. "It will definitely be delivered by Universe 6 tomorrow," the Star Mechanic King promised. Universe time was the unified time of the entire universe. It was suitable for any place in the universe, especially in the void. It was convenient for voyagers to calculate time. "Okay." Wanting nodded solemnly. The two hung up the communication and did not say anything else. In the void turbulence, above the meteorite, space fluctuated slightly. Wanting stepped out and sat down cross-legged. Gong Yangyu glanced at him and saw that his expression seemed a little strange. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle tomorrow." Wanting directly told the other party about the matter. However, in his words, he had just received the news from the Ironforge fortress. He did not know about it long ago. Gong Yangyu did not care about the details at all. Hearing this, his pupils constricted. "So we have to face the pyrolite weapons directly?" "Very likely." Wanting nodded. Gong Yangyu took a deep breath. His expression was extremely solemn. Suddenly, he saw Wanting pick up the fishing rod again. He could not help but be speechless. "You still have the mood to fish. What else can I do?" Wanting asked back. "It's too late to do anything now." Gong Yangyu was speechless. He suddenly could not help but admire this Wanting. Under such circumstances, he still had the mood to fish. This kind of mentality was really incomparable to ordinary people. Time passed slowly. 1 universe time, 2 universes time, 3 universes time. At this time, it was already the 4th universe time of the next day. Boom, suddenly, the void turbulence in the distance suddenly rolled violently. It seemed to have been stimulated by some force and thus erupted. Boom. Boom. Boom, strings of void turbulence rushed into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, a dense energy of darkness covered the heavens and the earth as it swept over from behind the chaotic flow of space. It was extremely swift, and it swept over like a tide. "The dark apparition is here." Gong Yangyu suddenly stood up. His gaze was fixed behind him. His entire body tensed up. Wang Ting also looked behind him. Just as he was about to stand up, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly shook violently. It took the bait? He was a little surprised. He did not expect it to take the bait when the dark apparition was about to descend. Gong Yangyu was also alarmed. He looked over in surprise. Is this considered a good sign? Wang Ting laughed. He suddenly stood up and exerted force. He shouted softly, "Rise!" Boom, 20 layers of realm power suddenly erupted. It surged out from his arms and acted on the fishing rod. A black shadow was instantly thrown out. It broke through the void turbulence and flew into the air. This is a rat? Gong Yangyu looked up. His expression was a little strange. Wang Ting's expression also changed slightly. It can't be, right? Am I so unlucky? Back when he was competing with Gu Luo, the other party caught a poisonous rat and was mocked by him for a long time. Is it his turn now? End of chapter. Splat. Under Wang Ting's great strength, the black rat star beast smashed into the meteorite. This rat was originally very large and was about 10 meters long. It was not any smaller than the big fish that Gong Yangyu had caught. But when it landed, something unexpected happened. Its body actually shrank. After it smashed into the meteorite, it was only the size of a fist, which reduced the impact. Therefore, it was not dizzy from the impact. Instead, it was as if nothing had happened. It grabbed the fishing line and wanted to jump into the void turbulence. Eh? Wang Ting and Gong Yangyu exclaimed at the same time. They looked at the rat star beast in surprise. It was not that there were no star beasts that could enlarge or shrink. However, they were usually more powerful or had special bloodlines. For example, the dazzling slug, the giant black ape with the bloodline of the three-eyed divine ape, the big rock-armored dragon, and other extremely rare star beasts. Ordinary star beasts rarely had this kind of talent. However, the rat in front of him could also shrink. Could it be that it also had some special bloodline? This rat star beast was very fast. It was about to jump into the void turbulence. However, how could Wang Ting let it do as it wished? Come back. He waved his hand. A ball of green flame swept out and turned into a cage. It immediately trapped the rat star beast. Swish. 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 However, because it was too fast, the rat star beast could not react at all. It crashed into the green flame cage. Black smoke rose from its body. Squeak. An ear-piercing shriek was heard. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This was because he saw attribute bubbles drop from the rat star beast after it hit the flame cage. Pick them up. Without hesitation, he swept out his spiritual force and picked up the 2 or 3 attribute bubbles. Shadow talent *100, shadow talent *150, shadow talent *200, shadow talent. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Was this rat really a shadow element star beast? He used the power of shadows to fish. He did not really expect to catch a shadow element star beast. After all, this kind of star beast was too rare. Who would have thought that he would catch one at the last moment? His luck was pretty good. However, this was obviously not the time to study this rat star beast. Since he knew that it had the talent of shadow, that was enough. Wang Ting put it into the space fragment. His tense mood because the war was about to start suddenly improved a lot. This was a really good sign. Looks like this battle isn't hopeless after all. Seeing his expression, Gong Yangyu couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise and asked, "You caught something good?" Wang Ting kept it too quickly. He didn't even take a good look at what the star beast was. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't recognize the star beast at all. You can say that. It's quite useful to me. Wang Ting nodded with a smile. Gong Yangyu was a little speechless. What kind of luck was this? Previously, there was no movement at all. In the end, he actually managed to catch something good the moment the dark apparition appeared. He was completely stuck. If this wasn't good luck, what was it? However, the two of them were not in the mood to pay attention to these things. Just as they were distracted by the rat star beast, the dark apparition in the distance had already arrived. The power of darkness covered the void like a tide and was about to reach the top of the two of them. An ear-piercing alarm sounded from the defense line of the Ironforge fortress. As the defense line built by the mechanical race, it naturally had an extremely advanced alarm system. Once the power of darkness appeared, it would inevitably trigger a huge alarm. Attack of the Dark Apparition! Attack of the Dark Apparition! Attack of the Dark Apparition! Loud shouts came from within the defense line of the Ironforge fortress. The Light Universe's martial artists rushed into the sky and looked behind the defense line of the Ironforge fortress. Everyone was in disbelief. They didn't expect the Dark Apparition to attack from behind. In the past, the Dark Apparition attacked the defense line of the Ironforge fortress from the front. This time, it was obviously different. Many Light Universe's martial artists were caught off guard. They looked flustered and couldn't help but reveal a look of fear in their eyes. Roar! 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 Waves of roars came from the black fog in the distance, one after another, intensifying the panic. Endless black fog with an unparalleled pressure descended on this void and shrouded the defense line of the Ironforge fortress. Many Light Universe's martial artists were shocked and couldn't maintain their figures in the void. This pressure was so terrifying that even martial artists below the universe level couldn't resist it. The black fog rolled, and dark apparitions of various shapes and sizes emerged. There were Bone Spirit Clan, Giant Demon Clan, Sheep-Headed Demon Clan, Devil Moth Clan, Devil Rock Clan, Blood Clan, and so on. Demons dancing wildly. At this moment, it was really like a group of demons dancing wildly. Terrifying darkness, evilness, and chaos swept out in all directions, turning the void into a land of darkness. Powerful auras suddenly erupted from the dark apparitions and shrouded the area below. Judging from the intensity of the auras, they were at least upper-level demon emperors. They were either late-stage or peak upper-level demon emperors. At this moment, the space was torn apart. The black fog formed a vortex, and three more powerful figures stepped out. One of them was a dark apparition from the Bone Spirit Clan. Its whole body was as white as jade and had a strange sense of holiness. If it weren't for the black soul fire floating in its eyes that revealed the evil and dark intent, it would be difficult for everyone to treat it as a dark apparition. They might even think that it was a skeleton left behind by a great being from the Light Universe. The second figure was a being from the Devil Moth Clan. It had a pair of colorful wings on its back. It was very beautiful, but it exuded a strong sense of danger. Its appearance was also different from ordinary dark apparitions from the Devil Moth Clan. It didn't look ferocious. Instead, it had a sense of delicate beauty. However, it was obvious that if someone treated it as a weak woman, it would be a big mistake. Just the aura that it exuded was enough to make a sector lord extremely fearful. The third figure was a dark apparition from the Blood Clan. It wore a blood-red robe and had an extremely handsome face. It was so exquisite that it didn't look like something that should exist in this world. However, what was really eye-catching was the strong smell of blood that it exuded. Even if it was only slightly emitted, one could smell it clearly even from tens of thousands of miles away. Outside the body of this dark apparition from the Blood Clan, there was a blood-red fog that surrounded it and exuded an extremely powerful aura. Demon Master level. These three dark apparitions were all at the Demon Master level. Gong Yangyu's expression was solemn. I didn't expect the dark apparitions to send out 3 Demon Masters at once. It seems like they're very determined to take down the Ironworks fortress defense line. Wang Tong nodded slightly. His expression was extremely solemn. He didn't know that so many Demon Masters would descend because even the Blood God clone didn't receive any relevant information. Moreover, that was, the Crimson Blood Demon Master. The Demon Master from the Blood Clan was actually the Crimson Blood Demon Master. Wang Ting didn't forget that the other party was an upper-level Demon Master who was comparable to an immortal supremacy. However, there didn't seem to be any immortal supremacies on the Ironworks fortress defense line. Destroy the Ironworks fortress defense line today. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the Crimson Blood Demon Master. Then, it waved its hand. Countless dark apparitions emerged from the black fog behind it and charged toward the Ironworks fortress defense line. Without any nonsense, the dark apparitions launched their attack directly. Boom, boom, a loud boom suddenly reverberated in the sky above the defense line. A terrifying force surged as if it was going to destroy everything. Evil and strange dark star force permeated the void above and invaded the Ironworks fortress defense line. The Light Universe's martial artists in the Ironworks fortress defense line were solemn and were about to counterattack. Back off. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded in the void. Everyone couldn't help but be taken aback, but in the end, they were all cultivators who had experienced countless battles and had long since developed the habit of obeying orders and prohibitions. The martial artists who were about to charge forward immediately retreated. Boom. 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 The next moment, a loud boom sounded in the void. Rays of blue light shot out from all directions toward the dark apparitions that were charging toward them. Roar. Roar. Ah, these dark apparitions couldn't react in time. They were hit by the blue light and died on the spot. Roars and screams of agony mixed together. It was just the beginning, but the Light Universe already had the upper hand. The Light Universe's martial artists in the Ironworks fortress defense line were shocked. They were overjoyed. It turned out that a large number of fleets had been lying in ambush around the Ironworks fortress defense line. Could it be that the automaton race had already guessed that the dark apparitions would attack from behind? Wang Ting narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised that the automaton race's attack was not weak. With just one wave of attack, the dark apparitions' bodies were completely destroyed. They didn't even have a chance to resurrect. Among these dark apparitions, there were many lower demon emperors. They were not weak, and their recovery ability was enough to make a universe-level martial artist despair. Huh? The bloodthirsty demon master and the other demon masters frowned and looked around. They didn't notice the Light Universe's fleets hiding around them. How did they hide? The demon masters from the Bone Spirit race and the demon moth race immediately took action. Black light shrouded the void and turned into a barrier, blocking the blue light rays. Boom. 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 The blue light rays bombarded the barrier cast by the demon masters, causing ripples, but they couldn't break it. Soon, the blue light rays disappeared completely. Then, the battleships of the automaton race appeared in the void. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. It was his first time seeing a battleship of the automaton race. He couldn't help but be curious. These battleships of the automaton race weren't huge. At least compared to ordinary battleships, they were quite petite. However, one could see that these battleships were very ferocious from their appearance. At a glance, there were many complicated mechanical structures on the battleships. There were also various weapons installed everywhere. It was simply armed to the teeth. No one could doubt the offensive power of such a battleship. It's a little cool. Wang Ting couldn't help but touch his chin and mumble. Although his fire river had been modified by the automaton race, its appearance was basically the same. There were no changes and it couldn't be compared to a real automaton battleship. Now that he saw the automaton battleship, he had to admit that. He was jealous. Gong Yangyu was a little speechless. What was this guy paying attention to? Was he paying attention to whether the automaton battleship was cool or not? He had to admit that the automaton battleship was a little cool. Even he wanted to get one to play with. No, what was he thinking? Gong Yangyu shook his head secretly. He felt that he was being led astray. This Wang Ting was really poisonous. However, no matter what, the automaton race's first wave of attack was effective. This was undoubtedly a good start and made everyone excited. You guys were prepared? Crimson Blood Demon Venerable stared coldly at the battleship that appeared in the distant void. He squinted his eyes and said. The space fluctuated and a figure with 6 pairs of metal wings appeared. It was the automaton race's Iron Wing Duke. Light Universe's immortal rank automaton race, Crimson Blood Demon Venerable said. Kill. Iron Wing Duke didn't waste any time. He was so straightforward that it was surprising. He immediately let out a cold roar. Kill. 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 The Light Universe's warriors reacted immediately. They all unleashed their force attacks and charged toward the dark apparition. Facing the dark apparition's sudden attack, they were indeed a little flustered at first. However, after seeing the automaton fleet, everyone calmed down quickly and immediately started fighting the dark apparition. Humph. Seeing this, Crimson Blood Demon Venerable snorted and said, "Destroy them." Roar! 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 A large number of dark apparitions appeared from the black mist behind him again. They seemed endless as they charged toward the Light Universe's warriors. Boom! 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 Both sides clashed and an intense battle broke out. The thick smell of blood filled the air. In just a few moments, the void had turned into a bloody battlefield. At the same time, dark battleships emerged from the black mist. They gathered black light and aimed at the Ironworks fortress defense line below. Fire! A cold roar came from the dark battleship. Boom! 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 Black light pillars exploded and blasted toward the Ironworks fortress defense line. Whang! A strange buzzing sound was heard. A blue light screen immediately rose above the Ironworks fortress defense line and protected the entire Ironworks fortress defense line. The black light pillars blasted the blue light screen but couldn't break it. The soul fire in the bone spirit demon Venerable's eye sockets flickered. He said slowly, "Guqi. What are you waiting for?" "Yes." With a triumphant laugh, Guqi rushed out of the Ironworks fortress defense line with his mechanical body. A mechanical race token appeared in his hand and he activated it. Explode! Many Light Universe's warriors were shocked. They couldn't help but look at the mechanical race. Was this mechanical race responding to the dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan? What was it going to do? However, as soon as he finished speaking, nothing unexpected happened. The entire defense line of the Ironforge fortress was as steady as before, standing above the space turbulence like an immovable old turtle. Guqi stared blankly at the token in his hand. What was going on? Why was there no movement from the means he left in the Ironworks fortress defense line? "Guqi, what's going on?" The Bone Spirit Demon Venerable asked coldly. Sir, let me try again." If the Bone Spirit clan could sweat, Guqi's forehead would be covered in cold sweat right now. He didn't have time to think and immediately activated the token in his hand. Explode! 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 Unfortunately, nothing happened. The Ironworks fortress defense line didn't move, but Guqi felt like it was mocking him. Its entire body was in a terrible state. Its head was full of question marks. It did not understand what was going on. Ha ha ha. Look at it. Doesn't it look like a fool? Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. End of chapter. The scene was a little strange. Everyone was staring at Guqi as if they were looking at a clown. Gong Yangyu's expression was strange. He glanced at the automaton race, then looked at Wang Ting and asked, "Do you know something?" "Don't worry, let's continue watching." Wang Ting didn't say it directly, but smiled mysteriously. Gong Yangyu's heart was itching, but there was nothing he could do. However, he was sure that there was something wrong with this automaton race. Under everyone's gaze, Guqi's hands began to tremble. He raised his head stiffly and looked at the demon monarch from the Bone Spirit clan. "Guqi, is this the trump card of the Bone Spirit clan?" Crimson Blood Demon Monarch frowned and looked at the demon monarch from the Bone Spirit clan impatiently. "If that's all, then I'm really disappointed." Ursula from the Demon Moth clan said lightly. Guqi was unhappy. He looked at Crimson Blood Demon Monarch and Ursula and said coldly to Guqi, "Is this the result of your hiding?" "Senior, I still have other methods, please wait a moment." Guqi shuddered as he suddenly thought of something and quickly said. He felt that he could still be saved. "Humph. That better be the case." Guqi snorted. Guqi was extremely nervous. He immediately activated an imprint in his mind and contacted the automaton army stored in the defense line of the Ironworks fortress. Rustle rustle, a clear sound came from the defense line of the Ironworks fortress. Somewhere in the defense line of the Ironworks fortress, the dome cracked open, and figures rushed out from it, filling the void above. Automaton puppets, at a glance, they were all automaton puppets. Their numbers were no less than the Light Universe's warriors. Automaton puppets. The Light Universe's warriors changed their expressions and looked at Guqi. Were these automaton puppets all controlled? Did the automaton race really betray the Light Universe? But how was that possible? "Sir Iron Bristle, what's going on?" A Sector Lord warrior from the Radiant Universe shouted at the defense line of the Iron Mechanic Fortress with a solemn face, asking for the reason. Many Light Universe's warriors looked at the defense line of the Ironworks Fortress, hoping to get an answer. This included Gong Yangyu. It's not from the mechanical race. It's a dark apparition from the Bone Spirit race in disguise. A gentle voice sounded from the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress, reverberating in all directions. It sounded neither hurried nor impatient. Dark apparition of the Bone Spirit race. All the Radiant Universe's warriors were shocked as they stared at Guqi. This machine was actually a dark apparition from the Bone Spirit race, but no matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. How did it disguise itself? Could it be that he was going to stuff his bones into the mechanical body? The most important thing was that it had managed to conceal itself from so many experts of the Radiant Universe. It was hard to believe. I see, Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed, and he looked at Wang Ting again and said, "You found it, right?" Wang Ting didn't hide it this time and nodded slightly. Guqi suddenly had a bad premonition. Even so, it didn't believe that anything could go wrong. Thus, he snorted coldly and said, "I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of this mechanical puppet. Attack." Through the mark in its mind, it sent out an order for all the mechanical puppets to attack the Radiant Universe's warriors. All the Radiant Universe's warriors couldn't help but tense up as they looked at the mechanical puppets cautiously. Now, not only did they have to face the dark apparition, but they also had to face these mechanical puppets. The situation would undoubtedly become worse. Gong Yangyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen the power of these mechanical puppets before. If they were really controlled by the dark apparition, there would be a huge gap between the combat power of both sides. For those low-level warriors, this was definitely a destructive power. More importantly, these mechanical puppets were originally the power of the Radiant Universe. If they used the power of the Radiant Universe to kill the Radiant Universe's warriors, how big of a blow would it be to them, one could imagine. However, something unexpected happened again. Those mechanical puppets all stopped in midair, motionless as if they didn't hear Guqi's order. The entire void once again fell into an eerie silence. Not to mention the dark apparitions, even the Radiant Universe's warriors couldn't react. What was going on? Were those mechanical puppets controlled by the dark apparitions? Guqi's pupils contracted violently. He stared at those mechanical puppets and kept urging the mark in his mind. Move. Move for me. Hurry up and move. There was no movement at all. These mechanical puppets only obeyed Guqi's order when they first rushed out of the Ironforge Fortress. Defense line. Now, they seemed to have completely disconnected from him. Guqi was numb. His entire skeleton seemed to be about to crack. What the hell is going on? Why were these mechanical puppets suddenly out of his control? This was not right. This was very not right. Guqi was so anxious that he didn't even dare to look into the eyes of the Bone Spirit clan's demon supremacy. He was afraid that he would be killed by his gaze. He had done two things at the Ironforge Fortress defense line. The first was to tamper with the energy engine of the Ironforge Fortress defense line. The second was to control these mechanical puppets. Now, there seemed to be problems with these two things. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of condemnation and punishment he would receive when he returned. He was dead for sure. Pfft. Wang Ting saw this scene and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud again. This was too fun, wasn't it? The tricks that the Bone Spirit clan left behind in the Ironforge Fortress defense line were all broken by him. Now that the war had started, the dark apparition was powerless to change anything. Everything was a foregone conclusion. This feeling made the dark apparition want to find a hole to hide in and never come out again. You really did it. Gong Yangyu had already guessed it. Now that he saw Guqi's expression, he finally let out a long sigh and said, "Don't you think it's fun?" Wang Ting stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Gong Yangyu's mouth twitched. This was such a big matter, but this guy actually said it was fun. Did he treat this war as a game? However, this method was indeed a little shocking. Guqi was able to break the dark apparition's tricks silently, making them feel extremely aggrieved. He couldn't figure out how Wang Ting did it. It seemed very simple, but it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to do it. The tricks left behind by the dark apparition must be very hidden and difficult to break. However, Wang Ting broke all of them and even had the mood to play with the dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan. Ordinary people definitely didn't have such means and temperament. Wang Ting ignored Gong Yangyu. At this moment, he stepped out and appeared in the void. He looked at Guqi in the distance and smiled faintly. Prodigy of the Bone Spirit clan, we meet again. It's you. Guqi's eyes narrowed as he stared at Wang Ting. He would recognize this prodigy of the light universe even if he was beaten to death. Back then, he almost died in the hands of this person. He didn't expect him to appear here. I prepared a big gift for you. Do you like it? Wang Ting asked. My tricks were broken by you? Guqi suddenly widened his eyes and cried out in shock. That's right. I've already noticed the trick you did to the Lanji Void Fortress. I followed you all the way here and discovered the trick you did in the defense line of the Ironforge Fortress. Hence, I resolved it casually and prepared to give you, an old friend, a big surprise, Wang Ting said slowly. At #yen%end. Guqi stared at Wang Ting fiercely and had a strong urge to scold him. This bastard is 2F** King Evil. What do you mean by giving an old friend a big surprise? Is this a surprise? It's simply a shock. Moreover, who is his old friend? Guqi was about to cry. Why is it that every time I meet this Wang Ting, nothing good happens? He must be my nemesis. It's you. In front of the black fog in the distance, Crimson Blood Demon Venerable also noticed Wang Ting. His gaze landed on him and his eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect you, a mere universe-level warrior, to be able to survive the previous battle. Now, you've even advanced to the Domain Lord level and reached the peak of the Domain Lord level. Such luck, such speed of growth, it's really surprising. Although Crimson Blood Demon Venerable had heard of Wang Ting's name many times recently, it was the first time he saw him in person. Now that he saw Wang Ting, he was finally sure that he was the genius from the Light Universe who had stopped them from descending at the Light Universe's secondary profession alliance headquarters. He was also the person who had a bounty on his head. To be honest, even he was tempted by the reward from that person. Therefore, if he could capture this prodigy from the Light Universe and offer him to that person, it would be greatly beneficial to him. However, his memories of the battle were also disturbed and he had forgotten many things. Fortunately, he still had a deep impression of Wang Ting. Moreover, in his subconscious, there was always a voice telling him. This prodigy from the Light Universe was a little strange. The Bone Spirit Demon Venerable and the Demon Moth Demon Venerable seemed to have thought of something as well. Their gazes also landed on Wang Ting as though he was their prey. 3 Demon Venerables had their eyes on a pinnacle territorial lord martial artist at the same time. If this news were to spread, they would probably be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. Even Gong Yangyu felt a little pressured at this moment. This was because he was standing not far behind Wang Ting. At this moment, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Wang Ting. Why was this guy always targeted by demon venerables wherever he went? No one else could do it. Wang Ting. That's Wang Ting. He's actually here. It seems like he cracked the dark apparition's technique and saved those mechanical puppets. Good fellow, does he really have extraordinary techniques like the rumors say? I suddenly have a hunch that no matter how difficult this battle is, we'll definitely win. You and I have the same thought. Good brother, let's drink together after this battle. No problem, it's my treat. We'll drink until we're drunk. All the Light Universe's martial artists present also reacted at this time. Their eyes were focused on the tall figure that suddenly appeared, and they were really surprised and happy. Wang Ting was too famous. The Light Universe's martial artists on the Ironforge Fortress's defense line had all heard of his name and deeds, so when they saw him, they felt a little more confident. This was undoubtedly incredible. He was just a pinnacle territorial lord martial artist. What role could he play in such a battle? He didn't even need a demon venerable to take action. Just a late-stage upper demon emperor martial artist or a few upper demon emperors would be enough to deal with him. Even so, when the crowd saw him appear, they couldn't help but feel a trace of excitement in their hearts. This name, this person, seemed to have become a symbol. A symbol of a miracle. This guy. Gong Yangyu suddenly felt the change in the atmosphere on the battlefield and couldn't help but look at Wang Ting's back in astonishment. In the distance, the Iron Wing Marquis also looked at Wang Ting in surprise. He felt that he seemed to have underestimated Wang Ting's role. This light universe's prodigy had a different personality and charm. "Thank you for your concern, Demon Venerable. It's really my honor." Wang Ting looked up at the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable in the distance with a very calm expression, as if the three Demon Venerables' gazes didn't affect him at all. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable didn't expect such an answer, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Thinking back to the last time at the Vice Occupation Union's headquarters, it seemed that this person had greatly angered it. Because its memory was affected, it only now remembered this incident. It was really a mixture of old and new grudges. "So it's you. No wonder you can break the trap that my Bone Spirit clan painstakingly set up." The soul fire in Guao's eyes flickered as he stared at Wang Ting. "It's just luck. It's just luck," Wang Ting said modestly. Guao, Crimson Blood Demon Venerable, Demon Moth Demon Venerable, Gong Yangyu, Iron Wing Marquis, this guy is actually being modest. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable took a deep breath and stopped talking nonsense. He suddenly said coldly, "Whoever catches him, I can help that person break through to the Demon Venerable level." Wow, the surrounding dark apparitions were instantly in an uproar. If they caught Wang Ting, the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable would actually help that person break through to the Demon Venerable level. This temptation was really too great, and no dark apparition could resist it. "Hand him over to me, and I'll also help that person break through to the Demon Venerable level." At this moment, Guao and the Demon Moth Demon Venerable Ursula actually spoke at the same time. Back then, Xianxia and the other dark apparitions knew that they would receive a huge reward if they caught Wang Ting. However, they were only upper-level demon emperors after all. Even if they caught Wang Ting, they would only have a chance to advance to the Demon Venerable level. However, in the eyes of the Demon Venerables like the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable, Wang Ting's value far exceeded that. Therefore, they could put forward such a condition to let the other dark apparitions capture Wang Ting. Gong Yangyu, Marquis Iron Wing, and the others were extremely shocked. They did not expect Wang Ting to be so valuable in the eyes of these dark apparitions. If they caught him, they would be able to help him break through to the Demon Venerable level. This was no joke. Under such temptation, Wang Ting was simply a hot steamed bun in the eyes of the dark apparitions. Roar! 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 Sure enough, in the black fog, there were excited roars, and several dark apparitions with powerful auras rushed out. Without any nonsense, they swept straight toward Wang Ting. They were all upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions. "You guys actually want to catch me? It seems that Erebus really can't forget about me." Wang Ting chuckled, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. There was indifference, and he did not retreat at all. Instead, he went straight toward the upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions that were rushing toward him. Sacred Star Body, activate. True Water Divine Body, activate. Spiritual Wood Divine Body, activate. 100 River Divine Body, activate. Sacred Wind Spirit Body, activate. True Dragon War Body, pseudo, activate. 5 Elements Divine Treasure, activate. All kinds of incomparably powerful physiques were activated, turning into majestic power in Wang Ting's body, surging through his limbs and bones. Boom, a powerful aura erupted, like an ancient starry sky beast that had just awakened. At this moment, Wang Ting's physical body almost crushed the space. Wherever it passed, tiny cracks appeared in the void. "Get back!" A loud roar suddenly came out. Wang Ting's figure appeared in front of the upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions and punched out. Boom, a terrifying roar came out, and the upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions were directly sent flying by this punch. End of chapter. Boom. Boom. Boom, the roar resounded in the void, and the space collapsed. The several upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions were sent flying for tens of thousands of miles before coming to a stop. How is this possible? The several upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions all widened their eyes in disbelief. It was just a punch, but their bodies almost couldn't bear it, and some cracks appeared on them. Was this Radiant Universe's Heaven's Pride really a peak domain master? Osage looked at Wang Ting in horror and couldn't help retreating, trying to get away from him. How did the other party become so strong? He simply couldn't imagine that he had personally experienced Wang Ting's strength. The three demon emperors, Bloodslaughter Demon Senior, Osage, and Ursula, couldn't help but look over, their eyes flashing slightly. The several dark apparitions just now were around the third layer of upper-level Demon Emperor realm. Although they weren't very strong, they were definitely not weak. In the end, they couldn't even block Wang Ting's punch. This situation was completely beyond their expectations. Especially Bloodslaughter Demon Senior, who had seen Wang Ting fight at the Vice Professional Union's headquarters. At that time, although the other party could also kill enemies of a higher realm, he couldn't defeat upper-level demon emperors as easily as he did now. Moreover, he defeated several upper-level demon emperors at the same time. This was a bit outrageous. It seemed that not only had his realm improved greatly, but his battle strength had also improved tremendously. On the other side, Gong Yangyu's eyes flashed slightly, and he was completely relieved. But he was even more shocked. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Wang Ting fight, and he didn't expect him to be so strong. It was the first time he had seen a peak domain master who could defeat several upper-level demon emperors with one punch. Even in the Starry Sky Academy, he had never seen such a genius. Even the other geniuses of the Judgment Hall like him couldn't do this when they were at the peak of the Domain Lord level. Of course, this didn't mean that the Starry Sky Academy couldn't find such a genius. It was just that such a genius was too rare, and there might not even be one in millions of years. You're too weak. Wang Ting took a step forward, taking advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He traversed a distance of over 10,000 li in the void and arrived in front of several high-rank demon emperors. Once again, he punched out. The punch was so fast that it transformed into more than 10 fist imprints. Boom, there wasn't much sound, only one, which converged into a violent roar, echoing in the ears of the dark apparitions at the upper demon emperor level. The complexions of these dark apparitions at the upper demon emperor level suddenly changed. Their pupils constricted, and they roared one after another. They unleashed their strongest power and charged forward. Bang! 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 However, their attacks were all destroyed by that single punch. They were simply unable to withstand it. Then, Wang Ting's fist landed on their bodies without slowing down, making a dull sound, as if a meteorite had hit their bodies. This scene was undoubtedly very shocking. Many of the Radiant Universe's martial artists were astounded. Boom! 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 Wang Ting didn't give these dark apparitions a chance to react at all. He blasted out one punch after another, mercilessly bombarding their bodies. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. His voice, accompanied by the terrifying roar, constantly resounded through the void, bringing with it a sense of carefreeness. Since his strength had been raised to the 20th realm force, it was the first time he had unleashed it so freely. To his heart's content, it was really to his heart's content. Roar. A high-rank demon emperor level dark apparition let out a painful roar. Finally, fear appeared in its eyes, but it couldn't get rid of Wang Ting's attack at all. It was completely suppressed. Boom! The next moment, the dark apparition's body burst open, no longer able to withstand Wang Ting's fist imprints. A bloody mist exploded in the void, and the dark apparition's body turned into countless fragments. Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? He actually blasted the body of a high-rank demon emperor level dark apparition into pieces. He was simply inhuman. However, this was just the beginning. The remaining high-rank demon emperor level dark apparitions couldn't help but feel a little frightened. They retreated rapidly, no longer daring to confront Wang Ting head-on. You want to leave? Wang Ting sneered. He directly crossed the space, intercepted them, and blasted out another punch. This was very risky, because behind him were endless dark apparitions. Wang Ting actually exposed his back in front of so many dark apparitions. Be careful. Many martial artists in the Radiant Universe saw this scene and couldn't help but shout out loud, wanting to remind him not to pursue a cornered enemy. But Wang Ting didn't care about this at all. Boom! With this punch, the power domain and power source erupted, bringing with it an unparalleled momentum and pressure, wanting to kill these high-rank demon emperor level dark apparitions at the same time. Roar! Ah! Sir, save me! The remaining high-rank Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions didn't expect Wang Ting to be so bold. Looking at the terrifying fist that was rapidly approaching, all of them were horrified. They couldn't help but roar, and they even couldn't help but ask the dark army behind them for help. At this time, they didn't have the mood to think about rewards. It was already good enough that they could keep their lives. The reward was not something they could take at all. Unfortunately, they realized this too late. Die. Wang Ting didn't care about this. His eyes were cold, and the speed of his fist didn't decrease, blasting toward these dark apparitions. Presumptuous. An angry roar came from the black fog behind him. Immediately, an incomparably majestic figure rushed out of the black fog, bringing with it the power of darkness. He swung a giant hammer, condensed a terrifying hammer shadow in the void, and blasted toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting's expression remained unchanged, and his fist smashed down fiercely. Bang! 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 The remaining high-rank Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions were directly hit by the fist. Their bodies couldn't withstand it at all. Amidst a series of screams, their bodies exploded in the void, turning into clouds of blood mist. Boom! The huge hammer shadow also fell, landing solidly on Wang Ting's body, and the terrifying power of darkness drowned him. Many of the Light Universe's martial artists saw this scene, and their expressions changed. Even Gong. Yang Yu looked over, but he just smiled faintly and soon stopped paying attention. The dark apparition who attacked also noticed that something was wrong, and he couldn't help but frown. At this time, the space behind him fluctuated slightly, and a white slender palm suddenly stretched out, exuding a golden light, and slammed toward the back of the dark apparition from the Demon Rock clan. Immortal-level combat technique, brute force Vajra palm. The terrifying power contained in it erupted, turning into a palm print that wasn't huge, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Ka. The surrounding space suddenly shattered, unable to withstand the residual power emitted by this palm print. The dark apparition from the Demon Rock clan, which had reached the 5th layer of the high-rank Demon Emperor level, changed its expression greatly, and its heart was filled with horror. It didn't expect that the other party not only avoided its attack, but also appeared behind it silently. Moreover, the other party's attack at this moment made it feel a strong threat of death. The strength of this heaven's pride of the Light Universe was indeed terrifying. It was rumored that he had once killed a late-stage high-rank demon emperor from the Underworld God clan. Now it seemed that he really did it with his own strength, and not with the help of external forces. This person couldn't be inferred according to common sense. Now, it didn't have time to think too much. It let out a low roar, and a majestic dark force erupted, forming a barrier behind it. Bang! The next moment, the palm print arrived and bombarded the barrier fiercely. Crack! 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 An incomparably crisp cracking sound was heard immediately, and it couldn't resist for even a moment, and it directly burst into pieces. Then, the palm heavily bombarded the dark apparition, which was an upper-level demon emperor, and a terrifying muffled sound echoed in the void. This upper-level demon emperor Demon Rock clan dark apparition suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from behind, as if it was going to tear its body apart. No, this was not an illusion, that terrifying force was really going to tear its body apart. This was very incredible, because the Demon Rock clan dark apparition was known for its strong and hard physical body. Now, under the power of this palm, it was really going to be torn apart. How powerful was this Light Universe's martial artist? Roar. Demon Rock sacred body. Almost instantly, it reacted. It let out a sudden roar from its mouth and activated the most powerful physique of the Demon Rock clan dark apparition. The 4th stage Demon Rock sacred body was activated, an endless black light burst out, then condensed and turned into a layer of hard black rock armor. Crack, crack, crack. Even so, a large number of cracks still appeared on its body, and the black rock armor continued to shatter. Although this armor could be quickly reformed, the force seemed to be endless. No matter how it reformed, it would be torn apart. Boom! At the same time, the body of the dark apparition of the upper demon emperor level Demon Rock clan was also blasted away by the tremendous force. It flew for tens of thousands of miles before finally crashing into a meteorite, causing it to explode. Only then did it come to a stop. Wang Ting stepped out of the void, his hands hanging naturally by his side, as if the palm just now was not launched by him. You dare to kill me with such little strength? He looked around, and even looked at the three demon masters without showing any weakness, and said faintly. Silence. There was silence all around, whether it was the light universe's martial artists or the dark apparitions behind, they all fell into silence at this time. Even a fifth-stage high-rank demon rock clan dark apparition was no match for this light universe's prodigy. It was directly sent flying by a palm, and its hard body was shattered. Just how strong was he? Previously, many high-rank demon emperor dark apparitions attached great importance to him, so they let those third-stage high-rank demon emperor dark apparitions attack first to test Wang Ting's strength. But they didn't expect to find out so much. Even so, it seemed that they still didn't find out his true strength. In other words, they thought he would be strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Now they had to pay several times more attention to Wang Ting. In the black fog, the late-stage high-rank demon emperor dark apparitions all stared at Wang Ting with solemn eyes. Now, they naturally didn't dare to treat him as a simple prey, but had to treat him as a real powerhouse. Even the three demon masters' eyes flashed slightly at this time, revealing a trace of surprise as they stared at Wang Ting. Obviously, they didn't expect Wang Ting to have such strength. Freak. This guy is simply a freak. Skeletal Ailage hid further away again, not knowing why it felt very insecure now. That guy's eyes seemed to be staring at it, making it feel a little creepy and uncomfortable. No wonder he could escape from the demon masters. Gong Yangyu looked over again, even more surprised. At this time, he suddenly remembered Wang Ting's words. Maybe what this guy said was true. Even if he didn't make a move, the other party could escape from the gluttony demon master. This guy couldn't be treated as an area master at all. Roar. In the distance, the high-rank demon emperor dark apparition of the demon rock race that was sent flying let out a deafening roar. Black light burst out from its body, gathering a large number of rocks and condensing around its body. After these rocks gathered on its body, black lines appeared, as if they had become a part of its body, fusing with it. Boom, a terrifying roar resounded in the void. The body of the demon rock race dark apparition instantly expanded, turning into a huge demon rock giant, erupting with terrifying power. Die for me. It attacked angrily, its huge body crossing tens of thousands of miles of the void, appearing in front of Wang Ting. Its huge hands clenched into fists, wildly smashing toward Wang Ting. Bang! Bang! Under that terrifying power, the void directly exploded, and cracks appeared. One had to admit that after the dark apparition of the demonic rock race displayed the stage 4, demonic rock saint body, its strength had reached an extremely powerful level. If an ordinary sector lord 5th level fighter encountered it, they might not be able to block such an attack. The dark apparitions in the black fog still didn't make a move, instead, they watched this scene as if they were watching a show. They weren't in a hurry. Even if Gucci didn't do anything, they still felt that they would definitely win this battle. Because they brought along weapons, dealing with a mere iron-forged defense line was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Deciding the victor was only a matter of time. As for dealing with Wang Ting, they could naturally take their time. After all, they had high-rank demon emperor late-stage existences, and they could exhaust him to death. However, what they didn't expect was that Wang Ting's expression didn't change at all. His eyes were calm as he raised his head to look at the descending demon rock fist. His lips curled into a contemptuous smile. You are all leftovers from my game. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, he actually raised his fists and met it head-on. On his fist, lines that looked like the scales of a flaming dragon appeared. It was an extremely strange sight. Force Domain, Level 5 Melder Realm, Origin of Force, Level 4, with the support of these two forces, an incomparably powerful force burst out from his fists. Then, his fists collided with the fists of the demon cliff race's dark apparition. There was no majestic force sweeping out, nor was there a loud sound. The collision this time was much quieter. It was like two fighters competing purely in terms of physical strength. A strange scene appeared in the void. The incomparably huge demon rock giant and the tiny figure of Wang Ting formed a strong contrast. It was like a giant elephant and an ant. But at this moment, the ant's arms blocked the giant elephant's stomp. Time and space seemed to have stopped between the two fists. Everyone was shocked. However, this stillness was quickly broken by a sudden sound. Crack, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. They saw that there was an additional crack on the demon rock giant's arm, and it was rapidly spreading in all directions. Crack! 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 Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds were heard. Cracks began to appear on the pair of black rock arms. Gravel continued to shatter and fall down like two collapsing mountains. How is this possible? The dark apparition, an upper demon emperor, looked down. It's dark yellow. Pupils shrank violently, and its heart was filled with disbelief. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open, and they were extremely shocked. Bang! Bang! Finally, the pair of gigantic arms formed from demonic rock exploded with a loud bang. Countless pieces of rock shot out in all directions. The demon rock giant's arms were actually blasted to pieces. At this moment, Wang Ting rushed into the sky and bombarded it with punches. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying fist prints appeared. Before the dark apparition could react, the punches had already landed on its body. The huge body of the demon rock giant, under the bombardment of Wang Ting, kept exploding, and gravel flew in all directions. Its body continued to retreat. It was unable to withstand the powerful force and was continuously pushed back. Roar! The dark apparition, an upper demon emperor, roared angrily. It wanted to reform its arms, but it couldn't keep up with the speed of Wang Ting's attacks. In just a few breaths, Wang Ting had already bombarded the demon rock giant with dozens of punches. Finally, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the demon rock giant's head. He grinned at it, revealing his white teeth. You can die now, Wang Ting said faintly. Then, under the dark apparition's horrified gaze, he punched its head. Boom! A loud roar was heard. The demon rock giant's body froze for a moment, and then it exploded. Its entire body was shattered. Not a single part of it was intact. The incomparably hard demonic rock shattered into pieces and shot out in all directions. This scene was really like a huge mountain collapsing with a loud bang. A fifth-layer upper-rank demon emperor demon rock clan dark apparition was killed just like that. Everyone felt that it was unreal. In particular, Wang Ting had relied entirely on his physical strength to kill an upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparition of the Devil Rock clan, which was known for its tough and powerful physical body. It was even more unbelievable that Wang Ting had killed it with a flurry of punches. That kind of shocking feeling made the warriors and dark apparitions somewhat unable to recover from their shock. End of chapter. Awesome. Wang Ting looked at the shattered demon rock race dark apparition and clenched his fists, making a crisp sound as if he had just stretched his muscles. Dark apparition, martial artists from the light universe. Both the dark apparitions and the martial artists from the light universe looked over, speechless and confused. So you were just stretching your muscles just now, right? Arrogant. Wang Ting was too arrogant. Gong Yangyu's mouth twitched. He had to admit that Wang Ting was acting. Killing a few third-level and a fifth-level upper-level demon emperor dark apparition was just stretching his muscles? He was even better at acting than him. But he had to admit that he did have such strength. Are you very arrogant? The blood-slaughter demon venerable stared coldly at Wang Ting and said again. Not bad. Not bad. Wang Ting said lightly. The blood-slaughter demon venerable glanced at him and suddenly said coldly, Blood Aussie, go and capture him. Yes. A blood-red figure slowly appeared in the void and bowed respectfully to the blood-slaughter demon venerable. Then, it walked toward Wang Ting step by step, surrounded by blood-red mist. A strong aura was emitted from its body. It was a peak upper-level demon emperor. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He did not expect the Blood Clan dark apparition sent by the blood-slaughter demon venerable to be Blood Aussie. He naturally recognized this Blood Clan dark apparition. This was because it had been ordered to enter the immortal Blood Sea to help the Blood God clone suppress the Blood Sword Fish clan. It had helped him a lot. This time, when he came to the Black Blood Void Fortress, it was also the other party who welcomed the Blood God clone. It could be said that both parties got along very well. But now, they were not of the same race. It was the difference between light and dark. Accidents always came so suddenly. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and stared at the dark apparition. He could not help but laugh in his heart. If this blood clan dark apparition knew the relationship between him and the blood god clone, how would it feel? It would probably be very interesting. Bone puppet, you go and meet him. The bone puppet at the devil sovereign level from the bone spirit clan said. Understood. Black fog rolled behind him. Then, a dark apparition from the bone spirit race rode a huge bone beast and stepped out slowly. It appeared in the void not far from Wang Ting. Another late-stage upper-level demon emperor dark apparition. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. If that's the case, I can't fall too far behind. Ursula of the demon moth clan chuckled and said, Halent, I'll leave it to you. At your service, Lord Ursula. A figure appeared in front of Ursula, got down on one knee, and bowed respectfully. With a flash, he appeared in the void in front of Wang Ting. The three late-stage upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions formed a faint encirclement, surrounding him in the middle. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. You dark apparitions, do you really think we don't exist? Gong Yangyu took a step forward and threw a punch at the crimson blood demon venerable. Boom, a blue fist print condensed and a vast blue ocean appeared behind the fist print. It surged toward the crimson blood demon venerable with a terrifying momentum. I've been waiting for you to make your move. The crimson blood demon venerable stood still and smiled coldly. Then, he threw a punch. Boom, a terrifying dark red fist print condensed in the void. Black and blood red runes appeared on it, exuding an extremely powerful power of origin source law. In the next moment, the two fist prints collided with each other, and a violent roar erupted. Compared to Wang Ting's previous battle, the collision of the two fist prints was undoubtedly more terrifying. This was a collision between the immortal level and the demon venerable level. They were not on the same level at all. Although Wang Ting could also launch a similar attack, he could not do it as casually as the dark apparitions. He had to exhaust almost all of his energy to launch a blow. The terrifying aftermath of the force swept in all directions and bombarded the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. At the center of the collision of the two fist prints, the void shattered and turned into a deeper void. Endless space power gushed out from it. A single punch had shattered the void. Boom, the void turbulence below was stirred up, stirring up an extremely terrifying void turbulence. Many warriors and dark apparitions from the light universe could not dodge in time and were instantly sucked into it. Those who were slightly weaker were swallowed on the spot and could no longer struggle free. Boom, in an instant, the two fist prints exploded and turned into an even more terrifying fluctuation of force. It was as if it was going to destroy the void. Blue and dark red light flooded the area. Wang Ting and the three late-stage upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions retreated simultaneously. It was difficult for them to get close to the area. Otherwise, they would definitely be affected. Senior, don't tell me you're standing up for me? Wang Ting looked at the area and could not help but frown. He was a little surprised. However, this was a little reckless. The bloodthirsty demon senior was an upper-level demon master, which was equivalent to an immortal knight. Gong Yangyu, on the other hand, was only at the marquis immortal level. Even if he was talented, the gap in strength between them was definitely not small. Boom, sure enough, as soon as this thought popped up, a figure flew out in a rather sorry state. Who else could it be but Gong Yangyu? The corner of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He could not help but say, Senior, take it easy. This dark apparition is an upper-level demon master. Gong Yangyu coughed dryly and said, cough, cough. I just want to show it that there are also immortal-level existences in the light universe. Otherwise, it will think that we are easy to bully and catch whoever it wants. You're right. Then you continue, said Wang Ting. The corner of Gong Yangyu's eyes twitched. He said unhappily, that's enough. Let someone else go. I'll deal with the other two demon masters. Wang Ting's expression was strange. This senior was really obedient. At this moment, the light that erupted from the collision of the fist seals finally dissipated. The bloodthirsty demon senior's figure appeared in front of everyone again. It glanced at Gong Yangyu indifferently and said, a mere marquis immortal level actually dares to attack me. Boom, as soon as it finished speaking, it stretched out its hand. Endless black fog rolled over and transformed into a huge dark red palm that slammed down on Gong Yangyu. Gong Yangyu's expression was bitter, but he did not dare to be careless. A battle sword immediately appeared in his hand and condensed into a sword light that was hundreds of feet long. Blue runes were condensed on it and wrapped around the sword light like chains. Boom, the sword light slashed at the huge dark red palm and collided with it in an instant. A violent roar broke out. Countless blue sword lights exploded and drowned the dark red palm. They destroyed the runes on it and tried to tear the huge palm apart. However, the dark red hand continued to emit a terrifying power that continued to crush down. The streaks of sword light shattered, and the runes collapsed as well, turning into countless specks of blue light that dissipated in the void. Throughout the process, cracks appeared on the dark red palm as if it was about to collapse under the bombardment of the sword light. The dark red palm clearly had the upper hand. Boom, the next moment, the blue sword light shattered and the broken dark red palm continued to press down on Gong Yangyu. Gong Yangyu's eyes focused. He tore open space and tried to dodge this attack. However, he suddenly realized that the surrounding void was sealed. He could not use space techniques to leave. He was shocked. The difference between them was too great. He could not block it at all. Could it be that he could only take this attack head-on? Right at this moment, a figure abruptly appeared beside Gong Yangyu and pointed a finger at the sky. A dazzling golden light exploded. It was only the size of a finger. However, after the explosion, it instantly turned into a light pillar that pierced through the dark red palm and tore it apart. Boom, the dark red palm shattered, and boundless blood and darkness origin power swept out in all directions. Huh? The blood-slaughter demon Venerable looked at the figure in surprise. Gong Yangyu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the figure that appeared beside him and bowed slightly. Venerable Xingyun. This was an immortal knight from the automaton race. He was covered in dark golden automaton armor and had a height similar to a normal human. However, as he stood there, he exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was as if he was a gigantic automaton with a majestic aura that made one's heart tremble. It's a venerable from the automaton race. Wang Ting was shocked. Although he had guessed that there might be a hidden trump card, he did not expect it to be a venerable from the automaton race. The second venerable from the automaton race. This was already the second venerable from the automaton race that Wang Ting had seen. Moreover, this venerable appeared in front of him in person, unlike Venerable Zeus who only appeared as a light shadow. At this moment, this venerable from the automaton race gave him an even more shocking feeling. The strength of the automaton race is indeed not to be underestimated. Wang Ting sighed. For some reason, he felt a little more confident. You finally come out. The blood-slaughter demon Venerable looked at Venerable Xingyun and did not seem surprised. Venerable Xingyun's eyes were the same as the armor on his body. They were dark golden in color and had a faint majestic aura. He looked at the blood-slaughter demon Venerable without showing any signs of weakness and said in an extremely calm voice, "As long as I'm here, the defense line of the Ironworks fortress will remain." Heh. The blood-slaughter demon Venerable sneered. The defense line of the Ironworks fortress will be destroyed today. Then you can try. Venerable Xingyun did not say anything else. He turned to Gong Yangyu and said, "I'll leave the Bone Spirit Race's demon Venerable to you." All right. Gong Yangyu nodded. He looked at the Bone Spirit Race's demon Venerable in the distance and said, "Skull over there, do you dare to come out and fight with me?" Kakik, interesting. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Guao sneered and stepped out. But since you want to fight, I'll play with you. I haven't killed an immortal realm expert from the light universe. Your bones will make a good collection. Gong Yangyu did not say a word. He stared at the Bone Spirit Race's demon Venerable and hooked his finger. You're courting death. The soul fire in Guao's eyes seemed to radiate a cold light. Without any hesitation, he attacked and disappeared from the spot. Boom, in an instant, a jade-white bony hand suddenly stretched out in front of Gong Yangyu and grabbed at his heart. As a genius of the Cosmic Star Academy, Gong Yangyu's battle strength was naturally very strong. He reacted quickly and slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. Clang, the battle sword collided with the bony hand. A metallic sound rang out and a string of sparks exploded in the void. The bony hand blocked Gong Yangyu's battle sword. It was unbelievable. Gong Yangyu's pupils shrank and he snorted. Sword light burst out from his battle sword and runes appeared on it. However, the bony hand separated and retreated into the space. Trying to escape? Gong Yangyu stabbed his sword into the space, trying to force the other party out. Bang! Under the sword, the space shattered, and spatial turbulence surged out. Sure enough, Guo's figure was forced out. He had to dodge the space turbulence. At this moment, Gong Yangyu's sword light burst out again and sealed the space around Guo, making it impossible for him to escape. Get lost. A trace of anger finally rose in Guo's heart. Bone spikes grew out of his palm and shot towards Gong Yangyu. Clang! 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 Runes appeared on the bone spikes and collided with the sword light. After shaking it off, the bone spikes stabbed at Gong Yangyu. The strength of both parties could not be underestimated. A fierce battle broke out and no one could do anything to the other. On the other side, the blood-slaughtered demon Supremacy and Supremacy Xingyun also made their moves. They turned into two streams of light and collided in the void. A dark red ball of light, a golden ball of light, both were extremely dazzling and burst out with terrifying power. They were like blazing suns that kept colliding in the void. On the other side, Ironwing Duke intercepted the demon Supremacy from the Demon Moth clan and engaged in a fierce battle with it. The demon Supremacy from the Demon Moth clan was surrounded by colorful fog. It filled the void and swept toward Ironwing Duke. However, the Ironwing Marquis was its nemesis. The 6 pairs of metal wings on Ironwing Duke's back suddenly spread open and flapped, creating a strong wind in the void. The colorful fog could not get close to him at all. Ursula's delicate and beautiful face suddenly turned gloomy. A cold light flashed in his eyes and a dark green chain appeared in his hand. He shook it gently. The chain rattled. Then, it emitted colorful light and swirled around the fog as it swept toward Ironwing Duke. Swoosh! Ironwing Duke suddenly pulled out 2 golden battle sabers from his back and slashed out with saber light. Clang! The saber light collided with the chain, and a series of sparks burst out. For a time, the battle on the entire battlefield entered a white-hot state. As the 3 immortals from the light universe and the demon Supremacy from the dark apparitions began to fight, the real battle officially began. Everyone fell into a fierce battle, and no one could escape. Wang Tang and the 3 late-stage Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions looked at each other from a distance. The atmosphere was tense. Your strength is indeed very good, but you can't escape from our hands. Blood Aussie stared at Wang Tang and said lightly. Is that so? Wang Tang smiled faintly. If it was in the past, he would have no chance of winning against late-stage Upper Demon Emperors. At most, he could barely resist and save his own life. Not to mention facing 3 late-stage Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions at the same time. That was unrealistic. But now, it was different. After entering the battlefield of the 3 territories, his strength had increased rapidly. Now, even if he faced late-stage Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions, he was not afraid at all. Blood Aussie frowned. In fact, he still could not figure out this genius from the light universe in front of him. He was completely sure that the other party did not use his full strength in the previous battle. The feeling this person gave him was very similar to the blood disciples of the Blood clan. Both of them were extremely monstrous geniuses. No one could see through them. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Kill him. The bone skeleton growled and charged toward Wang Tang. Seeing this, Blood Aussie and Hylant did not hesitate anymore. They directly besieged the blood god doppelganger. Even if they could not see through him, they were still confident. After all, the other party was only a peak domain master. They could definitely take him down. Since the demon Supremacy wanted him alive, they would let him live. Boom! Boom! The 3 dark apparitions immediately attacked and sealed off Wang Tang's surroundings, leaving him nowhere to hide. Wow, so fierce. Wang Tang chuckled softly. He allowed the attacks to land on him and drown him in them. End of chapter. Boom! With a violent roar, Wang Ting was drowned by the force attacks of the 3 upper-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions. Blood Aussie frowned slightly and stared ahead. It didn't believe that it could kill the other party so easily. Bone Puppet and Howland also stared ahead and didn't let down their guard. In the previous battle, they had seen how powerful this genius from the universe of light was. It was impossible for the other party to be seriously injured or killed so easily. Sure enough, the space fluctuated, and Wang Ting appeared behind them. Holy Light Sword Technique, boom, streaks of sword gleams suddenly erupted. They were filled with holy light intent and swept toward the 3 dark apparitions. Blood Aussie was slightly surprised when it sensed the powerful force of light. A blood-red battle sword suddenly appeared in its hand. The sword light burst out and immediately met the attack. Bone Puppet pulled out a bone knife from its body, which burst out a rich black light and slashed out. Hellent suddenly flapped the wings on its back and retreated rapidly. Then, a black longbow appeared in its hand. It knocked an arrow. Several dark green arrows appeared on the longbow and suddenly shot out. Bang, 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 the attacks of the 3 dark apparitions collided with Wang Ting's sword of light, and a violent roar broke out. One had to admit that these 3 upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions were indeed very powerful. Wang Ting's attack was shattered in an instant. However, their attacks didn't gain any advantage. In the collision, their attacks also collapsed, and the force of darkness on them was directly dissolved by the force of light. The 3 dark apparitions' eyes narrowed, and they became more and more afraid. That force of light could definitely hurt them. If they were careless and were hit by that attack, even upper-level demon emperors like them would be injured. The force of light was really troublesome. The 3 dark apparitions looked at each other, and without hesitation, they charged toward Wang Ting again. Boom! 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 They turned into 3 streams of light and surrounded Wang Ting, besieging him. This was unbelievable. A pinnacle domain lord-level martial artist from the Radiant Universe actually needed to be besieged by 3 late-stage upper-level demon emperors. It was simply unbelievable. Many of the Radiant Universe's cultivators were shocked to see this and gained a new understanding of Wang Ting's strength. Although this heaven's favorite was young, his strength was not to be underestimated. No wonder he was able to make such a name for himself. Wang Ting was not afraid of being surrounded by 3 dark apparitions. He went up to them directly and continuously unleashed his force combat skills to clash with them. There were constant explosions in the void, but it was just the tip of the iceberg for this great battle. In the distance, the collision between the 3 immortals and the 3 demon masters was truly terrifying. It was like the end of the world, sweeping across a large area of the universe void, causing huge waves to rise in the space turbulence. Countless meteorites were shattered and turned into dust. Fortunately, there weren't many planets nearby, and there weren't any life-bearing planets. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of suffering. The 3 immortals purposely lured the 3 demon masters far away, not letting them get close to the defense line. Otherwise, with their attack power, even the defense line might not be able to withstand it. The battle had progressed to an extremely intense stage. On Wang Ting's side, the battle with the 3 dark apparitions had also reached a white-hot level. The 3 dark apparitions, especially, were furious. They originally thought that with the 3 of them working together, no matter how strong Wang Ting was, they would definitely be able to take him down. However, up until now, the other party still showed no signs of being defeated. He was simply a tough nut to crack. Boom! At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly seized the opportunity and condensed a radiant fist mark. It carried a huge amount of power and fiercely bombarded the bone puppet's body. Crack! 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 The bone puppet's bones were broken, and it was violently sent flying. Its entire skeleton was shattered. That force was too strong and contained the power of light, which completely restrained its power. Otherwise, with its body, it wouldn't have been beaten to such a miserable state. Blood Aussie and Hellent were shocked. They didn't expect the bone puppet to be beaten to such a state just because of a moment of carelessness. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel nervous. They didn't dare to be careless at all. Just as Wang Ting was about to follow up with another attack, the 2 dark apparitions had already surrounded him. Blood Explosion Sword Technique. Blood Aussie shouted coldly. The battle sword in his hand suddenly emitted a bright blood-red light that illuminated the void and slashed toward Wang Ting. As soon as the sword light appeared, the void was already filled with blood-red mist. Faint sonic booms could be heard from it, causing one's heart to palpitate. Moth Emperor Poison Arrow. On the other side, Halent let out a low roar and condensed another arrow light on his bow. This time, there was only one arrow light on his longbow. However, it was several times thicker than before. Runes were wrapped around it and emitted a powerful aura. Wisps of colorful mist wrapped around the arrow light. Runes were also condensed, and the power of origin laws permeated the air. The two dark apparitions condensed an incomparably powerful attack and exploded at the same time, sweeping toward Wang Ting. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood-red sword light carried a thick bloody mist as it slashed toward Wang Ting. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed, and cracks appeared. Whoosh! At the same time, an ear-piercing sound rang out in the air. When the multicolored light shot out, it actually turned into a rain of arrows that filled the sky. It swept out with a multicolored mist. It was a shocking sight. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. He snorted coldly, and the battle sword in his hand also condensed a bright white sword light. As he slashed out, his other hand pointed toward the sky above his head. Dazzling light arrow, boom, countless arrows of light shot out to meet the rain of multicolored arrows. Clang, the two sword lights collided in the void, producing a violent, deafening sound of metal vibrating. Many people revealed painful expressions and quickly used their force to seal their ears. Do you think you can block my attack like this? Blood Aussie suddenly sneered and spat out a word. Explode. Boom. 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 As soon as his voice fell, small sword lights suddenly burst out from the mist around the blood-red sword light. They turned into a torrent of sword lights that bombarded Wang Ting's light sword light and exploded in an instant. The power of blood and the power of darkness surged out from the explosion and eroded Wang Ting's light sword light. These two powers contained an incomparably tyrannical domain and the power of origin laws. Among them, the blood domain and darkness domain had both reached the level of a sixth-order melder. As for the blood origin law and darkness origin law, they had at least reached the level of fifth order and were very powerful. Clearly, Blood Aussie was a late-stage superior demon emperor who had mastered the power of two attributes. His strength was incomparably powerful. Boom. Boom. Boom! In an instant, the light runes on Wang Ting's light sword light shattered, and many cracks appeared on the surface of the sword light. It could not withstand such an attack. A trace of pride appeared on Blood Aussie's face. No matter how powerful this genius from the universe of light was, he was still no match for it. As a late-stage superior demon emperor, and a peak one at that, its strength was definitely ranked among the top among the numerous superior demon emperors of the kindred. It even had the potential to advance to the demon venerable level in the future. How could a mere peak domain Lord Realm Cultivator escape from its grasp? As long as it could capture this genius from the universe of light, it would be rewarded by the demon venerable. Advancing to the demon venerable level would no longer be an extravagant hope. Moreover, this time would be shortened by a lot. It knew that many peak superior demon emperors had been stuck at this level for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Now, it had the chance to skip this long period of time. For a moment, even this peak superior demon emperor could not help but reveal a fiery look in its eyes. Boom! In the next moment, as if it was true to its words, the light sword light finally could not hold on and exploded with a loud bang. Boom! 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 On the other side, the collision between the light arrow and the devil moth poison arrow was also coming to an end. Countless arrows exploded in the void, creating a spectacular scene. It was as if two armies were facing each other, bombarding each other with arrows. The power of light and the power of darkness of the devil moth race's dark apparition each occupied half of the void. On one side was the dazzling and holy light, while on the other side was the thick darkness, which was even mixed with a strong toxic power, forming a strong contrast. This dark apparition of the devil moth race was also a dual attribute existence. The power of darkness and the power of poison were exceptionally powerful. Under the simultaneous eruption, Wang Ting's light arrow was also at a disadvantage. The endless devil moth poison arrow, wrapped in a thick toxic power of darkness, swept toward Wang Ting. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, Shuiuxi's blood-red sword light and Halent's arrow light fell with a loud bang, drowning Wang Ting. The faces of the surrounding universe of light's martial artists changed slightly, and a trace of worry appeared in their eyes. This time, it was obviously different from before. Wang Ting was obviously at a disadvantage in the battle with the 3 late-stage Upper Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions. They wondered if he could withstand their attacks. In the distant void, Gong Yangyu, who was fighting the demon Venerable Dark Apparition of the Bone Spirit clan, could not help but look over. How dare you be distracted while fighting with me? You're really courting death. The Bone Skeleton Demon Venerable said coldly. A bone saber had appeared in each of his hands, erupting with a dazzling dark light, condensing into a saber light, and slashing toward Gong Yangyu. Demonic Bone Saber. The moment the saber light slashed out, a huge skeleton phantom appeared behind it, and slashed out with its saber. A terrifying power pervaded the entire void. Gong Yangyu's face was solemn, and he no longer had the mood to pay attention to Wang Ting. The battle sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling blue sword light. A vast, boundless ocean appeared above his head, and as the sword light fell, it collided with the pitch-black saber light. Ha ha ha, this universe of light's heaven's pride is mine. Blood Aussie laughed. His figure flashed, and he rushed directly toward Wang Ting. He wanted to capture Wang Ting alive. Humph. Blood Aussie, this is my gift to Lord Ursula. Not to be outdone, Halent snorted coldly, rushed out, and stretched out his palm at the same time. Boom, the colorful mist transformed into a giant hand. It ignored the force shockwaves that were still erupting and grabbed at the void where Wang Ting was. It wanted to snatch him away. These 2 dark apparitions obviously regarded Wang Ting as their prey. Crackle, suddenly, a roar of thunder resounded in the void. Purple lightning flashed, and thunder appeared out of thin air. Boom. The next moment, a saber light of thunder suddenly emerged from the center of the eruption of the force. It directly cut through the force light caused by the 2 dark apparitions' attacks, and slashed toward them. Immortal rank combat skill, True Martial Thunder Saber. What? Both Blood Aussie and Halent were flabbergasted. They didn't expect Wang Ting to be able to block their attacks and even unleash an even stronger attack. The 2 dark apparitions could not dodge in time. They could only unleash their own force to form a defense, trying to block the attack. Boom, in an instant, the terrifying saber light of thunder fell, carrying the force of thunder, and fiercely bombarded the 2 dark apparitions. Crack! 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 The defensive shields on Blood Aussie and Halent's bodies suddenly shattered. The 2 dark apparitions flew backward like cannonballs, and were drowned by the lightning. Wang Ting stepped out of the void. The battle sword in his hand had been replaced by a thunder saber. His whole body was surrounded by the power of purple thunder, and he looked like the king of thunder. Roar, roar, 2 roars came from the lightning of the lightning blade, and the rich power of blood and power of darkness erupted like 2 red and black suns. Blood Aussie and Halent rushed out. At this moment, there were several terrifying saber wounds on their bodies. Blood flowed out, and they looked extremely miserable. They did not expect a single attack to injure them. They were too careless. This prodigy from the light universe was not that simple. They looked down and saw the flesh around the saber wounds on their bodies squirming. Dark red granulation was growing crazily and healing together. However, there were traces of purple thunder invading them, constantly destroying the growth of the granulation. The 2 dark apparitions suddenly raised their heads and stared at Wang Ting. Strong killing intent surged in their eyes. You guys are too impatient. Do you want to catch me so badly? Wang Ting smiled gently and walked toward them step by step. He said, Come, I'll give you a chance. Don't be useless. The 2 dark apparitions seemed to be insulted. Anger exploded in their eyes, and they were about to spit fire. Demon Bone. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. The dark apparition from the bone spirit race that was shattered by Wang Ting gathered together again. Its fleshless mouth opened to the extreme and let out a roar. Rich black light appeared on its body, and black patterns appeared on its jade-white bones. The pure white bones formed a strong contrast with the pitch-black veins on the bones. Oh, it's recovered again. Then, I'll count you in, Wang Ting said calmly as he looked at the bone spirit race in the distance. The bone spirit race's body had completely recovered. There were no cracks on its broken bones. It was perfect and exquisite, like a work of art carved from jade. However, its body was now covered with black patterns, which looked a little strange. An evil and dark intent suddenly spread out. I want you dead, the bone spirit race said coldly. No, you don't dare, Wang Ting said. Guao was suddenly at a loss for words. He was struck speechless by her words. It was blinded by anger just now and only wanted to kill the light universe's prodigy in front of it. However, it forgot that the demon supremacy wanted him alive. Therefore, it did not dare to kill him. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Come at me together. Wang Ting did not waste any more time. The battle sword in his hand was filled with rich thunder power, and he suddenly raised it diagonally. Rumble, the roar of thunder resounded through the void. Bolts of lightning gathered and turned into a pool of lightning with rich purple light above his head. A terrifying pressure instantly filled the air. The power of light was still lacking. He had no choice but to change to another type of force. End of chapter. The power of thunder and lightning. The three upper-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions stared at Wang Ting in front of them with solemn gazes. His power of thunder and lightning was much stronger than the power of light. They had long heard that this prodigy from the light universe was a multi-attribute prodigy, but they did not expect his power to reach such a level. The power of light from before had already made them feel a little troubled. Now, the power of thunder and lightning seemed to be even more terrifying. That kind of heavenly power was not like the ordinary power of thunder and lightning. It was more like a kind of heavenly punishment. However, whether it was the power of light or the power of thunder, they were both able to restrain the dark creatures. The three upper-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions looked at each other and suddenly came to a consensus. Boom! Boom! Powerful energy suddenly erupted from Blood Aussie and Halent's bodies, and rich light soared into the sky. One was blood red, and the other was dark green. They were like two stars of different colors. Suddenly, the bodies of the two dark apparitions began to change. Dark red scales appeared on Blood Aussie's body and attached to his arms and cheeks. Those were the visible parts. The other parts were covered by clothes, and it was unknown if they were also covered by these scales. A pair of sharp horns grew out from his forehead. There were dark red lines spreading on them and connecting to his forehead, forming a pattern that looked like a flower pattern. It looked both strange and eerie. Blood Aussie's eyes became deeper like dark red gems, dazzling and blooming with light. Halent's body began to swell and become more ferocious and muscular. There were even a few pairs of dark green compound eyes on his head. It was very terrifying. Similar to the blood slaughter race, the females of the demon moth race were beautiful, but the males were extremely ugly and ferocious. Now, the appearance of this demon moth race dark apparition had undoubtedly become even more hideous. Just that appearance alone gave people a strong sense of deterrence. Those who had never seen a dark apparition before would be frightened at first sight. Fortunately, Wang Ting was already used to it. Not to mention the ugly appearance of this demon moth race, he had seen many even uglier dark apparitions. Especially after the demon transformation, it was simply unbearable to look at. Soon, the transformation of Halent's body was completed. He stood in the void like a small giant. The furry wings on his back flapped, sweeping out a large amount of highly toxic powder that surrounded his body. Bone Wolf. The bone spirit race dark apparition was not to be outdone. It had actually activated its demon bone talent. But it was not enough. As he shouted, the mount that was originally under him also underwent a change. Ferocious bone spurs grew out of its body, and at the same time, its body began to shrink, becoming ferocious and ferocious. This was a bone wolf. It bared its fangs and growled at Wang Ting. 3 isn't enough. You still need a bone mount. But, it doesn't matter. It's the same no matter how many you add, Wang Ting smiled calmly and replied. Arrogant. The next moment, the 3 dark apparitions didn't hesitate anymore. They attacked Wang Ting once again. Terrifying force erupted from the 3 dark apparitions. Their attacks were several times more powerful than before, and they did not hold back at all. They knew that the heavenly talent of the universe of light in front of them would not die so easily. If they did not go all out, they might not be able to take him down. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he looked calm on the surface, as if he did not take the 3 Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions seriously, he did not underestimate them at all. Anyone who underestimated the late-stage Upper Demon Emperor dark apparitions would be a real fool. Especially when there was a peak Upper Demon Emperor Blood Aussie among them. He had seen this blood-kindred dark apparition in action before. It was definitely not to be underestimated. Boom, the purple heavenly thunder erupted from his body, triggering the endless power of thunder as if it was really a punishment from the heavens. The thick and solid thunder connected with the battle saber in Wang Ting's hand, then condensed into a saber light that soared into the sky. This saber light reached a length of hundreds of feet. Purple thunder surrounded it, and runes evolved on it, emitting the fluctuation of the origin law. Grade 5 Thunder Origin. It also had the thunder domain of a Melder rank 6, both were integrated into the saber light, and it was incomparably powerful. Even in the face of these dark apparitions' dual attribute attacks, he was not afraid at all. In fact, if he could use the black demonic heavenly thunder and blood demonic heavenly thunder, these 2 grade 3 tribulation thunders, his power would be even more powerful. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow him to use these 2 types of tribulation thunders. It seemed long, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. Slash. Wang Ting didn't hesitate when he saw the attacks of the 3 dark apparitions approaching him. He shouted furiously. Boom, the thunder battle saber in his hand slashed out, and the unparalleled thunder saber light fell fiercely, as if it could sweep everything away and traverse the void. It was incomparably powerful. Sector Lord level combat technique, Thunder Devourer 9-fold saber technique. When the saber slashed out, it directly divided into 9 thunder saber lights. Boom. 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 In the next moment, the 9 thunder saber lights instantly collided with the 3 dark apparitions' attack, and a violent roar erupted. Endless thunder exploded and wrapped around the 3 dark apparitions' attack, wearing down the power of darkness within. In just an instant, the 3 dark apparitions' attack was weakened by more than half. Then, under the bombardment of the saber lights, they directly exploded. The 9 thunder saber lights slashed towards the 3 dark apparitions. The 3 dark apparitions, Blood Aussie, Howlent, and Bone Skeleton, were stunned, but they did not retreat. Instead, they directly faced the attack. Boom. 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 The 3 dark apparitions were like 3 sharp dark swords, tearing apart Wang Ting's thunder saber lights and rushing towards him. Something. Wang Ting's gaze turned solemn. Boom, a loud roar exploded under his feet, and the void was shattered. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out, directly facing the 3 dark apparitions. A violent roar resounded. Wang Ting had already collided with the 3 dark apparitions. This scene was undoubtedly shocking. In the eyes of outsiders, it was completely like a thunder light ball colliding with 3 different colored dark light balls. In just a short moment, Wang Ting had already exchanged hundreds of blows with the 3 dark apparitions. The aftermath of the force swept across the void, affecting a large area. It was almost comparable to the movement caused by an immortal rank expert. If it was just a late-stage sector lord fighting against a late-stage upper demon emperor dark apparition, it would not have reached such a stage. But this time it was different. This was a chaotic battle between 4 strong people. Although Wang Ting was only a peak domain lord-level martial artist, the attack he unleashed was no weaker than a late-stage high-level demon emperor martial artist. Moreover, his attack was very special. It contained the power of tribulation thunder, which was not something an ordinary warrior could master. Many late-stage sector lord warriors from the universe of light were shocked. They could only fight one-on-one with the dark apparitions. But this Wang Ting was fighting against 3 late-stage upper demon emperor dark apparitions alone, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. How could this not be shocking? This freak. Gucci was currently controlling his mechanical body to fight against a universe of light's sector lord warrior. Seeing this scene from afar, he completely dispelled the idea of revenge. What a joke. Looking for such a freak for revenge, he still wanted to live for a few more years. Okay, Gong Yangyu's gaze was attracted again, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He had a premonition. When the war in the Three Territories was over, if this guy returned to Cosmic Sky College, he would definitely set off a huge uproar. Even Guo, who was fighting against Gong Yangyu, could not help but be attracted by the battle over there. The ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped violently. This kid, there was a trace of seriousness in his words. A young prodigy from the universe of light could make him feel this way. This was really the first time. Therefore, even if Gong Yangyu was attracted by the battle, he was not in the mood to chase after him. He also looked at the battlefield over there. Not only him, but Murderous Demon Venerable and Ursula Demon Venerable also looked over with a trace of seriousness in their eyes. This prodigy from the universe of light was once again more important in their hearts. If they were not held back by the immortal existences from the universe of light at this time, they even wanted to capture Wang Ting personally. Boom! At this moment, a violent roar suddenly sounded. There was a dazzling blaze in the void, and an extremely special domain instantly spread out, covering a large area of the void. Even though they were outside the domain, they could still feel a wave of heat emanating from it. Many dark apparitions seemed to feel threatened and fled into the distance, not daring to get close. Only the three dark apparitions could not get away at all and were directly pulled into the domain. What is this? The three dark apparitions, Blood Aussie, Halent, and Guo, looked up at the domain that suddenly appeared with a solemn expression. Everywhere they looked was crimson red, and there was no end to it. This domain was undoubtedly very big, so big that even they could not see the end of it. From the outside, although this domain was also very big, there was an end to it that could be seen. However, from the inside, there seemed to be no end. For a moment, the three dark apparitions felt a huge threat. This domain was very powerful. Moreover, it gave them the illusion of a small world. It was as if this was not a domain, but a real small world of a realm lord. Everyone, welcome to my domain. Wang Ting's voice sounded mightily in the domain. Boom! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, a huge roar sounded. Endless flames appeared and condensed in the domain, turning into huge fireballs like meteorites. Scorching heat instantly swept out and filled the entire domain. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Meteor domain. This domain was formed by the fusion of a 9th-rank Melder's fire domain, a 6th-rank Melder's earth domain, and a 5th-rank Melder's magnetism domain. Furthermore, it contained a rank 7 fire origin and a rank 5 earth origin. There was even a 7th-rank world force. It could be said that Wang Ting had already exerted the power of this domain to the extreme. Break this domain. The three dark apparitions' hearts were already extremely solemn as they roared in a low voice. They had already felt an extreme threat and naturally could not sit still and wait for death. They had to break this domain. Boom! 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 In an instant, 3 small world phantoms appeared above their heads and spread out in all directions. They actually wanted to forcibly break through this domain. Late-stage Upper Demon Emperor small worlds were undoubtedly extremely powerful. It was not a problem for them to expand as much as they wanted. There would be no problem even if they included an entire galaxy. However, Wang Ting's domain had actually transcended the scope of a domain. It was completely comparable to a small world and even far surpassed an ordinary small world. 7th rank Origin Law Force, 7th rank World Force, let alone an ordinary upper rank Demon Emperor level Dark Apparition, even these 3 late-stage upper rank Demon Emperor level Dark Apparitions had not mastered it. Therefore, no matter how they expanded their small worlds, they could not break through Wang Ting's domain. How is this possible? The 3 dark apparitions were extremely shocked as they looked at this extremely terrifying domain in horror. Don't make any unnecessary struggles. Wang Ting's figure appeared above their heads. His eyes were indifferent as he pointed downwards. Heavenly fire, meteor. Boom. 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 Those fireballs emitted green flames and fell like meteors, bombarding the 3 dark apparitions' small worlds. Damn it. The 3 dark apparitions' hearts skipped a beat. They did not have time to think at all. They immediately unleashed their strongest power and integrated it into the small worlds. 6th rank Origin Law Force, 6th rank World Force, these 3 dark apparitions had all grasped the power of Tier 6 Origin Source Law and Tier 6 World Energy. Among higher demon emperors, these dark apparitions could undoubtedly be considered extremely powerful. Obviously, they had not used their full strength before, but now they had no choice but to do so. At this moment, the three small worlds suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Runes appeared on them and were branded on the small worlds. They turned into runes chains that wrapped around the small worlds. Rumble, in an instant, the fireballs descended and heavily bombarded the three small worlds, causing them to shake violently. Bang bang bang, in just an instant, those runes collapsed. They could not withstand this terrifying bombardment. Crack! 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 Then, crisp cracking sounds were heard. Cracks immediately appeared on the three small worlds and spread in all directions. What? The three dark apparitions were shocked and furious. They could not believe their eyes. Their small worlds could not withstand the other party's domain. Who would dare to believe this? Three late-stage upper demon emperor's small worlds could not withstand the domain of a domain lord. This was 2F** King Magical. Blood Aussie, Howlent, and Bone Skeleton, the three dark apparitions really wanted to give themselves a check to see if they were dreaming. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. Break! Wang Ting's cold voice suddenly sounded. Rumble, the fireballs suddenly erupted with terrifying power. Cyan flame swept out and turned into a sea of cyan fire that filled the entire domain. Roar! The three dark apparitions felt a strong threat of death and immediately roared. Boom, then, in Blood Aussie's small world, there was a burst of bloody light. A bloody giant python broke through the bloody sea and soared into the sky. At the same time, in Halent's small world, there was a dazzling dark green light. A huge phantom of the demon moth race appeared. It spread its wings and covered the entire small world. Black light erupted from within the bone puppet's small world. Soon after, countless bones gathered and turned into a huge skeleton giant. The skeleton giant roared and held a huge bone blade in its hand. It looked as if it wanted to slash open the sky. Boom! 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 A violent collision sound was heard. The fireballs and the three small worlds collided with each other. There was an explosion of origin force and it kept rolling in all directions. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He pointed downward again. A huge fireball had appeared out of nowhere. It broke through the thick green flames and smashed downward. Before the fireball had completely landed, the endless green flames had already turned into tornadoes that surrounded the three small worlds. Then, under the horrified gazes of the three dark apparitions, the huge fireball crashed down. Boom, only a deafening roar resounded, and then nothing else could be heard. The green flames engulfed everything. End of chapter. Rumble. The deafening sound even spread out of Wang Ting's meteor domain, allowing the people outside to hear it clearly. Endless green flames covered the void, turning this part of the void into a green color. Many martial artists and dark apparitions stopped fighting and looked over in shock. What happened in that domain? Everyone was shocked and doubtful. No one knew whether the dark apparitions had the upper hand or Wang Ting had the upper hand in the end. The battle between Wang Ting and the three advanced stage Devil Emperor dark apparitions had caught everyone's attention. Within the domain, Wang Ting's gaze was fixed on the three dark apparitions. The late-stage Demon Emperor dark apparitions were not so easy to kill. He had to guard against their last resort. Boom! 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 The next moment, the three small worlds finally exploded completely, unable to withstand the bombardment of the terrifying fireball. The blood-colored python was engulfed by the flames and hissed. Its blood instantly evaporated and turned into nothingness. The huge phantom of the demon moth race was also wrapped in flames, constantly making sizzling sounds. It was being incinerated and was about to disappear completely. On the other side, cracks also appeared on the huge skeleton giant under the flames. Black smoke rose from its body, and the rich power of darkness was burned away. The huge skeleton giant was collapsing, like a tall building collapsing from the bottom to the top. It was a spectacular sight. Roar! 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 The three dark apparitions roared angrily, shaking the entire meteor domain. There was an obvious hint of pain in their roars. Obviously, under the high temperature of the heavenly flame, the dark apparitions' bodies could not withstand it and would be incinerated. Rich light burst out from the flames. Blood red light, dark green light, black light, it represented the ultimate power of the three dark apparitions. They tried to resist the power of the terrifying fireball and the flame power of the green jade glazed flame. And that power was Devil Change. Blood Aussie and the other two dark apparitions had been forced into a desperate situation, and they could only use Devil Change. Trapped beasts fight. Wang Ting's eyes were cold, but he did not stop them. The Devil Change of the late-stage Demon Emperor dark apparitions should allow him to pick up a lot of attributes. His true devil transformation was only at the 4th stage, and he needed to raise it again. These three dark apparitions should be able to provide him with a lot of attribute points. Amidst the flames, the three dark apparitions were completely enveloped by their respective bursts of light and transformed into three gigantic light balls. This kind of power could indeed temporarily resist the intense heat of the heavenly flame. However, this was also Wang Ting's intention. If he unleashed his full power, the three dark apparitions would not be able to undergo devil transformation successfully. Their strength would be depleted, and they would not be able to support the devil transformation. In this regard, Wang Ting had experience. In fact, the moment he unleashed his meteor domain, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The three upper-rank Demon Emperor dark apparitions had already become his property, and there was no way they could escape from his palm. So what if they used Devil Change? He had enough means to defeat them. Boom! 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 The three dark apparitions completed their demonic transformation very quickly. Terrifying dark power swept out from the flames, breaking through the green flames and forming a fire-free area. The figures of the three dark apparitions appeared. When Wang Ting saw their appearance, he could not help but be slightly stunned. Blood Aussie had actually completely transformed into a gigantic blood python. However, there was a head on the blood python's head, which was Blood Aussie's original appearance. The head was connected to the head of the blood python, and it was covered with blood-red scales. Only a pair of dark red eyes were exposed. On the body of the blood python, between the gaps of the scales, there were dark red eyes constantly opening and closing, staring at Wang Ting in the distance. Such a form was really a little strange. Heilun's appearance had completely transformed into a gigantic demon moth. His body was covered with thick fluff, which was colorful and gorgeous. Among the fluff, there were also strange eyeballs. As the wind blew, the fluff fluttered, and the strange eyeballs stared straight at Wang Ting. What the hell is this? The appearance of the bone moth surprised Wang Ting the most, and he almost did not recognize what it was. After careful observation, he found that it was only a skull left. Its body had disappeared, and only a gigantic skull was suspended in the void. It was surrounded by black fog, holding it up. On the gigantic skull, except for the pair of eye sockets that contained the soul fire, there were also strange eyeballs growing out of the other parts of the skull. These eyeballs seemed to be inlaid on the skull, and it was extremely strange. Imagine a skull with eyes, and there were so many of them. What a horrifying scene it was. My horizons have been broadened again. Wang Ting could not help but feel a little speechless. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, the devil transformation of the three late-stage upper demon emperor dark apparitions was still an eye-opener for him. The devil transformation of these dark apparitions was really not the most outrageous, but the most outrageous. Wang Ting, you should be proud that you forced the three of us to use devil transformation at the same time, the blood python said. At the same time, Blood Aussie's skull on its head also opened its mouth, and two slightly different voices came out. When these two sounds overlapped, it revealed a trace of a strange feeling. It was like the hiss of a python, causing people to involuntarily have goosebumps. Is that so? Wang Ting smiled faintly and said, you should be grateful to me, because I allowed you to successfully complete the devil transformation. I just wanted to see how powerful a late-stage upper demon emperor dark apparition's devil transformation can be. The three dark apparitions fell into silence, and then they could not suppress the anger in their hearts. It was already a humiliation to be forced to such an extent by a pinnacle realm master. But this person actually said that they could successfully complete the devil transformation with his permission. This was completely looking down on them and not taking them seriously at all. As late-stage upper demon emperors, they had never been humiliated like this. Roar. Kill. The three dark apparitions roared angrily. After completing the devil transformation, although they retained their rationality, they were still relatively easy to influence. Of course, it was also because Wang Ting's words were too lethal. He broke through the defenses of the three dark apparitions in an instant. Otherwise, with their realm, how could they be so easily angered? The blood-colored python rushed over, and its body kept expanding halfway, instantly turning into a terrifying giant python that seemed to be able to coil around the starry sky. Boom, its body swept toward Wang Ting, and there was no way to stop it. Everywhere it passed, the green jade glaze flame was dispersed, and the space shattered. It almost tore apart Wang Ting's meteor domain. Halent flapped his wings crazily, and the surrounding green flames were also dispersed. At the same time, his speed increased explosively, and he scattered endless five-colored powder toward Wang Ting. The giant skull that the bone puppet had transformed into dashed towards Wang Ting. It opened its mouth wide, and a gust of wind blew out, blowing away the flames. Then, bony tentacles shot out from the black mist around them. They were like bony spears, shooting towards Wang Ting. These bony tentacles were like a spine, connected together in sections. The head was extremely sharp, and it emitted a cold light. Whoosh! 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 An ear-piercing sound rang out in the void, and the space was torn apart. The bony tentacles instantly appeared in front of Wang Ting, piercing through his body. However, Wang Ting's figure disappeared instantly, and it was actually just an afterimage. Swish! The next moment, he appeared high up in the domain, not only dodging the bone puppet's attack, but also Halent's attacks. Bang! Shue'asi's gigantic crimson python body slammed into the void, causing it to explode and crack in the void. Halent's attack was highly toxic, and it corroded the void, causing sizzling sounds to be heard from where Wang Ting was standing, and wisps of black smoke rose. It was very terrifying. It could even corrode the void, showing how terrifying the poison was. However, these attacks couldn't hit Wang Ting, so they were naturally useless. Your devil transformation seems to be just like this. Wang Ting's calm voice came from above, and the three dark apparitions looked over at the same time, their eyes filled with crazy killing intent. Go! Wang Ting didn't give them a chance to react. He pointed downward, and fireballs formed again, smashing toward the three dark apparitions. Roar! The three dark apparitions roared angrily and took the initiative to meet the fireballs head-on. Boom! 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 The fireballs exploded, and endless flames spread out, enveloping the three dark apparitions. However, after devil transformation, they were indeed much stronger and could temporarily resist the power of the heavenly flame. Wang Ting's figure disappeared again. The surroundings were filled with flames, and they couldn't find any trace of him at all. The three dark apparitions were furious. They wreaked havoc in a frenzy, attacking the flames. Unfortunately, all their efforts were in vain. Do you only know how to hide? The Bone Ho roared. It hated Wang Ting to the extreme. Even if it couldn't kill him, it swore to beat him half to death. However, it couldn't do it at all. It couldn't even find where Wang Ting was. Halent were also infuriated, let alone the Bone Ho. An incomparably sullen feeling rose in the three dark apparitions' hearts. They felt as though they had punched cotton. They had already used devil transformation, but they still couldn't do anything to Lin Huang. Could it be that Wang Ting was right? That they could successfully complete devil transformation because Wang Ting did it on purpose? You guys are late-stage upper-level demon emperors. Isn't it normal for me to hide? Wang Ting didn't show himself. His voice came from the surrounding flames, making it impossible to determine his exact location. Faced with such shameless words, the three dark apparitions were both furious and helpless. So what if you're a domain lord? Since when did being weak become an advantage? However, they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with what Lin Huang said. A domain lord warrior was able to fight them head-on. This proved that Lin Huang was powerful. However, even if he didn't fight them head-on, it was still an extremely normal thing to do. There was nothing wrong with it. Thinking of this, they felt even more sullen. Bastard! The three dark apparitions were furious. This anger kept attacking their mental defenses, causing them to be completely affected by the power of devil transformation. Roar! Roar! Roar. As time passed, the three dark apparitions gradually lost their rationality. They attacked their surroundings frantically, trying to find Wang Ting's location. They even wanted to tear apart this domain. However, the rich flame kept wearing down their strength. Even though their strength had increased, it still couldn't reach the level where they could tear apart this domain. Tsk tisk. Wang Ting, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Wasn't he being a little too harsh? Originally, it wasn't that easy for upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions to lose their rationality after devil transformation. However, they seem to be about to completely lose their rationality now. It should be about time. Wang Ting looked up and saw a meteorite that was even larger than the one before slowly condensing. Not only was this meteorite covered in green flames, but there were also white and red flames entwined around it. 3 types of heavenly flame. At this moment, Wang Ting had used 3 types of heavenly flame. Previously, he indeed hadn't used his full strength. Now, he still hadn't used his full strength. He had a lot of trump cards. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the 3 dark apparitions to not notice such a huge commotion. However, if one were to carefully observe the area above Wang Ting's head, one would discover that there were space runes flashing above it, as if it had merged with the surrounding space. These space runes exuded a strange power, making the area above Wang Ting's head seem to be in another space. Most of the attacks from the 3 dark apparitions were dissipated by the heavenly flame, and the remaining attacks were scattered under the influence of the domain. If the attack reached here, it would also be distorted by the power of space, unable to affect the condensation of the fireball. Since you want to see me, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Ting smiled faintly, and his voice was heard. Boom, the void vibrated, and his figure emerged with the huge fireball. The green flames converged and coexisted with the other 2 types of heavenly flame, entwining around the fireball. The 3 dark apparitions instantly stopped their frenzied attacks and raised their heads to look at the terrifying fireball. The strong threat of death made them instantly regain a trace of rationality, and a strong sense of horror emerged in their eyes. This fireball was even larger than before, and a terrifying power swept out from it. Moreover, there were 3 types of heavenly flame entwined around it. That's right, there were 3 types of heavenly flame, their senses weren't wrong. The terrifying temperature caused the surrounding space to distort and collapse. The area around the fireball was directly burned into nothingness. This was definitely a heavenly flame. More importantly, there was a type of flame that exuded a strong sense of light. This type of flame was even more terrifying than the other 2 types of heavenly flame. You can die now. Wang Ting didn't care about their horror. He pointed downwards, and the huge fireball fell with a loud rumble. The surrounding space collapsed as it couldn't withstand the pressure brought about by the fireball. In the beginning, its speed wasn't fast. It could even be described as slow. However, as it fell, a powerful kinetic energy exploded on the fireball. With the support of the magnetic force, the fireball fell faster and faster. In just a few breaths, the huge fireball turned into a meteor and fell with a loud bang. Roar! 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 The 3 dark apparitions finally reacted and fled into the distance. Their battered figures didn't show any signs of their previous strength and madness. Unfortunately, the fireball condensed by Wang Ting was so huge that they couldn't escape from its range in a short time. When the fireball fell, the huge pressure caused their speed to decrease by a lot. In the blink of an eye, the fireball finally landed on the 3 dark apparitions. Boom, a loud sound was heard. The 3 dark apparitions didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly engulfed by the endless heavenly flame. This time, they couldn't escape. Wang Ting looked at all this indifferently. A purple gold light flickered in his eyes. He had activated the Eye of Truth. Even though he was very confident in this attack, he wouldn't let his guard down. Dark apparitions had extremely strong vitality. If their bodies weren't completely destroyed, they might recover later. It was impossible to guard against them. However, his worries were unnecessary. Under the high temperature of the 3 types of heavenly flame, the bodies of the 3 dark apparitions completely melted. Even their souls were burned into nothingness. This time, Wang Ting didn't leave their souls behind as there were immortal level supremacies present. He wasn't sure if these little tricks would be noticed. For the sake of caution, he chose to give up. As the 3 upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions were completely dead, Wanting waved his hand. The heavenly flame disappeared, and the domain also dissipated, revealing the void outside. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. They saw Wanting's figure, but when they looked around, they didn't see the 3 upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions. Even if they sensed carefully, they couldn't detect any life fluctuations or soul fluctuations. It was as if the 3 upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions had never appeared. Everyone fell into silence. Dead, obviously, the 3 dark apparitions were completely dead, they no longer existed. Everyone's eyes fell on Wanting. They were shocked. How did he do it? He actually completely destroyed the 3 upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions. Not even a trace of life fluctuations or soul fluctuations were left. This was too shocking. Everyone knew that dark apparitions were difficult to kill, especially the powerful ones. They were almost immortal. Even the light universe's powerhouses of the same level found it difficult to completely kill them. But Wanting did it. Not only did he fight 3 upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions alone, but he also completely killed them. How could this not be shocking? Incredible, everyone found it incredible. The blood-slaughter demon Venerable stared at Wanting with a gloomy face and couldn't help but snort coldly. Trash. He didn't expect that even after dispatching 3 upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions, they still couldn't do anything to this light universe's prodigy. Could it be that the demon Venerable had to take action? A late-level demon emperor-level dark apparition is just SOSO. Wanting looked at him and said lightly, "What other tricks do you have? You can use them all at once." Arrogant. The blood-slaughter demon Venerable was furious. This light universe's prodigy was still as annoying as the last time at the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Ha ha ha, Venerable Xingyan couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Wanting with a hint of admiration. Worthy of being the top prodigy of the light universe. Capable. Courageous. Senior, you flatter me, Wanting said modestly. Do you think I don't exist? The veins on the blood-slaughter demon Venerable's forehead bulged as he stared at them coldly. The two of them were talking to each other as if there was no one else around. They really didn't take him seriously. Just as the blood-slaughter demon Venerable was about to kill Wanting himself, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. My lord, the bloody ash axe is ready. The blood-slaughter demon Venerable's eyes lit up and he laughed. This battle should end soon. Venerable Xingyan's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have thought of something as he looked at Wanting again. Wanting's expression was calm. In a flash, he appeared in the void. The blood-slaughter demon Venerable didn't know that a voice had also rung in his ears just now. The bloody ash axe, let's see if the blood clan's bloody ash axe is stronger, or if my void explosion formation is stronger. At this moment, Wanting didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. In fact, the power of space wasn't much weaker than the energy of the pyrolite ore. End of chapter. Murderous blood demon Venerable's words made many Radiant Universe's martial artists nervous. Other than Starfall Knight, Iron Wing Marquis, and Gong Yanyu, the others didn't know that the dark apparition had brought the pi ores to the defense line. However, the words of an upper-ranked demon Venerable could not help but make people apprehensive. What right did it have to say that it wanted to end this battle? The battle had just begun. Did the dark apparition prepare some killer move that could decide the outcome of the battle? Blood extinction. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy uttered a name. The warriors from the Holy Light Universe were stunned. Why did it sound like a name? Was the killer move prepared by Blood Slaughter Demon Knight a dark apparition? Before they could think further, Hong, behind the billowing black fog, a scarlet light appeared. It tore through the black fog and slowly appeared in front of everyone, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. It was a huge blood-red altar. It was like a piece of land floating in the black fog. At this moment, it was surrounded by a dazzling blood-red light, which blocked the black fog outside, forming a sharp contrast with it. A figure was quietly sitting cross-legged on the altar. At the same time, right above the altar, there was a gigantic axe. Yes, it was an axe, a blood-red axe. Half of the blood-red light came from the blood-red altar and the other half came from the huge blood-red axe. A terrifying pressure immediately spread out from the axe, as if it could destroy everything. What's that? All the warriors from the Holy Light universe were shocked. They stared at the blood-red altar and the huge blood-red axe. Even though they were far away, they could feel the terrifying power. The blood-red axe seemed to be able to cut through everything. Hence, even some of the Sector Lord advanced stage warriors were shocked. They stared at the huge blood-red axe. They felt a special power from it. Pyre's weapon. Suddenly, someone recognized the true face of the blood-red axe. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with shock. It was a Sector Lord advanced stage warrior from the Virtual Universe Company. He had seen the Pyre's weapon before. Hence, he was familiar with the energy. At this moment, he felt a similar aura from this huge blood-red axe. What? Pyrolite weapon? Impossible. Why would a pyrolite weapon appear here? Shouldn't it be at the Langivoid fortress? But the aura emanating from this blood-red axe is truly terrifying. Apart from a pyrolite weapon, what else could emit such power? An uproar arose in the surroundings. When everyone heard the words pyrolite or weapon, all of their expressions changed abruptly, and all of them were extremely astounded. There were even some who couldn't believe that a pyrolite or weapon would actually appear here. This was really too unbelievable. What were these dark apparitions thinking? Instead of going to the Langivoid fortress, bringing the pyrolite or to the Ironforge fortress was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It was incomprehensible. Sector Lord Simon, is this really a pyre weapon? Someone couldn't help but ask the Sector Lord late-stage fighter from the Virtual Universe Company. I can't be wrong. I've seen pyrolite weapons before, and the feeling is exactly the same. Sector Lord Simon's expression grew uglier and uglier. He stared at the blood-red axe and couldn't help but retreat. It wasn't that he was afraid of battle. Rather, it was a natural reaction after witnessing the might of the pyrolite weapons. It was simply too terrifying. With just one strike, it destroyed a large part of the space. Everything was reduced to dust, no longer existing. Much less a Sector Lord late-stage fighter like him, even an Undying would find it hard to defend against such an attack. Otherwise, as a Sector Lord late-stage fighter, how could he be frightened by a mere weapon? Pyrolite weapons were extremely famous, even though not many knew of them. Those who had heard of them all viewed them as a taboo. This was the specialty of the pyrolite weapons. When everyone saw Sector Lord Simon's reaction, they finally believed him. Their faces turned pale as they stared at the huge blood-red axe in fear. It really is a pyrolite weapon. What do we do now? It's over. The dark apparitions have a pyrolite weapon, how can we fight? The Ironforge fortress doesn't have any trump cards to defend against such power. Don't panic. Look, even though Starfall Knight and Iron Wing officials' expressions are serious, they're still very calm. They don't seem to have any intentions of retreating. Do we have any other trump cards? Ah? Everyone couldn't help but look at Starfall Knight, Iron Wing official, and the other Undying existences. They finally reacted and revealed a glimmer of hope. Ha ha ha, at this moment, the Bone Spirit Archdevil, Guao, couldn't help but laugh. He stared at Gong Yangyu and said, "You've lost for sure. I'll take a good look at your expressions of despair later. Is this the Blood Clan's bloody axe? I hope it won't disappoint me." On the other side, Demon Moth Archdevil, Ursula, also looked at the huge blood-colored axe. His eyes flashed and he let out a chuckle. Is that so? Gong. Yang Yu didn't comment and smiled faintly. He had witnessed Wan Ting's void explosion formation with his own eyes. Although it was still slightly inferior to the pyrolite weapons, it wasn't enough to make them feel despair. It's too early for you to celebrate, Iron Wing official said calmly. Gu Ao and Ursula were slightly taken aback. They seemed to feel that something was amiss. The two Undying rank existences from the Radiant Universe were too calm. He was so calm that it didn't seem like he was about to face a pyrolite weapon. This caused them to feel a little bewildered. No matter what means you have, it's impossible for you to block my clan's bloody ash axe. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable sneered and said, unless you can bring over the Pyres from the Radiant Universe. But can you? Who said that only pyrolite weapons can block pyrolite weapons? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out from afar. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable frowned and turned to look at Wang Ting. The genius from the light universe stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were calm and there seemed to be a hint of rivalry in them. A tit for tat, it found it a little funny. Where did the other party get his confidence from? With just you? Crimson Blood Demon Venerable said indifferently. That's right. Just me. Wang Ting was not annoyed at all. He smiled faintly, and then his face turned cold. Void Explosion Array, appear. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a violent rumble suddenly resounded through space. The turbulent flow of space below exploded without any prior signs. It was like a tsunami that gave rise to monstrous waves. These were not ordinary waves but huge waves formed by the void turbulence. It was abnormally terrifying. The surrounding light universe's warriors and dark apparitions dodged as they watched this scene in shock. What's this? This time, it was the dark apparitions' turn to be inexplicably shocked. They felt a terrifying power from the void turbulence in front of them as though something was about to rush out from the void turbulence below. Could it be that the light universe's warriors could trigger the void turbulence? This was no ordinary power. It could be said that if the void turbulence were to erupt, most of the dark apparitions here would not be able to escape. They would definitely be swallowed by the void turbulence. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable frowned even more deeply. He stared at the violent void turbulence in front of him and suddenly had an ominous premonition. Nightstar Fall, Marquis Iron Wing, and Gong Yangyu, the three immortal rank existences, could not help but look over at this moment. Under everyone's gaze, a huge array slowly rose from the void turbulence. Boundless spatial turbulence swept up as if it was being controlled by an invisible force. It circled around the formation like giant spatial dragons. The scene was extremely spectacular. Countless dark apparitions were inexplicably shocked and fled into the distance again. They did not dare to get close at all. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable's eyes flickered as he said, a space-type sacred array. With his experience, he could naturally see that this array was extraordinary. Not only was it a sacred array, but it was also an extremely rare space-type array. He did not expect the light universe's people to be able to set up a space-type sacred array in the void turbulence, although he did not want to admit it, this was indeed beyond his expectations. A space-type sacred array. Sector Lord Simon also saw the origin of this array and could not help but reveal a trace of joy on his face. It was a space-type saint-level array. This meant that they might be able to block that dark apparition's pyre weapon. He could not help but look at Wang Ting, his eyes filled with shock. He had long heard of this absolute prodigy who belonged to the virtual universe company like him. He was indeed somewhat extraordinary. He knew that this person's secondary occupation was a saint, but he did not expect him to be able to set up such a powerful array. From the power it emitted, this sacred array had at least reached the fourth trial of the saint level. It was hard to imagine that this array was set up by a domain lord. And didn't he just become a saint not long ago? He could set up a fourth trial of the saint level array just like that. It was truly unbelievable. Sector Lord Simon did not know that in order to set up this array, Wang Ting had specially used a blank attribute to raise the level of the Runemaster. Runemaster, 9,000/30,000, saint level. As of now, Wang Ting's Runemaster was equivalent to a third trial of the saint level. Plus, his mastery of the ancient space runes had reached small success. Setting up a fourth trial of the saint-level array was not too difficult. The reason he was able to reach such a level was because he had picked up quite a few Runemaster attributes recently, causing his Runemaster to reach 4,300 points. After which, he used a blank attribute to raise it to 9,000 points, equivalent to a third trial of the saint level. Otherwise, with his original 4,300 points, it would at most be equivalent to a second trial of the saint level. Setting up a fourth trial of the saint-level array was too difficult. For this, Wang Ting had spent a total of 141,000 blank attributes. The 150,000 points that he had painstakingly saved up last time were almost all used up. Blank attribute, 14,000 as of now, he was only left with 14,000 blank attributes. The exchange rate between the Runemaster and blank attributes was a whole 30 times. Wang Ting's heart ached so much that he almost wanted to give up on setting up this void explosion array. For the sake of the light universe, he had sacrificed too much. At this moment, the surrounding light universe's martial artists were both surprised and delighted when they saw this scene. If not for the fact that the battle was not over yet, they would have roared to express their joy. With this space-type saint-level array, they might be able to fight. They were not afraid of death, but they were afraid that they had no chance of winning. If they could win, so what if they died? Now that they had this space-type saint-level array, at least they knew that fighting with their lives on the line was still meaningful. They were not going to die for nothing. You set up this array? The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable stared coldly at Wang Ting and asked calmly. That's right, Wang Ting said. Do you think this array can withstand the pyrolite weapon? The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable sized up the Void Explosion array and said, if I'm not wrong, your array is only a 4th Tribulation Saint level array. Even if it's a space-type array, it definitely can't threaten the pyrolite weapon. That's not necessarily true, Wang Ting said calmly, not wavering at all. Do you know the level of my clan's Bloody Ash Axe? The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable sneered. He thought that Wang Ting did not know the level of the Bloody Ash Axe, which was why he dared to boast so shamelessly. After all, the Bloody Ash Axe was a 6th Tribulation Saint-level weapon. How could a mere 4th Tribulation Saint-level formation possibly shake it? Wang Ting pretended to observe the huge blood-red axe and said, it's just a 6th Tribulation Saint-level weapon. Do you think I can't tell? The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable narrowed his eyes. This person could actually tell the level of the Bloody Ash Axe. Was his secondary profession talent really that high? Before the Bloody Ash Axe unleashed its power, it was difficult to tell its level from its appearance. It was the same for any saint-level weapon. In this aspect, it was different from a saint-level array. Once a saint-level array was activated, one could see the runes within it and even feel the power emanating from it. An outsider could naturally tell the level of a saint-level array. However, what made the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable even more bewildered was why this heavenly pride from the light universe could still be so calm after seeing the level of the Bloody Ash Axe. Not only him, but the 3 immortal level existences from the light universe were also the same. Their expressions were very strange. It was as if they had expected all of this. Humph. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and waved his hand, ordering Xueju to activate the Bloody Ash Axe. He did not want to waste any more words. He would know whether the 4th Tribulation Saint-level spatial array could withstand the Bloody Ash Axe after giving it a try. Boom, the Blood God Doppelganger stood up from the Blood God altar and suddenly opened his eyes. A scarlet light shot out from his eyes. He looked up at the Bloody Ash Axe. A huge blood-colored shadow rose from the ground. It was majestic, sacred, bloody, and indescribable. It was the Blood God's projection. The eyes on his face were still closed, but he stood up as the Blood God Doppelganger stood up. He stretched out his hands and grasped the Bloody Ash Axe. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable looked over with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This Xueju was indeed not simple. In his opinion, he was even comparable to the heavenly pride from the light universe. He could not help but smile as he looked at Guiyou and Ursula. Xueju was a genius of the Blood Clan and the Blood Master of the Blood Clan. Which genius of the other clans could be compared to him? None, not even one. Even the top genius of the Demon Brain Clan, Xianxia, was defeated by the heavenly pride from the light universe, but Xueju was able to escape unscathed. This explained everything. Xueju could compete with Wang Ting. Guiyou and Ursula did not notice the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable's gaze. They were both looking at the Blood God Doppelganger with a hint of solemnity and surprise in their eyes. This Blood Master of the Blood Clan was able to achieve this. No wonder there had been repeated stories about him since he entered the light universe. He was indeed capable and could not be underestimated. Is that the genius of the Blood Clan who once escaped unscathed from Wang Ting and later obtained a large amount of pyrolite from the pyrolite or planet? Gong Yangyu's eyes flickered and his heart was somewhat solemn as he stared at the Blood God Doppelganger from afar. He had naturally heard some stories about this Blood Master of the Blood Clan. In the light universe, Wang Ting was now the most dazzling genius. In the dark world, this Blood Master of the Blood Clan was also an extremely extraordinary genius. His fame was comparable to Wang Ting's. It could be said that the two were like the twin stars of light and darkness, both extremely dazzling. At least, that was the case on the battlefield of the three territories. Venerable Starfall and Marquis Iron Wing also looked over. Their eyes flickered slightly, and their attention to the blood god doppelganger suddenly increased by several times. This blood clan genius was not simple, although he seemed to be at the peak of the middle-level demon emperor level. He was able to condense the terrifying blood god projection and even control the pyrolite or weapons. His strength was definitely not as simple as that. Wang Ting did not know what everyone was thinking. If he knew, he would probably be a little dumbfounded. At this time, when he saw this scene, he exchanged a glance with the blood god doppelganger from afar. No one knew what this glance meant. They only thought that they were facing each other head-on and were evenly matched. Wang Ting did not talk nonsense. He stomped his foot, and the space power in his body surged out. Together with the mind power gushing out from between his eyebrows, it poured into the void explosion formation below. Rumble, complex and mysterious space runes lit up in the void explosion formation. The formation began to operate, and an unconcealable force spread out from it. Boom! 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 The void turbulence below once again raged, and this time, it was even more terrifying than before. It surged toward the void explosion formation. In an instant, a huge void turbulence storm was formed, surrounding the formation. Murderous blood demon Venerable's pupils constricted slightly. He stared at the storm that had condensed, and his heart trembled. It was really amazing that Wang Ting could exert the power of this formation to such an extent. But it was too late to say anything now. The arrow had been knocked on the bow, and it had to be released. The attacks of the two sides had not really collided, and the final winner was still unknown. The blood god doppelganger looked into the distance. Without any hesitation, he controlled the blood god projection to swing his arms and slash out with the bloody ash axe in his hand. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly resounded, reverberating in the void and drowning out all other sounds. It was as if this was the only sound left in the entire void. At the same time, the surface of the bloody ash axe lit up with blood-red lines. They spread from the handle to the axe head, and then converged on the sharp edge of the axe. Terrifying energy erupted from the bloody ash axe, and an even bigger energy axe condensed on the surface of the bloody ash axe. It was as if it could destroy the world. In the next moment, the huge axe slashed down, splitting the void. Wherever it passed, a long and narrow space crack was formed, and the void was split open. This attack was too terrifying. It was as if the void had been split into two halves, with the huge axe as the center, and could not be closed again. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at this scene in horror. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he had faced an attack from a hui or weapon head-on. Today, he had witnessed it for himself, and he was also shocked by the power that it had unleashed. Go! However, he did not hesitate. He immediately activated the formation, controlling the huge void turbulence storm, and sent it towards the bloody ash axe. Boom! In an instant, the void turbulence storm and the huge energy axe collided, causing the void to stagnate. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. End of chapter. The collision of the two attacks emitted a world-destroying divine power. After a moment of silence, a terrifying energy suddenly swept out from within. Everything in the surroundings was blasted into dust by the terrifying energy. All the warriors and dark apparitions from the light universe had a drastic change of expression as they hurriedly retreated further away. When they saw the bloody ash axe earlier, everyone subconsciously distanced themselves from it and did not dare to approach it. However, they had obviously underestimated the energy of the bloody ash axe and the void explosion array, so they had to retreat again. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the two attacks, and no one was in the mood to fight. It seemed that the collision of the two had become the decisive factor in the final outcome of this battle. The battle of the others had become secondary. Not good. Suddenly, Gong Yangyu's eyes narrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the void turbulence storm was gradually cracking under the bombardment of the bloody ash axe as if it was about to be cut in half. The void turbulence storm could not stop the bloody ash axe. The warriors from the light universe were all shocked, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Even the three immortal rank existences were no exception. This was because the collision between the Saint Rank and the Dark Apparition's thorium or weapon was indeed crucial and was enough to determine the outcome of this battle. If Wangting's Saint Rank could not stop the thorium or weapon, it could be said that the Iron Forge Fort's defense line had been breached. Haha, so you're just being stubborn. Crimson Blood Demon Venerable saw this scene, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This heaven's pride from the light universe had dared to be disrespectful to him before, so he naturally would not hesitate to mock him now. For a demon lord level existence, this was undoubtedly very rare. Why would a demon venerable care about a mere domain lord level warrior? In his eyes, domain lords were just ants. However, Wangting had entered his eyes. This was not only because of the bounty offered by that lord, but also because of the value Wangting had displayed on the battlefield. His value had far exceeded the value of a late-stage upper-rank emperor. Although it was unbelievable, it was the truth. This heaven's pride from the light universe was simply a battlefield machine, and the role he played was more than a late-stage sector lord. Wangting did not care about this. He glanced at the collision in the distance, and his eyes moved slightly. Boom. 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 Under the influence of this terrifying energy, the void exploded, and the void turbulence below was completely detonated. Countless void turbulence soared into the sky. Wangting's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He operated the formation and absorbed all the turbulence into the formation, then increased the energy of the turbulence storm. Rumble. Under the bombardment of the bloody ash axe, the void turbulence storm, which had already shown signs of decline, suddenly regained a trace of its vigor as if it was assisted by God. The spatial turbulence storm was healing, and it erupted with even more power. The constantly rotating tyrannical energy was like countless swords slashing at the energy axe. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, a series of unbearable sounds could be heard. Tiny cracks had appeared on the huge energy axe. No matter how powerful the pyrolite ore was, under the constant bombardment of the spatial turbulence storms, it began to show signs of damage. The runes on it began to crumble, and its energy began to dissipate. The Bloodslaughter Demon Venerable's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. The saint-level formation had actually managed to block the attack of the Bloody Ash Axe, and was even able to damage the huge energy axe formed by the Bloody Ash Axe. It was truly unbelievable. However, it had also noticed some clues. This Wangting was too smart. He had inscribed a space-type formation on the void turbulence storm, which was equivalent to using the entire void turbulence storm as an energy storage for the formation. As long as the void turbulence storm did not dry up, the space-type formation would have an endless supply of energy. Thus, the question was, would the void turbulence storm ever dry up? Absolutely not. Therefore, it was absolutely unwise to compete with this space-type saint-level formation in terms of endurance. However, this was precisely where the opponent was smart. What was the weakness of the pyrolite ore? Its rarity. This was both its strength and its greatest weakness. The rarity of pyrolite ore meant that it could not be used without limit. Using the saint-level space-type formation to compete with the pyrolite or weapon in terms of endurance was equivalent to using the strongest part of the saint-level formation against the most vulnerable part of the pyrolite or weapon. If this continues, the energy of the pyrolite ore will be depleted, unless... The Bloodslaughter Demon Venerable looked at the Blood God clone and suddenly transmitted his voice, "End this quickly. Destroy that formation in one blow." He could not drag this out any longer. He had to use the most powerful method to destroy that formation. The Blood God clone sighed slightly. He naturally understood the opponent's goal. As expected, it was impossible to drag this out. How could a demon venerable be so easily fooled? He nodded and no longer hesitated. He injected the energy of the pyrolite ore into the bloody ash axe, causing it to erupt with an even more resplendent blood-red light. In an instant, the energy gathered on the bloody ash axe immediately recovered. All the cracks disappeared, and the runes reappeared. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the bloody ash axe. Wangting's gaze was solemn. He had wanted to drag this out and let the energy of the pyrolite ore be depleted as soon as possible. This way, the bloody ash axe of the blood race would become a rootless duckweed. No matter how powerful it would not be of much use in the upcoming battle. However, he did not expect the opponent to discover the problem so quickly. Indeed, no one was a fool. It was impossible to expect a demon venerable to make a mistake in this aspect. Since that's the case, let's go all out. Wang Ting stretched out his hand, and a spatial crystal appeared in his palm. Rich spatial power emanated from it. A fifth-grade spatial crystal. Looking at this spatial crystal, his face immediately revealed a pained expression. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt somewhat reluctant at this moment. It was a fifth-grade spatial crystal. He had only obtained one so far. He had originally planned to use it to forge a saint-level space-type weapon. Who would have thought that he would have to use it now? Although he felt pained, Wang Ting did not hesitate. He immediately lifted the fifth-grade spatial crystal in his hand. Mental thought power swept out and placed the fifth-grade spatial crystal in the core of the formation. Crack! 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 Bang! As the array revolved, the incomparably hard Tier 5 spatial crystal actually shattered. Boom! In the next moment, a rich spatial power suddenly burst out and converged into the formation. The formation, which was already filled with violent void turbulence, instantly stirred up an endless spatial storm, which merged into the void turbulence storm that was colliding with the bloody ash axe. It would be fine if that was all. However, the appearance of this spatial power made the formation operate faster and more thoroughly. The spatial storm above the formation spun wildly, like a whale sucking in water, forcibly sucking up the void turbulence below. Rumble, the violent void turbulence raged within the formation. Driven by the spatial storm, it also merged with the void turbulence storm in front of it. As a result, the void turbulence storm immediately expanded, turning into a terrifying celestial phenomenon that could sweep across the starry sky. This scene made Wang Ting recall some memories. When he first fell into the space crack, he encountered a terrifying void turbulence storm and was almost sucked into it. However, it was in that void turbulence storm that he picked up a large number of precious attribute bubbles, which greatly improved his strength and allowed him to successfully leave the dark universe. Boom! 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 At this moment, as the void turbulence storm expanded, an extremely violent spatial power gushed out from it and swept across the starry sky. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. Even the three immortal rank existences felt threatened by it. The blood-slaughtered demon Venerable's expression was cold as he stared at Wang Ting. This person was the instigator of all this. If not for him, the bloody ash axe brought by the Blood Clan would have been enough to destroy the defense line of the Ironworks fortress. However, everything had become unknown now. In order to deal with him, they would have to pay a large amount of pyrolite or energy, which was extremely disadvantageous for the Blood Clan's next move. This person really deserved to die. Slash! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the Blood God altar. The Blood God doppelganger attacked. Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood God doppelganger let out a deafening roar. Two pairs of arms extended from his back and grabbed the handle of the bloody ash axe. A powerful force exploded from the Blood God doppelganger. The huge bloody ash axe was swung again, and the energy axe on it was slashed out. However, compared to before, the burden on the Blood God doppelganger was undoubtedly greater. Regardless of whether it was the skyrocketing energy of the pyrolite or the void turbulence storm that erupted, they were all great obstacles that prevented it from falling. The Blood God doppelganger's eyes flashed. He suddenly stomped his foot, and the Blood God altar immediately lit up with a dazzling bloody light. An imperceptible suction force spread out from the Blood God altar. The origin blood that was floating in the void immediately gathered and poured into the Blood God altar. Roar! The Blood God doppelganger roared again and again. His body grew taller again, and a powerful force exploded from his body. Boom! The bloody ash axe finally slashed out. The terrifying energy axe instantly collided with the void turbulence storm, and a violent roar burst out. This was an unprecedented collision, with that area as the center. Extremely violent energy swept out, radiating into the endless void and destroying everything. The protective shield on the Ironforge fortress's defense line flashed rapidly. Ear-piercing alarms continued to ring, but they were drowned out by the loud sound of the collision between the two attacks. A dazzling light burst out, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. At this moment, only those above the Sector Lord rank could barely see the situation over there. The three immortal rank existences' expressions became extremely solemn. They could already see that this was probably the strongest collision between the two sides. This battle had reached the most critical moment. Qi-la, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound was abruptly heard, as if the void was being torn apart. The void turbulent storm was cut open again. This time, it was even more terrifying than before. The entire void turbulent storm was almost cut open by a third. All the light universe's warriors were aghast and looked at this scene in despair. Lost. Wang Ting's void turbulent storm was ultimately no match for the pyrolite or weapon. The three immortal level existences' expressions changed slightly. They moved and wanted to go over to help. No matter what, they had to block that attack. Otherwise, if the pyrolite or weapon completely fell, the Ironforge Fortress's defense line behind would definitely be destroyed. However, how could the three Dark Race overlords let them have their way? Ha ha ha, Overlord Skeletal Skeleton laughed loudly and blocked Gong Yangyu's path. Bone spikes suddenly shot out and sealed the space around him. The Bone Spirit Race's methods were very strange. For example, if the bone spikes pierced into the body, they would grow crazily and completely control the opponent. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Even if it was an immortal rank existence, if the bone spikes pierced into the body, it would be very troublesome and difficult to remove. Hence, Gong Yangyu's figure flashed and he had to avoid the bone spikes. You can't pass. The two demon venerables, Crimson Blood Demon Venerable and Ursula, also took action instantly. They stood in front of Marquis Iron Wing and Marquis Star Fall as if they had expected this. Iron Wing Duke and Xingyan Knight's expressions turned ugly. Their mechanical eyes turned colder and colder. Boom! Boom! Both of them unleashed their battle techniques and attacked each other. At this moment, the void turbulent storm and the bloody ash axe in the distance had reached the most critical moment. Both sides released an incomparably majestic energy that seemed to be endless. It was really shocking. The bloody ash axe was not the blood god clone's strength after all, it borrowed the energy of pyrolite ore. However, Wang Ting's side was unbelievable. He could operate the sacred level spatial array to such an extent that it could draw in endless space energy. It was simply not something a domain lord level warrior could do. Controlling a sacred level array required an extremely large amount of mind power. It was impossible to do it without the mind power of a sector lord. If one's mind power was at the domain lord level, it would be completely drained by the array before it could fully activate the array. Naturally, it would be impossible to launch an attack. However, Wang Ting was able to operate a sacred level 4 tribulation level array to such an extent. Even a normal sector lord's mind power could not do it. Generally speaking, at least a few sacred level existences would be required to control such a high level array. This also showed how amazing Wang Ting's mind power was. Apart from that, ordinary cultivators might not be able to unleash the spatial array to such an extent. One had to have a strong spatial talent to be able to control the violent space energy in the array. Of course, it did not mean that one could not control the array without spatial talent. It was just that the array's power would be greatly reduced if one controlled it in a normal way. Wang Ting had achieved this too. So, how strong was his spatial talent? Humph, so what if you're talented? If you don't grow up, you're nothing. Crimson Blood Demon Master sneered. He seemed to have seen Wang Ting's defeat. However, he soon frowned again. This kid looks like he won't be able to block the attack of the bloody ash axe. Will he die? If he dies, his value to that lord will be greatly reduced. Forget it. If he dies, so be it. At least we've solved this problem. Crimson Blood Demon Master shook his head and did not think any more. It was better to be able to kill his opponent than to let him escape. Wang Ting, if you can't do it, why don't you give up on the array? A sigh suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's ears. Senior, the outcome is still unknown until the last moment. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat and he smiled. Question mark. Venerable Xingyun was obviously stunned. Wang Ting's tone did not have the slightest hint of dejection. There was even a hint of confidence. Confidence? Could it be that he still had some trump card? However, before Venerable Xingyun could think about it, a sudden change occurred. Explode. A cold shout suddenly came from Wang Ting's mouth. Due to the roar of the two attacks, no one else heard this voice except for Venerable Xingyun. Rumble, in the next moment, the void turbulence suddenly stagnated for a moment. Then, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the center. This light was not the usual color of origin power. Instead, it was an extremely special chaotic color that seemed to be formed by the fusion of many different colors. It was very strange. The spatial power that was originally raging outside suddenly contracted and rushed toward the center. It seemed like there was a force that was absorbing and compressing it. This was inconceivable. However, the violent void turbulence was indeed contracting and not radiating outward. Crimson Blood Demon Master, Bone Skeleton Demon Master, Ursula Demon Master and the other Demon Masters also noticed the abnormality and their eyes narrowed slightly. Venerable Xingyun revealed a strange look in his eyes. This Wang Ting really surprised him again and again. He actually hit a trump card at a time like this. This kid seems to be very good at creating miracles. I hope you can create another miracle. Gong Yangyu's eyes flickered and he could not help muttering to himself. Marquis Iron Wing's eyes were also fixed on Wang Ting and a shrinking void turbulence storm. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. When this thought flashed through everyone's mind, the originally incomparably huge void turbulence storm had shrunk into a chaotic ball of light that was dozens of feet in size. Then, it exploded. There were no signs, no special phenomenon, and it directly exploded. Terrifying energy swept out from within, submerging the incomparably tyrannical Bloody Ash Axe. What? Crimson Blood Demon Master's expression changed and turned somewhat ugly. This Wang Ting could actually unleash such power from the formation. How did he do it? Even Crimson Blood Demon Master felt a great threat from the explosive power. If he was the one in the middle of it, he might not be able to gain any advantage. The Bloody Ash Axe might not be able to win. Ursula and Bone Skeleton Demon Master's expressions changed abruptly. A trace of disbelief emerged in their hearts. This. At the same time, all the Light Universe's martial artists widened their eyes when they saw the scene. Obviously, they did not expect such a shocking turn of events. They thought that Wang Ting was about to lose, but in the end, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. This was both surprising and delightful. For a moment, everyone was extremely nervous. They still had a chance, but they did not know how big the chance was. On the other side, the dark apparitions were also in a daze. They looked extremely shocked as they stared blankly at the constantly erupting energy, unable to recover for a long time. Rumble, the terrifying energy wreaked havoc in the starry sky for a very long time. However, no one shifted their gaze away. Everyone was staring at the explosion area in front of them, waiting for the results to appear. Time passed by minute. In the end, the raging energy gradually calmed down. Of course, this was only a relative calm. The void was still filled with violent energy. However, at this moment, everyone could already see the situation inside. That is, everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Their pupils contracted as they stared in horror at the center of the violent energy. The incomparably huge blood god projection from before had disappeared and no longer existed. Only the blood god altar was suspended in the void. Above the blood god altar, a blood-red light shield flickered with a faint light, protecting the blood god avatar within. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was not on it. Instead, it fell on another object. The Bloody Ash Axe, the blood-red giant axe, was still standing in the void. We still lost? The Light Universe's warriors could not help but swallow their saliva. This thought arose in their minds, and their vision seemed to turn gray. A glimmer of hope had appeared, but it was still destroyed. They felt as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. No, look, the light on the blood-red giant axe seems to have dimmed a lot. Many of the runes are also damaged. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. They took a closer look and indeed found the problem. There were indeed many runes on the blood-red giant axe that were damaged. There were even small cracks. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed it at all. Is this pyrolite weapon unusable? Someone asked. There was a huge difference between ash ore weapons and ordinary saint-grade weapons. Because the energy of ash ore was very unstable, once the Asher weapon was slightly damaged, it could no longer be used. Some people were knowledgeable, so they knew the uniqueness of Asher weapons. They immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, that's right. This Asher weapon is useless. Damn, let's see how the dark apparitions can use Asher weapons now. We won. Without the Asher weapon, the dark apparitions have lost their fangs. Let's see how they can fight us. For a moment, all the Light Universe's warriors were excited. Their eyes were full of excitement as if they could already see the victory of this battle. Damn it. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable's face finally turned completely gloomy. He did not expect this Light Universe's Skype ride to be able to do this. The Bloody Ash Axe was damaged. What was that energy just now? It did not seem to be the power of space. It was an extremely complex yet incomparably pure power. It was very contradictory, but it gave him the feeling that it was. The Ursula Demon Venerable and the Bone Fiend Demon Venerable's faces were also very ugly, as if their fathers had been killed. It seems that you can't take down the Ironforge Fortress's defense line. Venerable Xingyan smiled and looked at the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. End of chapter. The Blood Slaughter Demon Supremacy's face darkened. Supremacy Xingyan's words were undoubtedly a reply to what he had said before. They had come with the Pyores and were full of confidence. They did not expect such an outcome. A slap in the face. This was truly a slap in the face. An upper-level demon supremacy had personally brought the Pyores to the defense line of a mere ironworks fort. Yet, they were unable to take him down. If news of this were to spread, he would definitely become a joke. How would other upper-level demon supremacies view him? He did not need to think to know the outcome. At this moment, the Blood Slaughter Demon Supremacy's killing intent towards Wang Ting had reached its peak. Regardless of whether that lord wanted to live or not, he wanted nothing more than to kill Wang Ting. It was all this Light Universe's Skype ride's fault that led to such an outcome. He swept his gaze across and landed on the Light Universe's martial artist. He saw that the other party's face was pale as he stood on the broken formation. He looked like he had exhausted a lot of energy. It was obvious that the other party had exhausted all his strength in the previous attack. He probably did not have any energy left to do anything else. A cold light flashed in the Blood Slaughter Demon Supremacy's eyes. He suddenly stretched out a pale hand and clenched it. Instantly, a blood-red light condensed and was flung out. Swoosh, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The blood-red light in his hand immediately turned into a blood-red stream of light and shot out like a blood-red lightning bolt. The next moment, the blood-red lightning bolt penetrated space and disappeared on the spot. The Blood Slaughter Demon Supremacy had used spatial techniques and affected space with all his might to send the blood-red lightning bolt out. It was undoubtedly difficult to stop an upper-level demon supremacy from affecting space with all his might. Even Supremacy Xingyan did not react in time. When he saw the blood-red lightning bolt disappear, he made his move at the same time. He crossed space and disappeared on the spot. Be careful. Gong Yangyu's expression changed and he quickly shouted. No one had expected the Blood Slaughter Demon Supremacy to suddenly attack Wang Ting. Moreover, he had used such a thunder technique. He could not react in time and could only shout a warning. Wang Ting felt something. A chill suddenly rose from his spine and rushed to the top of his head, causing his scalp to go numb. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. A blood-red lightning bolt suddenly appeared, only a few thousand meters away from him. An intense threat of death assaulted him. F***ck. Wang Ting immediately cursed. He had not expected the Blood Slaughter Demon Ancestor to be so shameless as to launch a sneak attack. He had thought that even if the other party wanted to make a move, it would be a frontal attack. Who would have thought that it would not play by the rules? He was too careless. With no time to think, Wang Ting immediately chose the simplest and most direct way of dodging, entering the devouring space. Previously, in order to operate the array, he had used up all of his spatial energy, so he couldn't even use flash. Fortunately, he had many tricks up his sleeve and more than one life-saving method. Whoosh, with his speed, he instantly disappeared from where he stood. Chi, the blood-red lightning arrived at the same time, piercing through where he was originally standing and piercing through the afterimage left behind by Wang Ting. It was a blood-red spear. After piercing through Wang Ting's afterimage, it directly bombarded the void behind him, erupting with terrifying power. Boom, a few innocent middle-rank demon Emperor-level dark apparitions were directly hit. Before they could react, they were swallowed by the terrifying energy on the spot and died. They had never thought that they would not die in the hands of the Radiant Universe's martial artists, but in the hands of their demon ancestor. How ironic. At this time, Venerable Xingyan appeared at the side. His originally somewhat ugly face suddenly froze, and he was stunned. Disappeared, spatial technique? Or something else, other than the void turbulence. He did not feel any other spatial fluctuations, but Wang Ting had indeed disappeared from where he stood. He did not know what kind of technique he had used. Naturally, this made him very surprised. Even he could not catch up with the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor's technique, but Wang Ting was able to react in an instant and evade it. Such a technique was really amazing. It could be said that if Wang Ting was not strong enough, that attack just now would have taken his life. The Bloodslaughter demon ancestor frowned, and his face became even uglier. It had failed. It had unexpectedly launched a sneak attack on a domain master level martial artist, but it had still failed. Suddenly, a sense of powerlessness appeared in its heart, making it feel like it had punched cotton. Aggrieved, depressed, the next moment, Wang Ting appeared again in his original position. His face was calm, but there was still lingering fear in his heart. I was almost hit. If the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor could only teleport the blood-red lightning a few thousand meters away, he would definitely have been hit. A few thousand meters, this distance was not close, but it was not far either. For an upper-rank demon ancestor level attack, a few thousand meters could be covered in an instant. The reason why the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor had teleported the attack to such a distance was not because it did not want to teleport closer, but because the void turbulence within 1,000 meters of Wang Ting affected the spatial teleportation. Even for an expert like the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor, if he wanted to teleport the blood-red lightning to within 100 meters or even 10 meters of Wang Ting, it was very likely that there would be a deviation. Therefore, it could only teleport a few thousand meters away. This gave Wang Ting a chance to react. As long as there was a slight gap, he would be able to react. Although with his many unique life-saving talents, he might not die if he was hit, but he would definitely be severely injured. When he thought of that, he could not help but feel an extremely cold killing intent. Wang Ting suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor in the distance. The Bloodslaughter demon ancestor was also staring at him. Their eyes met in the void, and they both saw a trace of killing intent in each other's eyes. The Bloodslaughter demon ancestor could not help but sneer. This light universe's prodigy actually wanted to kill it. What a joke. What ability did a peak domain master level martial artist have to kill it? Even if the other party was not simple, the gap between them was too big. Wanting to kill it was no different from a fool's dream. Your eyes are very interesting, the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor said indifferently. Is that so? Wang Ting suddenly smiled faintly and said, Demon ancestor's eyes are very interesting too. You must be very frustrated that you can't kill me, right? An upper demon venerable level existence personally made a move and even shamelessly launched a sneak attack, yet he couldn't do anything to me, a mere domain lord level martial artist. If news of this were to spread, I wonder if it would affect your reputation as a demon venerable? What would people say about you, demon ancestor? Despicable ambusher. Ha ha ha. At the end, Wang Ting could not help but laugh. The Bloodslaughter demon ancestor narrowed his eyes. A trace of anger rose in his heart uncontrollably, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. Hee hee, the Starfall demon ancestor suddenly let out a chuckle. He took a step forward and appeared beside Wang Ting. He looked at the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor and said, Only today did I know that an upper demon ancestor level existence can be so shameless. Now, it seems that's all there is to it. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He did not expect the Starfall demon ancestor to speak up for him and argue with the Bloodslaughter demon ancestor. Immortal level venerables were also known as undying spiritual spirits. They were existences that were extremely close to the true God level. As long as the true God level did not appear, they would be the spiritual spirits of the universe. They were destined to be high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. Why would they engage in such a meaningless argument? Therefore, Wang Ting was so surprised when he heard the Starfall Demon Ancestor speak up. The Starfall Demon Ancestor suddenly turned his head to look at Wang Ting and winked at him. Wang Ting was stunned again. He could not help but laugh, and a trace of gratitude rose in his heart. At this moment, how could he not understand that the Starfall Demon Ancestor was obviously standing up for him? The Starfall Demon Ancestor's words were indeed different. The Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor's face instantly looked as though he had eaten feces. He had a premonition that his reputation was going to be ruined. It would not be long before the higher-ups of the Light Universe and the Dark World began to spread the deeds of the Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor. If the Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor succeeded, no one would say anything. The Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor was nothing more than killing a Domain Lord-level martial artist. So what if the Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor was a little underhanded? The people of the Dark World would not find anything wrong with it. Instead, they would be envious of it. This was because Wang Ting was the person that the Lord had placed a bounty on. Even if he died, the Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor would receive a huge reward. However, the Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor had failed. This was the biggest problem. Humph! The Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor snorted. His eyes were extremely cold. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Attack with all your might. We must take down the Ironforge fortress at all costs." Roar! 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 Kill! The surrounding dark apparitions suddenly reacted. They roared angrily and charged toward the Light Universe martial artists again. No one dared to disobey the Bloodslaughter Demon Ancestor's order. Even if the Pyrolite weapons failed, they could not retreat. This battle had to continue. There was no turning back. Moreover, for the Dark Apparition's strategic goal this time, the Ironforge fortress must be taken down. Otherwise, it might affect the battle at the Lanji Void Fortress. Kill! Venerable Xingyun did not waste any time. His eyes regained their coldness as he shouted. The Light Universe martial artists were excited at this moment. They were not afraid to fight at all. Upon hearing the command, they let out battle cries and charged toward the dark apparitions as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This scene made Venerable Xingyun pause for a moment. He could not help but glance at Wang Ting. Then, he stopped thinking about it and sent a voice transmission to Wang Ting. "You have consumed a lot of energy just now. Go to the defense line and recover first. Senior, don't worry about me. I will recover soon." Wang Ting smiled and said, "I still have the strength to fight." Venerable Xingyun looked at him in surprise. He thought to himself that this genius was not only talented but also loyal to the Light Universe. This was really rare. He secretly remembered this in his heart and thought even more highly of Wang Ting. Previously, he had only regarded Wang Ting as a talented junior. Now, he regarded Wang Ting as a young martial artist worthy of respect. "Be careful." Venerable Xingyun nodded and did not say anything else. With a flash, he charged toward the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. Although he did not say it out loud, there was still anger in his heart. This dark apparition Demon Venerable had attacked Wang Ting in front of him and had almost succeeded. It was simply looking down on him. If he did not collect some debts from the dark apparition today, he would be letting Wang Ting down. Boom! In the next moment, Venerable Xingyun appeared in front of the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. A long spear had appeared in his hand out of nowhere. It burst out with endless golden light and stabbed out. An incomparably sharp spear light burst out. It contained unimaginable power and directly penetrated the space. A pitch-black hole appeared in the void like a black hole. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable narrowed his eyes and felt the tyrannical power of this attack. He did not dare to be careless. He slashed out with the sickle in his hand, unleashing a blood-red sickle that was hundreds of feet long. Clang! In the next moment, a loud sound of metal clashing resounded. The collision of the two attacks was like a real collision of weapons. It did not seem like an attack that was condensed from energy. From this, one could see how condensed the two attacks were. Boom! At this moment, an incomparably tyrannical fluctuation of force suddenly erupted from the golden spear light, shattering the blood-red sickle. Then, the spear light continued to pierce toward the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the immortal Venerable from the Radiant Universe to use such a powerful killer move. His attack was shattered directly. There was no time for him to think. He could only unleash the force in his body to form a defense. Bang! Immediately after, the golden spear slammed into its body and sent it flying. Venerable Xingyun followed up with another attack. In a flash, he caught up with the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable again. The spear in his hand burst out rays of golden spear light. They were all extremely tyrannical and engulfed the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. Boom! 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 A violent explosion resounded in the void as endless golden light flooded the area. The scene was spectacular to the extreme. The only thing that everyone could see was the terrifying spatial cracks that appeared in the void around the area. Every attack of Venerable Xingyun was powerful enough to shatter the space. It was so powerful that it left one speechless. Ursula and Bone Spider Demon Venerable were horrified when they saw this scene from afar. They were not Upper Demon Venerable but Lower Demon Venerable. There was a huge gap between them and the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. Now that the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable was suppressed by the Immortal Venerable from the automaton race, one could see how powerful the automaton race was. Even though they were only watching the battle from afar, they were still shocked. Tisk. Wang Ting was also speechless when he saw the scene from afar. Venerable Xingyun seemed to be a little scary when he was angry. Who said that the automaton race was an emotionless, cold machine? It was simply biased. Then again, Venerable Xingyun seemed to be angry because of him. This was really interesting. However, it's time for me to collect my debt. A cold glint flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He no longer hesitated. The remaining trace of his mind power swept out and picked up the attribute bubbles in the void. Just now, operating the void explosion formation had indeed consumed a lot of his mind power and spatial power, as well as all his force. This was because the last trump card he used was none other than the Endless Storm. The most important power in the Endless Storm was spatial power. From a certain point of view, the void turbulence was also spatial power. Therefore, Wang Ting hid the Endless Storm in the void turbulence storm. At the last moment, it erupted and sucked in the void turbulence, completing the final transformation and sublimation. In fact, the last strike was no longer the void turbulence storm, but his Endless Storm. The final effect was indeed very good. The qualitative change caused by the Endless Storm absorbing the power of the void turbulence actually posed a threat to the Bloody Ash Axe. Although it was not completely destroyed, it was still damaged. That was enough for Yi Futian. He had obtained the attribute bubbles of the Bloody Ash Axe long ago. Naturally, he was very clear about the characteristics of the Bloody Ash Axe. As long as there was a trace of damage, it could be destroyed. This was very similar to the mechanical demonic eye of the machinery race, but there were some differences. The parts of the mechanical demonic eye could be replaced. This was also the reason why Wang Ting was able to fix the mechanical minesweeper immediately after he discovered the problem with it. It was much easier to replace the parts directly than to repair it from scratch. This was especially true on the battlefield. Of course, if there were not enough parts, it would be similar to the Bloody Ash Axe. Now, the Bloody Ash Axe was damaged and could not be repaired for the time being. It was equivalent to the Dark Apparition losing a sharp claw. The balance of this battle had tilted toward the light universe. These thoughts flashed past Wang Ting's mind. He quickly retracted his thoughts and placed his attention on the attribute bubbles that were gathering around him. Space * 1000 space * 800 space * 1300 time * 10 time * 15 time * 30 Bloody Axe * 600 Bloody Axe * 800 Bloody Axe * 950 Half Step Sector Lord Spirit * 500 Half Step Sector Lord Spirit * 700 Half Step Sector Lord Spirit * 400 Dark Star Origin Power * 2000 Dark Star Origin Power * 2500 Dark Star Origin Power * 1800 Fire Star Force * 3000 Fire Attribute Star Force * 2500 Fire Star Force * 2600 End of chapter. Earth Astral Force * 1500 Earth Astral Force * 1800 Earth Astral Force * 2200 Metal Astral Force * 2300, Metal Astral Force * 2500, Metal Astral Force * 2000, Mechanical Metal Origin Body, Grade 6, * 3500, Mechanical Metal Origin Body, Grade 6, * 4500, Mechanical Metal Origin Body, Grade 6, * 5500. Divine Metal Talent * 7500, Divine Metal Talent * 9000, Divine Metal Talent * 8500, Metal Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2000, Metal Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2500, Metal Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2800, Metal Origin Body, Grade 8, * 10500, Metal Origin Body, Grade 8, * 13,000, Metal Origin Body, Grade 8, * 12,000, Wind Astral Force * 3,500, Wind Astral Force * 3,000, Wind Astral Force * 2,600, Mechanical Wind Origin Body, Grade 5, * 15,000, Mechanical Wind Origin Body, Grade 5, * 12,000, Mechanical Wind Origin Body, Grade 5, * 10,000, Divine Level Wine Talent * 12,500, Divine Level Wine Talent * 15,000, Divine Level Wine Talent * 16,500, Wine Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 1300, Wine Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 1800, Wine Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2000, Wind Origin Body, Grade 7, * 5000, Wind Origin Body, Grade 7, * 4800, Wind Origin Body, Grade 7, * 6500, Water Astral Force * 2500, Water Astral Force * 2000, Water Astral Force * 2300, Vast Ocean Body, Grade 5, * 4200, Vast Ocean Sacred Body, Rank 5, * 5600, Vast Ocean Sacred Body, Rank 5, * 7000, Water Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 1000 Water Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 1200 Water Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 900, Oceanic Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 800 Oceanic Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 600 Oceanic Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 500, Water Origin, Rank 7, * 7000, Water Origin, Rank 7, * 6500, Water Origin, Rank 7, * 8000, World Power, Level 8, * 8500, World Power, Rank 8, * 8000, World Power, Rank 8, * 9000, Poison Star Force * 12,000, Poison Star Force * 15,000, Poison Star Force * 14,000, Moth Emperor Poison Arrow * 3,500, Moth Emperor Poison Arrow * 4,600, Moth Emperor Poison Arrow * 5,800, Demonic Moth Form, Rank 5, * 6,500, Demonic Moth Form, Rank 5, * 8,000, Demonic Moth Form, Rank 5, * 10,500, Darkness Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2100, Darkness Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 3000, Darkness Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 3500, Demonic Moth Form, Melder Rank 9, * 2800, Demonic Moth Form, Melder Rank 9, * 2500, Demonic Moth Form, Melder Rank 9, * 3200. Poison Origin, Rank 7, * 5800, Poison Origin, Rank 7, * 6500, Poison Origin, Rank 7, * 8000, Blood Explosion Sword Technique * 3800, Blood Explosion Sword Technique * 5200, Blood Explosion Sword Technique * 4600, Blood Python Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 1200, Blood Python Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 1500, Blood Python Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 1300, Blood Sea Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2500, Blood Sea Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2000, Blood Sea Domain, Melder Rank 9, * 2600, Blood Origin, Rank 8, * 10,000, Blood Origin, Rank 8, * 11,500, Blood Origin, Rank 8, * 13,000, Blood World, Rank 8, * 10,500, Blood World, Rank 8, *13,500, Blood World, Rank 8, *12,000, Demonic Bone Arrow *2000, Demonic Bone Arrow *2500, Demonic Bone Arrow *3500. Demonic Bone *25,000, Demonic Bone *32,000, Demonic Bone *36,000, Demonic Bone Domain, Melder Rank 9, *2800, Demonic Bone Domain, Melder Rank 9, *3200, Demonic Bone Domain, Melder Rank 9, *2000, Darkness Origin, Rank 8, *15,000, Darkness Origin, Rank 8, *17,000, Darkness Origin, Rank 8, *22,000, Hiss. Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath as he felt the large number of attribute bubbles coming from all directions. Then, his eyes lit up with surprise. Too much, this was really too much. Moreover, these attribute values were so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Wang Ting couldn't help but take a few deep breaths to calm himself down and quickly absorb these attribute bubbles. The first thing he absorbed was the incomparably majestic spatial attribute. The previous battle had not only triggered the void turbulence, but it had also shattered a large area of space. Naturally, the corresponding spatial attribute was innumerable. In just an instant, Wang Ting immediately felt the empty spatial force in his body fill up again. It felt like it was stuffed full. Not only was the spatial force he had consumed replenished, but there was even a lot more. It was really a lot more. It wasn't an ordinary amount. So good. It's so full. Wang Ting felt as if his body had been filled up. Spatial force flowed through his limbs and bones, and the Chaos Star realm was also filled to the brim with this rich spatial force. Next was another attribute, time. This attribute was a little out of Wang Ting's expectations. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of this place, he understood. He had obtained the time attribute in the void turbulence, and needless to say in the spatial rift. As long as the space-time was chaotic enough, it would definitely give birth to the time attribute. At this moment, a large amount of time attribute rushed over and merged into Wang Ting's body. His body of time talent immediately soared. Compared to the spatial attribute, the time attribute was indeed much less, but this was only relative. This time, he had picked up a lot of space attribute items. Even if it was less, the time attribute items were much more than what he had picked up in the past. Body of time 165800/200000, rank 2, hiss. Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air again. He was shocked. Originally, he only had about 50,000 attribute points, but now it had soared to more than 160,000 attribute points. This increase was really not small. Love. 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 At this moment, Wang Ting was really thankful that the blood-kindred dark apparition had brought him the bloody ash axe. Without the bloody ash axe, he would not have been able to unleash such a powerful attack and cause so much time attribute to explode. This was all karma. With my time attribute now, I should be able to cause a certain amount of impact on Marquis Immortals, right? Wang Ting squinted his eyes slightly. His gaze flickered, and then he could not help but look at the Bone Skeleton Demon Lord and Ursula Demon Lord in the distance. The two demon venerable level existences suddenly felt a vague malice. At their level, they could already sense some thoughts in the unseen world. This was especially true for them. Therefore, when Wang Ting looked at them with a gaze full of malice, the two Demon Lord dark apparitions naturally felt it. However, Wang Ting quickly shifted his gaze and continued to immerse himself in the joy of picking up attribute bubbles. Bone Skeleton Demon Lord and Ursula Demon Lord's eyes flickered. They scanned the void but did not find any clues. As for Wang Ting, he was completely ignored by them. He had just activated the formation to fight against the Blood Clans, Blood Ash Axe, and his strength had probably been exhausted. Who could he threaten now? Wang Ting was about to continue picking up attribute bubbles when a strange phenomenon occurred. The explosive increase in time and space force produced a miraculous catalytic effect. His chaotic star domain suddenly shook violently, and the hazy fog in the surroundings began to tumble and spread outwards. Chaos Star Domain is expanding. Wang Ting widened his eyes. He was flabbergasted. One had to know that his Chaos Star Domain was already extremely huge. There was probably no domain lord level warrior that could compare to it. His Chaos Star domain was even comparable to a small world of a sector lord level warrior. Now, it could still expand. This was a bit exaggerated. Rumble, a series of rumbles sounded within the Chaos Star domain. It was as if a large hand was tearing space apart and expanding it, causing Wang Ting's Chaos Star domain to expand continuously. It was unknown how much time had passed, but it also seemed like an instant. When Wang Ting came back to his senses, his Chaos Star domain had completed its transformation. It had more than doubled in size and was filled with time and space force, making it even more stable and solid. It felt as if it was slowly approaching Wang Ting's original universe. Although there was still a long way to go, this was indeed the trend. This was inconceivable. The original universe could accommodate true god-level existences or even stronger existences. Wang Ting's Chaos Star domain could at most allow sector lords to stay, but if sector lords were to fight inside, his Chaos Star domain would probably not be able to withstand more than a few blows. However, if this trend continued, once his Chaos Star domain evolved into a small world of a sector lord, it would definitely be able to withstand the attacks of sector lords. How terrifying would that be? Normal sector lords wouldn't dare to completely release their small world. At most, they would release a projection, afraid that it would be destroyed from the inside. And if Wang Ting's Chaos Star domain evolved into a small world of a sector lord, there was a high chance that even sector lords wouldn't be able to destroy it from the inside. I didn't think there would be such an unexpected gain. Wang Ting was extremely shocked, but he quickly smiled. No matter what, this was a great thing. The Chaotic Star domain had doubled in size for no reason, and it had become even more stable and solid. Just by feeling the space force and time force, Wang Ting knew that this Chaos Star domain was comparable to a small world of a sector lord. He didn't think too much and continued to absorb the attribute bubbles. A rich spiritual power attribute immediately merged into his mind and into the Chaotic Star realm. The mental energy that he had expended was immediately recovered. Wang Ting immediately felt the exhaustion and emptiness in his mind disappear. Next were the various star origin force attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, darkness, all of these attributes were present. When Wang Ting executed the Endless Storm previously, he had used up all his force except for the Dark Star force. Now, he managed to replenish all his force. Wang Ting's face regained its color in an instant. However, he had a thought, and his face turned pale again. It was the same as before. He looked around and let out a sigh of relief. So close. So close. No one should have seen it. Stay low, he would give those dark apparitions a huge surprise later. At this moment, a special attribute bubble appeared in Wang Ting's body. It circulated through his limbs and bones, causing his body to undergo a special change. No, it should be called a transformation. Wang Ting was dazed. Before he had time to think, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. This is a special constitution talent? The special constitution talent of the automaton race, special constitution talent. If these two names were looked at separately, there was nothing special about them. However, when put together, it was undeniably shocking. The automaton race actually had a special constitution talent? What the hell? Wang Ting couldn't help but mutter. He really didn't expect the automaton race to actually have a special constitution talent. Didn't they all have mechanical bodies? Soon, the transformation in Wang Ting's body was completed. More and more understanding surged into his mind, allowing him to understand what this constitution was all about. Mechanical metal origin body. Although it was called a mechanical origin body, it actually had nothing to do with machines. This was a true special constitution. However, this special constitution was really very special. It could allow the origin force in the body to form extremely small individuals like nanomachines, allowing for microscopic control. In this way, the machine race's control over origin power would reach an extremely exquisite level. Be it the use of combat techniques or the normal consumption of origin power, they would be able to control everything to the limit and conserve every bit of origin power. What a wonderful constitution! Wang Ting was surprised and delighted. At this moment, with a thought, the origin force in his body was like an army of nanomachines. It was arranged in an extremely orderly manner and surged mightily through his limbs and bones. From the outside, there didn't seem to be any difference. The origin force was still the same origin force. However, Wang Ting knew that his control of the metal elemental star force had reached an extremely exquisite level. Mechanical metal origin body, 26500/60,000, rank 6 constitution. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was even more delighted. This was the second rank 6 constitution he had obtained so far. The highest rank 6 constitution he had obtained was only rank 5. Only the 5 elements divine treasure could be compared to it. Wang Ting looked at Venerable Xingyun in the distance. This special constitution talent should have come from the Venerable Xingyun of the automaton race. The Venerable Xingyun used the power of metal. Moreover, after obtaining this talent, he could vaguely feel a similar aura of power. After absorbing this special constitution talent, another talent attribute followed. Divine metal origin talent. Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly. He didn't expect Venerable Xingyun to not only possess a special constitution talent, but also such a divine origin talent. Divine metal origin talent, for 8500/100000 inch it actually increased by so much. Wang Ting was even more surprised. The divine metal origin talent attribute originally only had a little over 7,000 points. Now, it had suddenly increased to over 48,000 points. The increase was quite a bit. It seemed that the talent of an immortal level venerable was indeed terrifying. Moreover, it was very likely that this was only a small part of the talent that the Venerable Xingyun had displayed. It was impossible for it to be all of it. After all, the Venerable Xingyun wasn't dead yet, so the related attribute bubbles wouldn't all drop. In this case, Venerable Xingyun has completely matched his talent to an extremely powerful level. I wonder how he did it. Wang Ting stroked his chin, feeling a little bewildered. Didn't they say that the automaton race's mastery of various powers came entirely from replication? As long as they replicated all kinds of battle techniques in their artificial intelligence, they could become experts. Then what was the use of this talent? Moreover, how did they form their talent? For a moment, Wang Ting couldn't see through the automaton race. He felt that this race was full of mysteries and strangeness. Forget it. Wang Ting shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. Perhaps Yuan Gungun would continue to come into contact with the automaton race in the future and learn about these core secrets. Suddenly, a section of metal elemental domain comprehension appeared in Wang Ting's mind. A huge golden domain appeared in his mind. It was filled with endless golden light, and a sharp and invincible feeling filled the air. What a powerful metal elemental domain! Wang Ting was slightly shocked. It was just a section of comprehension, but it actually made him feel as if his mind was being penetrated. It was truly inconceivable. This is a 9th rank Melder's metal elemental domain. As he absorbed the comprehension, a trace of understanding rose in his heart. It was no wonder that a 9th rank Melder's metal elemental domain was so powerful. Metal elemental domain, 7300/9000, 9th rank Melder. Wang Ting glanced at his status panel and was overjoyed. His metal elemental domain had risen from 6th rank to 9th rank in an instant, and his attribute points had reached 7,300 points. He was very close to reaching perfection. However, the comprehension didn't end there. Another section of profound comprehension followed closely behind. Metal elemental origin, streaks of golden runes appeared on the golden domain. They were densely packed together and looked extremely mystical. They then connected together and turned into a golden chain of runes that looked like a great Dao lock. In an instant, the domain was sublimated and became even more powerful, emitting endless might. Metal elemental origin, 35500/80,000, 8th rank, 8th rank, 8th rank. Metal elemental origin had actually reached 8th rank in an instant, an increase of 3 ranks. More importantly, it was Wang Ting's first time obtaining a rank 8 origin law. At this moment, he instantly felt different. The mysterious and mystical feeling was even more intense than the metal elemental origin law he had obtained before. Suddenly, his consciousness seemed to be pulled out and floated towards a higher place. It floated higher and higher, higher and higher, he didn't know. How long he floated, but Wang Ting felt as if he had arrived at an extremely special place. There were golden runes all around him, and it was filled with an indescribable feeling. He felt as if he was about to completely merge into it and become a part of it. Boom, at this moment, a rumble exploded in his mind. Wang Ting suddenly woke up, but before he could think about it, his consciousness suddenly fell rapidly. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that he had returned to his body. Huff, 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 his eyes widened, and his heart still palpitated as he panted heavily. What was that just now? Wang Ting's expression was uncertain. He carefully recalled that state and gradually came up with a guess. End of chapter. Wang Ting suddenly recalled that he had been in a similar state before, just that it wasn't so direct and clear. That should be the origin laws of the universe. He understood, and his eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect to be able to come into contact with the origin laws of the universe at such a close distance after comprehending a rank 8 origin law. It was unbelievable. However, that state just now seemed very dangerous. It was as if my entire body was about to merge with the origin laws of the universe. Wang Ting's expression became extremely solemn, and he became vigilant. He didn't expect such a situation to occur when comprehending a high-rank origin law. He had to be careful in the future. He didn't think too much and continued to absorb the attribute bubbles. Mechanical wind origin body, another special automaton physique appeared in his body, turning into a strange energy that flowed through his limbs and bones, and then merged with him. Wang Ting's physique underwent another transformation and sublimation, and there was a strange change. It's a wind-type talent this time. I didn't expect to obtain 2 types of automaton physiques at once. He couldn't help but smile, and carefully felt the changes in his physique. He immediately felt that his control of wind-type origin power had become extremely exquisite, and he felt like he could command it with ease. In fact, with his current talent, his control of origin power was already extremely exquisite. However, with the addition of the automaton race talent, his control had undoubtedly reached a new level. Mechanical wind source body, 37,000/50,000, stage 5, rank 5, not bad. Wang Ting suddenly looked at Iron Wing marquee in the distance. Obviously, the attribute bubbles this time came from this automaton official immortal. Other than the gold-type energy, he seemed to have also grasped the powerful wind-type energy. Although his physique was only rank 5, and not as good as the one dropped by Starfall Knight, Wang Ting liked it. Because this was a special origin power attribute, sometimes it had extremely special uses, such as speed enhancement. This Iron Wing marquee speed should be very fast. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he guessed. Until now, the other party hadn't completely used the metal wings on his back, but he was sure that the metal wings weren't just for show. Once the 6 pairs of wings flapped at the same time, they would definitely be able to erupt with terrifying speed. Speaking of which, since the mechanical race has the metal origin constitution and the wind origin constitution, they should also have other attributes. Wang Ting could not help but stroke his chin as he guessed. For a moment, he was actually looking forward to it. If he could gather all these constitutions, what kind of changes would occur? Next was another god-tier talent, divine-level wind attribute talent. A strange energy surged into the depths of Wang Ting's body, causing his innate talent to transform once again. This time, the feeling was even stronger than when he had absorbed the god-level metal talent. It was as if something had broken out of its shell and leaped from a lower level to a higher level. Wang Ting had a strange look in his eyes. A mysterious green light flashed in his eyes, condensing into mysterious runes. My wind elemental talent has finally risen from the saint tier to the god tier. It wasn't easy. He couldn't help but feel a little rueful. This wind elemental innate talent could be said to be the earliest to reach the saint tier. In the end, the other innate talents had already been upgraded to the divine tier, but it still hadn't made any progress and remained at the saint tier. It felt as if he had started high and started low. Divine level wind attribute talent, 44,000/100,000 inch. With this, all my elemental talents have reached the god tier. Wang Ting looked at the changes on the attribute panel and could not help but reveal a hint of joy in his eyes. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. At this very moment, all his elemental talents had only reached the god tier. It was really lamentable. If outsiders knew what Wang Ting was thinking, they would probably spit on his face. It had only been a few years, and he had already gathered all the god-tier elemental talents, but he was still not satisfied. One had to know that there were many talented people in the universe who were bitterly searching for a god-tier talent but to no avail. It was not that they were not talented, but in front of a god-tier talent, they were a little dim. Although there was only a one-level difference between a saint-tier talent and a god-tier talent, in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many people were born with saint-grade talent, which already surpassed the majority of martial artists. However, warriors with such talent usually stopped at the immortal tier. It was extremely difficult for them to advance further. Only a god-tier talent could possibly become an immortal supremacy or even a true god. Of course, a top-notch saint-tier talent could also become an immortal supremacy, but it was relatively more difficult. Therefore, many people with extraordinary talents painstakingly searched for treasures to transform their talents. Unfortunately, even the wealthiest forces found it difficult to find treasures that could allow one's talents to reach the god tier. This showed how rare a god tier talent was. At this very moment, Wang Ting's wind attribute talent had reached the god tier. He immediately felt that his comprehension of wind attribute power had become clearer. It seemed that he could comprehend the wind origin source law easily. It was very simple. At this moment, a majestic comprehension of the wind domain surged into his mind and directly turned into a domain that spread out. The domain was green and contained rich wind attribute power. Wang Ting's consciousness appeared in it. At first, he only felt a gentle breeze on his face, and everything was very calm. However, the surrounding wind attribute power soon became violent. The wind whistled like a tornado or a cold blade. It was as if it could cut through everything. At this moment, Wang Ting was in the domain and felt extremely clear. Traces of understanding rose in his mind. Wind domain, 5100/9000, 9th level melder, 9th level melder. Another 9th level melder. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with excitement. He hadn't expected his wind domain to reach the 9th level as well. It had increased by 4 levels in an instant. My domains are getting stronger and stronger. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. Previously, they were only at the 5th and 6th levels. Now, they were all moving towards the 9th level. It probably wouldn't be long before they reached perfection. Just thinking about it made him excited. After the domain was the origin source law. The origin of wind, Wang Ting's consciousness raised his head and immediately saw green runes appear in the domain. They were imprinted on it and emitted rich origin source law power. Origin of wind, 16300/70,000, grade 7, 7th level. Wang Ting was overjoyed. The origin of wind had also stepped into the 7th level. Although it had just stepped into the 7th level in terms of attribute values, it was still very impressive. Among the origin source laws that he had mastered, only the origin source laws of water and fire had reached the 7th level. Very good. Now, the origin source law attributes in the radiant universe are catching up with the origin source law attributes in the dark world. Previously, the dark world's origin of darkness, origin of blood, and origin of death had all reached the 7th level. However, only 2 of the origin source laws in the radiant universe had reached the 7th level, which was obviously lagging behind. This was very disadvantageous for Wang Ting's main body. Now, not only had his origin of metal reached the 8th level, but his origin of wind had also reached the 7th level. It was really worth celebrating. It's the vast ocean body again. Wang Ting continued to absorb the attribute bubbles and suddenly exclaimed softly. It turned out that the special physique attribute that he had picked up this time was Gong Yangyu's vast ocean body. He had already obtained this attribute before, but it did not hinder him from continuing to improve it. Of course, the higher the physique talent, the better. Vast Ocean Holy Body, 23300/50,000, Stage 5, not bad, the attribute value has directly increased by more than 10,000 points. Wang Ting was slightly happy. At this rate, when the battle was over, he might be able to completely draw out Gong Yangyu's physique talent and be on par with his opponent. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt a little excited. If Gong Yangyu knew about Wang Ting's behavior, would he still be so kind to him? Would he have a death duel with him? At this time, two somewhat similar yet different realms of understanding poured into Wang Ting's mind at the same time. Water realm, vast ocean realm, the former could include the latter, and the latter could only be regarded as a branch of the former. The relevant realms appeared in Wang Ting's mind, allowing him to understand the difference between these two realms. At the same time, his own understanding of these two realms also increased rapidly. Water realm, 7000/7000, 7th level melder, vast ocean realm, 6100/9000, 9th level melder. These two realms did not break through, but the attribute values had increased by a lot. Water realm has reached the peak of the 7th level, but it's a pity that it can't break through to the 8th level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he was a little surprised. The attribute values had actually exceeded the comprehension required to break through to the 7th level, but it could not be broken through. He was not surprised because the attributes he had obtained this time had already indicated that it was for a 7th level melder. It was obvious that the warrior who had dropped this water realm had only comprehended it to the 7th level and had not reached the 8th level. Otherwise, Wang Ting would have been able to obtain the comprehension of the 8th level water realm. However, Wang Ting did not feel regretful. It was already very good to be able to increase it, so he should be satisfied. After the increase in his water realm, the relevant comprehension of the law of water origin also appeared. Water origin, 43500/70,000, level 7, it's still at the 7th level, but it has increased by more than 20,000 attribute points. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and nodded to himself. Another special comprehension surged in, causing his mind to tremble. Various powers appeared in his mind, realms, origin laws, spiritual force, life force, and so on. These powers were mixed together in an extremely mysterious way, finally transforming into an even more mysterious power. World force, and it was the 8th level world force. This time, the world force evolved in his mind again, causing him to gain even more comprehension. His comprehension of the world force increased rapidly. Power of the world, 25500/80,000, level 8. I didn't expect that the 7th level world force that I just obtained would rise to the 8th level so quickly. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised. It had risen too quickly. Surprises always came so suddenly. Originally, he thought that after reaching level 7, it wouldn't be so easy to increase the power of the world. After all, the power of the world was an extremely mysterious power. Ordinary sector lord level fighters might not be able to comprehend it to perfection. Those who could comprehend it to perfection were either in seclusion to break through to the immortal rank or roaming the various secret realms in search of opportunities. How would they appear in front of others so easily? However, it did not matter. Even if there were no sector lord level fighters, there were still immortals. If he skipped them, he would naturally be able to pick up the corresponding attribute bubbles. One could only say that although the battle was extremely dangerous, it did provide many opportunities. This was especially so for Wang Ting, who was a cheater. Opportunities were within his reach. At this point, the light universe's attribute bubbles were basically all absorbed. Wang Ting did not specifically pick up the other attribute bubbles as there were too many of them. He did not have much time now, so he could only pick up the more important ones first. The attribute bubbles he picked up this time were dropped by those sector lord level pinnacle and above. Then it was the attribute bubbles from the dark apparitions. A few dark green attribute bubbles surged over. A light shadow suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was the demon moth race. This demon moth race light shadow held a longbow and suddenly condensed a dazzling arrow and shot it out. Boom, in an instant, a spectacular scene appeared in Wang Ting's mind. After the dark green arrow was shot out, it turned into millions of arrows in an instant. They filled the void densely. It was a stunning sight. After the arrow was shot, it exploded the void. A light universe fighter in front was drowned and died immediately. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He was a little solemn. Moth Emperor Poison Arrow, this battle technique was quite powerful. Moth Emperor Poison Arrow, Upper Demon Emperor Pinnacle 4900/10,000, small success, Upper Demon Emperor Pinnacle battle technique, and it has reached small success. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and nodded slightly. Disregarding everything else, this battle technique was quite good. It was very powerful and contained the power of poison. It was impossible to defend against. Next was a special constitution from the demon moth race dark apparition. A strange and evil energy circulated in Wang Ting's body, causing his constitution to transform. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He immediately suppressed this energy and did not release it. The transformation was completed quietly. Demonic moth body, 25,000/50,000, stage 5. Did I advance from the 4th stage to the 5th stage? Wang Ting immediately felt the change in his physique. Indeed, he had become much stronger. However, he still disliked it. He had to admit that the transformation of the demon moth race's constitution was really too ugly. He only knew how to use the special poison of their race. He definitely would not use their constitution to transform. He could not afford to lose face like this. In the next moment, 2 types of realms entered Wang Ting's mind. His expression was calm, and his eyes were still clear and transparent. There was no trace of darkness or evil in them, but his mind was already overflowing with dark and evil realms. Darkness Realm, 8600/9000, Level 9 Melder. Demon Moth Realm, 8500/9000, Level 9 Melder. Both realms have reached Level 9 at the same time, and they are very close to perfection. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Another pleasant surprise, he looked at the attributes of the 2 realms on his attribute panel, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. The Darkness Realm was a common domain used by almost all dark apparitions, but it was not that easy to reach Level 9 Melder. Now, he was only 400 attribute points away from reaching Level 9, which was a pleasant surprise. As for the Demon Moth Realm, it was an exclusive domain of the Demon Moth race. It was a combination of darkness and poison, and its power was naturally extraordinary. This domain was only 500 attribute points away from perfection. He should be able to reach it by the end of the war. After digesting the realms of the 2 realms, another type of origin law came. Runes were imprinted on the Demon Moth Realm. This was the origin law of poison. Origin of poison, 20300/70,000, Level 7. From Level 5 to Level 7, Wang Ting's strength had increased by 2 levels. The attribute bubbles continued to surge, and then a light figure condensed in Wang Ting's mind. It was the appearance of a vampire dark apparition. It was surrounded by a bloody mist and emitted a bloody aura. This figure held a blood-red battle sword, and when it slashed out, the bloody mist moved with it. In front of the sword light was a realm lord from the radiant universe. He was directly submerged by the sword light and bloody mist. Then, blood-red sword light burst out from the bloody mist and bombarded the realm lord from the radiant universe. When it bombarded the realm lord from the radiant universe, there was a loud explosion. This battle technique had an explosive effect. It could compress blood energy into an explosion, and it could instantly erupt with great power. Blood Explosion Sword Technique, Peak Upper Demon Emperor 4600/10,000, Small Mastery, Blood Explosion Sword Technique. Not bad. Wang Ting was quite satisfied after absorbing the realms. No matter what, it was still a Peak Upper Demon Emperor battle technique. Moreover, it had reached small mastery, which saved him a lot of time. Blood Python Realm, 4000/7000, Level 7 Melder. Blood Sea Realm, 7100/9000, Level 9 Melder. The realms of the 2 vampire realms appeared in Wang Ting's mind. They were full of mystery and profoundness. Clearly, their grades were not low. The Blood Python Realm rose from Level 4 to Level 7. This was Blood Aussie's domain. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. Poor Blood Aussie, it had been used by the Bloodslaughter Archdevil. Otherwise, it could have lived for a while longer. Oh, no, it could have lived forever. After all, it had a good relationship with the Blood God clone. It was not impossible to let it go. What if the Blood God clone needed it in the future? What a pity. Wang Ting was a little surprised that the Blood Sea Realm had reached Level 9. However, he quickly looked at the Bloodslaughter Archdevil. This domain should be his. As an upper demon venerable, it was normal for it to master the Blood Sea Realm to the peak of Level 9, right? He could take advantage of it later. After all, his Blood Sea territory was still 1,900 attribute points away from reaching the perfect realm. Good luck, bloodslaughter archdevil. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. Speaking of which, his Blood Sea realm had reached level 9. It was now compatible with other vampire realms. His Blood Sea domain was different from other Blood Clan dark apparitions. It contained too many Blood Clan domains, such as Blood Poison domain, Blood Python domain, Blood Camphor domain, and so on. It included at least a dozen domains. Next, I just need to upgrade all of these realms. My Blood Sea realm will definitely become very abnormal. Wang Ting could not help but smile. Origin of Blood, 34500/80,000, level 8, World of Blood, 36,000/80,000, level 8, blood red runes appeared in Wang Ting's mind, emitting an extremely rich origin law power. Wang Ting's consciousness was sucked out again and floated to an unknown place. But this time, he was clearly prepared. His heart suddenly tensed up, and he vigilantly looked around. Sure enough, he saw a very similar scene to before. However, this time it was not metal elemental runes, but blood red runes. The feeling that he was about to merge with his body appeared once again. Wang Ting immediately retracted his consciousness and plunged back into his body. I'm back. It's still very dangerous. Wang Ting sighed in relief and secretly rejoiced. His eyes flickered as he recalled the feeling just now. This origin of blood really doesn't seem to have any dark evil intent. Wang Ting was a little doubtful. This made him feel that the blood race seemed to be somewhat special. For example, although the dark apparition of the devil moth race also had poison elemental power, it contained an extremely rich dark power. It was obviously a dark creature. However, the blood race. He had obtained the blood god's body of the blood race, so he naturally knew that this race did not have dark characteristics. They only had blood characteristics, so there were still some differences. Could it be that the blood race is not a true dark creature? Wang Ting shook his head. He did not quite understand. Back to the topic, the origin of blood had been upgraded from level 7 to level 8. At the same time, the world of blood had also been upgraded from level 7 to level 8. These two powers could be said to have been upgraded at the right time. After all, the power of the light universe had just been upgraded to level 8. Now, the power of the dark world had also reached level 8, so they were on par again. This was considered to be balanced, and it would be convenient for him to do things in the future. In his plan, the strength of the blood god doppelganger could not be too much weaker than the original body. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the blood god doppelganger to stand out in the dark world. Demon Bone Arrow, Upper Demon Emperor level 3500/10,000, small success. He had already obtained this combat skill before. This time, he had obtained another 8,000 attribute points, so it had been upgraded from proficient to small success. Wang Ting still liked the combat skills of the bone spirit race. Using bones to attack could often be unexpected. Especially for a human warrior like him. Who would have thought that a human warrior like him could use bones to attack? Demon Bone, 264700/500000, level 5, this time, the talent of the bone spirit race's Demon Bone had also been upgraded. Although it was still at level 5, it had increased by more than 90,000 attribute points, so his attribute points had reached the mid-level of level 5. With the improvement of the talent of the Demon Bone, Wang Ting's understanding of the special power of the bone spirit race had become clearer. The power of this race was indeed different from other races. If one's talent was not high, it would be difficult to grasp or use their power. After absorbing the innate attributes, a majestic comprehension of the domain appeared in his mind. This was an extremely special domain. Within the domain, there were mountains of bones piled up from countless creatures. Some were complete, while others were scattered. It was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. This domain was like a land of death that made one unable to see any signs of life. It was extremely terrifying. Demon Bone Domain, 8,000/9,000, level 9 Melder. The jump from level 4 Melder to level 9 was so huge that Wang Ting couldn't help but look at the Bone Spirit Sovereign. This Bone Spirit Sovereign's mastery of the Demon Bone Domain was undoubtedly very profound. But now, it was too easy for Luin. In the end, black runes filled with dark and evil intent appeared within the demonic bone domain and imprinted themselves on the countless white bones, creating an extremely strange scene. The originally deathly silent domain was suddenly filled with an evil, dark, and indescribable aura. Darkness origin, 54,000/80,000, level 8. At this moment, another change occurred. Wang Ting's consciousness was sucked out like the previous 2 times and appeared in a place filled with darkness. This time, it was even more terrifying than the previous 2 times. The surroundings were pitch black, filled with darkness, strangeness, and indescribable intent. Terrifying whispers seemed to ring in his ears, but they also seemed to echo in his consciousness. Wang Ting's consciousness was about to fall, as if it was about to be swallowed by the darkness. He had clearly prepared himself mentally, but this uncontrollable situation still occurred. Fortunately, the roar from the first time appeared again, causing his consciousness to abruptly withdraw and fall back into his body. That's the darkness origin. The darkness origin of the radiant universe? Or the darkness origin of the world of darkness? Wang Ting's expression changed rapidly as he thought of something. End of chapter. The experience just now gave Wang Ting a different feeling. From the beginning to the end, he believed that darkness represented evil and indescribable things. The situation just now seemed to have explained everything. However, when he was about to merge with the darkness origin, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If the darkness origin of the light universe was also indescribable, wouldn't it mean that darkness was a part of the light universe? Then what was the point of their resistance? No. No. Wang Ting immediately shook his head. He had been to the dark world. The two were completely different. The dark world was filled with the power of darkness. There was no such thing as the power of light. However, the light universe was different. Here, light and darkness alternated and maintained a balance. Hence, there were no dark apparitions wreaking havoc. There must be some profound mystery that I haven't figured out yet. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He stopped thinking and immediately looked at the battlefield in the distance. Now wasn't the time to think about these messy things. Boom! In the distance, Venerable Xingyun unleashed an extremely powerful battle strength, suppressing the Bloodslaughter Devil Venerable and forcing it to retreat. The Bloodslaughter Devil Venerable looked gloomy. The blood-red robe on his body was torn, making him look miserable. He unleashed his blood origin power frantically, contending with his opponent in an attempt to turn the situation around. However, this machine race immortal rank Venerable was really powerful. His origin power was so abundant that it was on par with the dark apparitions. Machine race. The Bloodslaughter Devil Venerable was furious. 2 glaring red lights shot out from his eyes. The scythe in his hand also unleashed an intense red light as he slashed wildly. Venerable Xingyun didn't say a word. The long spear in his hand erupted. Again, turning into countless spear rays that pierced out. Boom! 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 The Bloodslaughter Devil Venerable was pushed back again. Many wounds appeared on his body. His powerful body actually cracked and blood flowed out. Seems like I can ignore the Bloodslaughter Devil Venerable for now. Wang Ting was very surprised. The Bloodslaughter Devil Venerable had been suppressed until now. Venerable Xingyun's strength was really terrifying. His gaze immediately shifted to Gong Yangyu and Bone Slaughter Devil Venerable. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Gong Yangyu was undoubtedly very powerful. Even when facing a demon supreme level dark apparition, he wasn't at a disadvantage. However, it wasn't that easy for him to deal with a demon lord. Guao Overlord was very difficult to deal with. He had a variety of tricks up his sleeves, especially the bones on his body. Any part of his body could launch an attack, making it impossible to guard against. All of Gong Yangyu's attacks were blocked. His expression turned solemn as he looked around, trying to find a way to break through Bone Skeleton Overlord's defense. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Gong Yangyu's ears, causing his heart to skip a beat. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes. The voice just now came from Wang Ting. What is this guy trying to do? Gong Yangyu was astonished. He never thought that Wang Ting would suddenly send him a voice transmission and offer to help him deal with Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton. Was this for real? If he didn't borrow the power of the array, how could he threaten a demon lord? Moreover, this guy should have consumed a lot of energy to operate that space attribute Saint Great Array formation just now. At this moment, he still looked very weak. How could this help him? Gong Yangyu couldn't be blamed for being so suspicious. Wang Ting's current appearance was too deceptive. Anyone who saw him would think that he had consumed a lot of energy and couldn't fight anymore. However, when he thought of Wang Ting's various deeds, Gong Yangyu decided to give it a try. His eyes flashed and he suddenly burst out with extreme speed, approaching Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton. Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton's eyes flashed in surprise, but he immediately sneered, "How dare you fight me in close combat? You're really courting death. Is that so?" Gong Yangyu's voice was calm as he threw out a punch. Boom, a vast ocean appeared behind him and merged into his fist mark, causing the fist mark to look like an endless ocean that contained unparalleled power. The next moment, countless fist marks separated from it and smashed toward Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton. Vast ocean sacred fist, Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton's eyes narrowed. He had long noticed that this immortal rank from the light universe was not simple. Although he always looked down on him, he did not underestimate him in the slightest. Now that he saw Gong Yangyu unleash such a powerful battle skill, he did not dare to be careless. Black light flashed in his eyes and the bone blades in his hands suddenly burst out with a dazzling black light, condensing into two blade rays that were dozens of feet long. Boom! Boom! As the two blades slashed out, they also split into rays of blade light that swept across the void and collided with the blue fist print. Suddenly, a violent roar sounded. However, to Bone Skeleton Archdevil Venerable's surprise, the seemingly terrifying fist seal was instantly torn apart when it collided with his blade light. What's going on? The soul fire in Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton's eye sockets suddenly jumped. This situation was obviously beyond his expectations and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Almost without thinking, it immediately wanted to withdraw and retreat. At the same time, he waved his hand and shot out bone spikes in an attempt to block Gong Yangyu's attack. Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton did not know what Gong Yangyu was going to do, but such an abnormal situation made him overthink. However, at this moment, his body suddenly froze. The bone spikes also froze in the void and stopped after flying less than 3 feet. What? Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton was shocked. He wanted to unleash his power to break free from this imprisonment, but found that he could not do so. This imprisonment was too strange, it was as if time and space had been frozen, separating him from the surrounding space-time and stripping him of any power. An extremely horrifying feeling arose spontaneously. Do it! At the same time, Wang Ting's roar sounded in Gong Yangyu's ears. Rank 2 Power of Time, fully activated, Wang Ting was using the power of time to imprison Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton. Time stagnation, this was an unbeatable technique. Unless the opponent's power was much stronger than Wang Ting's power of time and could forcibly break through the imprisonment of time, they could only obediently wait for death. Gong Yangyu had already noticed Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton's abnormality and reacted almost instantly. The battle sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a bright blue sword light. Immensity Ocean appeared again, splashing loudly. Runes appeared on it and then merged into the sword light, turning into chains of runes that wrapped around the sword light. Immortal matter was even integrated into it, since he was going to attack, he naturally had to kill in one blow. Even if he could not kill the opponent, he had to exhaust the opponent's strength as much as possible. Kill! Gong Yangyu's gaze turned cold as he slashed out with his sword. He didn't know what method Wang Ting had used to imprison the Devil Lord of the Bone Spirit clan, but since Wang Ting had created such a good opportunity for him, there was no way he would miss it. Bastard! Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton wanted to roar, but no sound came out. Everything was imprisoned and he could not do anything. Boom! The next moment, the blue sword light drowned the Bone Spirit clan Devil Venerable. Countless sword lights erupted like a torrent and bombarded Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a very short period of time. Wang Ting directly released the restraint of time power, saving every trace of time power and not wasting it. What? Devil Venerable Ursula and Crimson Blood Demon Venerable in the distance suddenly looked at the battlefield and their expressions changed drastically. Devil Venerable Bone Skeleton was forced to such an extent by the immortal rank existence from the light universe and was even at a complete disadvantage. How was this possible? Weren't they locked in a stalemate just a moment ago? How did the situation change so drastically all of a sudden? The two dark devil venerables were puzzled. Devil Venerable Xingyun and Marquis Ironwing's eyes flashed as they were somewhat surprised. What happened? Why was the Bone Spirit Clan Devil Venerable suddenly suppressed by Gong Yangyu? Could it be that Gong Yangyu had been concealing his strength all this time? At the same time, this scene shocked the Light Universe's warriors. Everyone's gaze turned to Gong Yangyu. This Starry Sky Academy's adjudicator was so powerful. Many people were familiar with Gong Yangyu's identity, especially the high-level warriors. Almost all of them knew that he was an adjudicator from the Starry Sky Academy. Although he was very young, he was very powerful. As expected of an adjudicator from the Starry Sky Academy. He's so strong. A Skype ride. This is our Light Universe's Skype ride. Great, the Bone Spirit Clan Devil Venerable has been defeated. Our chances of winning have increased. Ha ha ha, as expected, our Light Universe's immortal rank existences are stronger. Marquis Yu is awesome. Marquis Yu is victorious. Gong Yangyu was also a little confused. When he heard the voices around him, he couldn't help but blush. This didn't seem to have anything to do with him. If it weren't for Wang Ting, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Bone Spirit Clan Devil Venerable. He couldn't help but want to look at Wang Ting, but he was stopped by a voice transmission. Don't look at me. Wang Ting's voice sounded in his ears, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch fiercely. At this time, how could he not understand that this guy was planning to use this method to trick others? But how did Wang Ting do it? Not only did the Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable not know what was going on, but he also couldn't understand what was going on. Roar! At this time an angry roar came from the sword light, and a rich black light erupted from it. A huge bone armor condensed and blocked the bombardment of the sword light. Kacha! 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 However, Gong Yangyu's all-out attack was not ordinary. Crisp cracking sounds were instantly heard. The hard bone armor shattered, revealing the body of the Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable. Once again, he was bombarded by the torrent of sword light. Even with his incomparably tough body, the Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable could no longer bear it and collapsed. The entire skeleton shattered, turning into pieces of bone fragments that shot out in all directions. The Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable's entire body was blown apart. It's done. Gong Yangyu's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He didn't expect that the Bone Spirit Clan Devil Venerable, whom he couldn't defeat for a long time, would be so easily defeated with the help of Wang Ting. It was simply incredible. In the distance, Wang Ting's eyes flickered, but he didn't rush to show his surprise. Instead, he looked at the exploding bone fragments. Roar! Sure enough, an angry roar suddenly rang out. The bone fragments quickly gathered and turned back into the body of the Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable. He stared coldly at Gong Yangyu, a chill surging in his eyes. What did you do to me just now? I didn't expect you to be so weak. Once I get serious, you can't hold on. Gong Yangyu shook his head and said indifferently. Wang Ting. Good heavens, this guy is even better at acting than me. You're courting death. The Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable was even more furious. He knew he couldn't get anything out of Sumo, so he stopped talking nonsense. A rich dark force erupted from his body. Boom! A dazzling black light soared into the sky and wrapped around him. Devil change. An angry roar came from the black light. The Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable had chosen to use the devil change. Gong Yangyu's expression changed slightly, and his heart became incomparably solemn. Wang Ting couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this, but he wasn't surprised. The Bone Spirit Archdevil Venerable seemed to have completely recovered, but in fact, Gong Yangyu's attack just now had severely damaged him. Much of the immortal substance in his body had been consumed. Therefore, he had no choice but to use the devil change. If he didn't use the devil change, he wouldn't be able to defeat Gong Yangyu, especially when the strange confinement technique just now could appear again at any time. The confinement technique was really unfathomable. If he was hit again, he might really be killed. There was no other chance. Wang Ting glanced at him, then turned to look at the battle between the Ursula Archdevil Venerable and Ironwing Marquis in the distance. Then, he did the same thing and transmitted his voice to Ironwing Marquis to cooperate with him. Ironwing Marquis couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he came to a realization and a trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Gong Yangyu suddenly gained the upper hand because of Wang Ting. Wasn't he still in the recovery stage? However, not only was he able to fight, but he was also able to intervene in a battle between immortal rank existences. It was really unbelievable. However, with Gong Yangyu and the Bone Chimera Archdevil Venerable as examples, he didn't suspect anything. He immediately charged toward Ursula. He even felt a strange sense of excitement in his heart. If Wang Ting could really help him get rid of the demon moth race Archdevil Venerable in front of him, why not cooperate with him? Killing a demon venerable dark apparition was a great honor. Swoosh, the 6 pairs of metal wings on Ironwing Marquis' back spread out instantly. With a flap, he instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot. This speed was hard to see with the naked eye. What? Ursula was shocked. He didn't expect Ironwing Marquis to be able to unleash such terrifying speed. In the previous battle, Ironwing Marquis had never unleashed such speed. He was actually hiding his strength. He didn't have time to think. He immediately flapped the wings on his back and swept out a cloud of colorful dust in all directions. This way, no matter which direction Ironwing Marquis came from, he would be able to stop it. Unless Ironwing Marquis didn't care about the poison in the dust. However, at this moment, a cold laugh was heard. Boom, all of a sudden, a gust of wind raged and swept across the void. All of the dust was swept up, forming a colorful tornado that swept towards the void in the distance where there was no one. Oh no! Ursula's eyes narrowed. When Ironwing Marquis unleashed his full power, his wind-type power could reach such a level that even the toxic dust he created was swept away. One must know that the dust formed by flapping its wings contained an extremely powerful force. Even an immortal rank existence would find it difficult to sweep it away. Otherwise, this machine race immortal rank would not have been forced to retreat again and again. However, the wind-type power unleashed by Ironwing Marquis now forcefully swept away his toxic dust. He immediately swung his hand. The dark green chain rattled and spun around him. Boom, Ironwing Marquis held 2 swords in his hands. Golden sword rays erupted and slashed toward him. Demon moth venom stream. Ursula's delicate and pretty face was ice-cold at this moment, and he let out a cold shout. The dark green chain instantly rotated at high speed, and a colorful fog appeared. As the chain rotated, it formed a colorful airflow. Boom, in an instant, the attacks from both sides collided. Insignificant, Ursula sneered and looked at Ironwing Marquis in front of him. However, he found a hint of mockery in his blue electronic eyes. At the same time, Wang Ting attacked again. Second stage time power quietly appeared from the void and wrapped around Ursula's body. His voice came to an abrupt stop. He did not even have time to say the last word before his body froze. The dark green chain that was spinning at high speed also froze. Whoosh! This is my chance. Ironwing Marquis' eyes flashed. The metal wings on his back flapped and turned into a gust of wind that dispersed the mist in the chain. At the same time, his body disappeared from the spot. An afterimage flashed through the void like a golden ray of light and passed through the gaps between the dark green chains. Then, a saber ray exploded and slashed at Ursula the Demon Lord. Ursula's expression finally changed completely. He was shocked and furious. He wanted to break free from the shackles, but just like Bone Skeleton Overlord, he could not do so. He could only watch as the sword ray descended. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand why Bone Skeleton Overlord was defeated. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Boom, the sword ray landed on Ursula's body. A dazzling golden light erupted and turned into countless tiny golden sword rays that drowned him. Wang Ting immediately retracted the power of time, concealing his achievements and fame. Roar, Ursula regained control of his body, but it was too late. The sharp sword ray tore his body apart. Blood splattered and a painful roar was heard. The martial artists of the Light Universe had not recovered from the shock of Bone Skeleton Overlord's defeat. When they saw Ursula being defeated, their faces were filled with surprise and joy. Victory came so suddenly, and there were 2 of them at once, it was really unexpected. Everyone was a little confused at this moment. They felt that something was not right. It was too easy, yes, it was too easy. Previously, Gong Yangyu and Iron Wing Marquis had been entangled with the dark apparitions for a long time without gaining the upper hand. How did they defeat the dark apparitions in such a short time? This was really strange. Not to mention the martial artists below Sector Lord level, even Starfall Knight was a little confused. His gaze shifted between Gong Yangyu and Iron Wing Marquis, but he did not notice Wang Ting at the back. The time power this time is so strong? Wang Ting was also a little surprised. Even an official immortal could not withstand it. It seemed quite impressive. End of chapter 21:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.